Chapter 001, The Empress forced her right after crossing over. This is? Xiaobeichen slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a cave with a hot spring pool nearby. He clearly remembered that he went to his friend's farm to play and saw two hens fighting, so he kindly tried to stop them. Unexpectedly, a rooster brought a basketball and knocked him unconscious. As a result, when I woke up now, the surrounding environment had changed. Ah! It hurts. At this moment, his head felt like it was exploding. A memory that did not belong to him flooded into his mind like a tide. It lasted for a while, then the explosion disappeared and he gained another memory. This body is not his, but belongs to an unlucky guy named Xiaobeichen. In the past hour, Yi Yunxin is the most famous empress of Tianxian sect in Tianqiang continent, who is in charge of a holy land. He was unexpectedly ambushed at the banquet by several of his subordinates who defected and joined forces with several major sects, and accidentally ate poisonous fruit. At the critical moment, Xiaobeichen, an ordinary outer disciple of Tianxian sect, stepped forward decisively and exposed the traitors' conspiracy. Yi Yunxin relied on his powerful cultivation to fight his way out, but the more he practiced, the deeper the poison became. In desperation, he took Xiaobeichen, who had become a thorn in the eyes of the traitor, with him to escape. In the end, the two men were chased into the mountains and hid in this cave. As soon as she entered the cave, Yi Yunxin was attacked by the poison, which stimulated her to burst out with amazing power, and actually shocked Xiaobeichen, who was fleeing with her, to death. And it was at this critical moment that Xiaobeichen, a modern youth from Blue Star, had his soul penetrated him. After checking him out, apart from his mediocre cultivation and being relatively poor, he didn't seem to have any shortcomings. He did have a good-looking appearance, though. But when he thought of Yi Yunxin's obsession and the original owner's unfortunate experience, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. He glanced around and found that Empress Yi Yunxin was not there. Why not take the opportunity to slip away? However, just as he stood up and ran towards the cave entrance, he saw a dark shadow appear at the entrance. A beautiful lady with an S-shaped figure, wearing a golden tasseled phoenix crown and a scarlet leg revealing long skirt, stumbled in from outside the cave. Oh my god, Empress Yi Yunxin? She's back. You can't beat him by fighting, and you can't escape by running. Just when Xiaobeichen was sweating on his back, Yi Yunxin appeared in front of him in a flash. Beautiful face, blurred eyes, and rosy cheeks. The soft, round part is undulating, making people feel restless and itchy. Seeing the Empress like this, Xiaobeichen couldn't help swallowing. The next second, before he could react, Yi Yunxin hummed softly and pounced on him, stroking his arm. Beauty! Her Majesty the Empress! Xiaobeichen called out in desperation, but all he got in response was a hiss sound. This sound instantly reminded him of the sound of the male protagonist tearing the female protagonist's clothes in some art films. A cool feeling came instantly. Xiaobeichen discovered that his clothes were also torn to shreds. The next moment, the two of them fell into the hot spring pool together, splashing white water. A wild and rhythmic sound echoed in the cave. During the process, Xiaobeichen saw a hint of bright red floating on the warm water. After an hour, looking at Yi Yunxin, who was sleeping naked beside the hot spring after the battle, Xiaobeichen felt mixed emotions. He was actually raped by the Empress? My virginity of 20 years is gone just like that? Just then. Ding! The host lost her virginity to the Empress and is now bound to the god-level emperor selection system. Forehead? Xiaobeichen heard an ethereal voice and almost vomited 3 liters of blood. After being raped, can I still obtain the system? I've read so many novels, but I've never seen a system like this. The host can gain intimacy by interacting with the opposite sex. When the intimacy accumulates to a certain value, the cultivation level can be improved. Warning, the silver demon fruit toxin in the Empress body has partially transferred to the host. From now on, you must pay tribute every new and full moon nights for 3 consecutive months to eliminate the toxin. Each time the host fails to pay their taxes, their age accelerates by 20 years. If they fail to pay their taxes 3 times in total, they will be burned to death by poisonous fire. Current host age, 21. This loss of virginity counts as paying my dues, and my cultivation level will be advanced by 1 level. With a swish, a ray of light fell from the sky onto Xiaobeichen. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm. After listening to the system's introduction, Xiaobeichen couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It's cool, but this money is poisonous. The toxin has actually been transferred to my body. He originally thought that what Yi Yunshin had accidentally eaten was just a poisonous fruit that would rot his intestines and stomach, but he didn't expect that what he had accidentally eaten was the silver demon fruit. This thing can be called spring dynamite. After eating it, the poison will attack the heart in a quarter of an hour and will be extremely violent. Evil thoughts will creep into your mind in no time, and if they are not dealt with promptly, you will be burned to death by the poisonous fire. It seems like someone wants to use the silver demon fruit to severely insult the Empress. Sinister intentions. However, on the nights of the new and full moons, that is, the 1st and 15th day of each month, public grain must be paid. Generally speaking, it is normal for a single guy to have sex with his girlfriend several times a week, but the other party is the famous Tianxian sect Empress Yi Yunshin. Speaking of Yi Yunshin, Xia Beichen learned about it based on the original owner's memory. The people chasing her in the entire sky continent are lining up in a queue that is equivalent to the length from China on the Blue Star to the Lighthouse Country on the other side of the ocean. Moreover, there are many experts. He had merely inherited the late spiritual martial arts realm of the original owner, although he had relied on the system to advance to the great perfection of cultivation. But in the sky continent, he is still just a rookie. So, once the man pursuing her finds out that the two of them are in a relationship, won't he be eaten alive? This was worse than being hit to death by a rooster with a basketball. Taking a step back, if Empress Yi Yunshin wakes up and finds out what they did, will she be sure not to kill him? Although she was the first to sit up. Thinking of this, Xia Beichen felt extremely uneasy. Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully. At this time, a loud voice was heard. Xia Beichen heard it and it sounded like the great elder of Tianxian sect. He was the mastermind who instigated this conspiracy and caused Yi Yunshin to accidentally eat the silver demon fruit. An hour ago, a Qinglan sect spiritual pill realm expert was killed nearby using the Tianxian star technique. It must have been Yi Yunshin, who had been poisoned and forced to practice the technique. Tianxian astrology, as the name suggests, is the signature technique of the Tianxian sect. It draws the power of the stars, shakes the heavens and the earth, and is extremely powerful. There are 7 levels in total, and Yi Yunshin, the Empress of Tianxian sect, has already reached the 7th level. From what the people outside said, Xia Beichen learned the reason why she was not in the cave an hour ago. It was because he went out and killed the Qinglan sect's Lingdan realm master who was chasing him with his poisoned body. As a result, the poison aroused evil thoughts, and she raped him when she came back. Another voice that sounded very obscene came. Yi Yunshin is now at the end of her strength. As long as we catch her, we can play with her as we please. It must be very exciting to play with this Empress. Ha 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 ha. A more obscene laugh was deafening. Judging from the situation, a lot of people have come. Drop. The host's current environment is extremely dangerous. You have the following 2 options. 1. Find a place to hide in the cave and let others find it and ravage the Empress. Reward, a mansion, 100 shops, and 10,000 acres of fertile farmland. 2. Use your spiritual martial realm body to taunt the masters of various sects. Reward, replicate cultivation. Once note, you can choose any enemy, replicate their cultivation, and obtain their skills, which lasts for half an hour. A new book is here. I hope all new and old readers, young and beautiful, will give it their full support. Chapter 002, Are you ashamed, old man? At first glance, the first option is better, and you will definitely become rich, while the second option only lasts for half an hour. If you cannot defeat the enemy within this time period, there will be endless troubles. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that the first option is contrary to your current situation. If I choose it, I will be burned to death in less than 2 months due to failure to pay public grain. Then all the wealth will become a thing of the past. He turned his head and glanced at Yi Yunshin, who had not yet woken up. If Yi Yunshin had not brought out the outer disciple Xia Beichen, the original owner would have been slaughtered to pieces by the people outside, and he would not have been able to transfer his soul into his body. Now, Yi Yunshin gave him her first time as a perfect virgin. No matter how she will treat him after she wakes up, since he has escaped, he should fight for their future. So, how about half an hour? Don't miss any chance of survival. Clenching his fist, Xia Beichen resolutely chose 2. Then he picked up the tattered clothes on the ground. After tidying it up a bit, I found that it can still cover my shame. So he put it back on, covering his key parts, and walked out of the cave. Hey! A bunch of idiots who only know how to fantasize. Your Master Chen is right here. Xia Beichen walked out of the cave and slipped into an open area, then pointed at the monks who were searching in the air and cursed. Hearing the sound, 9 cultivators of different cultivation levels and from different sects turned around almost at the same time and looked over. Isn't this the unknown guy who ruined our good thing today? A man with a goatee stood with his hands behind his back and said disdainfully. This person is one of the elders of the Wanren sect, and his cultivation has reached the great perfection of the Linghai realm. But he is not the one with the highest cultivation among these people. The highest one is Xia Beichen's fellow disciple, Feng Xinzi, the great elder of Tianxian sect, who is in the early stage of the spirit refining realm. In this world, the 9 realms of cultivation are ranked from low to high as follows: Lingwu, Lingju, Lingdong, Lingdan, Lingyuan, Linghai, Lianqian, Dongtian, and Tongtian. Each state has 4 stages: initial, intermediate, final, and great perfection. Taking a look at the other 7 people, the lowest one had the cultivation level of the early stage of Lingdan realm. In their eyes, Xia Beichen, who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm, would be like throwing an egg at a stone if he met any of them. A mere outer disciple who has reached the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm. Oh no, you are now a traitor to the Tianxian sect and have been expelled from the sect. The silver-haired Tianxian sect's great elder looked at Xia Beichen like an ant. If you know what's good for you and want to keep your body intact, then tell me where Yi Yunqin is hiding, or I'll turn you into ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure was exerted on Xia Beichen. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. Oh shit. Hyacinth, you've brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me for being ruthless to your accomplices. Xia Beichen clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and then cursed fiercely. Hyacinth, you're a money-losing slut. Do you think you can secure your position as sect leader by joining forces with several major sects to plot against His Majesty? Bah! Why don't you just hit yourself with a piece of tofu or hang yourself with a noodle? Those bad guys around you have long since united behind your back. They plan to announce to the world that you killed His Majesty after you ascend to the throne of Tianxian sect master, and then encircle and suppress you. When Hyacinthus heard this, he looked at the monks around him with sharp eyes. The man with the goatee hurriedly explained, Brother Daoist, this scoundrel has already ruined our good fortune once. We can't listen to his nonsense. Another accomplice pointed at Xia Beichen and said, since he won't tell us where Yi Yunqin is hiding, then kill him. After a long silence, Feng Xinzi looked at Xia Beichen fiercely, then I will clean up the mess today. Among the 9 people, the man with the lowest cultivation level, from the Shenqing sect, took a step forward and said, rubbing his hands eagerly, don't bother with any of you. Leave him to me. Seeing someone take action, Feng Xinzi stood still. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Dao. Not only did Xia Beichen ruin their plans, he also scolded them all, so everyone hated him to the core. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? A mere rookie in the spiritual martial realm doesn't need to be killed by cultivators above the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, Hyacinthus also withdrew the pressure exerted on Xia Beichen. He. The man from Shenqing sect who was in the early stage of Lingdan realm flew towards Xia Beichen with a sly smile on his face. But when he arrived in front of him, Xia Beichen actually showed a sly smile. This smile made the men of Shenqing sect feel creepy. Before he could make a move, Xia Beichen took the initiative to attack him. Suddenly, the stars shined brightly. A powerful force rushed straight towards the man from Shenqing sect. Boom! The next moment, the power of the stars hit his stomach, and he instantly arched his body and flew backwards. Finally, it hit a mountain 100 meters away, immediately stirring up countless flying rocks and gravel, and dust also spread. How is it possible for a mere spiritual martial realm great perfection? A man as thin as a monkey opened his pointed monkey-cheeked mouth in surprise. The 6th level of Tianxian star technique? Feng Xinzi stared at Xia Beichen, the outer disciple of Tianxian sect, but her tone was full of surprise. Impossible. I only cultivated the Tianxian star technique to the 6th level in the early stage of the spirit refining realm. How could you, who is not even in the spirit gathering realm, possibly reach the 6th level? Xia Beichen curled his lips and asked, is it so difficult to admit that someone is excellent? As he was speaking, a sudden explosion sounded from a mountain 100 meters away. Everyone looked up and saw a golden elixir filled with spiritual energy floating out from the dust. What? A man in the spirit sea realm suddenly paused. This boy actually killed a Shenqing sect spirit pill realm cultivator with a single move. In the world of cultivation and practicing Taoism, every higher realm you reach is like a father to you. Therefore, cultivators in the spirit refining realm can look down upon cultivators below the spirit refining realm, unless the other party has some magical weapon or amazing martial arts. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, Xiao Beichen, after mocking them, entered the time limit for his skill replication. The target he chose to replicate was naturally Hyacinthus, who had the highest cultivation level among the 9 people. Xiao Beichen laughed and stretched out his hand towards the golden elixir, and the golden elixir flew in front of his palm. Only those in the spirit-gathering realm can perform telekinesis. No! You've hidden your cultivation? Goatbeard seemed to realize something and shouted, "Your cultivation level is not the spiritual martial realm, it's the spirit refining realm." God refining realm? 7 people, including Hyacinth, exclaimed in unison. Then they all began to investigate Xiao Beichen's cultivation level. It was discovered that he was already in the early stage of the spirit refining realm, on par with Hyacinthus. What? Are you scared? Xiao Beichen's low and domineering voice came. Feng Xinzi gnashed her teeth and said, "You are such a traitor to our sect. How dare you conceal your cultivation and deceive your master and ancestors? You old thing, you're still being stubborn. You've lived for 1,438 years, and you're still not as good as a young man like me. Aren't you ashamed?" As soon as Xiao Beichen finished speaking, he clasped his hands together, and the golden elixir shattered instantly and turned into nothingness. Decisive killing. Cruel. Except for Hyacinth, everyone couldn't help but shiver. They even thought in their hearts that Xiao Beichen dared to ruin their plans because he was confident. And the basis for this confidence is the cultivation level at the initial stage of the spirit refining realm. Xiao Beichen's finger swept across the remaining 8 people, 1 for 1 between the god refiners. "I am invincible below the god refiners." Finally, the finger stopped on Hyacinthus, and Xiao Beichen's eyes were like a black hole that swallowed everything. As soon as the words fell, before they could recover from their shock, Xiao Beichen arrived in front of a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual origin realm. Chapter 003 Don't Leave Anyone Behind. A punch containing the power of the 6-fold Tianxian star art hit his stomach, and the cultivator widened his eyes while groaning. What's worse, he heard a cracking sound of shattering in his sea of consciousness. After a while, there was a clang sound. Dantian was actually broken. Once the Dantian is broken, the cultivator can no longer condense spiritual energy in the body, and can no longer embark on the path of cultivation. From this moment on, his hundreds of years of cultivation were wasted. But Xiao Beichen did not stop there. Because he is well aware of the truth that if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Xiao Beichen made a hand gesture, and the opponent was instantly surrounded by 4 rays of starlight falling from the sky. His body was like being trapped in a cage, unable to move. Oh no! This is starlight binding. Hyacinth looked at the starlight cage outside her companions and couldn't help but exclaim. Starlight binding is one of the skills of Tianxian star technique. The higher the user's cultivation level, the greater its power. However, in order to prevent fellow disciples from fighting each other, the founder of Tianxian sect specially added restrictions when he created this technique. That is to say, if it is used against fellow disciples who know how to use the starlight binding technique, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced and it will be no different from being bound by ordinary ropes. "Brother Dao, please save my fellow apprentice." Goatbeard pleaded anxiously that this Lingyuan realm cultivator was his fellow disciple of the Wanren sect. Feng Xinzi said awkwardly, "Unless your junior brother possesses a spatial domain, he can hide there. Otherwise." Result. Before Hyacinthus could finish her words, her fellow disciple with a goatee followed in the footsteps of the cultivator in the early stage of the spiritual pill realm with a look of horror on his face. The body was broken into countless pieces and returned to nothingness. Afterwards, a fist-sized transparent spirit darted around in the starlight cage. This is the Dao fetus that only cultivators in the Lingyuan realm have, also called the Yuanying, and it looks quite cute. Want to escape? Ha! Xiao Beichen smiled, and the starlight binding shrank rapidly. With a chirp, the nascent soul of the fellow disciple with a goat beard also turned into nothingness. The remaining 7 people stood there in a daze, stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Beichen's series of actions were so fast. By the time others reacted, their companions were already gone. For cultivators whose cultivation level is lower than the spirit refining realm, this is tantamount to massacre. Goatbeard's eyes were bloodshot, and his hatred for Xiao Beichen surged like a tide. He took out a big sword and was about to rush forward to fight Xiao Beichen. A skinny monk beside him hurriedly stopped him. "Elder Hu, don't be impulsive." Then the monk looked at Feng Xinzi and said, "Elder Feng, you are the only one fighting him here. I hope you can hold him back while we look for an opportunity to kill him." Hyacinth, today you are the traitor. Xiaobeichen stood in mid-air and shouted sternly, don't even think about hurting Yi Yunqin while I'm here today. I'll make you a short-lived flower, and let you and these worthless rubbish die here. Arrogant. Hyacinthus looked at Xiaobeichen angrily. However, he also knew that if two people of the same level fought each other without superior weapons or skills, the result would be mutual destruction. But after all, he had more people on his side, so he agreed to the suggestion of the skinny monk. Zheng. A 3-foot sword covered in red suddenly appeared out of thin air. Lightning, thunder, and heavy rain were heard around the sword. It was obvious that it was no ordinary thing. Feichang sword. This is Hyacinth's sword, which has killed countless monks. Today, we will advance and retreat together. I'm counting on you all. Hyacinthus held the Feichang sword and rushed towards Xiaobeichen. Seeing this, the others also flew to different angles, preparing to encircle Xiaobeichen. Traitor, die. When he was still 2 meters away from Xiaobeichen, Hyacinthus swung with a sword. Swish. The sword energy carried lightning and drizzle, and slashed towards Xiaobeichen. However, Xiaobeichen, who was 2 meters away, actually revealed a contemptuous voice, "Ha, little bastard." Hyacinth looked up and saw a sword energy carrying lightning and drizzle coming vertically towards him. Swish. Boom. The two sword energies collided with each other, unleashing astonishing power. An energy wave rapidly expanded outward from the center of the explosion. Wherever it goes, trees are broken, stones are shattered, and people's clothes are torn. Puff. The 3 cultivators who had not yet reached the spiritual sea realm felt a sweet sensation in their throats and spat out a trace of blood. The battle between 2 cultivators in the early stage of the spirit refining realm perfectly illustrates what it means to. When gods fight, the little devils suffer. Even the parties involved, Xiaobeichen and Feng Xinzi, were affected to a certain extent. The 2 people flew backwards several feet. Hyacinthus looked at the perverted Xiaobeichen, especially when she saw him holding the same sword in his hand. She was so angry that her blood rushed to her heart and she vomited a pool of blood. Why do you also have the Feichang sword? Xiaobeichen, who wasn't injured and wasn't angry, steadied himself. Are you stupid? Didn't you know the sect has 2 Feichang swords? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hyacinth screamed hysterically, her eyes full of disbelief. Little did he know that his sword was also copied by Xiaobeichen. At this time, 2/4 of an hour had passed since the reproduction period. This means that half of the time has passed. At this moment, Xiaobeichen felt a domineering spiritual energy coming to his back. Strange, why did this happen suddenly? Just as he was wondering, the spiritual energy in the Danhai in his body began to rotate. A powerful force seemed to break through the shackles and burst out. Danhai will only be opened up from the original Dantian when one reaches the Linghai realm in order to accommodate more spiritual energy. Now that Xiaobeichen has copied Feng Xinzi's cultivation, his Dantian has also opened up into a Danhai. If we don't take action now, when will we? Xiaobeichen looked at Feng Xinzi, who was wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and shouted sternly, "Give up resistance, Feng Xinzi." Then the replica of the Feichang sword in his hand pointed straight to the sky. But this time, the situation is different from before. Lightning and thunderstorms formed an outer circle, while inside, stars were moving and silver light was shining. What? 2 visions appearing at the same time? Goatbeard and others looked at the 2 strange phenomena that appeared in the sky in horror. These are simply 2 extremes. Even Feng Xinzi's eyes widened. Combining the Feichang sword with the Tianxian star technique? How did you do that? Want to know? Maybe in the next life. Xiaobeichen flew backwards for dozens of feet, and finally hovered in the air, then swung a sword at Hyacinthus, Goatbeard, and others. Crackle! Swish, swish, swish. There are countless lightning and thunderstorms in the outer circle, and countless meteors in the inner circle, rushing towards the target. The 2 extreme visions formed a powerful airflow, which made the clothes of the 7 people rustle. 7 people distributed in different positions suddenly looked up. This momentum was comparable to that of transcending a tribulation. Who the hell is this kid? Goatee hastily set up a defense for himself. The 3 cultivators below the spirit sea realm were the first to be harmed. Before they could even set up a defensive barrier, they were pierced by countless meteors. The miserable screams resounded through heaven and earth. The moment their nascent souls exploded, they desperately tried to escape. However, what awaits them is lightning and thunderstorms. Crackle! Boom! In the end, he couldn't escape and turned into nothingness in an instant. Goatbeard and the other two cultivators were all at the Spirit Sea realm, but their defensive barrier began to crack with a crackling sound. Clang! The defensive barrier shattered. Just when they were about to be pierced by thousands of stars, Hyacinthus suddenly appeared in front of them, dragging her injured body. His defense interface has not been broken yet. Quick, pass me the spiritual energy. Hyacinth reminded loudly. The three men with goatees then struggled to transfer spiritual energy to Hyacinthus. Don't leave any of these four alive. Suddenly, a domineering and sharp voice broke through the air. However, these words were not said by Xiaobeichen. It wasn't even a man's voice, but women's. Chapter 004, Such a beauty is actually a bargain for this boy. Whether it was Xiaobeichen or the other three, they couldn't help but look over when they heard this domineering female voice. Suddenly, he saw a woman with a stunning face and attractive figure standing proudly in the air more than 10 feet behind Xiaobeichen. Yi Yunxin. After seeing her, Xiaobeichen frowned slightly. Could it be that the majestic and domineering spiritual energy just now came from Yi Yunxin? The skinny Xianqing sect cultivator looked at Yi Yunxin in disbelief. Didn't this woman accidentally eat the silver demon fruit? Why does she look fine now? The goatee glanced at Yi Yunxin and Xiaobeichen, and said unwillingly, I can't believe such a beauty has fallen into the hands of this kid. All the hard work in the plan ended up as a dowry for a young boy. Feng Xinzi gritted her teeth and reminded, I'm afraid Yi Yunxin's poison has been cured. Everyone, find the right time to retreat. After all, Yi Yunxin has reached the great perfection of spiritual cultivation, and the Tianxian star technique has reached the 7th level. It is tantamount to bullying those with lower cultivation than her. What's more, there is a perverted Xiaobeichen. Want to escape? Yi Yunxin's cold voice came, like ice in the bitter winter. I think you should take some time to regret what you did today. As he spoke, Yi Yunxin gently waved his right hand, and an even more powerful and domineering spiritual energy acted on Xiaobeichen's back. The spiritual energy in the Danhai is spinning faster. Yi Yunxin opened her thin lips and said to Xiaobeichen calmly, I'll leave the rest to you. Xiaobeichen nodded slightly and looked back at Feng Xinzi and others who were struggling to resist the combined attack of Feichang's sword and Tianxian star technique. Zheng. The Feichang sword hung in the air, pointing directly at Hyacinthus and others. Xiaobeichen waved his hand, and the sword flew towards the defensive barrier in front of Hyacinthus with a sharp sword energy. Then, Xiaobeichen pinched his fingers again, and 4 rays of starlight fell from the sky, covering Hyacinthus and the other 3. The man with a goatee and the skinny monkey-like figure, as well as another cultivator in the spiritual sea realm, widened their eyes, feeling a sense of foreboding. It's over. Hyacinth, who was standing in front of them, uttered these 2 words like a deflated ball. Because he knew very well that the starlight binding that Xiaobeichen used at this moment was more powerful than the starlight binding that he used against his fellow disciple with Goatbeard just now. This made Feng Xinzi, who was also a member of the Tianxian sect, feel a strong and overbearing sense of restraint. Without thinking too much, it was Yi Yunxin's doing. As soon as Hyacinthus finished speaking, the defensive barrier in front of him was vulnerable to the attack of Feichang's sword and cracked with a crackling sound. However, the Feichang sword stopped 2 inches in front of his eyebrows. Behind him, a miserable scream was suddenly heard. Turning around, he saw that the bodies of the 3 men with goatees were squeezed and deformed by the rapidly shrinking starlight cage. Save. The poor 3 people, their bodies were shattered before they could say the first word, and their nascent souls were also doomed to die, turning into nothingness. With the power of the starlight binding blessed by the spiritual energy transmitted from Yi Yunxin, its power can be seen. It is several times stronger than the starlight binding that Xiaobeichen performed with his cultivation in the early stage of the spirit refining realm. In less than 3/4 of an hour, only 1 person was left out of the 9 people chasing after him. Xiaobeichen didn't pierce Feng Xinzi's eyebrows with his sword, not because he was too soft-hearted. Instead, let Yi Yunxin deal with it. After all, everything Hyacinthus did today was directed at her. Xiaobeichen glanced back at Yi Yunxin and then said, let's leave the matter of cleaning up the sect to the sect master. After hearing his words, Yi Yunxin nodded slightly, then took a step in the air and walked to his side. He looked fiercely at Hyacinth, who had been bound by the starlight bind. I just want to ask you one thing. Yi Yunxin said, you are the Grand Elder of Tianxian sect, and you rule over a region for me. You are second only to me, so why did you do such a treasonous thing? Ha ha ha. Hyacinthus, however, looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, not long after he laughed, a crisp pop sound echoed in the mountains. Hyacinth's smile suddenly froze, and then her expression became as ugly as if she had eaten a dead mouse. Even the cold and domineering Yi Yunxin was stunned. At this time, Xia Beichen was standing in front of Hyacinthus, holding a shoe in his right hand. Echoing the shoes is the blood-red shoe print on Hyacinth's left cheek. It turned out that when Hyacinthus was laughing loudly, Xia Beichen took off his shoes and slapped his face. "Answer the question, Your Majesty." Xia Beichen stared into his eyes and said, "You." Hyacinthus felt as if she had suffered a great humiliation and started cursing at Xia Beichen. However, as soon as he extended his index finger, a cold light flashed and blood splattered. The next moment, Hyacinth's index finger was forced to run away from home. At this moment, Xia Beichen was holding a sword in his left hand and a shoe in his right hand. A drop of bright red blood dripped from the blade of the replica Feichong sword. "If you don't want to lose your hands and feet, answer His Majesty's questions honestly." Xia Beichen warned Hyacinthus with a serious expression. But Hyacinthus said stubbornly, "I have nothing to say. Kill me or chop me up, please do as you please." Yi Yunxin shook his head and said, "You are so stubborn. Since the founding of Tianxian's sect 10,000 years ago, you are the first disciple to rebel." Then he pulled it with one hand, and a jade waist badge hanging on Hyacinth's waist flew into Yi Yunxin's hand. "Uncle Feng, if I remember correctly, you have been a member of the Tianxian sect for 1,400 years and are now the oldest person in the sect." Yi Yunxin looked at the badge in his hand that symbolized his identity as Grand Elder and felt quite emotional. "I've heard from my master a long time ago that although you had mediocre qualifications back then, you were the most diligent in your cultivation among your peers, and your interpersonal skills were also quite popular." Having said that, she took a deep breath, unable to hide the regret in her heart. "Before Master passed away, he warned me to be kind to every one of my uncles and not to stir up disputes among fellow disciples. Especially Uncle Feng, I should allocate as much resources as possible to help him break through his shackles and strive to find his own path as soon as possible." Hyacinthus's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that Yi Yunxin's words still touched him a little. He is now 1,438 years old. Although his cultivation is not the highest among the elders of the sect, his status is the highest. Xia Beichen learned from the original owner's memory that the Tianxian sect had acquired a large amount of territory, population, and other resources through successive conquests in the past 500 years. 300 years ago, the leader of Tianxian sect, Master Qingchen, Yi Yunxin's master, was seriously injured in a battle and died soon after. So Yi Yunxin took over the Tianxian sect from his master, Master Qingchen, and became the 6th-generation sect leader. From then on, Yi Yunxin led the Tianxian sect to become the leading giant in the Tianqiang continent. However, on the Sky Continent, unlike in ancient China, where the royal family established a country to rule the territory and population under its rule, it ruled in the form of a sect. Because the Holy Land under the jurisdiction of Tianxian sect is located in the northern part of Tianqiang continent, it is called Beixian. In fact, it is no different from a country. The Tianxian sect monopolizes 1/3 of the land and population of the Tianqiang continent, and the remaining 2/3 are divided among countless sects, large and small. In the eyes of some cultivators, Yi Yunxin is cold and ruthless, and is decisive in killing people, but he is very kind to the people under his rule. Therefore, she was deeply loved by the people and also attracted talents from other sects in the Sky Continent to join Beixian. She was therefore called the Empress of Beixian. Beixian also entered its most prosperous period in history because of her. It depends on how long it can last. Feng Xinzi was entrusted with an important task by Yi Yunxin. Not only did she serve as the Grand Elder of Tianxian sect, but she also served as the Prime Minister of Beixian. In other words, he is equivalent to the Prime Minister of a country. In terms of power, let alone Beixian, looking at the entire Sky Continent, no one can match Yi Yunxin. Truly second to none and above 10,000 people. Such a diligent person in daily life actually became the #1 trader of Tianxian sect and even Beixian overnight. Yi Yunxin shifted his gaze from the badge and looked at Hyacinthus. "Uncle Feng, are you being worthy of the founder of the Tianxian sect by doing this? Are you worthy of the sect's years of cultivation?" Hyacinth closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then he said, forget it. What happened today is all because of." Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, a wisp of black smoke suddenly emerged from his body. Xia Beichen couldn't help but exclaimed in confusion. But the next moment, Yi Yunxin dragged him backwards for dozens of feet. At the same time, they saw Hyacinth's expression suddenly become distorted. Moreover, no sound can be made. But from his eyes, one could still see some reluctance and regret. But there is no regret. Black smoke quickly spread over Hyacinth's entire body. What's worse, it formed the outlines of countless insects and began to gnaw on him. Xia Beichen looked at the scene in front of him in horror, and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Even the knowledgeable Yi Yunxin couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, what's going on with Hyacinthus? Xia Beichen couldn't help but ask. Poison. Yi Yunxin watched Hyacinthus's changes warily. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of creepy gnawing sounds were heard. For a moment, Hyacinth was surrounded by black smoke, her flesh and blood were blurred, and she looked extremely disgusting. Yi Yunxin couldn't help but cover his chest and mouth. Seeing this, Xia Beichen boldly stretched out his arms, took her into his arms, and buried her head in his chest. Yi Yunxin had no resistance. After about half a minute, the black smoke dissipated. But Hyacinth was no longer in the field. It seems that he has been eaten by the insects transformed from the poison until nothing is left. No longer hearing the creepy gnawing sound, Yi Yunxin raised her head, left Xia Beichen's arms, and looked towards the place where Hyacinthus had just been. Yi Yunxin sighed and said, "It seems that he not only colluded with some self-proclaimed upright forces, but also colluded with certain dark forces. As a result, he ended up dying." Xia Beichen asked in confusion, "Which dark force is responsible for this poison?" Yi Yunxin shook his head, "This is the first time I've seen such a poison in my life." She clenched her hands into fists and continued. "But one thing is certain, although Feng Xinzi may seem like the mastermind, she is actually just a pawn in this conspiracy. The person who used the poison is probably the real mastermind behind the incident." Just when Yi Yunxin expressed his guess, Xia Beichen suddenly saw. A thumb-sized wisp of black smoke suddenly rushed towards them rapidly. Chapter 005, You Hurt Me, There's Something Wrong There. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke immediately turned into a moth-like insect the size of a palm. "Careful!" Xia Beichen reflexively pulled Yi Yunxin behind him. Looking at Xia Beichen, who stepped forward and stood in front of him, Yi Yun's eyes were filled with emotions and his heart was rippling. However, Xia Beichen suddenly discovered that the Danhai in his body was gradually shrinking and suddenly returned to the state of Dantian. The Feichang sword in his hand also disappeared out of thin air, and his cultivation level returned to the level before liberation. He fell off a cliff from the early stage of the spirit refining realm back to the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm. Yi Yunxin behind him seemed to realize something and couldn't help but make a puzzled sound. A quick look. Wow, his cultivation level has actually dropped from that of an eagle to that of a rookie. When Xia Beichen heard her voice, he felt extremely embarrassed. At this critical moment of the hero saving the beauty, the time limit for the cultivation level replication has expired. What's worse is that the moth transformed from black smoke is already 10 feet away from them. "Let me take over." As Yi Yunxin spoke, a soft hand grabbed Xia Beichen's hand and pulled him behind her, while she moved forward. The other hand waved lightly, and then effortlessly released a colorful light. The colorful light flew towards the moth transformed from the black smoke, and quickly intertwined into a blooming flower halfway. I didn't expect that the magic skills Yi Yunxin displayed were as beautiful as her. When Xia Beichen was sighing in amazement, the colorful flowers swallowed up the moth that was transformed from black smoke. For safety reasons, the careful Yi Yunxin also applied starlight binding to prevent the moth from escaping or counterattacking. After a while, the black smoke dissipated and the colorful flowers disappeared. Yi Yunxin confirmed again and again that there was no black smoke left before removing the starlight binding. "Okay, it's okay." Turning around, Yi Yunxin looked at Xia Beichen and loosened his hand at the same time. As a result, Xia Beichen reflexively widened his eyes and screamed "Ah." It wasn't because he saw some irritating scene, but because he had just reached the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm and couldn't fly at all. Therefore, his body was falling down almost in a state of free fall. "Ah." Yi Yunxin sighed softly and chased after Xia Beichen. When Xia Beichen was about to have an intimate contact with the earth, his body suddenly stopped. What catches your eye is a pair of long legs that can last for years. This angle instantly made Xia Beichen forget the embarrassment he had when he screamed just now, and was replaced by a feeling of the photographer plus chicken legs. Quietly glance up at the big white legs. However, just when he was about to change his name from Xia Beichen to Miao Renfeng, Yi Yunxin turned it around. After the world spun around, Xia Beichen landed safely on the ground. But before he could stand firmly, a fragrant breeze blew over him, and then a pair of bright eyes met his. Before he could speak, Yi Yunxin stared straight into his eyes and asked, "Didn't you take enough looks 2 hours ago?" Xia Beichen shook his head without even thinking about it. Yi Yunxin's eyes suddenly became sharp. Only then did Xia Beichen realize that he had actually shaken his head. Doesn't shaking your head mean you haven't looked enough? Damn it! Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. Yi Yunxin asked, what do you want to explain? Xia Beichen explained, 2 hours ago, it was too sudden, I really didn't see it clearly enough. As a result, Yi Yunxin's pretty face turned red in an instant. Asshole! Yi Yunxin raised his fist angrily and was about to hit him. Unexpectedly, before her fist touched Xia Beichen, she frowned and made a hissing sound from her mouth. Just when Xia Beichen was confused, Yi Yunxin put down her pink fist and subconsciously covered her lower abdomen with a slightly painful expression. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Xia Beichen hurried forward to support her and asked with concern. Yi Yunxin bit her thin lips lightly and said sadly, 2 hours ago, you hurt me. That place feels a little torn. At this point, her voice became smaller and smaller. Xia Beichen was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and asked weakly, Your Majesty, weren't you poisoned and unconscious at the time? How do you know that the tearing sensation was caused by me? Yi Yunxin cursed, nonsense, it's so big that even without consciousness, it can still be seen. Faced with the Empress's scolding, Xia Beichen was not angry, but rather felt a little happy and proud. After all, it was not until he saw the red in the water that he realized it was Yi Yunxin's first time. It is like a nut that has never been used and has no broken teeth, it is tight and not loose. However, seeing Yi Yunxin in pain and anxiety, Xia Beichen's heart of sympathy for women was piqued. So he squatted down in front of Yi Yunxin with his back to her. I'll carry you, Xia Beichen said. Yi Yunxin was stunned for a moment, and after a moment he refused, no need. When Xia Beichen heard her refusal, he stood up. Bastard, don't you know how to persevere? I am the leader of Tianxian sect and the Empress of Beixian sect after all. When Yi Yunxin saw Xia Beichen stand up, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. However, just when she was worried and anxious, Xia Beichen turned around and approached her. What are you going to do? Yi Yunxin couldn't help but take a step back. Xia Beichen took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, grabbing him around the waist with his right hand. This is not the end yet. Xia Beichen stretched out his left hand towards Yi Yunxin's long legs. As soon as the two people's skin touched, Yi Yunxin shuddered reflexively. I didn't expect this girl to be so sensitive. Xia Beichen gave her a princess hug. Yi Yunxin wanted to resist, but Xia Beichen said 2 words, don't move. The tone was firm and domineering, and no room for rebuttal was allowed. Even the Empress, who was the head of a clan, felt her blood suppressed by his words. In the end, Yi Yunxin obediently let Xia Beichen hold her, and shyly buried her head in Xia Beichen's arms. 10 masters at the Lingdan stage and above have died here, so it is no longer suitable to stay here for long. So Xia Beichen did not carry Yi Yunxin back to the cave, but walked south. On the way, Yi Yunxin whispered, although you are an outer disciple of our Tianxian sect, I still don't know your name. Xia Beichen curled his lips and continued, you are the high and mighty sect master, and the world-renowned Beixian Empress. It's normal that you don't know my name. Yi Yunxin raised her head slightly and looked at him, so, what's your name? Xia Beichen. Xia of summer, Bei of Beixian, Chen of stars. Xia Beichen. Yi Yun repeated the name silently, and then improved his score a little. Thank you for saving me today, and for not hesitating to go up against 9 masters above the spiritual pill stage for me. Especially the line, as long as I'm here today, don't even think about hurting Yi Yunxin's hair again, it touched me deeply. I know that because of me, some of the toxins from the silver demon fruit were transferred into your body. Xia Beichen smiled bitterly, alas, this is the price of being romantic. Yi Yunxin bit her thin lips again, and then said shyly, I will take responsibility for this price, and I will not let you die. What? Xia Beichen was slightly stunned. Yi Yunxin's face flushed, and she pointed to a lush and tall patch of grass. How about we try to see if we can remove the poison from your body? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Xia Beichen couldn't help swallowing, fighting in the wild? Chapter 006 was reversed again. Yi Yunxin looked at him shyly, as if expecting his promise. Gurgle gurgle. Xia Beichen continued to swallow his saliva as he spoke, Your Majesty, while fighting in the wild is wonderful, don't be greedy. But that feeling is amazing. Yi Yunxin blushed and said, it hurts, but I'm happy. And, I think it's addictive. Xia Beichen was silent. After a while, he said with concern, "Didn't you say you already felt a tearing sensation there? I'm afraid you can't handle it." Yi Yunxin pursed her charming soft lips, then asked softly, "How about I help you suck it out?" Xia Beichen's body suddenly stopped. This. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yunxin broke free from his arms and pushed Xia Beichen to the grass. I was pushed back again. When Xia Beichen cried out in his heart, he suddenly felt a coolness somewhere. But soon, it was replaced by warmth. Yi Yunxin's soft and sweet voice came, and Xia Beichen felt that although he was on the grass, his soul had flown into the sky. Half an hour later. The sun sets. The red clouds in the sky make the earth look red. After a shiver, the beauty faded. Yi Yunxin stood up with his left hand covering his mouth and turned sideways. She flipped her right hand, palm facing up, and then a white jade bottle appeared in her hand. After washing up, Yi Yunxin threw the white jade bottle away and then lay down beside Xia Beichen, watching the beautiful sunset together. Looking at the sky filled with fiery clouds, she called out softly, "Beichen." Xia Beichen turned his head and looked at her. She continued, "From now on, you can call me Yun Xin." Without hesitation, Xia Beichen immediately agreed, "Okay. I have something to ask you." Yi Yunxin turned over and lay on his stomach, supporting his chin with both hands. This look, amidst the coolness, carries a hint of playfulness and cuteness. And just as she was lying like this, Xia Beichen could see all the soft and plump parts of her body, which was a feast for his eyes. Isn't this more beautiful than the fiery clouds in the sky? While admiring it, Xia Beichen replied, "Ask." Yi Yunxin didn't avoid his gaze and asked, "How come your cultivation suddenly soared to the early stage of the spirit refining realm?" This question actually stumped Xia Beichen. Tell her that you have obtained the system and replicated Hyacinth's cultivation and skills? She would probably think I was a fool or a liar. I haven't read any novels on this subject. After thinking for a moment, Xia Beichen said, "A long time ago, I met a mysterious person who gave me a disposable jade talisman. He said that at a critical moment, I could take it out and replicate the enemy's cultivation and skills. This way, even if I can't defeat the opponent, I can at least draw with him." Yi Yunxin didn't think much about it, nodded and believed it. But she asked, "So after using it this time, it can't be used anymore?" Xia Beichen nodded and said, "Yes, it shattered and disappeared after use." Yi Yunxin said apologetically, "If it weren't for me, this jade talisman would still be there." "I'm sorry." Xia Beichen shook his head and said, "When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond are affected. It can't be said that it is because of you. After all, from the moment I exposed Feng Xinzi's disobedience, I have become a fish in the pond. Sooner or later, they will destroy me." Yi Yunxin helped Xia Beichen put away the key parts, then stood up and pulled him up. Standing in front of Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin said very seriously, "As long as I, Yi Yunxin, am here, I will protect you. From now on, you are my man. The king's man." Xia Beichen's heart skipped a beat when the world-famous Empress confessed her love to him. Drop. Before Xia Beichen could react, the ethereal voice sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to the host. After the crazy interactions with Yi Yunxin over the past few hours, the intimacy level has reached 1314. Because 1314 symbolizes a lifetime, it's considered a lucky number. Therefore, I'm rewarding the host with an endless spirit stone mine and an endless domain. As the name suggests, this mineral vein is located within the endless realm, and its spiritual stones are inexhaustible. If necessary, the host can even hide in the endless realm." As soon as the system's ethereal voice fell, Xia Beichen felt something extra on his left index finger. I lowered my head slightly and saw that it was each ring, but it quickly became invisible. Low-key and luxurious. When he probed his spiritual consciousness into it, he discovered that it was a vast and boundless space. Moreover, the scenery inside is beautiful, with mountains and water, and even a cluster of pavilions, towers and other buildings on the misty mountainside. 100 miles away from the building complex, a huge spirit stone vein stretches across the endless realm like a long dragon. Spirit stones are the hard currency of the sky continent and are the circulating currency here. Xia Beichen never expected that after reaching an intimacy level of 1314 with Yi Yunxin, he would actually obtain a spirit stone mine. This transformed him, who was originally extremely poor, into a diamond bachelor. Originally, he was just tall and handsome. Now, thanks to Yi Yunxin, he has become tall, rich and handsome. Who says that if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword? Xia Beichen will correct this statement today. With a woman in your heart, you will be as beautiful as a god. Then, he couldn't help but hold Yi Yunqin in his arms. After a while, the sun set and the sky gradually darkened. The two of them planned to go to a small town not far from here. Hongye Town. Before leaving, Yi Yunqin took off the golden tasseled phoenix crown on his head, put it into his space ring, and changed his clothes. The light blue low-cut long dress reveals the perfect collarbone, and a piece of transparent gauze touches the plump part, appearing and disappearing, which is fascinating. A pair of long, snow-white legs, and their jade feet are matched with a pair of light blue high heels. Etc. There are such things as high heels here. This made Xia Beichen think of some goddess characters in Chinese anime. For example, there is the gracefully dancing Yan Lingji in Joga, the elegant and sexy Shui Binger in Dolua Dalu, the cold and independent Yu Jingqiu in Snow Eagle, and the calm and peaceful Yin Yun in Dupo. And Yi Yunqin in front of them is no worse than them. Looking at Yi Yunqin, the queen of Beixian, Xia Beichen couldn't help but think of a poem. There is a beautiful woman in the north, who is peerless and independent. Yi Yunqin turned around in a circle, took out a thin veil and put it on her face, and said softly to Xia Beichen, "Let's go." After saying that, she took Xia Beichen's hand. Then the two of them took off into the air, with Yi Yunqin leading Xia Beichen flying in the air. When they arrived above Hongye Town and landed on the streets, the two people immediately attracted many people's curious gazes. Whether men or women, their eyes light up when they see Yi Yunqin. When she saw Xia Beichen, who was wearing tattered clothes, the girl felt sorry for a flower stuck on him, while the man looked at him with knives in his eyes. Chapter 007, Happy Together, Practicing Together. Xia Beichen knew clearly that these guys were just envious and jealous. Especially some monks who have higher cultivation than him, they can't wait to kill him with a knife. Normally speaking, many people would keep their distance when seeing a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm, but these people did the opposite. If you don't know, you might think Yi Yunqin is their girl next door. Out of curiosity, Xia Beichen checked Yi Yunqin's cultivation and discovered that it turned out to be the early stage of Lingjue realm. Unexpectedly, she actually hit her cultivation level so quietly. In this world, cultivators at the spiritual martial realm cannot fly in the air, they can only do so when they reach the spiritual gathering realm. Therefore, Yi Yunqin has now only reached the entry-level realm where he can fly in the air. This reminded Xia Beichen of a phrase, pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. The Empress also uses this trick. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin entered the town and soon discovered that the road ahead was blocked by someone. Xia Beichen took a look. A cynical young man in brocade clothes, holding in his arms a girl who wanted to cry but had no tears and whose face showed 1,000 unwillingness. And behind him stood a few sloppy men. The young man in brocade clothes has reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Among the men behind him, one was in the early stage of Lingdan realm, and the rest were either in the early stage of Lingdong realm or Lingju realm. Oh, by the way, there is someone sitting under his butt. I saw a man in the early stage of Lingjue realm bending over and serving as a bench for a young man in brocade clothes in the middle stage of Lingdong realm to sit on. The young man in brocade clothes slapped the girl in his arms hard on the butt, then pushed her away. The girl ran away as if she had been pardoned. It looks like he just saved his life from the tiger's mouth. Isn't this the young master of the Go family in Qingyang City? Why is he here? Alas! Young Master Go went on a journey, leaving no grass behind. So exaggerated? If you have money, you can do whatever you want. When the onlookers saw this scene, they started talking about it. The young man in brocade clothes raised his eyes lazily and whistled at Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin. Xia Beichen learned from their discussion that this guy was the young master of the Go family, a prominent family in Beixian Qingyang City. The Go family is considered to be one of the richest families in Qingyang City and even in several surrounding cities. And this young master's name is Go Bujiao. It is said that because his name contained the word Bu, his grandfather designated that all the Go family's cloth shops be transferred to his name before his death. Therefore, he is called Brother Bu in the underworld. Although his cultivation level was not very high, he was able to support many cultivators from the Lingdan realm to the Linghai realm with his wealth. He does a lot of unkind things in his daily life. Go Bujiao had been sitting on his subordinate's back like a god, watching people coming and going for more than half an hour. The purpose is to find a beautiful woman to play with, have fun with, and practice dual cultivation together. You know, not everyone in the spirit refining realm is on the street, so in some places, people in the spirit sea realm can walk sideways like crabs. Therefore, many people are dissatisfied with Go Bujiao. But due to the lack of strength, they can only turn a blind eye, and even stay away from them when passing by. Seeing that the road was blocked, Yi Yunshin shouted coldly, "You are barking like a dog?" After hearing the beauty call his name "dog doesn't bark," someone couldn't help laughing. Especially Xia Beichen, he laughed so hard that he held his stomach. Go Bu's face turned red with arrogance, but he still held it back and maintained a bit of restraint in front of others. He asked, "Beauty, are you here in Red Leaf Town to admire the red leaves?" Hongye Town, as the name suggests, is a small town covered with red leaves in autumn and winter. Here, unlike some places where spring, summer, autumn and winter are distinct, there are only 2 seasons a year, namely spring and autumn. Therefore, the red leaves season lasts for 6 months a year, attracting waves of people to come and watch. For this reason, Go Bujia naturally thought that Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin were a young couple who came here to admire the red leaves. Yi Yunshin said, "We were originally looking at the red leaves, but we saw a dog instead." Go Bujiao continued to suppress his displeasure, straightened his clothes, and then said, "A phoenix among men like you should be with a dragon among men like me. So, if you follow me, I will take you to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Hongye Town tonight." As he said that, he stood up and glanced at Xia Beichen with disdain. "How can a beggar like this be worthy of being with you? Drop." Just when Go Bujiao looked at Xia Beichen with contempt, Xia Beichen received a prompt from the system. The host is currently being provoked by a wealthy playboy. You have the following 2 options. 1. Admit defeat, kneel down and sing conquer, and hand Yi Yunshin over to someone else. Reward, advance your cultivation to the great perfection of the spiritual gathering realm. 2. Fight back until his mother can't recognize his father. Reward, speed bonus. The host will be 1 step faster in all actions except for the cross and circle, refuse to be a quick shooter. Damn, the system is full of traps. The reward for option 1 is enough to allow one to advance to a higher level of cultivation. But as a man, how can you admit defeat in front of another man? What is more, Yi Yunshin is his woman now. As the saying goes, it is a crime to possess a treasure. As the king's man, Xia Beichen has a high chance of getting into trouble whenever he walks next to Yi Yunshin. After all, Yi Yunshin has such a hot body and stunning looks. Even though she is wearing a thin veil now, it still can't hide her stunning temperament. Pick 2. Without hesitation, Xia Beichen decisively chose 2. At this time, Yi Yunshin felt a little impatient with Go Bujiao's ridicule of Xia Beichen. One of the most unacceptable behaviors in her life. This is the kind of playboy who is uneducated and cynical just because his family has some money. So, she raised her hand and walked towards Go Bujiao. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, he was stopped by Xia Beichen. Yi Yunshin looked back. Xia Beichen shook his head slightly at her. Then, Xia Beichen stood in front of her with his overflowing boyfriend charm. Looking at Go Bujiao, who was 2 meters away, he said, "I've heard that the eldest young master of the Go family in Xingyang City is a playboy and a complete jerk. Seeing him today, I can see that his reputation is well deserved." The corner of Go Bujiao's mouth twitched suddenly. Xia Beichen continued, "For someone who was born with such a silver spoon in his mouth, yet his cultivation hasn't improved at all, he's just a useless piece of trash who loves to play. It's okay if he's just trash, but there's not even a single woman who truly likes him." Go Bujia clenched his fists and stared at Xia Beichen fiercely. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to say that to my face. The last person who said that was thrown to the wolves." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were all worried for Xia Beichen. Those people who just wanted to glare at Xia Beichen suddenly felt sympathy for him. The wolf from the Go family can make you feel so painful that you want to die with 1 bite. And there is more than just one. If you are thrown to feed the wolves, the end will be no different from being tortured to death by slicing. Well. Someone sighed and shook his head. What's the use of having a good-looking appearance? What's the point of having a gorgeous partner? If your cultivation is not good enough, you will end up being fed to the wolf. Chapter 008 Beauty, tonight. Hey, let you scream. As for Xia Beichen, who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm, they didn't think he could turn things around at all. As for the woman beside him, it is also the initial stage of Lingjiu realm. How can 2 people fight against the monks raised by Go Bujia? At this point, he is no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. Some people even began to persuade Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin to obey him. However, just as Go Bujia was making arrogant threats and the onlookers were sympathizing with Xia Beichen, a crisp pop sound spread throughout the street. This sudden move really left everyone dumbfounded. Even the men behind Go Bujia were stunned.
just when everyone thought that Xiao Beichen had given Go Bujiao a big bag.
Suddenly, I saw a middle-aged man standing next to Go Bujiao.
It was he who gave Go Bujiao a big bag.
Xiao Beichen originally wanted to use the speed bonus to catch Go Bujiao off guard. He quickly stopped what he was doing. Especially after someone slapped Go Bujiao in the face for him, Xiao Beichen retreated to Yi Yunshin's side.
This will prevent someone from saying that they smoked it. See this middle-aged man.
The men behind Go Bujiao all took 2 steps back.
And,
like mice seeing a cat, they all lowered their heads in fear.
It can be seen that this person is of great importance.
Go Bujiao covered his slapped face and stared in disbelief.
Second uncle.
You.
It turned out that the person who came was Go Bujiao's second uncle.
Ever since the death of the old man of the Go family. Apart from Go Bujiao's father, Go Bujiao's second uncle is the most powerful person in the Go family. His cultivation also reached the state of great perfection in the spiritual sea realm.
So, the monks raised by Go Bujiao. Whether in terms of power or cultivation, everyone is wary of him. Asshole.
Uncle Go started cursing in front of everyone, in broad daylight. As it was getting dark, he felt that his words were inappropriate and immediately changed his words.
You dare to provoke others in public? Where do you think the Go family's reputation is?
Go Bujiao was filled with resentment when facing the beating and scolding from his second uncle, but he did not dare to express it. Touching his spicy face, he said aggrievedly, "Second uncle, Jiao just wanted to invite the 2 of them to go appreciate the red leaves together."
Do you think your second uncle is blind?
Uncle Go said, his hands behind his back, "I saw everything you did on the street just now.
Don't you feel ashamed?" The onlookers around saw this and started talking about it. Why is the second in command of the Go family coming to Hongye town?
There's a branch of the Go family in Hongye town, so it's normal for them to come here, right? I heard that it was always the Go family's boss who came before, but I've never seen him come before.
Who cares? This second uncle Go has quite a positive outlook on life.
He dares to teach the second-generation ancestor of the Go family a lesson.
With his second uncle here, Go Bujiao shouldn't embarrass the young couple, right? It seems that won't happen. Uncle Go had good hearing and could hear everything they said clearly.
When no one was paying attention, his expression flickered and the corners of his mouth curled up quickly. Then he turned into a serious elder and shouted at Go Bujiao, "Why don't you apologize to them quickly?"
Second uncle. Uncle Go's eyes were as big as 2 lanterns. It was as if he encountered blood suppression.
Go Bujiao couldn't help but shiver, then he pursed his lips and nodded to show his submission.
Then he took 2 steps forward and said to Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunshin, "I'm sorry." However, the attitude is still a bit arrogant. Therefore, Xiao Beichen said bluntly, "Not sincere enough."
Go Bujiao trembled and anger burned in his heart, but because his second uncle was here, he did not dare to act recklessly. Then, he put down his hands that were covering his face, clasped his fists and bowed, saying,
"You too, I'm sorry.
Go Bujiao apologizes to you." Yi Yunshin still said coldly, "Since you have apologized, then get out of the way."
"I still have to hurry on my way."
Go Bujiao hesitated for a moment, then turned sideways to make way. But at this time, Uncle Go came over and clasped his fists towards Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunshin and said,
"My name is Go Puli.
I apologize for any offense I caused you earlier. I hope you will forgive me. As a token of my sincerity, I would like to invite you 2 to our Go family's branch in Hongye town for a small gathering." Yi Yin was about to refuse, but Xiao Beichen beside him clasped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Taoist fellow Go."
Not knowing what he was planning, Yi Yunshin glanced at him slightly.
However, no comments were expressed. When Go Bujiao heard his second uncle invite them to the branch for a small gathering, the frustrated look on his face immediately disappeared. There was even a hint of lewd expression. "As long as you are still in Hongye town, you and I, Brother Bu, will have a chance. Beauty, just wait for me, tonight, I'll make you scream until your throat is hoarse and you'll be lost. Boy, don't regret accepting my second uncle's invitation." Go Bujiao has different plans for Yi Yunshin and Xiao Beichen. However, what he didn't know was that Xiao Beichen, who came from Blue Star, had extraordinary observation skills. Xiao Beichen saw all the changes in Go Bujiao and his second uncle's expressions and their corresponding actions. The reason why Xiao Beichen accepted Go Puri's invitation. "I want to see what kind of tricks this uncle and nephew have." Because in his opinion, these 2 people are more like a double act.
You too, please. Gopuli stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Then he took Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin and walked towards the northeast of the town. Hongye town is not very big. There are 2 streets in the horizontal and vertical directions, forming a well shape, and the architectural layout is a 9-square grid style. The Go family's branch in Hongye town is located in the upper right corner of the 9-square grid.
A few minutes later, under the leadership of Gopuli, they arrived at the location of the Go family branch. It turned out to be a courtyard.
At the gate, the 3 words Li Chen Yuan are written.
After entering, Xiaobeichen discovered that Lichen Garden had the style of Chinese Su-style gardens. Among the white walls and black tiles, there are pavilions, waterside pavilions, flowing wine cups and winding streams, winding rockery, covered bridges, ponds, flowers, plants, and trees.
Everything you need. It is even better than the Grand View Garden and Dream of the Red Chamber. It is indeed the most wealthy and powerful family in Xinjiang City. Even the courtyard of its branch is built so magnificently. Then wouldn't their Go family headquarters be even more powerful? When getting started, Gopuli ordered his servants to prepare some wine and food and bring them to a pavilion on the Lotus Pond. He was going to entertain Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin. However, Xiaobeichen glanced at the scattered people in the courtyard and found that their movements were a little restrained. The person sweeping the floor kept sweeping the same spot, looking towards them from time to time. The person who feeds the fish feeds them 1 grain at a time. Even if the goldfish in the pond were fighting, he didn't care and still looked absent-minded. Xiaobeichen glanced into the fish pond inadvertently. Shocking discovery. The water in this pool actually has a strange blood red color. Chapter 009. After 3 rounds of drinking, the Empress fainted. There was a faint smell of blood in the air wafting in the breeze. However, the bloody smell was soon covered up by the sweet scent of osmanthus that wafted over. There are also some osmanthus flowers planted in the courtyard. Now it is autumn, and it is the time when the sweet fragrance of osmanthus fills the air. At this moment, a voice sounded in Xiaobeichen's ears. There's something a little unusual about Lichen Garden. It's best to be careful. Xiaobeichen was stunned for a moment, then realized that the voice was Yi Yunxin's. When one learns the 2nd level of Tianqian sect's Tianqian astrology, one can communicate with fellow disciples. However, this Tianqian star technique can only be learned when one reaches the early stage of Lingju realm. Therefore, Xiaobeichen could only hear the voice coming from Yi Yunxin, but could not communicate with her. Xiaobeichen learned from her words that she, like himself, had discovered something strange about this place. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Just as they walked past the fish pond, Xiaobeichen suddenly felt a vibration under his feet. However, this sense of vibration was fleeting. So, although Xiaobeichen was a little confused, he didn't dwell on it. After all, ever since Gopuli appeared, the behavior of the Go family has been very abnormal. Gopuli did not rush to take them to the pavilion on the Lotus Pond, but went to a house. The room was filled with cloth and ready-made clothes. May I ask this gentleman's name? Gopuli came to the front of the tailor shop and asked. Xiaobeichen didn't even think about it, as if he already had the answer. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Liangchen. Yi Liangchen. Gopuli nodded and praised, what a good name. Then, he looked at Yi Yunxin, who was wearing a thin veil, that girl. Yi Yunxin also did not hesitate and replied, my name is Xia Qinshin. Beautiful scenery, sincere and sincere. Gopuli praised awkwardly, what a good name. After praising him, he pointed to the row of ready-made clothes behind him and said to Xiaobeichen, Brother Liangchen, these are ready-made garments made by our Go family's cloth shop. Please choose one and accept it. I took a look at the clothes I was wearing and they were really not presentable. Moreover, in Tianqian sect, outer disciples are not treated as well as inner disciples. Outer disciples prepare their own attire, there is no uniform standard, and the attire is even quite varied. That's why Gopuli didn't realize that he was a disciple of Tianqian sect. The inner disciples of Tianqian sect wear the same uniform issued by the sect. When they first enter the sect, some people with outstanding qualifications will be given priority to be selected by the elders to be accepted as disciples. Those with mediocre qualifications will basically not be selected by the elders, so they can only become outer disciples. Inner disciples are carefully guided by their master. Outer disciples are left alone, and whether they have a chance to turn around and enter the inner sect depends on their acquired cultivation talent. Outer disciples do odd jobs, receive a small amount of spirit stones, and have strong independent abilities.
However, in terms of cultivation, despite their hard work, many people have racked their brains and spent hundreds of years only to reach the late stage of the spiritual martial realm. Compared with the inner disciples who have plenty of resources, it is simply the difference between a small wizard and a big wizard.
However, there are some tall people among the short ones. As long as outer disciples break through to the spirit gathering realm, they will have the opportunity to be noticed by the elders of the sect again. The original owner of Xiaobeichun's soul before he traveled through time was an outer sect disciple. While working as a waiter at the banquet, he accidentally overheard the plan of the great elder Hyacinthus and other major sects to assassinate Yi Yunxin. The original owner and Yi Yunxin fled in a hurry, and unlike Yi Yunxin, they couldn't change their clothes in an instant. So Xiaobeichun felt that it was time to change his clothes.
"Thank you, Uncle Go, for your kindness." Xiaobeichun walked over to take a look and picked out a set of ready-made clothes that was similar in color to what Yi Yunxin was wearing. After changing his clothes, he stood next to Yi Yunxin, a perfect couple outfit.
Go Pulley nodded and praised, "What a handsome man and beautiful woman, a talented man and a beautiful woman." At this time,
a servant came to the door of the house and said respectfully, "Second master, the wine and food are ready.
Please move to the Tinglian pavilion."
Good.
Go Pulley nodded, then said to Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin, "You too, please." Several people left the house, led by Go Pulley.
Xiaobeichun frowned slightly as he just stepped out of the door.
Yi Yunxin caught a glimpse of his expression and asked using Tianxian star transmission, "Beichun, what's wrong?"
Xiaobeichun approached Yi Yunxin and gestured in her palm. This prevents others from seeing their private conversations. And from the servant's perspective, they are just a pair of intimate lovers, so it is normal for them to have some small movements with their hands.
Soon, the gesture ended and Yi Yunxin understood.
The message Xiaobeichun conveyed to her, translated as: the ready-made clothes in the room just now all had a faint fragrance, and this fragrance could make people enter a brief trance state the moment they put on the clothes.
"What's the situation now?" Yi Yunxin asked via voice transmission.
Xiaobeichun gestured with his hands in her palms again, "It's okay. It seems that we have to be careful with the food and drinks later."
Yi Yunxin reminded.
Xiaobeichun replied manually, "Yeah." After a while, Go Pulley brought the two of them to Tinglian Pavilion. There were 6 dishes, a soup, some fruits, and a pot of wine on it. "Please, both of you." Go Pulley invited Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin to take a seat. "You too." The two of them also returned the invitation. Go Pulley looked at the servant beside him and asked, "Where is Bu Jiao?" The young master said he wasn't hungry, so he didn't come. The servant replied. This time, Go Pulley was not angry at his nephew for being inconsiderate to the guests. Instead, he nodded slightly, and after telling the servants to leave, he personally poured wine for Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin.
"Isn't it a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar?"
Go Pulley put down the wine jug in a very formal manner and raised the small white porcelain wine glass.
"Let me offer you two a toast first."
After saying that, he tilted his head back and took a sip.
Yi Yunxin took advantage of the time when he was drinking.
She quickly stretched out her hand and passed it over the wineglass in front of Xiaobeichun, and her slender finger with the ring moved slightly.
Xiaobeichun didn't understand what she meant for a moment.
After Go Pulley finished the wine in his glass, Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin also raised their glasses.
"Thank you, Uncle Go, for your hospitality." After thanking him, the two men started drinking.
While drinking, Xiaobeichun caught a glimpse of Yi Yunxin's jade scallion finger with a ring, and her finger moved slightly at the rim of her own cup. Then she covered her face like a lady and drank the wine in the glass.
Good wine.
After Yi Yunxin finished drinking, he turned the cup upside down to show that not a drop was left. Go Pulley said proudly, "Ah, this is a custom brewed wine by a famous winemaker hired by our Go family at a high salary.
Only by coming to our Go family can you taste it."
Xiaobeichun smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you."
Go Pulley poured them another glass of wine.
Although Yi Yunxin was wearing a veil, it did not affect her eating at all. I saw that every time he picked up the food, he would gently lift up a corner and then put the food into his mouth. I have to say that every gesture and movement of hers is full of ladylike temperament. In this way, the three of them chatted about irrelevant topics while drinking and eating. During the process, Go Pulley tried to trick Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin into revealing their identities, but they cleverly tricked him. In the end, Go Pulley didn't get any information at all. Xiaobeichun could even see that he was a little unhappy, but he still smiled and drank with them. Before we knew it, 3 rounds of drinks had passed. Yi Yunxin beside him suddenly felt dazed. Moreover, her face was slightly red at this moment, which made her even more beautiful.
Drunk? Xiaobeichen remembered the name Yi Yunxin used when introducing herself just now. Then he showed a look of anxiety. Chen Xin, what's wrong with you? I. However, before he could finish the second word, Yi Yunxin fainted and fell on the table. Chapter 010 Young Men and Women in the Secret Room.
Seeing this, Xiaobeichen's eyes rolled quickly, and then he staggered twice.
The food and wine are poisoned. In a trance, Xiaobeichen also lay on the table. Yi Liangchen, Master Yi? Xia Qinxin, Miss Xia?
Go Pulley shook Xiaobeichen's arm and shouted to them a few times. After calling a few times and getting no response, he stood up with a smug look on his face.
Someone come.
At a command, several people flew over from different directions. The people who came were the sweeper and fish feeder that Xiaobeichen had seen before, as well as the servants who had just prepared wine and food for them. Second Master, it seems that the drug given by Elder Miao Huilai of Wanren Zone is quite reliable. The sweeper glanced at Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin who were lying on the table, and said proudly. To ensure the drug's effectiveness, I even tampered with the clothing. So, even if it's a rhino, they'll be knocked unconscious. The three of them couldn't help but give a thumbs up and flatter Go Pulley. Second Master, you are awesome.
You are the smartest and most outstanding person in the Go family. Ha 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 ha. Go Pulley enjoyed being photographed and laughed triumphantly. After a while, he ordered, it's getting late.
Imprison them in the secret room first, and wait until midnight to notify Elder Miao to go to the Blood Heart Pond.
Yes.
The three men took the order and immediately called two minions to take Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin away. Not long after, Xia Yi and the other person were taken to a secret room.
Deacon Zoa, this girl is so beautiful, how about? One of the minions looked at Yi Yunxin greedily.
The person who was feeding the fish by the fish pond was Go Dan, the left steward of the Go family branch, who was in charge of the personnel affairs of the branch. The person who was sweeping the floor earlier was the right deacon Go Diao, who was in charge of the logistics of the branch.
Hearing the little minion's words, Go Dan couldn't help but curse, asshole.
We lured these people here for our grand plan.
Now that we've finally gathered the necessary numbers, you're actually planning to do something bad?
The little minion was scolded, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he bowed hurriedly and nodded. I said something wrong, please punish me, deacon.
Get out of here.
Go Dan kicked him and said, go guard the door.
No one is allowed to come in, including the young master. Ah.
The little minion said in embarrassment, I heard that the young master is interested in this woman.
If he breaks in by force, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him.
Go Diao, who was standing next to Go Dan, said, just say it was the second master's order. With the reputation of Eri Go Pulley as a backup, the minion no longer hesitated, took the order and left with another minion. The servant who had prepared wine and food for them was actually Go Pai, the military advisor of the Go family branch. He said, to ensure the success of our plan tonight, it's better to be cautious and strengthen the security around us. If anyone approaches, they will be killed without mercy.
Go Diao nodded and said, I have already made all the arrangements.
After nightfall, not even a mosquito will be able to fly out or in. Afterwards, the three people left the secret room, leaving Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin behind. When the secret room returned to silence, Xiaobeichen first opened one eye and glanced at the surrounding situation. After finding that there was indeed no one there, he opened his other eye and sat up from the ground. But as soon as he sat up, Yi Yunxin also woke up.
Xiaobeichen saw that she was full of energy and didn't look like she was drugged at all. Beichen Yunxin, are you okay? The two people asked in unison. After looking at each other and smiling, they all shook their heads, it's okay.
Unexpectedly, both of them pretended to be confused and fainted. However, Xiaobeichen saw her faint first, rolled his eyes and quickly thought about the situation, and then fainted as well.
If you want to sing an opera, you have to sing it to the fullest.
Yi Yunxin explained, because the Go family was so abnormal, I was very cautious when we were drinking just now. When Go Pori toasted first, I quickly put the antidote made by the Tianxian sect that can cure most drugs or poisons in the world into our glasses.
Xiaobeichen suddenly realized, is it hidden in your space ring? The slight movement of your fingers just now was for this? Aha! Yi Yunxin nodded slightly. It's colorless and tasteless. If I take a little, it can resist the poison in food and drink for an hour? At least I have to finish my meal in an hour, right?
Besides, Go Pori must have tampered with the wine glass beforehand, or hidden a mechanism in the wine pot, so he won't be harmed even if he drinks it.
Xia Beichen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. It's right to be careful. However, for Xia Beichen, even if Yi Yunqin did not administer the antidote, he could still resist a lot of poisons. Because the delicate fragrance he smelled when he put on the clothes before actually reacted with the residual poison of the silver demon fruit in his body after he walked out of the house? A blessing in disguise turned out to be a defensive attribute created in his body. According to what Gopuli said just now, in order to ensure the effectiveness of the drug, he also deliberately tampered with the clothes. So, that faint fragrance was caused by him. But he never expected that not only did it not have any toxic effect, but it also gave Xia Beichen an unexpected gain. Currently, the defense generated in his body can resist the effects of most of the drugs on the market, such as sleeping pills, knockout drugs, croton seeds, and aconite. However, it is a bit regrettable that the residual poison of the silver demon fruit still exists in the body. This must be cleared according to the system settings, otherwise it will be impossible. Speaking of this defensive attribute, Xia Beichen suddenly thought of his friend who ran a farm. It is said that the friend is immune to all poisons and can easily resist cold weapons and even some hot weapons. By the way, Yunqin, since you have the antidote, why did you accidentally eat the silver demon fruit? Xia Beichen remembered the matter of the silver demon fruit and asked curiously. Alas! Yi Yunqin sighed softly and said, "The great elder is my uncle after all. He has been working diligently for the sect in Beixian for so many years. Who would have thought that he would mix the silver demon fruit with other fruits to make a fruit platter? Besides, I don't have the ability to predict the future, and it's even more impossible for me to take the antidote in advance at every banquet to prevent rebellion, right?" Xia Beichen nodded in understanding. As the saying goes, you can guard against thieves day and night, but you can't guard against thieves in your own home. After finishing the topic, Xia Beichen stood up and checked the secret room. The walls of the secret room are made of blue bricks and look indestructible. In the dim light, the lights on the wall flickered. There was a slight smell of blood in the air, which reminded Xia Beichen of the smell of blood he smelled when he passed by the fish pond just now. Where exactly is it emanating from? Not far away, there are stairs extending upwards. It seems that this is an underground secret room. Walking to the wall, Xia Beichen tried to knock on the bricks to see if there was any hollow space. While knocking, he said to Yi Yunqin, "From the information we have learned, it can be seen that the Go family should be collaborating with the Wanren sect to do something shameful. Maybe there are other people who were lured here by them being imprisoned somewhere." Yi Yunqin also walked to the other wall and knocked on it. "Now that things have come to this, I also doubt them. Besides, I don't know if this matter is related to the conspiracy against me." Xia Beichen said, "If we figure out their purpose tonight, we should know." Suddenly, he heard a bang 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 sound coming from the wall. Yun Xin. Hearing his call, Yi Yunqin immediately walked over and looked at Xia Beichen pointing at the wall in front of him. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic knocking sound came through the wall again. The two of them looked at each other. Yi Yunqin moved closer to the wall and stretched out his right hand. A clear white light lingered on her hands, and then she began to knock on the bricks rhythmically. It turns out that the hammer was infused with spiritual energy, so the sound produced was quite penetrating. Soon, there was a rapid knocking sound from the other side. After stopping the knocking, Yi Yunqin said confidently, "There should be a space on the other side of the wall, and there must be people there." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand, and a 3-foot sword with a light blue blade appeared in her hand. The sword is surrounded by starlight, which is quite beautiful. This is what only the Tianxian sect's leader is qualified to use. Star sword. Stand back a little. At Yi Yunqin's reminder, Xia Beichen stepped back behind her. Yi Yunqin raised his left hand and set up a soundproof barrier in front of the wall to block the sound when destroying the wall and prevent people outside from hearing it. Then, the sword began to glow with starlight, and she raised her sword and slashed it down, with 2 sword energies forming an X shape and rushing straight towards the wall. The soundproof barrier blocked the sound inside the barrier, and only a very low decibel of sound was transmitted. When the wall collapsed, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin were relieved to find that no one was hit. But what caught my eye were many young men and women. Chapter 011. The frequency has been a bit high recently, and it needs to be moderated. There was indeed another space on the opposite side. Nearly 100 people were also detained. When they saw Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin holding a sword, these nearly 100 people were stunned. Yi Yunqin retracted the Xingxuan sword and, after reviewing the previous information, wanted to get confirmation, so he asked, "Were you captured by the Go family?"
At this time, a man came to his senses and said, "We are from other places and came to Hongya town for sightseeing or passing through the town."
Unexpectedly, the Go family used some tricks to lure us here. Xia Beichen took a few steps forward, walked to Yi Yunshin's side, looked at them and asked, "Do you know why the Go family lured everyone here?"
A woman said, "I heard it's for a secret technique they have that requires the heart blood of young lovers to refine.
7 couples have already died because of this."
Speaking of this, she was filled with sadness. One of my good sisters and her partner are gone just like that.
Secret refining method?
Xia Beichen thought to himself, no wonder I smelled blood. A man next to the woman hugged her in his arms and comforted her. It seems that he is her match.
Yi Yunshin checked their cultivation and found that the highest level was only in the late Lingdong realm.
The lowest one is even lower than Xia Beichen's, which is only the initial stage of the spiritual martial realm.
So, you are all couples? Yi Yunshin asked.
The man who was comforting his partner replied, "We have 48 couples here.
If you include you, it makes 49.
After thinking for a while, Yi Yunshin asked again, "Excuse me, how old are you?" A woman replied, "The oldest is 99 years old and has just broken through to the late stage of the spiritual movement realm.
The youngest is 20 years old and is only in the early stage of the spiritual martial realm." After hearing the man's reply, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin understood.
At this level and age, it is reasonable.
The path of cultivation has many variables. Some people are gifted, and with ample opportunities and resources, they can break through to the spiritual pill realm before the age of 50. For example, a gifted girl like Yi Yunshin.
He reached the Lingdong realm at the age of 20, the Lingdan realm at the age of 40, and broke through to the Xinlian realm at over 200 years old. Now she is only 350 years old, and she has reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm. The great elder Hyacinthus lived to be 1,438 years old, but was only in the early stage of the spirit refining realm.
So, comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Moreover, hundreds of years, for people like them, are just a flash of lightning in a blink of an eye.
Yi Yunshin is now 350 years old, but he looks like he is in his 20s. For ordinary people, 100 years old is already a long life. For monks, 100 years old is still young. There is a saying among ordinary people, a woman who is 3 years older than a man will bring him wealth. There is a saying among monks, a woman who is 330 years older than you is worth a mountain of gold and silver. As long as the man is in love and the woman is willing, they can still get married.
It is said that Isn't Queen Medusa the 300-year-old brother of the Shao family's 3 fire brothers?
The beautiful Princess Jiang from Piaoshuo City is at least hundreds of millions of years older than the boy from the Qin family. Some people have less talent and lack opportunities and resources, and they may only be able to break through to the Lingdong realm after being over 100 years old. Or they may die of old age without being able to break through the Lingdong realm to reach the Lingdan realm. However, it happened that although the original owner, Xia Beichen, had mediocre aptitude when he entered the sect at the age of 16, he broke through to the late stage of the spiritual martial realm in just 5 years through his acquired diligence. If there had been no treason in the Tianxian sect, he would have been able to cultivate to the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm in the near future, and after breaking through to the early stage of the spiritual convergence realm, he would have had the honor of becoming an inner disciple. The poor original owner followed Yi Yunshin to escape at this time, but was shocked to death by Yi Yunshin, who was suffering from the poisonous fire in his heart. Fortunately, Xia Beichen, whose soul traveled through time and space, used the system to improve his cultivation after being raped by Yi Yunshin, and reached the great perfection of the spiritual martial arts realm. It can be said that he is only one step away from reaching the spirit gathering realm. In terms of cultivation, the spiritual pill realm is a watershed. For those who have reached this realm, as long as they have no serious physical problems or have not encountered a powerful and mortal enemy, living to 400 or 500 years old is not a problem. This is also the reason why the elders of some sects, even those in the Lingdan stage, are relatively old.
Then, Yi Yunshin asked again, did the Go family reveal the maximum age limit for the people they need to use?
The woman who had just answered the question replied, no more than 100 years old, and the cultivation level must be at the spiritual movement realm or below.
No more than 100 years old? Xia Beichen couldn't help but look at Yi Yunshin. Ahem.
Now, among these 49 pairs, she is the oldest, but she is more stunning than all the girls present. Yi Yunshin smiled awkwardly, then sent a voice message to Xia Beichen, it seems that I should be the variable tonight.
Xia Beichen nodded slightly, understanding what she meant.
Because she concealed her strength and looked to be in her early 20s, the Go family naturally classified her as under 100 years old.
Because of this, she will be the biggest variable in the conspiracy between the Go family and the Wanren sect tonight. As long as she is there, the plan may fail. Glancing at the 48 couples present, Yi Yunshin said, "Do you want to leave here?" Everyone responded, "I dream about it. But our strength is limited and we can't fight our way out." Someone tried before, but they were defeated by the Go family's experts and became food for their vicious wolves. Hearing this, Xia Beichen remembered Go Bujiao's warning to him when he confronted him in public on the street. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to say that to my face." The last person who said that was fed to the wolves. It seems that the Go family really raised a wolf to intimidate others. Yi Yunshin swiped his right hand, which was wearing the space ring, horizontally in front of him. As the starlight moved, 10 white jade bottles appeared. Abundant spiritual power emanated from the white jade bottle, and everyone was shocked when they smelled it. This is the Jinling pill that can temporarily boost your cultivation. Each person can take one. Yi Yunshin said, "After taking it, you can advance to the next realm." The effect of the medicine lasts for about 3 hours. Hearing her words, everyone's eyes showed surprise. However, Yi Yunshin gave them a warning, "But I have to remind you, there is a price to pay for taking this Jinling pill, and that is that you will be in the sage stage for nearly half a month afterwards." 48 pairs of couples look at each other. Finally, a man said, "It's only half a month. Compared to single people, it takes more than half a month. What's the big deal?" Another man touched the back of his head and said, "It's been a bit too frequent lately. It's not impossible to moderate it a bit." The woman standing next to him lowered her head shyly. Chapter 012, to counter the opponent's moves, or to use 7 times of the pill. When the others heard what the man said, they gave them ambiguous looks. Another man laughed and joked, "Brother, if you don't know the value of tadpoles when you're young, be careful not to regret it when you're old." Road-breaking car. Everyone couldn't help laughing. To ensure the effectiveness of the medicine, please wait until the first quarter of the evening to take it. In order to better prepare for the possible battle tonight, Yi Yunshin did not distribute the Jinling pills to them immediately, but told them to rest first and conserve their physical strength and spiritual energy. Everyone had no objection and sat down cross-legged. About an hour later, a ray of light suddenly fell on the youngest man. Unexpectedly, he broke through from the early stage of Lingwu realm to the middle stage of Lingwu realm. Perhaps, this is what is called finding a way out from a desperate situation. After everyone congratulated him, calm was restored. And so, it was the first hour of the night. According to the plan, Yi Yunshin distributed the Jinling pills to them. There were 10 coins in each white jade bottle, and 96 coins were given to 48 couples. After there were 4 left, Yi Yunshin looked at Xiaobeichen. She was hesitant about whether to give him one. After all, the sage time lasts for half a month. Drop. At this moment, a familiar ethereal voice sounded in Xiaobeichen's mind. The host is currently facing a choice. 1. Also take the Jinling pill. Don't worry about the sage time, improving your cultivation is the most important thing. Reward, counter your opponent's moves ignoring the opponent's realm, lasts for 6 hours. After escaping danger, you will be rewarded with a random gift. 2. You can't take the Jinling pill even if you have to lean on the wall. With the Empress here, just cling to her thighs. Reward, God-level gigolo title, resounding throughout the Sky Continent. Also included is a 7-shot invincibility pill. Based on the previous 2 choices, Xiaobeichen almost blurted out that he wanted to choose 2. Fortunately, I braked just as I was about to speak. Do you want to counter each move, or do you want to use the 7-shot immortality pill? For this question, the obvious choice is 1 counter each move with a countermeasure. In addition, you have to eat hard food to make a living. But you can't let too many people know about it. If they all learn to live off you, won't you lose your job? Besides, I am young and strong, and I will be a tough guy again in half a month. There's no need for 7 pills. Therefore, Xiaobeichen chose 1. Under Yi Yunshin's conflicted gaze, Xiaobeichen took the remaining white jade bottle and poured out a Jinling pill. Beichen. Yi Yun wanted to stop him. Treat everyone equally. As a result, Xiaobeichen used his excellent hand speed to put the Jinling pill into his mouth. Melts in your mouth. There is even a cool feeling. Like eating a mint. Xiaobeichen leaned close to Yi Yunshin's ear and whispered, "Also, let me tell you in secret, there's still more than half a month until the next full moon night to detoxify." When Yi Yunshin heard this, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
Then she leaned close to Xiaobeichun's ear and said, "Don't worry. I'll make you a pill that can solve this problem and allow you to end your sage state early." Because Yi Yunxin has already reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm, this Jinling pill has no effect on her. So, she did not take it, but put the remaining 3 Jinling pills back into the space ring. After taking the Jinling pill, everyone felt the spiritual energy in their bodies become more powerful. So he sat cross-legged and began to guide the spiritual energy to irrigate the tendons and veins throughout his body. After a small cycle of operation, people began to show radiance one after another and were promoted to a higher level. That's all.
People in the late Lingdong realm were promoted to the late Lingdan realm.
The most rookie person, who had just broken through from the early stage of Lingwu realm to the middle stage of Lingwu realm, had now reached a higher level and was promoted to the middle stage of Lingju realm. Xiaobeichun relied on the effect of the Jinling pill to advance to the great perfection of the Lingju realm. Now, even without the cultivation replication reward, he can still fly in the air, and with his counterattack skill that ignores the realm, he can fight against his opponents. After everyone had completed their promotion, Yi Yunxin glanced at everyone.
We still have a little time.
I will teach you how to hide your cultivation so that we can catch the Go family off guard.
Clear. Everyone responded in unison.
After Yi Yunxin taught for a while, everyone enjoyed learning.
For safety reasons, Yi Yunxin asked everyone to check each other to avoid any mistakes.
When everyone hid their cultivation levels to the same level as before taking the Jinling pill, Yi Yunxin pointed his sword at the stairs of the underground secret room and said loudly, "Tonight, let the Go family be in chaos." The others were eager to fight after hearing this, and they couldn't wait to break out and fight. However, they are not impulsive and do things in moderation.
Time passes by little. Soon, it was 8:15 p.m.
Yi Yunxin and Xiaobeichun stood up and walked back to the space where they were just now. Looking at the 48 couples, Yi Yunxin ordered, "Everyone must remain calm and listen to my orders." They all stood up and bowed to Yi Yunxin and Xiaobeichun. The 99-year-old man said, "If we hadn't met you two today, we wouldn't have a chance of survival. So, please rest assured, we will only obey your orders tonight." Nodding slightly, Yi Yunxin raised her hand, and the bricks of the wall that she had chopped down with the Xingxuan sword floated into her space ring.
It only takes a dozen seconds to install everything.
Then, with a pinch of his fingers, surrounded by starlight, a wall suddenly appeared where the wall was missing. This is a skill that can only be acquired after practicing Tianxian star technique to the 5th level sleight of hand. Everything restored to its original state. Seeing that there was still some time, Yi Yunxin said to Xiaobeichun, "The Jinling pill helped you advance to the great perfection of the Lingju realm, so I taught you the Tianxian star technique to give you more self-defense skills."
Okay. Xiaobeichun nodded seriously.
Yi Yunxin said with a hint of regret, "After all, your true cultivation has not reached the Lingju realm, so this Tianshuangsing technique will not be able to be used after the effect of the Jinling pill ends."
Xiaobeichun held her hand and said, "I believe you.
When the time comes and the Tianxian star technique becomes ineffective, it will be time for us to fight our way out of this difficult situation together." Yi Yan's eyes were racing, and he moved closer to Xiaobeichun, then kissed him on the mouth.
Xiaobeichun almost floated up.
However, time waits for no one, and it was almost midnight, so the two stopped flirting and got straight to the point. It took Xiaobeichun a few minutes to master the Tianxian star technique. "Although I have only mastered the first level, it is already like adding wings to a tiger. Not only can he use the power of stars to attack the enemy, but he can also communicate with his fellow disciples." So, with this, even if Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin said something provocative, only the two of them would know. Suddenly, at the entrance to the underground secret room, the sound of an iron door opening could be heard.
Chapter 013 You Forgot That Dark and Windy Night.
The iron gate was opened, and several people walked in and down the stairs. The leader was none other than Go Puli, the second master of the Go family. Following behind him were Go Bujiao, Go Dan, Go Diao, Go Pai, and a group of monks they raised.
In addition, there were 5 people wearing Wanren sect uniforms. The lowest level of cultivation is the initial stage of Lingdong realm, and the highest level of cultivation is the great perfection of Lingdan realm. Go Puli glanced at Xiaobeichun and Yi Yunxin and said, "How are you both?"
Xiaobeichun said, "Thanks to your dog, we are fine.
By the way, your nephew was singing a duet on the street?"
Xiaobeichun glanced at Go Bujiao behind Go Puli and added. Go Bujiao chuckled and said, "It seems you have some brains." Xiaobeichun said disdainfully, "Your Master Chen is not blind. Besides, such a loud slap on your dog's face didn't even leave a paw print.
Isn't that strange?"
One plays the bad guy, the other plays the good guy. What a sad drama. When Go Bujiao heard this, he rolled up his sleeves in frustration.
You bastard! How dare you scold me? Open the door, I want to go in and beat him up. Bujiao!
Go Puli stopped him and then looked at Xia Beichen.
Now that you know that we are a duet, you can rest in peace in your death.
As he spoke, he waved to the monks that Go Bujiao raced behind him.
Take them on the road. Two cultivators in the spiritual movement realm stepped forward, opened the iron door of the compartment, and walked in. Xia Beichen now.
With Yi Yunshin's help, he hit his cultivation level at the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm, which was no different from when he was imprisoned. Yi Yunshin himself had long ago hidden his cultivation level to the point where he was only at the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm. So Go Puli naturally sent only 2 people in the Lingdong realm to escort them. If he really wanted to take action, it would take more than 3 rounds for Yi Yunshin to deal with everyone in this secret room.
Just when the 2 Lingdong realm monks came in and were about to tie them up, Xia Beichen snorted disdainfully and said, "How unconfident are you? You're going to such great lengths to deal with someone at the spiritual martial realm and someone at the spiritual gathering realm?"
A cultivator from the Wanren sect who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual pill realm said to Go Puli, "Master Go, there are so many of us, any one of us can crush them like ants, so let them retain a little dignity before they die." When Go Puli heard this, he thought it made sense.
He then recalled the 2 cultivators in the Lingdong realm and let Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin walk out on their own.
Soon after, the remaining 48 couples were taken out of the secret room where they were imprisoned and walked into the space inside. The further you go in, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. The lights on the wall flickered from time to time. What's worse is that there is a monster's head hanging at every distance on the wall.
Although only the monster's head was left, its eyes were open. Like a living monster, it stared ferociously at the people passing by below.
In the end, all 49 couples were brought to the edge of a huge pool of blood.
Xia Beichen couldn't help but look up at the ceiling corresponding to the blood pool.
It turned out that there was a transparent partition on the ceiling made of unknown material.
There is a group of goldfish swimming around on it. It turned out to be a fish pond. Moreover, the size is the same as the fish pond that I saw after entering Lichen Garden at nightfall today. It seems that the bloody smell I smelled when I passed by the fish pond earlier was emitted by this blood pond. But what about that fleeting feeling of vibration? It seems everything is ready.
The innermost stone archway was extremely dark. Suddenly, 2 blood-red spots of light appeared in the stone archway. The blood-red light came from far away, and when it dissipated, a human figure was finally revealed. This man had white hair, a mustache, and was wearing the attire of an elder of the Wanren sect. Seeing him come out, everyone except Go Puli bowed to him and said, "Greetings, Elder Miao." It turned out that this guy was the elder of the Wanren sect, Miao Huilai, whom Go Puli had mentioned before. I didn't expect that this guy's cultivation level is higher than that of his fellow disciple Goatbeard. His cultivation has already reached the initial stage of spirit refining realm, which is comparable to hyosynthesis. He is also the person whose cultivation level is second only to Yi Yunshin among those present. Yi Yunshin transmitted the message to Xia Beichen through Tianxian star technique. This Miao Huilai is a fellow disciple of the current Wanren sect leader. He is in charge of the sect's rewards and punishments. He has a high prestige in the Wanren sect, second only to their leader. Xia Beichen transmitted a message. The Wanren sect is, after all, a time-honored and upright sect that has been established for thousands of years. Recently, they have either been involved in the Tianxian sect's rebellion or in the Go family's secret technique refining. What do they want? Yi Yunshin replied, "Maybe we'll know the answer soon." At this time, Go Puli, whose cultivation level was lower, took 2 steps forward and bowed to Miao Huilai, saying, "Elder Miao, all 49 pairs of mandarin ducks are ready. We're just waiting for your arrangement and we can go swimming." Miao Huilai glanced at the 49 couples standing by the blood pool. Then he said, "No hurry, come and meet our leader first." Hearing his words, the Go family headed by Go Puli frowned slightly. Then I saw an old man walking out of the dark stone archway. He is Qiu Shanba, the leader of the Wanren sect. When Xia Beichen saw him, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. He actually reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm. Yi Yunshin was also a little shocked like Xia Beichen, and then sent a message to Xia Beichen. I didn't expect that this old fellow, after not seeing him for a few years, has actually reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm. He is now at the same level of cultivation as you. Are you sure you can destroy him?
Xia Beichen asked with some concern. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxin kept it a secret, you'll know later. The tone is full of confidence. It seems very confident. That's right, how could the world-famous Empress Beixian not be confident?
Beixian had been overthrown long ago, and Tianxian sect was no longer the largest sect in the world.
Greetings, Master. When the 5 disciples of Wanren sect saw Qiu Shanba, they bowed and saluted. Go Puli came to his senses and brought a few people from the Go family to Qiu Shanba. He clasped his fists and said, I didn't know that sect leader Qiu was coming. I apologize for not welcoming you. Qiu Shanba waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite, Mr. Go. From now on, we are family.
When Xia Beichen heard his voice, he almost stunned himself.
Qiu Shanba spoke in a sarcastic tone, like a eunuch. Could it be that? Xia Beichen couldn't help but glance somewhere in Qiu Shanba's area. Even Yi Yunxin was secretly surprised. This Qiu is so feminine, is he a man or a woman? Did he learn some kind of secret book and castrate himself? Oh. He wasn't like this before? Of course not. 6. A family? Go Puli frowned again, not understanding what Qiu Shanba meant.
Qiu Shanba raised his hands and clapped them 3 times. Soon a group of people were brought into this relatively large space.
Some people were hesitant and trembling, while others were in tears. It's obvious that it was coercion.
Several people from the Go family turned their heads and looked up, and were shocked to find that it was nearly 100 people from their Go family, big and small.
This. Go Puli looked at Qiu Shanba, Master Qiu, what do you mean?
Seeing this scene, Xia Beichen couldn't help but communicate with Yi Yunxin, looks like there's something to eat.
Yi Yunxin continued, that's right, things are getting more and more interesting.
Qiu Shanba put one hand behind his back and stretched out the other hand with a finger raised like an orchid. What happened today is known to heaven and earth, and to you and me. Your Go family knows the most about this.
For safety reasons, I have to make your family promise not to make any noise outside. You. Go Bu was so arrogant that he said, you actually threaten our Go family. Qiu Shanba laughed, raised his hand and slapped Go Bujiao through the air. A dark ball of air hit Go Bujiao's chest. Poor Go Bujiao, who was in the middle stage of the spiritual realm, could not withstand the blow from the opponent. Puff.
When his whole body flew backwards, Go Bujiao felt a sweet taste in his throat and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Jiaoer.
A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s ran out of the crowd in panic and tried to catch him. Go Bujiao finally fell into her arms and called out weakly, Mother.
The beautiful woman hugged Go Bujiao tightly. Jiaoer mother is here. Go Puli suppressed his inner anger and asked, Master Qiu, where is my eldest brother?
Qiu Shanba withdrew the hand that had just attacked Go Bujiao, and while admiring his orchid finger, he said, your eldest brother wasn't very clear-headed, so I made him die.
What? Go Puli, Go Dan, Go Diao, and Go Pai were all shocked.
When the injured Go Bujiao heard Qiu Shanba's words, he felt a tightness in his chest and vomited blood again. Seeing his son's injuries made things worse.
The beautiful woman called out anxiously, Parkly, come and save Jiaoer. Go Puli came to Go Bujiao and took a look.
The situation is not optimistic.
He said, if his meridians are completely broken, his cultivation will be completely lost. If he doesn't die, he will be disabled.
The beautiful woman was struck by a bolt from the blue. I wasn't that sad even when my husband died.
Looking at Go Puli, she cried, Puli, you must save Jiaoer. Jiaoer is your own flesh and blood. Have you forgotten that dark and windy night 20 years ago? Did you remember that time in the lakeside cottage in the back mountain where you took advantage of the dead of night to ram me like crazy? What?
As soon as these words were spoken, the hundreds of people in the Go family were stunned.
Ma'am, do you know what you are talking about?
An old woman from the Go family hurriedly reminded.
Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin looked at each other. Oh my god. It's so fucking exciting. The Go family actually owns a piece of Hulunberg grassland? Chapter 014, it's always over in less than half an hour.
The beautiful woman bit her thin lip and shook her head, no.
If Go Pushing hadn't stolen my love, I would be your second master's wife now.
The beautiful woman started to accuse hysterically, and it actually involved something unknown. It's fine that Go Pushing stole my love, but he's been doing it since he was young. Every time, it takes less than half an hour.
Hearing this, Xia Beichen secretly wondered if it was because the name was not chosen well? Ahem.
The beautiful woman continued, for so many years, I haven't felt any happiness at all.
At this time, an old man from the Go family asked, "Since you married the eldest master, why did you secretly get pregnant with the second master?" The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "Half a month after I was forced to marry Go Pushing, I found out I was pregnant. I secretly went to see a doctor and found out I was already over a month pregnant." Hear this. Outsiders almost couldn't wrap their heads around it. This relationship is a bit messy. Xiaobeichen was glad that he was not wearing glasses, otherwise they would have fallen to the ground. Unexpectedly, Go Pushing stole the love of his second brother Go Puli. What was even more unexpected was that Go Puli took the lead and did the fill-in-the-blank test with the beautiful woman. He even made her pregnant with his child. I don't know if it was accidental, intentional, or intentionally careless. Ha. At this time, Xiao Shanba, the head of the Wanren sect, smiled softly, "Without women in my heart, I will follow the natural way." Xiaobeichen quickly complained in his heart, "You have no woman in your heart, just become a woman yourself." Xiao Shanba said, "Go Puli, your elder brother who stole your love has now passed away. Now, you are the headmaster of the Go family, the patriarch of the Go family. Come on. Give them these pills and make them forget their troubles today." As Xiao Shanba finished speaking, Miao Huilai took out nearly 100 pills. "Second master, you can't listen to him." The old man from the Go family just now said, "The Wanren sect is no longer a member of that famous and upright sect. They are using our Go family because they are attracted by our wealth. Today, they not only killed the clan leader, but also killed dozens of our Go family members who resisted." Noisy. Xiao Shanbala pointed his orchid finger at the old man, and the nearest Wanren sect disciple slapped him to death with a palm. Ah! The women and children of the Go family couldn't help but scream. Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin understood. Xiaobeichen said, "It turns out that it wasn't the Wanren sect that was involved in the Go family's mess, but the Wanren sect that coerced the Go family." Yi Yunxin clenched his fists. "The Wanren sect has already become an image of evil and crooked. Then tonight, we will settle all the old and new scores together." Just as Yi Yunxin was about to take action, Xiao Shanba ordered the disciples of Wanren sect, "Since Mr. Go can't bear it, then our Wanren sect will do it for you." Yes. After receiving the order, the disciples of Wanren sect took the pills from Miao Huilai's hands one after another. "That's too much." Go Puli stood in front of the clan members and said, "You promised us before that if we can help you gather 49 pairs of mandarin ducks, we can protect our Go family." In anger, he drew his sword and said, "I never thought you would betray me." Go Dan, Go Diao, Go Pai and others also stood in the front row, in a row with Go Puli. "You won't be able to successfully complete the blood refining today." Miao Huilai flew to within half a meter of them and said with a playful smile, "How arrogant. Just a few of you?" Xiao Shanba glanced at the 4 people from the Go family with disdain, then said to the people from the Wanren sect, "Elder Miao, these 4 guys are now in your hands. The rest are up to you, disciples." Miao Huilai took out a dark red mace. "Master, please rest assured about the blood refining. Leave them to me." Yi Yunxin and Xiaobeichen looked at each other. Because at this time, the opportunity for these 49 couples is coming. The war is about to break out. The Wanren sect and the Go family soon engaged in battle. People kept crying out in pain. Both sides suffered injuries and deaths. Just when the Wanren sect was escorting nearly 100 members of the Go family, dozens of disciples arrived. Although the Wanren sect has fewer people than the Go family, their overall cultivation level is much higher than that of the Go family. Therefore, as soon as the battle started, a quarter of the Go family fell. Because the adults surrounded the child in the center, the child was not hurt. On this side, Xiao Shanba happened to choose to attack Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin first. Due to the previous confidence of the Go family and the Wanren sect, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin did not have their hands tied. The remaining 48 couples were tied up. Perhaps Xiao Shanbada chose them to save trouble. But that's exactly what they want. Xiao Shanba took out 2 sharp bone needles that emitted a strange dark red color, and then held one in each hand. That gesture is still the orchid finger gesture. Xiaobeichen almost got goosebumps when he saw it. What on earth did this guy go through to become like this? When Xiao Shanba grasped the sharp bone needle, he stabbed it into Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin's hearts. Unexpectedly, the bone needle was blocked by an invisible force when it was 2 inches away from their hearts. Xiao Shanba frowned, then let out a coquettish awe and exerted a little more strength. However, the 2 bone needles broke at the same time with a snap sound. Xiao Shanba looked at the half-broken bone needles in his left and right hands and muttered quietly, "Could it be that the soul-blocking powder I gave to Go Puli didn't work?" Or did he not use it at all? Having said that, he looked at Gopuli with a slightly displeased look. I just happened to see Gopuli being injured by a mace thrown by Miao Huilai, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Chiu, don't you suspect that your enchantment powder has expired? You. Xiao Shanbo was about to retort, but he found that the person speaking was the man in front of him. Then he shifted his gaze from Gopuli to Xiaobeichen. The spirit loss powder is a drug that can put a person into a coma after taking it, and their spiritual energy will be trapped for a period of time. Gopuli used this thing when he hosted a banquet for Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin. Unfortunately, it had no effect on either of them. It doesn't matter if it expires or not. Xiao Shanba took out a serrated dagger and looked at Yi Yunxin. I will dig open your lover's chest and dig out your lover's heart right in front of you. He. Yi Yunxin smiled and said, we don't know who is digging who. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shanba suddenly discovered that he could not move his body. Starlight binding? Xiaobeichen snatched the dagger from his hand and patted his face. Feel the Tianxian star technique from the great perfection of the spirit refining realm. Are you from the Tianxian sect? Xiao Shanba frowned. Impossible. Yi Yunxin is the only one in the Tianxian sect who has reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm, but unfortunately, she is probably now a soul under the sword of masters from various major sects. Yeah? Yi Yunxin's cold tone resounded through the dark room with great penetrating power. This caused the Go family and the Wanren sect, who were in a fierce battle, to force each other to retreat and look at Yi Yunxin one after another. Yi Yunxin took off her veil, revealing her peerless beauty. Xiao Shanba instinctively took 2 steps back. How? How is this possible? You actually hid your cultivation? It seems that he is still afraid of the reputation of the leader of Tianxian sect and the queen of Beixian. However, he quickly straightened himself and said fearlessly, now I have also reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm. It is still unknown who will win. Who told you that I've reached the great perfection of the spirit refining realm? Yi Yunxin transformed herself back into the Empress's attire. A domineering pressure instantly hit everyone's heart. Especially when he knew her cultivation level, he couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 015, Holding Xingxuan, Fighting Against Opponents of Higher Levels. Beixian Empress Yi Yunxin? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Especially the people from the Go family and the 48 couples. Gopuli's face turned pale in an instant. He would never have imagined that the couple he and his nephew, his son Gobugio, had lured here today, the woman was actually Empress Beixian. It's over. Not only did they become enemies with the Wanren sect, but they also offended the Empress respected by the people of Beixian. It seems that the end of the Go family has come. Thinking of this, Gopuli felt as if a bottle of seasoning had been overturned in his heart, with mixed emotions. Yi Yunxin disguised herself as the Empress again, and her cultivation level was at the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Looking across the entire sky continent, there is probably no other person as young as this one in the cave heaven realm. Even Xiaobeichen was shocked. It has only been a short time, but his cultivation has actually improved. Yi Yunxin sneered, Master Chiu, it's all because your elder who couldn't tip you off anymore, that's why you acted so recklessly just now. Xiao Shanba's body collapsed. You mean, elder who is already. Yi Yunxin said bluntly, reduced to ashes. As soon as she said the word destroy, she shouted to Xiao Shanba, now, it's your turn. The serrated dagger that Xiaobeichen snatched from Xiao Shanba was instantly in Yi Yunxin's hands. Before anyone else could react, the dagger had already pierced into Xiao Shanba's heart. Master! The disciples of Wanren sect shouted in unison and rushed towards Xiao Shan. But Yi Yunxin did not give them a chance. He slapped Xiao Shanba in the abdomen, causing him to fly backwards suddenly. The next moment, with a whoosh, he fell into the pool of blood. Yi Yunxin released a ray of starlight, which flew towards the 48 pairs of couples. Wherever he passed, the ropes binding their hands would break. Without restraints, they are like wild horses running free. They all took out their magic weapons and smashed them towards the disciples of Wanren sect. For a moment, the rather large dark room was like a light show. Magical lights of various colors lit up. Gopuli was dumbfounded. He saw that these couples who were lured and captured by them had collectively improved their cultivation to a higher level. He was so scared that he couldn't help but shiver a few times. Second Master, what should we do now? Go Dan asked anxiously. After Gopuli quickly analyzed the situation, he said, call on those members of the Go family who can still fight to join these fellow Taoists in besieging the Wanren sect. Good. With the alliance between the Go family and the 48 couples, the Wanren sect, which had originally had the advantage, was immediately at a disadvantage.
At this time, because Qiu Shanba fell into the blood pool, something strange happened to the monster's head hanging on the wall of the darkroom. From the open eyes, 2 streams of dark red smoke floated out and flew towards the blood pool. Yi Yunqin said worriedly, "This smoke is very strange.
We can't let it fall into the blood pool, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Xia Beichen nodded and said, "Then you can just focus on dealing with the smoke. I'll go help eliminate the Wanren sect's disciples. Be careful."
Yi Yunqin raised his hand and summoned the Xingxuan sword. "Because of what happened between you and me, this Xingxuan sword will also recognize you as half its master, so you should take it first. At the critical moment, you can fight against those who are 1 realm higher than you."
"What about you?"
"I have already reached the cave heaven realm. Refining qi into a sword is no longer a problem." As Yi Yunqin spoke, she pinched her fingers together and a cyclone formed in front of her. Countless sword tips emerged from the cyclone like bamboo shoots after a spring rain.
"Are you relieved now?"
Yi Yunqin asked.
"Aha!" Xia Beichen nodded and took the Xingxuan sword.
Then he turned around and rushed towards Miao Huilai, the elder of Wanren sect.
Yi Yunqin looked at him in surprise. "Are you crazy? I asked you to deal with people of the same realm as you in the Wanren sect, but you actually went to deal with Miao Huilai, who has the highest cultivation level in the Wanren sect besides Qiu Shanba." Yi Yunqin was just about to take the initiative to kill Miao Huilai, but he found that the pool of blood suddenly boiled like boiling water. The dark red smoke flying out of the monster's eyes was getting closer and closer. It seems that the closer the blood pool is to the dark red smoke, the more turbulent the blood becomes. Yi Yunqin had no choice but to deal with the dark red smoke first. She withdrew the qi refining sword, released a colorful light, and rushed towards the smoke. Tianqian's star technique also has another skill, which is purification.
This is also the reason why she was able to easily resolve the danger when she and Xia Beichen were attacked by black smoke before. Because the colorful light has the function of devouring and purifying evil spirits. The other side. Xia Beichen held the Xingxuan sword and first killed a Wanren sect disciple who had reached the great perfection of the Lingdong realm, and then slashed at Miao Huilai with his sword.
"Oh."
Miao Huilai dodged the sword and said disdainfully, "With your cultivation level at the great perfection of the spiritual gathering stage, the Xingxuan sword won't be effective against you."
"Yeah?" Xia Beichen said confidently, "Just try it and you'll know."
As he spoke, he soared into the air, with the Xingxuan sword surrounded by starlight, and slashed towards Miao Huilai.
"You don't know your own limitations." Miao Huilai spoke contemptuously.
He held the mace in his hand but did not fight back. Instead, he dodged away, confident that he could avoid the sword. Unexpectedly, just when he had dodged halfway and had not yet stabilized, he found a sword energy with starlight appearing in front of him.
"Prediction?" Miao Huilai said in disbelief.
Then he raised the mace, and a dark red energy came out of the mace, meeting the starlight sword energy.
Swish! Boom!
The 2 energies met and collided.
The dark room was slightly shaken. Fortunately, Xia Beichen's cultivation level is not high.
If it were someone like Yi Yunqin who was at the cave heaven realm. I'm afraid the sword energy just now has already overturned this dark room.
Miao Huilai was only slightly injured.
A kid who has reached the great perfection of the spiritual gathering realm is truly impressive.
He looked at Xia Beichen and said, "I don't care." Xia Beichen directly gave him 3 words.
Miao Huilai was so angry that she gritted her teeth and attacked Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen was not panicked either. With a light demolition, the Xingxuan sword in his hand flew out, counterattacked the opponent, and cleverly resolved the opponent's offensive.
Next, Miao Huilai's several attacks were countered by Xia Beichen.
Finally, Miao Huilai yelled, "You're cheating." He shouted these words until his voice broke. After all, a kid who had reached the great perfection of the spirit gathering realm could actually cleverly resolve the attack of him who was at the early stage of the spirit refining realm. This was a big blow to him. If he knew that Xia Beichen's true cultivation level was actually the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm, I wonder how he would react.
His broken voice made Xia Beichen couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he challenged her proudly, "I'm just cheating, so what? Come on, you idiot. Come on, hit me. Asshole." Miao Huilai was furious and continued to attack Xia Beichen.
Unexpectedly, as soon as his new attack came out, his body became unable to move. Xia Beichen took the opportunity and stabbed him through the heart with a sword without any hesitation.
At the end, he kicked him into the pool of blood below. Chapter 016 Chrysanthemum Manual? The disciples of Wanren sect were all dumbfounded. Miao Huilai, who was in the early stage of spiritual cultivation, was actually killed by a young man who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual gathering realm. Now, their leaders Qiu Shanba and Miao Huilai were lying motionless in the pool of blood. Even Qiu Shanba had already floated to the surface of the blood. It can be said that he is deader than dead. Someone shouted sternly, "Disciples of the Wanren sect, surrender is your destiny." Among the remaining disciples, the highest realm is only the middle stage of Lingyuan realm. Even the sect leader who had reached the great perfection of the soul refining realm was killed instantly, and that cultivator in the middle stage of the spiritual origin realm. Isn't it more like an ant, which can be crushed to death at any time? Therefore, as soon as someone shouted at them to surrender, the cultivators in the middle stage of the Lingyuan realm laid down their weapons first. However, after this battle, the Wanren sect suffered heavy casualties, and now there are less than 10 people alive. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Go Puli and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least the progress of the family's destruction has been delayed. It depends on Yi Yunshin's attitude towards the Go family. I saw that Yi Yunshin had purified the strange dark red smoke, and it was now slowly falling from the air. With a gentle wave of his right hand, starlight suddenly bloomed from Qiu Shanba and Miao Huilai's bodies, and then their bodies and their nascent souls disappeared. It turned out that they were hit by the starlight binding cast by Yi Yunshin. Just now, Xia Beichen used a counter tactic on Miao Huilai, but it was just like tickling her and could not cause any actual harm to her. After all, the gap in their cultivation is there. After Xia Beichen angered Miao Huilai, Yi Yunshin had just finished purifying the smoke and pulled out his hand to throw a starlight binding at Miao Huilai. Just like that, Miao Huilai, who was so angry and embarrassed, was stabbed in the heart by a sword before she could attack Xia Beichen. Seeing the death of the leader and the great elder, the surrendered disciples of Wanren sect couldn't help but shudder. It is conceivable that if they do not surrender, the same result will be waiting for them. After Xia Beichen returned the Xingxuan sword to Yi Yunshin looked at everyone in the Go family. There were nearly 100 people in the Go family, but now there are less than 30 left. The loss rate is no lower than that of the Wanren sect. It can be said that both sides suffer losses. However, fortunately, all the underage members of the Go family survived. Seeing Yi Yunshin looking over here, Go Puli knelt down in front of her. Afterwards, Go Diao and Go Pai also knelt down. Go Dan died in this battle. Go Puli confessed, "Your Majesty, our Go family is blind and has not only aided the tyrant, but has also offended your Majesty. Please punish us." After saying this, everyone in the Go family bowed their heads and kowtowed. Yi Yunshin said calmly, "You have already reaped the fruits of your own actions. I will not blame your Go family, but I don't know whether they blame you or not." Go Puli, Go Diao, and Go Pai looked up at the couples who had been lured here by them. Now, there are only 90 couples left from the 96 couples. The other 6 people could never see the outside world again. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. Go Puli then glanced at Go Bujio and his mother, "Take good care of Jiaoer. If there is an afterlife, I will serve you and your son like a slave without any regrets." When the beautiful woman and the Go family heard this, they realized something was wrong and shouted hurriedly, "Part.Re. Second Master." However, before he could finish his words, Go Puli picked up a sword on the ground and stabbed his own heart. Life passes away bit by bit. Before closing his eyes, he looked at the beautiful woman and Go Bujiao reluctantly. The beautiful woman stood up and struggled to pull Go Puli to her side. "No! Puli, how could you bear to abandon Jiao and me?" Go Puli stretched out his hands, stroking the beautiful woman's face with one hand and Go Bujiao's face with the other. Go Bujiao was seriously injured and looked at him weakly. Even though he couldn't accept this reality in his heart for a while, he still called Go Puli dad at the last moment. Go Puli closed his eyes completely at this call. Xia Beichen picked up a disciple of the Wanren sect and brought him to Yi Yunshin. "What's going on with this pool of blood?" "Brother, I don't know. I'll give you another chance. Please spare me, I really don't know." This Wanren sect disciple was trembling all over, his legs were weak, and he was about to pee. Xia Beichen looked at another disciple, the one in the Lingyuan realm. The Wanren sect disciple in the Linghai realm suddenly stopped. Then he trembled and came in front of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin, and said respectfully, "I am here." Xia Beichen picked up the half-bone needle on the ground, which was exactly half of the sharp spike.
He pressed the bone needle against the man's chest and said, "Leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist." The other party was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. "Please spare me, all of this is done by the headmaster and the elder.
I don't know what they want to do."
Xiaobeichen squatted down and suddenly pushed with his hand.
Ah!
Ling Yuanjing is a master after all, but he was scared like a mouse seeing a cat. This shows the shock that Yi Yunxin and Xiaobeichen had on him. At this time, the bone needle had already pierced into his clothes and just touched the skin on his heart. As long as Xiaobeichen pushed forward a little more, the bone needle would be like giving him an injection. After he cried out "ah," beads of sweat began to flow down his forehead, and he said at the same time, "Master, spare me. I'll tell you, I'll tell you." Xiaobeichen's expression was serious. "Speak." Our leader was hurt by love in his early years and vowed never to believe in love again. Later, he got a secret manual from somewhere.
Could it be the sunflower manual? Xiaobeichen asked curiously. No, no.
The other person shook his head like a rattle. But you did get 3 words right. His secret book is called Chrysanthemum Manual.
Chrysanthemum?
Xiaobeichen was stunned for a moment. It is said that the Chrysanthemum Manual has 2 levels. The first level, Chrysanthemum Explosion, requires 7 days and 7 nights of practice with different men to achieve. From then on, the leader becomes neither male nor female. When he said this, the other party couldn't help but clamp his legs together.
Could it be? Xiaobeichen looked at him with a wicked smile.
The other party was so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it.
Xiaobeichen gave him a thumbs up. "You know how to play."
The other party was extremely ashamed.
Those who understood it couldn't help but be amazed.
Those who don't understand look curious.
What about the second level? Xiaobeichen asked.
The second level is to take the heart blood of 749 pairs of mandarin ducks and add it to a pool of blood filled with half male and half female demon beasts. The other party pointed at the blood pool and said, "After the heart blood and beast blood have merged for half an hour, he will place himself in the blood pool and refine it for 12 hours.
At this time, someone asked curiously, "What are the benefits of practicing the Chrysanthemum Manual?"
The other party replied, "It can help you achieve a state of being ruthless, desireless, and unrighteous, and it can also greatly increase your cultivation." No wonder that old fellow is already advanced from the great perfection of the spiritual sea realm to the great perfection of the spirit refining realm in just a few years. Yi Yunqin sneered and continued, "It turns out that chrysanthemums have contributed a lot." Xiaobeichen raised an eyebrow and asked the Wanren sect disciple who was in the Lingyuan realm gossipingly, "How can you get down to such an old chrysanthemum?"
Chapter 017. Who is shouting here? Woo woo woo.
The other party cried and accused, "He is the leader, how dare we disobey him?"
That's right, haha. Xiaobeichen grinned evilly.
The other party gnashed his teeth and said, "I wonder which idiot created such a shameless secret manual." Xiaobeichen patted his shoulders sympathetically and comfortingly, "Don't worry, no one will practice it in the future.
The sunflower manual has disappeared with Qiu Shanba's death. Not to mention a paper secret book, even the black iron would disappear completely. Isn't Hyacinth S. Feichon sword just gone like that?
Given your previous actions, you can escape the death penalty, but you cannot escape the punishment of life." After figuring out the situation, Yi Yunqin took out a white jade bottle from the space ring. "This is a pill that can completely destroy the spiritual Yuan realm and those below it. Please take it consciously."
Ah?
The Wanren sect disciples were shocked.
Yi Yunqin said coldly, "If you don't accept it, then just do as Gopuli did and commit suicide out of fear of punishment."
The Wanren sect disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. "I worked so hard to acquire all these skills, but now they are about to be wasted. This is hard for them to accept. But if you don't accept it, you have to commit suicide. If that happens, you might even lose your life." After weighing the pros and cons, no one chose to commit suicide out of fear of punishment, and they all took the pills.
Melts in your mouth.
Within a few breaths, they felt like a group of ants crawling around in their bodies and gnawing at their flesh. For a moment, their wails echoed in the huge dark room. Everyone else couldn't help but get goosebumps after hearing this. The survivors of the Go family couldn't help but feel fortunate that they did not receive such treatment. The remaining couple did not pursue the responsibility of the Go family. Half a quarter of an hour later, the disciples of Wanren sect lost their cultivation one by one. Yi Yunxin let them go. The people from the Go family began to clean up the bodies in the dark room. A quarter of an hour later, everyone left the dark room. There are no buildings on the ground corresponding to the dark room except for the fish pond. Considering the dangers of the blood pond, Xiaobeichen suggested moving the goldfish in the fish pond to the lotus pond.
As for the empty dark room, Yi Yunqin asked everyone to move aside and then took off into the air. Holding the Xingxuan sword in his hand, the starlight is flowing. With a swing of the sword energy containing the majestic and domineering power of the stars suddenly hit the fish pond without goldfish. Suddenly, the earth shook. The ground also collapsed. The dark room collapsed just like that. For safety reasons, Yi Yunqin also added a seal on the collapsed ground to prevent anyone from rebuilding the blood pool. As for the collapsed ground, let the Go family fill it back with mud themselves. After finishing these things, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunqin were about to leave. At this time, the only men who had a say in the Go family were Go Diao and Go Pai. Go Diao called out to Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunqin. If it weren't for His Majesty and this young master being here today, I'm afraid our Go family would have been annihilated by the Wanren sect. So, after our discussion, all of the Go family's assets in Xingyang City will be given to you too. We will also provide corresponding compensation to the others. Yi Yunqin looked at Xiaobeichen. Do you want it? Xiaobeichen replied, not interested. Are you kidding? I already have endless spirit stone mines, and I think your Go family's assets are too difficult to manage. Don't want. Absolutely not. Yi Yunqin took back the Xingxuan sword. If you don't want it anymore, I don't want it even more. He is worthy of being the Empress and the Empress's man. The wealth of the Go family is unaffected. At this moment, the people present had even greater respect for the two of them. Go Diao didn't expect that the huge wealth of their Go family was despised, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. When he came to his senses, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunqin had already said goodbye to those couples and flew away. After this battle, the Go family declined. They sold a lot of property, helped many civilians, and withdrew from Xingyang City and Hongye Town and returned to their ancestral place. The improved realm is still valid, so Xiaobeichen can still fly. He asked, Yun Xin, where are we going now? Go somewhere you should go. Yi Yunqin, who had changed back into her light blue dress, also glanced at Xiaobeichen. How about you stay in Red Leaf Town and enjoy the scenery, and I'll go alone? Xiaobeichen glanced at her and said, when you took me to Hongye Town before, you didn't want to beat me to enjoy the beautiful scenery, did you? No. Yi Yunqin explained embarrassedly, I tore your clothes, so I wanted to buy you some clothes. Who knew that the Go family gave you a set for free? Xiaobeichen nodded with satisfaction, you still have a conscience. But, I'm worried about you going somewhere alone. What if you get ambushed again? Yi Yunqin said, I have already reached the cave heaven realm. Xiaobeichen shrugged, you were invincible before, but you were ambushed. Yi Yunqin could see that he was concerned about her, and then smiled and said, if I'm attacked again, I'll come back to you and continue detoxifying. Xiaobeichen moved closer to her, well, how about you help me detoxify now? Her face suddenly flushed with shame, and Yi Yunqin refused. I finally managed to relieve the tearing sensation, but it still can't detoxify. At this point, she added, besides, you took the Jinling pill, so you can't do that. Xiaobeichen reminded him, the Jinling pill is still valid. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to refine a pill that could end sage time early? Yi Yunqin pouted and said, I suddenly don't want to refine it anymore. Hateful. Why, you want to fight? I want to detoxify. I think you want to be beaten. As she spoke, Yi Yunqin raised her pink fist and punched Xiaobeichen. Xiaobeichen dodged the punch. Monster, where are you escaping? Yi Yunqin chased after him. The two of them chased each other and played like two kindergarten kids. Just like that, they actually made a big fuss all the way to a relatively grand sect. When Xiaobeichen took a look, he found that he had arrived at the Wanren sect. Unable to help but glance at Yi Yunqin, he asked, so, the place you said we should go is here? Yi Yunqin nodded slightly, yeah. You should come. Xiaobeichen hovered in front of the main hall of Wanren sect, in a square about the size of a football field. Yi Yunqin shouted towards the main hall, everyone who has a say in the Wanren sect, get out here. The sound is quite penetrating. When it reached the surrounding hills, it was reflected back. Not long after, a group of disciples flew out from different corners of the Wanren sect. Soon they surrounded Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunqin. Who is shouting here? A man as fat as a cactus, wearing a forgiveness-colored hat, floated out from the crowd. Chapter 018, keep playing the music and keep dancing. It's early morning now.
But because of the arrival of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, especially after the disciples of Wanren sect surrounded them, the lights inside and outside the main hall were bright, illuminating the entire square. So, in the area centered on the square, the environment and the expressions of the people can be seen clearly with the naked eye. Yi Yunxin said coldly, "Tell me your identity." He. The man in the forgiving hat sneered and said, "Two mere spirit-gathering realm people dare to come to my Wanren sect and act wildly?" That's right. During the flirting just now, Yi Yunxin hit his cultivation level to the Lingzhu realm again. However, this time it was one level higher than the previous time I went to Hongye town. Therefore, what outsiders see is the middle stage of the Lingzhu realm. The effect of Xia Beichen's Jinling pill was only half over. Therefore, his current cultivation level is still at the great perfection of the Lingzhu realm. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the other party finished speaking, the disciples around him burst into laughter. That's the biggest joke I've heard today. You don't even know our mountain guardian elder. We can defeat them with just one of our spiritual movement realm disciples. How dare they come here and challenge us? You are only at the spiritual sea realm. Do you really think you are an old cow standing upside down with a cow pen reaching the sky? Xia Beichen pointed at the man in the forgiving hat and asked, "Is it the green hat on your head that gives you the courage?" Arrogant. The man in the forgiveness hat's veins popped out and pointed back at Xia Beichen. Uncle Master, please don't get angry. A disciple in the early stage of the spiritual movement realm came to the side of the man in the forgiveness-colored hat. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Leave this guy to me. Xia Beichen glanced at him and said, "The last time someone said that, not even a scumbag was left. Are you sure you want to fight me? How powerful people are is not just talk." After the disciple in the Lingdong realm finished speaking, he took the lead in attacking Xia Beichen. He didn't even use a weapon. He attacked Xia Beichen with bare hands. It seems that he really does not take Xia Beichen, who has reached the great perfection of the Lingzhu realm, seriously. The punches are quite powerful, but only on the surface, just for show. Xia Beichen said as he went forward. Boom! When the two met, a burst of energy erupted. Then, the Wanren sect's disciple who was at the early stage of the spirit movement realm groaned. The fellow disciples around him came to their senses and were surprised to find that his right arm was hanging at his side. Like, dislocated. Do you want to continue? Xia Beichen hovered about 10 feet away from the other party and asked lightly. Get out. Go to hell. The other party took out a jade flute about 1 foot long. This forced senior brother Chui to use his Liubi Shao. This kid is finished. Junior brother Chui's Liubi Shao can not only stun cultivators of the same realm, but can also make cultivators of a lower realm lose their souls. Because of this location, many blind guys were killed by senior brother Chui in their despair. Just wait. Unexpectedly, a disciple in the early stage of Lingdong realm was admired by his fellow disciples because of a flute named Liubi. Then Xia Beichen is going to experience it. At this time, the disciple named Chui stretched out his unbroken left hand, took the jade flute, and put it to his lips. The sound of the flute rang out. One-handed is also possible? It seems he's quite capable. Xia Beichen saw that since the sound of the flute was heard, within a radius of 1 mile, the sleeping birds were awakened one after another and flew away hurriedly flapping their wings. Yi Yunxin, who was hovering not far behind Xia Beichen, couldn't help but frown when he heard the sound of the flute. Then she used Tianxian star technique to send a message to Xia Beichen, "Beichen, be careful. His flute music might disturb your mind." His tone was filled with worry. Xia Beichen said, "It doesn't matter, he can't hurt me." Hearing his confident tone, Yi Yun felt relieved. She added a layer of protection around herself, filtering out a lot of the decibels of the flute sound, and then looked at Xia Beichen in the field. The flute sounded for a moment, and the disciple named Chui discovered that Xia Beichen was hovering about 10 feet away, with his hands folded in front of him, looking calm and composed. "Although I don't understand what song you're playing, I have to say, you play the flute really well." When the other party heard Xia Beichen deliberately increase the volume of the word "blow the flute" while speaking, he was so angry that his body trembled. This Liu Bai Shao should be quite lethal to those with a lower realm than me, so why is he fine? With a determined heart, he moved his mouth and bit his teeth. He bit my lower lip and broke the skin. He was blowing and biting so much that Xia Beichen was a little surprised. What is going on? The blood oozing from his lower lip soon stained the jade flute. The jade flute, which originally had a hint of green, suddenly emitted a faint dark red light. Although it wasn't smoke, Xia Beichen was very suspicious. The opponent's martial arts skills are very similar to those used by their leader Qiu Shanba and the great elder Miao Huilai in the Go family. Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that you are also the lucky one who was visited by your leader through the back door." The other person's body shook. It was as if someone had discovered his embarrassing mistake. But soon, he returned to normal and played faster. The sound waves spread rapidly from the Liu Bishao to all directions. The fellow disciples surrounding him had to add a layer of defense to resist the damage caused by the flute sound. With the disciple named Chui as the center, the space began to twist outward. Xia Beichen used his spiritual sense to take out a spirit stone the size of a quail egg from the endless realm, and threw it to the disciple named Chui in full view of everyone. When the spirit stone touched the twisted place, it was stretched and bent. Xia Beichen saw that in just 2 seconds, the extremely hard spirit stone was twisted beyond recognition. Finally, it broke into powder with a crackling sound and fell down. As we all know, spiritual stones contain spiritual energy. Spiritual stones with spiritual energy are hard currency, while spiritual stones without spiritual energy are just waste stones. They were surprised to find that the spirit stone Xia Beichen took out was actually a top-grade spirit stone. So, even if it was broken into powder, everyone could sense its spiritual energy, which was 10 times more abundant than the spiritual energy of the spiritual stones circulating in the market. Some disciples took the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy. Seeing that the space distortion was about to affect him, Xia Beichen still looked calm and composed. At this moment, Yi Yan's heart, which had just been put at ease, was lifted up again. "Beichen, what are you doing?" she asked anxiously through voice transmission. However, Xia Beichen did not answer her, but began to move rhythmically. "Keep on playing, keep on dancing." Xia Beichen spoke to the disciple named Shui and other people from the Wanren sect as if he was dancing in the 21st century. "Kong Mang, baby, don't stop." At this time, everyone made the strange discovery. The spatial distortion caused by the sound of the flute has no effect at all on Xia Beichen. He was unharmed. Even the clothes are fine. In fact, they, including Yi Yunxin, were all unaware. Chapter 019 The Suona sounded, and the whole audience was filled with sadness. What they don't know is that Xia Beichen has the skill of countering every move. Moreover, it's still half the time limit. The effect is longer than that of Jin Lingdan. After using the counter movement on the disciple surnamed Chui from the Wanren sect, the sound of the flute suddenly changed from a tune he couldn't understand to a disco for dancing. That's why he is so happy. This move. Yi Yunxin opened her delicate little mouth wide at the sight. Everyone in the Wanren sect was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Disciple Chui was so angry that he felt a tightness in his chest, his blood boiling, and he almost vomited blood. The sound of the flute also stopped as his blood and energy attacked his heart. Why did it stop? The disco music that reached his ears suddenly stopped, and Xia Beichen was still not satisfied. How boring. Lu Bai Xiao is nothing but this. After these words were spoken, the disciple surnamed Chui could no longer hold back. Puff. Finally, a mouthful of blood spurted out. At the same time, his body began to fall. Junior brother Chui. Seeing this, 2 disciples of Wanren sect flew over hurriedly, caught him, and supported him. "Brother, I." Before he could finish the word "I," his head tilted and he fainted. His 2 senior brothers stared at Xia Beichen fiercely with fire in their eyes. If you don't know, you might think Xia Beichen had just bullied their little lover. "You watch over junior brother Chui, I'll go teach him a lesson." The disciple on the left, who had reached the great perfection of the Lingdong realm, rushed towards Xia Beichen. "Let's change someone else." Xia Beichen stretched out his right little finger and reminded the other party while cleaning his ears. "This is too much," the other party gritted his teeth. Xia Beichen moved his right hand, which was cleaning his ears, in front of him and flicked it. Some earwax flew onto the other person. "What's worse," Xia Beichen said, "oh, you're right. I'm just bullying you, so what? Brother Mo, knock him down." The younger brothers and sisters around encouraged their senior brother. Just like that, the other party seemed to be energized and was ready to attack Xia Beichen. However, just when he was half a meter away from reaching Xia Beichen, he suddenly saw Xia Beichen take out something. Surprisingly, it's a suona. He remembered something his farm friend had once told him. When facing monks who use musical instruments, you can respond with the king of all music suona.
What a coincidence.
Just now, Xiao Beichen used the strategy of countering the opponent's moves to neutralize the attack of the flute.
I told the system that I wanted a swana.
The system cooperated to satisfy him.
It's my turn to give you a song. As soon as the words fell, the swana started to sound.
The disciple named Mo, who was the first to be hit, was suddenly startled and quickly retreated 2 feet, covering his ears.
Why is this song so sad? Why does it make me want to cry? I thought of my deceased relatives. Whoa. This guy is playing funeral music. Someone suddenly understood. He's cursing our Wanren sect to death. I can't stop crying, my heart hurts so much.
For a moment, the disciples around were all in tears.
It looked like I was about to lose control. How dare you?
How dare a mere spirit-gathering realm cultivator act so presumptuously here? At this time, an old voice came from the mountain behind the main hall. Then, a green light shot out from the back mountain. In the blink of an eye, he arrived between Xiao Beichen and the disciple who had reached the great perfection of the Lingdong realm. The disciples around were overjoyed, as if they had seen a big star. Even the man in the forgiveness-colored hat looked respectful. The disciples around him began to discuss.
Ancestor Gua has come out of seclusion.
I didn't expect that 2 cultivators at the spirit-gathering realm would alarm Patriarch Gua, who had been in seclusion for 200 years.
Now, there's no doubt about it. I bet there's nothing left of this guy. I bet that woman will become Patriarch Gua's concubine. Unexpectedly, the 2 young men who said the last 2 sentences let out a scream at the same time as soon as they finished speaking.
Then, they fell down in pain, and finally fell heavily to their knees in the square. The knee joints of both men made a creepy cracking sound. Even so, they were still kneeling, and there was no sign of their bodies falling to the ground. This scene suddenly happened before the funeral music played by the swana in the venue stopped, and everyone was unable to react for a moment.
When Patriarch Gua's gaze shifted from Xiao Beichen to Yi Yunshin,
everyone then realized that the scene just now was caused by her. Patriarch Gua said in a deep voice, "Miss, the attack you just made doesn't look like the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm at all." Yi Yunshin looked at her own hands and said, "Old thing, I thought you were dead.
I didn't expect you to hide in the back mountain like a turtle.
It would be fine if you became a coward, but 200 years have passed and you are still in the middle stage of the spirit-refining realm, not even as good as your nephew Chiu.
Oh, if I remember correctly, you old thing, you should be 1,857 years old, right? I'm actually not as good as a nephew who is 857. Aren't you ashamed?"
Having said that, Yi Yunshin put down her hands and looked at Patriarch Gua as if he were a fool.
Xiao Beichen stopped playing the swana at this moment, and the swana disappeared from his hand in an instant. Recycled by the system.
He flew to Yi Yunshin and said, "I didn't expect that he is older than Hyacinthus." Yi Yunshin said sarcastically, "Much older." Xiao Beichen gave her a thumbs up and praised her without hesitation. "I've discovered that you're really sharp-tongued, and your scolding is very much like my style."
"Yeah?"
Yi Yunshin smiled slightly and said, "I learned it from you." As they flirted with each other, the corners of Gua Laozu's mouth and eyes twitched angrily.
And this woman actually knew everything about my situation. Who is she? However, Patriarch Gua soon turned gloomy and said,
"Insulting me here today is a small matter, but insulting our sect is a big deal.
No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving the Wanren sect in this lifetime. You have this ability?"
Yi Yunshin said nonchalantly, "Out of respect for a sect that existed for thousands of years before its demise, I will show you something first, so that you can rest in peace in your grave." As she spoke, she activated her magic and pointed her finger into the air. A circular screen that was much larger than the center circle of a football field appeared in everyone's field of vision.
The footage of what happened in the Go family's darkroom was being played at almost double the speed.
Including the leader of the Wanren sect, Shou Shanba, and the great elder Miao Huilai, who were killed in the blood pool one after another.
Until the surviving disciples of Wanren sect surrender and their cultivation is abolished.
After seeing this, the disciples of Wanren sect were filled with disbelief.
The sect master and the great elder were actually killed by them? It's not over yet.
Yi Yunshin changed his hand gestures and the scene switched. It was the scene of her being ambushed and hunted at the dinner party yesterday, and the monks including Goti and Hyacinth trying to kill her.
Of course, there are no scenes in the cave. Even if you are a paying member, you still can't see it.
Finally, Yi Yunshin removed the screen and looked at everyone from the Wanren sect coldly.
The next moment, the stars are moving. Star Sword.
Both Patriarch Guo and the man in the forgiveness-colored hat widened their eyes and stammered, You.
Chapter 020, Convict those who are in the same gang and kill them without mercy. Yi Yunshin.
The two of them stuttered for a long time before calling out her name. The others were stunned when they heard her name.
No wonder they dared to challenge the Wanren sect. It's actually her. Why is her cultivation only at the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm? Shouldn't she have already died?
Yes, why are you still here alive?
Did she escape?
Listening to the discussions of the Wanren sect disciples, Yi Yunshin finally understood. It turned out that these people all knew that the Wanren sect was involved in Feng Xinzi's rebellion. Even the entire sect has put it on the table. So, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Yi Yunshin tightly grasped the Xingxuan sword in his hand. There was still a cold expression on his face. But there was a ruthless fire flashing in her eyes. Even Xia Beichen, who was beside her, felt her chilling coldness and the murderous rage that contrasted with it. Reaching out her hand, Xia Beichen held her left hand that was not holding the sword.
Go do what you want to do. No matter what the result is, I support you.
Yi Yunshin turned to look at Xia Beichen, and the chill immediately turned into warmth and emotion. There was a look of autumn water in her eyes, full of affection.
Aha!
Yi Yunshin nodded slightly, and then the Xingxuan sword in his hand made a clang sound, pointing directly at the most powerful ancestor Gui in the Wanren sect.
The chill and anger returned to her in an instant.
Old man, even though you've been in seclusion for 200 years, I'm afraid you must have known everything your great-nephew, the sect leader, has done, right? After being shocked, Mr. Gui came back to his senses.
Yi Yunshin.
He pointed in this direction and shouted, even if you still have the ability to instantly kill my sect's disciples with one move, your realm has dropped to the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm. As long as everyone in our sect is united, your two fists will still be no match for four. Today, even if you knew the truth, what can you do to us? Yi Yunshin said, this is your own choice. Before he finished speaking, he broke free from Xia Beichen's hand with his left hand, added a defensive barrier to him, and then jumped up with the sword in his right hand. The Wanren sect has existed on this continent for thousands of years, but I didn't expect that their original intentions have changed. Today I will let you taste the consequences of your own evil deeds.
Xia Beichen didn't say anything and just looked at Yi Yunshin silently.
The man in the forgiving colored hat retreated a few feet with the injured disciples surnamed Shui and Mo. Patriarch Gui began to form hand seals and said to his disciples, form a mountain protection formation.
Everyone reacted quickly and formed hand seals quickly.
After a while, a huge golden magic circle appeared in the sky.
This is the Wanren sect's mountain protection formation, set up by its founder.
Judging from its appearance and aura, the Wanren sect has invested a lot of resources in maintenance over the past thousands of years. Yi Yunshin didn't take the mountain protection formation seriously and swung his sword directly at the formation. The power of the stars rushed straight up.
Crack, crack, crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the mountain protection formation.
The Wanren sect disciples looked at this scene in horror.
Even the man in the forgiveness-colored hat couldn't help but tremble. As a mountain guardian elder, he is very familiar with this formation.
A few months ago, a few reckless spiritual sea realm cultivators came here to cause trouble. As a result, they were suppressed by the mountain protection formation and had no power to fight back. They lasted less than half a minute, and several wandering cultivators in the spirit sea realm were all wiped out.
But now,
Yi Yunshin, whose cultivation level was only at the middle stage of Lingju realm, actually broke the mountain protection formation with just one sword.
Soon,
the magic circle had more and more cracks, and after a few breaths, it shattered with a clang. The remnants of the broken magic circle flew out, and most of them sank into the bodies of the Wanren sect disciples. For a moment, blood mist spread.
Just one sword. The Wanren sect lost nearly 10 disciples.
Moreover, this was just a move released by Yi Yunshin with his cultivation level of the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Even Patriarch Gui was affected. If he hadn't set up a defensive barrier around himself in time, he would have been injured.
Xia Beichen did not suffer any harm because of the defensive barrier added by Yi Yunshin and his own defense value.
Ancestor, what should we do?
The man in the forgiving hat looked at Patriarch Gui and asked, do you want to activate the 10,000 blades formation?
Yi Yunshin held the Xingxuan sword behind him and said, the Wanren sect gets its name from the Wanren formation, but it also has a drawback. For every 1,000 enemies it kills, 800 of its own will be lost.
Are you sure you want to activate it?
The man in the forgiving hat shouted, "We swear to live and die with the Wanren sect." Some disciples who had been in the sect for many years responded immediately to show their loyalty. However, some disciples who had just started to learn began to hesitate. After all, when it comes to a sense of belonging, freshmen can never be as strong as old ones.
Yi Yunshin noticed their disagreement and said,
"Wherever my sword strikes, not a blade of grass will grow. If you don't want to die, get down the mountain immediately, and from now on, don't say you're from the Wanren sect."
Patriarch Gui shouted, "Yi Yunshin, stop spreading rumors here to confuse the people. How can you persuade the disciples of the Wanren sect to rebel with just a few words?" Ha 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 ha. Xia Beichen couldn't help laughing. "Old man surnamed Gua, I just saw the scene of your Wanren sect disciples surrendering and losing their cultivation. How come you have forgotten it now? Do you have a 7-second memory?"
Patriarch Gui was furious and said, "Disciples who have reached the spiritual pill realm or above, follow me and the Dharma Protector elders to kill Yi Yunshin. The rest of the disciples, concentrate your firepower to kill this arrogant brat."
"Yes, sir."
After hearing this, about 2/3 of the Wanren sect disciples immediately took action. The remaining 1/3 are still hesitating. Patriarch Gui issued a death order. Today, those who do not contribute to the sect and kill those who insult the sect will be punished as Yi Yunshin's accomplices and will be killed without mercy. Some disciples looked at each other, and then joined in the killing of Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen. The last group of disciples gritted their teeth and planned to go down the mountain. It is still a question whether the Wanren sect can survive under Yi Yunshin's nose.
The idea of killing without mercy afterwards is simply a joke. However, Patriarch Gui did not give them a chance and said to the man in the forgiving hat, "Activate the 10,000 blades formation. Treat all these people as Yi Yunshin's accomplices, and leave no one alive."
"Yes, sir." The man in the forgiveness-colored hat immediately took out a small badge. This badge is the symbol of the Wanren sect. After being infused with spiritual energy, it rushed straight into the sky under the urging of the man in the forgiveness-colored hat. Then, with the main hall as the center, the hilltops within a radius of several meters suddenly emitted the sound of musical instruments.
Countless rays of clear light shot out from these mountaintops. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin took a look.
They were shocked to see countless knives and swords flying towards them and the disciples of Wanren sect who wanted to go down the mountain like raindrops.
Chapter 021 Wanren sect, destroyed.
Brothers and sisters, since Gui is so ruthless, there's no need for us to be kind and righteous. Today, either he dies or I die. Some disciples who wanted to go down the mountain angrily called on their companions.
That's right.
Either he dies or I die. The remaining disciples who wanted to go down the mountain responded one after another, showing great courage.
Although they are mainly composed of freshmen, they are also a force that cannot be underestimated.
Everyone used their own magic weapon and officially broke with the sect. The founder of the Wanren sect would probably never have imagined that one day, fellow disciples would kill each other. This is the first time since the sect was founded. Perhaps, this will be its last time. The reason why the Wanren sect is called the Wanren sect is that it is said that there are 10,000 swords hidden in the sect that are used in the Wanren formation. This magic circle helped the newly established Wanren sect avoid disasters of all sizes and avoid being wiped out. This is because, even if the people who come to challenge the master can withstand the mountain protection formation, they will still be cut by the thousands of blades in the 10,000 blades formation. This is even more horrible than being executed by slow slicing. After the 10,000 blades formation was activated, Yi Yunshin rushed to Xia Beichen's side. The Xingxuan sword in his hand drew a circle in front of him, transforming into countless flying swords.
With the domineering power of the stars, he met the knives and swords flying towards them after the Wanren formation was activated. Moment. The night is as bright as the day. A powerful pressure swept across the entire Wanren sect. Knock, knock, knock.
Countless swords and knives of the Wanren sect broke with a sound, and then, like the previous mountain protection formation, the broken parts flew everywhere.
As a result, there was another loss of personnel. It really is true that killing 1,000 enemies will result in 800 casualties.
No, we didn't kill a single enemy, but lost 800 of our own men.
Boom, boom, boom.
The other flying swords transformed from the Xingxuan sword slammed into the top of the mountain, causing a shocking loud noise. Suddenly the earth shook and countless rocks and gravel flew in all directions like raindrops.
Dozens of hilltops were completely destroyed. Not to mention the buildings in the sect. Clang.
The small badge also shattered, and then the man in the forgiveness had vomited a pool of blood. After all, he is the Mountain Guardian Elder, and the Mountain Protection Formation and the 10,000 Blades Formation have long been connected with his efforts.
But now, the 10,000 Blades Formation followed the same fate as the Mountain Protection Formation and was destroyed by Yi Yunshin in one move.
Therefore, his foundation was also affected, causing internal injuries. The Wanren Formation was destroyed, and the entire Wanren sect was covered in dark clouds. The surrounding environment became extremely dark, and the scene looked like a bloody and terrifying picture. Yi Yunshin, you destroyed 2 of my sect's formations. I will tear you into pieces. Patriarch Gore roared and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, black smoke came out of his body. Then, his body expanded rapidly, instantly becoming 3 times larger than before. He punched Yi Yunshin. One after another, black fist shadows attacked Yi Yunshin like swift monsters. You don't know your own limitations. Yi Yunshin gently spun his hand, and the Xingxuan sword in his hand immediately merged into one with thousands of swords. The stars are lingering and shining brightly. Let us end it. Yi Yunshin held the Xingxuan sword and slashed at Patriarch Qua. Meteors are falling. Many disciples of Wanren sect died again. In a few breaths, the square was filled with corpses. Even the man in the forgiveness-colored hat was hit by the meteor and was finally split in half by the sword energy. After a while, Patriarch Qua, who was unable to defend himself, had the tip of the Xingxuan sword pressed against his throat. As soon as he used his boxing skills, his inflated ability was interrupted by Yi Yunshin's Xingxuan sword. At this moment, Yi Yunshin's cultivation level was suddenly released. Patriarch Guo looked at her in horror and dejection. You are actually at the cave heaven realm? It's too late to find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Guo's head fell to the ground, and even his nascent soul was devoured by the colorful flowers summoned by Yi Yunshin, leaving nothing behind. On the other side, Xia Beichen relied on his ability to counter the attack and withstood the attack. The mournful music from the Swana previously invisibly weakened the strength of these disciples whose realm was below the spiritual pill stage. Therefore, facing their siege, Xia Beichen killed many disciples of Wanren sect. You've been baptized by the sorrow music before, and your strength has long been reduced. If you continue like this, I will wear you out. After seeing that Patriarch Guo and the Mountain Guarding Elder were both killed, and hearing what Xia Beichen said, the remaining disciples of the Wanren sect began to quickly weigh the pros and cons. Yi Yunshin revealed his true cultivation level. If the fight continued, even without Xia Beichen, they would follow in the footsteps of Patriarch Guo and the Mountain Guarding Elder. After a while, these disciples put down their weapons and surrendered to Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen and begged for mercy. Actually, they didn't find it incredible that they lost to Yi Yunshin, who had hidden her cultivation level. After all, she was already in the cave heaven realm and possessed the ability to destroy the world. But many people racked their brains and couldn't understand why they suffered losses at the hands of a guy who had reached the great perfection of the spirit-gathering realm. Especially when the effect of the Jinling pill wore off and Xia Beichen recovered to the great perfection of the Lingwu realm, they were even more shocked. At this time, the sect, which originally had more than 2,000 people, was reduced to 38 people within an hour after Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin arrived. Among them, 25 people surrendered, and the rest were those who wanted to go down the mountain but were unable to do so. Among them, the highest realm is the great perfection of the spiritual realm. Yi Yunshin looked at the 25 people who surrendered and said, "Those who aided and abetted the tyrant must be punished." Then, he followed the same method and gave each of them a pill. They had all seen the previous footage about the Go family, so they were not unfamiliar with this elixir. As long as you take it, all your cultivation will be wasted. The 13 people breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that they had realized their mistake and not continued to join the Wanren sect in fighting against Yi Yunshin. Otherwise, all the cultivation efforts of dozens or even hundreds of years will be wasted. Looking at the 25 people who were in sharp contrast to them, he knew that this was already Yi Yunshin's forgiveness. So, without hesitation, he took the pill. It melts in your mouth and makes you wail. In half a minute, the cultivation of these 25 people was completely destroyed. Yi Yunshin said coldly, "Since your cultivation has been wasted, then get out." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me." The 25 people were as if they had been pardoned. After expressing their gratitude, they quickly went down the mountain. The remaining 13 people wanted to join the Tianxian sect and asked Yi Yunshin to take them in, but she refused. Let them go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. That's all. The Wanren sect entered a brief period of tranquility.
The entire sect was completely destroyed and was in ruins.
Among the ruins of broken walls, there were creepy deep pits.
The strength of the cave heaven realm is so terrifying. So far. Wanrun sect, destroyed. Yi Yunxin retracted the Xingxuan sword and looked at the ruins of the Wanrun sect.
As a sect with thousands of years of history, there must be many treasures.
Let's go and plunder them. Forehead? Looking at Yi Yunxin, who looked a bit like a money grubber, Xia Beichen almost didn't react.
Yi Yunxin dragged him towards the ruins. Come on, if I don't plunder a little, how can I support you? Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, Yi Yunxin felt that something was wrong with Xia Beichen.
Chapter 022, that as for drilling holes. The effect of the Jinling pill expires just after the battle ends.
As a result, Xia Beichen recovered his cultivation to the great perfection of the Lingwu realm. But now, a ray of light suddenly appeared on his body, and he was promoted from the Lingwu realm to the Lingju realm.
Drop.
Because the host performed well in the previous battle, the host's cultivation has been promoted to the early stage of the spirit gathering realm.
This is not over yet.
The ethereal voice of the system came again.
Congratulations to the host and Yi Yunxin for successfully escaping danger. Random rewards are now being issued. Yes. Random rewards.
If the system hadn't reminded him, Xia Beichen would have almost forgotten. This was the additional reward given by the system when he chose to take the Jinling pill.
I don't know what it is.
Rewards have been issued, please check. Xia Beichen checked it with anticipation and found that the rewards were distributed in the main hall of the building in the Endless Realm. And it was a beautifully packaged package. He immediately opened the package using his spiritual sense, revealing a book. There were only 4 words written on it: True Spiritual Pill Book. This is the title of the book. After flipping through 2 pages, Xia Beichen exclaimed, "Wow!" As the name suggests, the book is a secret book on alchemy. After learning, you can not only refine elixirs to treat diseases, but also refine elixirs that can make the golden spear invincible.
Ahem. Beichen?
A ray of light fell, and after Xia Beichen's cultivation level was improved, Yi Yunxin found that his expression was a little obscene. He couldn't help but waved his hand in front of him and called his name in confusion.
Xia Beichen blinked and came back to his senses. What's wrong? What were you thinking about just now? Yi Yunxin asked.
I'm thinking about the golden spear, ahem, I'm thinking about the spiritual gathering realm.
I can finally fly. Xia Beichen replied seriously.
Yi Yunxin responded to his question with a look of doubt. I don't believe it. Xia Beichen had no choice but to hold her hand. Let's go, didn't you say you wanted to search for treasures? What if the treasure grows legs and runs away if we're too late? Yi Yunxin glanced at him speechlessly. Baby, you don't have an extra leg like you men, where can you sneak away? Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, We men don't walk on that leg because it's used for digging holes. However, Yi Yunxin said, other people are actively digging holes, and you are passively digging holes. Please switch between active and passive methods next time.
Xia Beichen cried out in his heart, monster.
The 2 men drove at high speed on the broken road and arrived at the steps in front of the main hall of Wanren sect.
It's collapsed like this, how can we find it? Xia Beichen scratched the back of his head.
Of course, look for it openly. Yi Yunxin flipped his hands, and the bright starlight flowed. He pointed at the ruins of the main hall, and then the starlight moved the broken construction waste to the square. There are quite a few pits in the square, which are perfect for filling. I have to say that this Tianxian star technique is simply a panacea for the disciples of Tianxian sect. Not only can it be used as a medium to transmit sound, but it can also be used in fights and as a tool to carry things. Seeing Yi Yunxin using Tianxian star technique to move the waste, Xia Beichen suddenly remembered that he was now also at the Lingju realm. Previously, because of the Jin Lingdan, Yi Yunxin taught him the Tianxian star technique. However, as the effect of the Jinling pill wore off, Xia Beichen, who had recovered to the Lingwu realm, was unable to perform the Tianxian star technique. After all, it can only be practiced after reaching the spiritual gathering realm. Now, he has bid farewell to the Lingwu realm and arrived at the Lingju realm. Therefore, he also tried to use the Tianxian star technique. Soon, starlight swirled around his hands, flowing back and forth. Yi Yunxin turned her head to look at him, then showed a warm smile, and did not forget to give him a thumbs up. Xia Beichen pointed at a pile of broken beams, and the starlight in his hand flew over and lifted up the pile of targets. Then he pointed to the beams being carried to the square.
Success!
although there is still a big gap compared to Yi Yunshin, who was able to almost clear the ruins in one go. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Even if you are drilling a hole and don't know how to do it the first time, but after a while, won't you be able to do it with one shot in the dark? You can move so many things to other places by standing still. Tianxian star technique is like a missile that can hit wherever you point it, and it will be placed wherever you point it. In fact, once a cultivator reaches the middle stage of the spiritual martial realm, he can control objects through the air. It's just that people with high cultivation can control a large number of items at a time, while people with low cultivation can only control a very limited number of items. And this Tianxian star technique can just allow people with lower cultivation to make up for this shortcoming. In less than 3 minutes, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin had cleared out the ruins. The ruins of the main hall, which were originally in ruins, were cleared away, leaving only some uncollapsed wooden frames. However, when they entered the ruins of the main hall, they discovered, apart from a large Wanren sect logo in the center of the main hall, there is nothing valuable here. Could it be that when they were moving, they took away all the treasures? Xia Beichen turned his head and looked at the waste outside the square. Yi Yunshin shook his head and said, I checked, and there's no treasure in the waste that was moved out. Xia Beichen shifted his gaze back and glanced at the remains of the main hall. The entire sect has at least 2,000 to 3,000 people to support. They can't be so broke, right? Could it be that there's an additional treasure house? Yi Yunshin lifted his chin and said, when I first joined Tianxian sect, I came to Wanren sect with my teachers. Let me think about it. After thinking for a moment, she said, the Wanren sect probably doesn't have a treasure house, but I do remember that they have a forbidden area where outsiders are not allowed to enter. Even if they are from their own sect, only elders can enter. Xia Beichen asked, do you remember where their forbidden area is? Aha! Yi Yunshin nodded, determined the direction below, pointed to the west and said, it seems to be in that direction. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. As Xia Beichen spoke, he pulled Yi Yunshin's hand again and flew into the air. Now that I can fly, all I have to do is fly. Yi Yunshin glanced at the hands of the two people and said, Beichen, you are holding my hand now, is it getting smoother and smoother? Just kidding, whether it's holding hands, kissing, or having sex, it can all increase intimacy, how can it not be convenient? Of course, Xia Beichen didn't dare to say that, otherwise he would probably be punished by kneeling on the washboard. With a wry smile, he replied, you can't always be the one taking the initiative. That's right. Yi Yun smiled knowingly, and then enjoyed the feeling of being held by Xia Beichen's hand. Just as they took off into the air and were about to fly towards the forbidden area of the Wanren sect, suddenly a beam of light shot up into the sky behind them, illuminating much of the surrounding area. The two men hurriedly stopped and turned back, only to see a strange scene happening on the ruins of the main hall. This book is nearly 50,000 words long, and it's been signed for a week now. I'm calling on all the handsome and beautiful readers to vote for me, send me coins, like, and give me good reviews. Love you all. Chapter 023 Anyone who dares to touch my man will be punished. The Wanren sect's logo actually glowed. However, this light has the style of a guardian elder wearing a forgiveness-colored hat. Because, it's green. I don't know if this logo has a direct relationship with him. Perhaps he had programmed something to cause the logo to glow green like the hat on his head when it appeared in the vision. The greenish light added a touch of spiritual aura to the already destroyed Wanren sect. Yunshin, was this logo there when you came here? Xia Beichen asked Yi Yunshin curiously. Yes. I just didn't expect this to happen. Yi Yunshin replied. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, picked up a piece of wood in the air, and threw it towards the light of the logo. The wood passed through the light and flew out from one end. Although this light may cause a certain degree of psychological damage to people, it is not offensive. But what does it mean? It doesn't even say it can turn something into something else. As the two people talked, the light changed from green to blue. It looks a lot more sci-fi and not as disgusting as before. Then, after the blue light, an outline appeared. After a while, the outline took shape, and it turned out to be a turtle? Ron. It's Xuanwu. Yi Yunshin said in surprise, the Wanren sect actually sealed a black tortoise. Beichen, your mouth must have been blessed. Things change at any time. Words speak louder than anything else. Xia Beichen smiled awkwardly. Soon, the outline of the basalt became fully materialized, revealing its true appearance. No wonder it glows green, because its main color is turquoise.
After the Xuanwu of the Wanren sect revealed its true form, the light emitted from the logo dimmed. It disappeared in a moment. However, even without the light, Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin could still see its appearance clearly. This black tortoise has two head bags. One is the glands, the other is the snake head. It is very similar to the traditional Chinese god of the north, but there are some differences. Xuanwu, which governs the north, is responsible for wind and rain. It also symbolizes the old yin among the four symbols and winter among the four seasons. The glands opened its mouth wide and roared, as if it had been suppressed and sealed for too long and needed to vent. The snake's head spit out its long scarlet tongue. I didn't expect them to be two delicate humans. After the roar, the glands made a masculine sound and drooled from time to time. It's been a while since I've tasted human food. I miss such delicious food like humans. The snake head made a female sound and drooled. Xiao Beichen cursed, a turtle and a spicy noodle, you still want to eat humans? Do you believe I can catch a pheasant and stew you into a dragon, phoenix, and turtle soup? The snake head spit out its tongue and said, young man, you are young, but you have a lot of temper. TSK, TSK, TSK. Turtlehead glanced at the square of Wanren sect. There were still many corpses lying on it. The Wanren sect was actually destroyed? The glands became excited, ha ha ha. God is really helping us. As it spoke, it opened its mouth and the corpses in the square flew towards it. Eaten one in one bite. The snake head did not miss this opportunity and swallowed one in one bite. Nausea. Yi Yunxin couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and a ray of starlight hit Xuanwu in front of him. Interrupt their swallowing instantly. Although these disciples of the Wanren sect were hateful when they were alive, they were still of the same kind. How could they be eaten by monsters? What's more, once Xuanwu has eaten enough, no one knows what will happen. If its strength increases greatly, it will be difficult to deal with it. After blocking them, Yi Yunxin used the Tianxian star technique to pile all the corpses on the wooden waste. Then, a flash of fire hit Xuanwu in front of him. A raging fire immediately broke out. Xuanwu got angry when he saw this scene. A mixture of male and female voices shouted angrily, damn humans, I'll feast on you first. Walk. Yi Yunxin pulled Xiao Beichen up and flew towards the west. Want to run? No way. Xuanwu chased after them. After flying a mile, Yi Yunxin and Xiao Beichen stopped. After summoning the Xingxuan sword, Yi Yunxin released Xiao Beichen's hand and said, I'll take the initiative later, and you assist. Let's see if there's a chance to destroy it. Good. Xiao Beichen said nothing and took a fighting stance. The reason why he was so confident was, of course, that his skill of countering each opponent's moves had not yet expired. There are still nearly 2 hours, or 4 hours left. At this time, the sky was turning pale. The morning of a new day is coming. Seeing that they had stopped running, Turtlehead said, Why aren't you running anymore? Did you think you couldn't escape, so you just became our breakfast? Xiao Beichen said with a look of disgust, Turtle, you take yourself too seriously, don't you? The Turtlehead said angrily, I am Xuanwu, not a turtle. Xiao Beichen shook his finger, I said you are a turtle, and you are a turtle. Die. The glands opened its mouth and spit out a basketball-sized water ball towards Xiao Beichen. Xiao Beichen twisted his body, and the water ball passed by him and flew straight behind him. Soon, it crashed into a mountain with half of its body left. Boom! The poor half of the mountain was severely damaged again and became even shorter. However, there was no flying rocks or gravel, but after the explosion, the rocks were actually corroded. Xiao Beichen couldn't help but take a breath. If I hadn't dodged it just now, I would have been corroded to pieces. Are you okay? Yi Yunxin asked with concern. Xiao Beichen came back to his senses and shook his head, it's okay. Yi Yunxin looked at Xuanwu, anyone who dares to touch my man will be punished. Before he finished speaking, he raised the Xingxuan sword and struck Xuanwu with it. Swish! The sword energy was like a rainbow, cutting towards their necks. The snake opened its mouth and a wall of wind appeared in front of them. The sword energy of the Xingxuan sword then slashed at the wind wall. The sword energy failed to cut through, but it burst out with amazing power, pushing Xuanwu back nearly 10 feet. It seems that he is quite capable. Xuanwu once again said in unison, humans like this will be more tasty when we eat them later. Yeah? Yi Yunxin asked in a low voice, it depends on whether you are lucky enough to eat it. In a flash, she appeared in front of Xuanwu. Starlight binding. 4 rays of starlight shot up into the sky behind Xuanwu. Space cage?
Xuanwu was quite knowledgeable and immediately recognized the function of the starlight binding. Then, its turtle head, snake head, and tail all retracted into the shell.
Xia Beichen looked over and saw that it actually started spinning like the dragon turtle in Luelu.
And, falling at a rapid speed.
Boom! With a loud bang, Xuanwu fell to the ground.
It smashed the ground into a deep hole, and then it crawled into it.
This guy can actually burrow underground.
In this way, it avoided the attack of starlight binding.
Yi Yunxin looked at the ground beneath his feet vigilantly. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Xuanwu broke out of the ground, and it was the land under Xia Beichen's feet. Xia Beichen's location was the first to be hit. Be careful, Beichen. Chapter 024. Are you crazy? The Dragon Turtle's ultimate move is charging into the sky? Unexpectedly, Xuanwu chose Xia Beichen, who was much weaker than Yi Yunxin. Break out of the ground and rush straight up.
Seeing this, Xia Beichen quickly flew away for a distance.
Xuanwu was still spinning like a dragon turtle.
Although it did not hit Xia Beichen, it immediately changed direction and smashed towards him.
Depend on. Are you crazy? Isn't this the reworked dragon turtle's ultimate move, Sky Slam? The legendary turtle on a plane?
At this time, Xuanwu's speed was extremely fast.
Boom!
There was another loud bang, and it landed half a foot away from Xia Beichen. Although Xia Beichen did not have direct physical contact with it, he was still knocked a short distance away when it hit the ground.
Immediately afterwards, there were brief aftershocks.
Seeing this, Yi Yunxin hurriedly added a defensive barrier for Xia Beichen. This barely stabilized Xia Beichen and saved him from a lot of damage from aftershocks.
Beichen, are you okay?
Yi Yan rushed to Xia Beichen and asked with concern.
Xia Beichen replied, "It's okay. Luckily you set up the defensive barrier in time. Otherwise, I would have been injured." Xuanwu did not stop attacking. He spun around again, jumped up, and smashed towards the two of them. Flash!
Yi Yunxin swung his sword and at the same time, he took Xia Beichen and retreated several feet.
However,
this time, Xuanwu did not fall to the ground where they were originally, but a turtle head suddenly emerged.
Puff!
Like a dragon spitting water, a stream of water came out of the gland's mouth. The water column attacked Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin without any hesitation. If it were ordinary water, at most it would just be a temptation to get wet.
But the water sprayed by Xuanwu is not to be trifled with. It can kill people. Because it is extremely corrosive.
Even mountains can be corroded in an instant, let alone the human body, which is not as hard as rock. Yi Yunxin immediately erected an earth wall in front of them. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth.
Hula! However,
the earth wall was instantly shattered by the impact of the water column.
Xuanwu's attack is not over yet.
The snake's head was revealed at this time, and it spit out 3 streams of wind in succession with puff puff puff.
It now seems that the gland's penis represents water and the snake head represents wind. Real wind snake. The 3 winds quickly intertwined together to form a huge tornado.
The water column plus tornado came like a violent storm. The wind made Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin's clothes rustle.
Yun Xin, we. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin dodged while discussing countermeasures.
After all, this Xuanwu is an ancient demon beast, and is not comparable to ordinary cultivators. The Wanren sect sealed it here, and it must not have been done by one person alone. What's more, it has a hard shell. Yi Yunxin tried to chop it with his sword several times, but failed.
So, we can only outsmart them.
After dodging the water column, Yi Yunxin nodded slightly, agreeing to Xia Beichen's plan. Then she flew in another direction and separated from Xia Beichen. "Want to escape separately," said the black tortoise turtle head contemptuously.
"What a fantasy," the snakehead added.
The tornado immediately split into 2, one chasing towards Xia Beichen and the other chasing towards Yi Yunxin.
The glands also spit out water balls and water streams. For a moment, the Wanren sect, which was already devastated, became even worse. A pile of waste materials, waste stones, broken wood, etc. were rolled up, and then under the impact of water balls or water columns, not even a residue was left. Wherever they go, there is a mess.
Finally, Xia Beichen escaped to a terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides.
Some rocks were used to dissipate the tornado's attack. However, Xuanwu had no intention of corroding the mountains on 3 sides.
Looking at Xia Beichen, who had no way to escape, Gue Tu drooled as he said, "This place is surrounded by mountains, it's very suitable for your final resting place." The snakehead said, "I advise you to just let us eat you." Xia Beichen pointed to the sky and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will fly away from here?" Then sealed atop. The turtle head spit out water into the sky, and then the snakehead blew cold wind towards the water. So, the water instantly froze into ice on the tops of the mountains on 3 sides. It was like an ice sheet, blocking the road above Xia Beichen. "I didn't expect that this guy could make ice." Xia Beichen pointed to the floor again, "Don't think you're the only one who can burrow underground, I can do it too." As he spoke, he dived into the ground with his head down and his feet up. Seeing this, Xuanwu did the same thing again, freezing the remaining land of Xia Beichen into even harder permafrost. Just as Xia Beichen was about to touch the frozen soil, his body suddenly stopped and then turned around. Due to the effect of the ice, a chill came over him. Achoo! I sneezed suddenly. Ice-frozen humans are delicious. Xuanwu, Yin and Yang said in unison. Xia Beichen cursed, "Damn it, you keep talking about food." Ehihaha. Turtlehead laughed and said, "Your girlfriend left you, you must have lost all hope in life. Stop sowing discord here." A voice came from behind Xuanwu. Xuanwu turned his 2 heads and saw that it was Yi Yunxin, who had just flown away from another direction. Yi Yunxin stood in mid-air, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "You should understand this, right?" No. The snakehead shook his head, "In our eyes, you are also a cicada." "Then verify it." Yi Yunxin summoned the Xingxuan sword and attacked Xuanwu. Then, she quickly made a hand gesture, and 4 beams of light appeared around Xuanwu again. "You just used this trick and failed to trap us, and now you want to use it again?" The gland said to Yi Yunxin with disdain, "This time, if you don't die together, at least your boyfriend will die." After saying that, the 2 heads retracted into the turtle shell again, spun rapidly, and then fell to the ground. As a result, just after I fell down a little distance, I suddenly felt a surge of heat. Xuanwu quickly braked the car and revealed his 2 heads. I glanced down and saw them so scared that their eyes almost popped out. Suddenly, a huge copper pot appeared under their bodies. The diameter is at least 10 feet. Under the copper pot, there is a blazing fire. Inside the copper pot, there was boiling water emitting white steam. "Where did you get the pot?" Xuanwu widened his eyes and shouted. "Just wave your hand and it will come out," Xia Beichen said as he put oil, salt, sauce and vinegar into the copper pot. "What a pity, there's no old hen, otherwise this turtle dragon and phoenix soup would be even more delicious." "Damn it! Cunning human." After cursing, Turtle looked up at the frozen sky. "There is a copper pot below, so I can't escape underground. There are starlight bindings all around, and it is impossible to leave. Then, break the ice. Want to escape from above?" However, Xia Beichen still saw through its intention. So, as soon as Xia Beichen finished speaking, a huge copper pot lid pressed down towards Xuanwu. Chapter 025, Hard Objects, Long or Round? With a loud clang, the pot lid hit Xuanwu's body, making a loud noise. And it echoed throughout this terrain. But to Xia Beichen's ears, it sounded like the morning bell welcoming the arrival of the morning. Aha! A wailing sound came from Xuanwu's 2 heads. Then with a crash, the arrogant Xuanwu fell into the copper pot. Clang! Another loud bang. The lid of the copper pot was placed firmly on the pot. Not even a bit of the boiling water inside splashed out. As Xuanwu was defeated and fell into the copper pot, both the ice layer in the sky and the permafrost on the ground skipped the melting step and disappeared directly. The 4 beams of light from the starlight binding also disappeared because they failed to bind the black tortoise. After Yi Yunxin put away the Xingxuan sword, he came to Xia Beichen's side. "You actually brought a pot?" Yi Yunxin, who almost dropped his jaw in shock, looked at the huge copper pot and asked in disbelief. When Xia Beichen told her about the strategy to defeat Xuanwu, she was still skeptical about its feasibility. "You know, this basalt is quite large, so you need a pot that is much bigger than it." Unexpectedly, Xia Beichen always does what he says. After leading Xuanwu into the terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, Yi Yunxin used her starlight binding and a copper pot to block Xuanwu's way of escaping underground. Yi Yunxin had not expected that Xuanwu could dodge her starlight binding by escaping underground. After all, starlight binding cannot ignore physical obstacles. So,
If not combined with other methods, starlight binding is a useless skill against the enemy.
Your performance these past 2 days has been truly unexpected. Yi Yunqing continued, either he reached the spirit refining realm and bludgeoned the 9 masters, or he played a swana to mourn the whole crowd, and now he even got out a copper pot to stew Xuanwu. Listening to the Empress's praise, Xia Beichen's heart was about to float out. However, he still wanted to argue, pay attention to your word choice, okay? What does get it out mean? Besides having thousands of descendants, can you use the word get it out? Yi Yunqing gave him a fierce look and said, be careful or I'll throw you into the pot and stew you with that bastard spicy strips.
Xia Beichen broke out in a sweat. Yi Yunqing hummed, then asked, by the way, what does spicy strips mean? Looking at Yi Yunqing, who was a bit changeable, Xia Beichen replied truthfully, it's a nickname for snakes. Oh. Yi Yunqing nodded and sniffed, it seems that the fragrance is coming out. With such a fire, it will boil quickly. Would you like to try it later?
I heard that it's very nutritious.
Yi Yunqing raised his eyebrows. I'm so young, I don't need it.
Xia Beichen said stubbornly. But, you just took the Jinling pill last night, and the effect has worn off by now.
Yi Yunqing blinked. This bastard eats people, I don't want to taste it.
Xia Beichen hurriedly returned to the topic and said with disgust.
Yi Yunqing laughed and said, then don't eat it.
I'll make you some medicine to replenish your body later.
Can we change the subject? Xia Beichen sniffed. Then let's go to the Wanwen-sect's forbidden area and take a look.
As Yi Yunqing spoke, she walked forward, held Xia Beichen's hand, and kissed him on the mouth.
Consider this as a reward for defeating Xuanwu just now. When Yi Yunqing left Xia Beichen's mouth, Xia Beichen looked at her sideways, that's it? Yi Yunqing also looked at him sideways, what else do you want? Xia Beichen smiled and said, forget it. It's daybreak now. What if someone sees us?
He glanced at the copper pot and said, but before I leave, let's see how this spicy tortoise noodle soup is doing and put out the fire.
Let me open the lid.
Yi Yunqing let go of Xia Beichen's hand and performed the Tianxian star technique on the pot lid. Then the lid of the pot slowly rose up.
The 2 men rose into the air and looked into the pot.
The soup is milky white and has a rich flavor.
But where's Xuanwu? Besides the nice-looking soup, why is there no meat? Melted?
Xia Beichen was puzzled. Then he asked the system to bring him an oversized soup spoon, which he used to stir the pot.
Yi Yunqing watched nervously.
Suddenly, Xia Beichen frowned and uttered a puzzled sound.
How is it? Yi Yunqing asked curiously. It seems like there is something quite hard. Xia Beichen replied while feeling it. A hard thing? What shape, long or round? Yi Yunqing asked curiously again. Round.
Xia Beichen said as he scooped up the thing. When the object floated out of the soup, what came into view was a dark green bead.
About the size of a golf ball. Demon pill?
After seeing this thing, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqing said in unison.
With abundant spiritual power, he is worthy of being a black tortoise. Yi Yunqing praised. Xia Beichen also felt its spiritual power. Yi Yunqing ordered, Beichen, this is such a good top-grade demon pill, quickly put it away, it will be very useful for your future cultivation. Demon pill can be regarded as the master key to refining items.
It can be used to participate in activities such as refining weapons, armor, and elixirs. The color of this dark green demon pill is different from the main color of Xuanwu.
It's acceptable. However, Xia Beichen asked Yi Yunqing, don't you want it?
Yi Yunqing replied, I have already reached the cave heaven realm, and the demon pill is of little use to me. But you, on the other hand, are only at the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm, and you will need it for many things. As she spoke, she waved her right hand wearing the space ring.
Several spots of light immediately appeared in front of Xia Beichen. At first glance, it turned out to be a demon pill. I counted them and there were 8 of them. Moreover, they are all top-grade demon pills.
The demon pills in this world are divided into 4 grades, low, medium, high and extreme. Among them, top-grade demon pills are hard to come by, not to mention the priceless top-grade demon pills. Top-grade demon pills are often produced in the bodies of ancient demon beasts or demon beasts with extremely powerful cultivation.
Just like in the game, if you want to get good equipment, you have to find boss-level monsters.
Such a target is also very dangerous and can even wipe out the entire team.
Yi Yunqin said proudly, "This is the demon pill I have collected over the years, and now I am giving it to you." Xia Beichen felt warm in his heart and said gratefully, "Thank you." Yi Yunqin said sincerely, "I hope you will become stronger and stronger." Xia Beichen put the 8 demon pills and Xuanwu's top-grade demon pill into the endless realm, and then took Yi Yunqin into his arms. "I will become stronger as soon as possible and be your strong support. I'm waiting for you." Yi Yunqin snuggled up to his chest. Since Xuanwu's demon pill was discovered by Xia Beichen and put into his pocket, there was nothing related to Xuanwu in the big copper pot except the soup. So, the system recycles it. That's right. This pot, like the Swana before it, is a product of countering each attack with its own moves. Host. The system's ethereal voice rang in his mind. Chapter 026 is stronger and bigger than the previous one. There is still 1 hour left to counter the opponent's moves, please cherish the last time. Oh. After Xia Beichen replied in his heart, he and Yi Yunqin left the terrain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It's already daybreak. When passing by the main hall and above the square, I found that everything that needed to be burned had been burned. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin came to 2 mountains far away from the main building of Wanren sect. I looked around and found that this place was not affected by the war to destroy the sect because it was relatively remote. Therefore, both the rocks and the vegetation are intact. Yunxin, this place doesn't seem to be anything special. Xia Beichen withdrew his gaze and asked, "Don't you think the environment here is different?" Yi Yunqin asked back. So Xia Beichen looked around again, and after a while, he found something different. It's autumn in other places, with forests ablaze with color. But here, it's still spring, with lush vegetation. Yi Yunqin smiled without saying anything. "Where is the entrance to the forbidden area?" Xia Beichen asked Yi Yunqin. Yi Yunqin pointed between the 2 mountains. "On the mountainside?" Xia Beichen frowned slightly. "Yes, and no." Yi Yunqin replied. Xia Beichen was almost confused by her words. "Follow me." Yi Yunqin walked towards the space between the 2 mountains. Xia Beichen followed. Finally, the 2 men came to a stone tablet. This stone tablet is only half a person's height, but there is not a single word engraved on it. At first, Xia Beichen thought that the words on it had disappeared because it was so old and had been exposed to wind, sun and rain. As a result, Yi Yunqin told him that this was a monument without any words on it. However, rather than calling it a monument without words, it's better to say it's the key to the forbidden area. As Yi Yunqin spoke, he came to the back of the stone tablet. Then, he took a few steps back. Xia Beichen looked at her curiously. When she took the 7th step back, she stopped. Then she took out the Xingxuan sword and stabbed the ground beneath her feet. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the stone tablet made a sound. Xia Beichen was startled unexpectedly and jumped more than a meter away reflexively. When I looked at the stone tablet again, I found that it was rotating counterclockwise. Finally, it turned 90 degrees and stopped. After waiting for several seconds and seeing no other news, Xia Beichen was about to ask Yi Yunqin what the trick was. A light curtain appeared between the 2 mountains. After a while, the light curtain opened to both sides like 2 curtains. Looking around, I saw a different scene. "Let's go." Before Xia Beichen could take a closer look, Yi Yunqin grabbed his hand and flew towards the already opened hole. When they were inside the forbidden area, Yi Yunqin recalled his Xingxuan sword. The stone tablet outside began to rotate clang 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 again, and then returned to its original shape. The light curtain at the entrance was drawn like a curtain. Xia Beichen glanced behind him and said, "Yunxin, can we still get out later?" Yi Yunqin smiled and said, "If you can't go out, just live here for the rest of your life. No matter what you do, you won't be disturbed." Xia Beichen looked at her, "The kind that no one can hear even if you shout at the top of your lungs?" "Aha! Well, how about giving it a try?" "Okay, can you do that?" "How can a man say he can't do it? He must be able to do it." Yi Yunqin laughed and raised his fist. "I'll beat you up and see if no one can hear you even if you shout at the top of your lungs." "This shout is not that shout." Xia Beichen looked at her fist, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Let's go find the treasure." Yi Yunqin looks so confident, which means he can get out, so there is no need to worry. The key is to search for treasures first. After looking around, he found that this place was like his endless realm, and could be said to be another space. The scenery is beautiful and full of spiritual energy. A pavilion nestled in the mountains and forests. Yun Xin, how did you know how to enter this place? Xia Beichen asked while feeling the spiritual energy here.
Back then, I sneaked in to play nearby, and then I secretly saw the previous great elder of the Wanren sect open the gate to the forbidden area and enter here. Yi Yunxin recalled what he saw that year. However, they used a special Wanren sect staff to drive into the ground 7 steps away from the stone tablet to activate the switch.
Hearing this, Xia Beichen suddenly paused. Then he gave Yi Yunxin a thumbs up and said, "Auntie, aren't you afraid that if you stab it with your sword, it will break the mechanism?" Yi Yunxin replied truthfully, "I'm scared. But where can I find someone's staff at this time?
So to save trouble, I'll just be simple and rough."
Xia Beichen was speechless. Yi Yunxin pulled Xia Beichen to sit down.
The spiritual energy here is very abundant, which is very helpful for cultivators in the spiritual martial realm and the spiritual gathering realm. I will help you break through to the middle stage of the spiritual gathering realm.
Before Xia Beichen could react, Yi Yunxin lifted up his hands.
Just when he thought Yi Yunxin was holding his hand and moving it towards the tall figure in front of her, starlight lingered in her palm. Then, Yi Yunxin's hand held his hand together, and the power of the stars was passed on to Xia Beichen by Yi Yunxin. Because Xia Beichen is only at the initial stage of Lingju realm and Tianxian star technique has only reached the first level, he is still at the rookie level. Therefore, Yi Yunxin's help is needed. Xia Beichen closed his eyes, and the next moment, he felt the spiritual energy around him begin to fluctuate. After fluctuating for a moment, it continuously gathered towards him and then penetrated into his body. The power of the stars began to act like a tour guide, guiding the spiritual energy towards Xia Beichen's meridians. Wherever the spiritual energy passes, there is a warm feeling. Especially when passing a certain key part, the sage state seemed to be thrown into the sky, and it instantly became majestic. Although Xia Beichen's eyes were closed, Yi Yunxin did not. She always paid attention to Xia Beichen's situation so that she could deal with any problems in time.
She sensed something was wrong with Xia Beichen and then looked down.
It didn't matter that he took a look, but as soon as he did, his face turned red. Looking at the place that looked like Long Outyan, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the aftereffects of the Jinling pill had lost their effect?
Moreover, it looks like it is even stronger and bigger than before.
Yi Yunxin found that the more he looked, the more he wanted to watch, and he almost forgot that he was still doing his work.
Don't let anything go wrong because of distraction.
So she closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down.
But when I closed my eyes, all I could see were the scenes in the cave last night. My heart just can't calm down.
Helplessly, she opened her eyes and tried not to lower her head. After the spiritual energy circulated in his body for a small cycle, Xia Beichen experienced the refreshing feeling brought by the spiritual energy cleansing his whole body.
Chapter 027 Continuous Breakthroughs, Making a Lot of Money.
This feeling of refreshment is even stronger than the one I felt when I adjusted my breathing and upgraded after taking the Jinling pill.
After all, the spiritual energy here is richer than that of Jinlingdan. After half an hour, a ray of light hit his body. Xia Beichen's cultivation level has improved significantly. Ding!
Congratulations to the host on improving his cultivation.
Current realm, mid-spiritual gathering realm.
Since the host has improved his cultivation in a short period of time, I will reward him with a True Spirit Cauldron.
True Spirit Cauldron? True Spiritual Pill Recipe. Could it be? Xia Beichen checked it out immediately. Really? It's an alchemy furnace. It is quite mini in size, about the same size as an incense burner for burning sandalwood. But after checking, I found that it can grow bigger when refining medicine.
The system actually distributed the True Spirit Pill Manual and the True Spirit Cauldron separately.
I really didn't expect this to happen. What if you urgently need elixir but don't have an alchemy furnace? Wouldn't you go crazy?
At this time, Yi Yunxin finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xia Beichen's cultivation had improved again. He withdrew his hands and prepared to stand up. Unexpectedly, Xia Beichen was about to stand up.
Coincidentally, the two of them, Xia Beichen's Long Outyan and Yi Yunxin's little mouths touched each other in an instant.
Both of them couldn't help but shudder. Although they had been honest with each other in the cave yesterday, it was still very awkward.
Yi Yunxin's face became even redder. Xia Beichen discovered it then.
Because of the power of the stars and the abundant spiritual energy nourishing the body, the side effects of the Jinling pill have been swept away.
A feeling of swelling came over me.
Sorry, it's a normal situation so early in the morning.
Please don't be offended.
Xia Beichen quickly turned around, with his back to Yi Yunqin, and loosened his clothes to reduce the feeling of restraint. Yi Yunqin blushed behind him and whispered, "You don't have to turn around.
It's not like you haven't seen it before. There is something wrong with what you said. If I turn around, wouldn't that be too awkward?"
So Xia Beichen simply turned around. However, because of his emergency relaxation just now, Long Outyen, who looked up, has now regained his calm state.
You really are very flexible. Yi Yunqin teased shyly. He.
Xia Beichen smiled. Yi Yunqin's chaotic mood also calmed down, and he said, "Okay, let's go to their pavilion and take a look."
Etc.
Xia Beichen shouted hurriedly.
What's wrong? Yi Yun looked at him puzzledly, then asked weakly, "You don't really want to try it with me here, do you?" Embarrassing. Xia Beichen quickly waved his hands and said, it's a misunderstanding. I wanted to say.
Before he could finish his words, another ray of light hit him.
Yi Yunqin finally reacted.
It turns out that this guy has made another breakthrough.
Drop.
Congratulations to the host for having interacted with Yi Yunqin overnight, and your intimacy has reached plus 700.
Current intimacy, 2014.
Host's cultivation level advances by 1 stage.
Current realm, late stage of the spiritual gathering realm.
Because 2014 symbolizes I love you forever, making it a lucky number, I'm giving you 9 damage immunity pills per bottle. These pills will negate any damage inflicted by cultivators at the spirit refining realm and below.
Each pill lasts for 1 hour. Continuous breakthroughs. Make a lot of money. Xia Beichen was extremely happy. In addition, the system also rewards injury-free pills.
Although he now has the True Spirit Pill Book and the True Spirit Cauldron, he has not yet started practicing alchemy. Therefore, the relevant elixir cannot be refined for the time being. This injury-free pill can temporarily fill this gap.
However, it can only ignore the damage from cultivators at the spirit refining realm and below. That. Xia Beichen glanced at Yi Yunqin secretly.
She is now the big boss in the cave heaven realm.
This injury-free pill filtered her out? What if she beat me up? Forget it. Give her a beating, maybe it can even increase the intimacy level. Or maybe, the beating turned into sex? Guaranteed profit. Thinking of this, Xia Beichen felt much more at ease. Yi Yunqin looked at Xia Beichen as if he were a monster.
She never expected that Xia Beichen, who had just advanced to a higher level of cultivation, would advance again just a few minutes later. At this rate, he might become a top potential stock in the Sky Continent.
Beichen. Yi Yunqin folded his hands in front of Su Man and said seriously, "Are you really an outer disciple of our Tianxian sect, only?"
Xia Beichen was slightly stunned.
Could it be that she knew my identity as a time traveler? Impossible. Where did I expose myself? Just as he was thinking about it, Yi Yunqin stood in front of him. Won't you explain?
Xia Beichen hurriedly took out the ID card of an outer disciple of the Tianxian sect and said, "Sect Master, Her Majesty the Empress, please take a look.
It's authentic."
Anyway, now that the original owner's memory has merged with his, there shouldn't be any loopholes. Just when he thought Yi Yunqin was going to take the ID card to check it,
Yi Yunqin said unhappily, "What's wrong with those old fellows in the sect? They can't even see such a big fish that slipped through the net?" Forehead? Xia Beichen was stunned again.
It turns out that Her Majesty the Empress said she wanted to criticize the elders of the Tianxian sect. From the late spirit martial realm when I first met you, to the late spirit gathering realm now, in less than 12 hours, you have made continuous breakthroughs. Looking across the entire Sky Continent, there is no one like you.
Even I couldn't do it back then.
Yi Yunqin's tone of voice when he complained about the elders in the sect was filled with admiration for Xia Beichen.
Scratching the back of his head, Xia Beichen said, "It's okay. It's not too late for the sect master to find out now. But Yunqin, can we still go back to Tianxian sect now?" Yi Yunqin's body trembled. "Yes, can we go back to Tianxian sect?"
Although Feng Xinzi has died, nearly half of the people in the clan conspired with him to rebel.
The remaining half will not have a good ending even if they are unwilling to go along with the crowd.
Thinking of this, her body trembled. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails turned white. Seeing this, Xia Beichen took her into his arms again.
"Once a suzerain, always a suzerain. I will accompany you, fight back, and take back everything that belongs to you." Beichen. Yi Yunqin raised his head slightly.
Xia Beichen found that she actually shed 2 lines of tears. Thank you for standing up for me at the critical moment, and thank you for staying by my side when I was most helpless and lonely. Yi Yunxin said from the bottom of his heart.
Xia Beichen feigned displeasure and said, thank you again. This won't happen again.
As he spoke, he reached out and stroked Yi Yunxin's face, wiping away her tears. After being the sect leader for hundreds of years, he was suddenly rebelled against by his own uncle. No one could accept it in a short time. This was even more unexpected than when Emperor Jiangwen was kicked off the throne by Zhu Yuanzhang. And you have to know that Yi Yunxin did not reduce the power of the uncles and uncles to deprive them of their power. Instead, he gave them enough sense of accomplishment. Perhaps some people's ambitions are forced out, perhaps some people's ambitions expand day by day. Hyacinth and others are obviously the latter. If they encounter a few ambitious sects that covet Beishuan's territory and people, it will be difficult for them not to collude with each other and rebel. The Wanren sect is like this, and so is the Xianqing sect. Roar! Just as Xia Beichen was comforting Yi Yunxin, a roar came from the direction of the pavilion.
Chapter 028 Buying out you for 1,000 years.
Hearing the sound, the 2 people looked towards the pavilion. A pair of stone mythical beasts that originally stood at the entrance of the pavilion suddenly turned into living creatures and ran towards them. This pair of mythical beasts have bodies like tigers and leopards, heads and tails like dragons, and each has a horn on its head.
Brave troops? Xia Beichen couldn't help but scream out. Because
the 2 mythical beasts look exactly like the Pishio in Chinese mythology. In ancient China, the one-horned Pishio was called Tianlu and the one with 2 horns was called Bishi. Therefore, this 2-headed mythical beast is undoubtedly the Tianlu Pishio. This Wanren sect really makes me look at it with new eyes.
Yi Yunxin looked at the 2 Pishio inside. There is a Xuanwu in front and a Pishio behind.
The only difference is that the former was suppressed in the main hall by the Wanren sect, while the latter was guarding in front of the pavilion.
Who is trespassing into the forbidden area?
Before reaching Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, the male made a strong sound. After a while, the female voice came. It turns out to be 2 humans.
What are you doing here?
The Pishio looked at Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin warily. Of course, we're here to search for valuable treasures.
Yi Yunxin replied bluntly.
A valuable treasure?
The Pishio said, you are mistaken.
There is nothing valuable here.
Xia Beichen looked at it and said, keep making it up. Then he laid out his theoretical basis.
Legend has it that Pishio appear in pairs, mostly male and female. The male is the Pai, representing wealth and fortune.
The female is the Xiao, representing the treasury that holds money.
At this point, Xia Beichen pointed to the pavilion ahead and said, so, you Pishio are here, are you guarding a pile of shit?
You're trying to cover up your mistake.
After hearing this, Pai and Xiao couldn't help but look at each other. Then Pai looked at Xia Beichen and said, you're mistaken.
We are Qilin. Ha ha ha. Xia Beichen laughed, holding his belly.
It's not even winter yet, and the jokes you tell are so cold.
Qilin said, thank you. The Pishio said unhappily, you 2 have strayed into the forbidden area unintentionally, so I won't bother with you.
I hope you leave quickly.
Having come here, how can we leave?
Yi Yunxin summoned the Xingxuan sword. Besides, the Wanren sect has been destroyed, so there's no point in guarding this pavilion.
Xia Beichen echoed, that's right. You're just sitting there all alone. Why don't you just become our protective beasts first? I'll take you back to the Tianxian sect one day and let you become the sect's protective beasts. Pai narrowed his eyes and asked, are you from the Tianxian sect? The Pishio said, this sword seems to have been used by previous leaders of the Tianxian sect.
It seems that this girl is the leader of the Tianxian sect. Xia Beichen gave Xiao a thumbs up. Sister Xiao is really knowledgeable and experienced, no wonder she can guard the treasury. It is said that women cannot help but be praised, and the same goes for this female Pishio. Hearing Xia Beichen's praise, her eyes softened a lot. Seeing this, Yi Yunxin sent a voice message to Xia Beichen, your mouth is still more powerful. I was planning to take action if they tried to stop me again.
Xia Beichen broke out in a cold sweat. You violent girl. Wouldn't it be better to fight without bloodshed? Pai Zhe then asked, why did the Wanren sect fall?
While Yi Yunxin was playing a movie for them, he also told them the reasons why the Wanren sect was destroyed. After watching it, Pai and Xiao were both stunned in surprise. Pai was so angry that he said, how could the Wanren sect do such a shameless thing? Shou continued, I was wondering why they've been entering and leaving the forbidden area so frequently recently. Turns out they've been coercing the Go family into giving them a lot of benefits, but they've been doing a lot of harm.
Xiaobeichen asked, why would such a sect guard its wealth? Is it worth it? Not worth it. Pixiu replied. Then why are you still guarding them? Xiaobeichen continued to ask soul-searching questions. It's a long story, said Pai. Then just talk about the key points. Xiaobeichen raised his eyebrows. It was a long time ago when we were defeated in the battle against Xuanwu. It was the then leader of the Wanren sect who sealed Xuanwu at the cost of sacrificing several elders. After Pai finished speaking, Shou continued, we took this as an opportunity to create this forbidden area for them and fill it with spiritual energy to help them guard the sect's wealth. Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin looked at each other. Two words were revealed in each other's eyes. There's hope. Xiaobeichen said, I didn't expect you to have a connection with that black tortoise. However, from now on, you will never see it again. What do you mean? Pixiu asked in confusion. Xiaobeichen took out the dark green demon pill from the endless realm. You guys should know this, right? The Pixiu took a closer look, then his expression changed and he said excitedly, Xuanwu's inner elixir? Aha! The Pixiu asked, did you kill it? Alas! Xiaobeichen sighed softly, it wanted to eat us. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. When the Pixiu heard this, it actually acted like two children, raised its front paws to each other, and then gave a high five. Is this a celebration? Pai said excitedly, back then, several masters of the Wanren sect only sealed it, but I didn't expect you to kill it directly. The Pixiu continued, you are much more powerful than them. Ahem. Xiaobeichen cleared his throat, it's indirect. Oh, that's right. Pai corrected, I was forced to kill it indirectly. Seeing this, Yi Yunxin smiled knowingly. The conflict with the Pixiu was avoided. Then she put away the Xingxuan sword. Pai said, anyway, we only promised to help the Wanren sect guard the forbidden area for 1,000 years. It has been over 2,000 years now, and we have done our best. Xiaobeichen was delighted, so, you agree with our suggestion? Aha! The Pixiu nodded, then said seriously, although you have helped us eliminate the hatred in our hearts, we must make a promise first. Yi Yunxin clasped his fists and said, please speak. First, we must not be like the Wanren sect, forgetting their original aspirations and going down the wrong path. No problem. Second, provide us with 200 top-grade spirit stones every month. 200. Yi Yunxin couldn't help but take a breath. In the past, let alone 200, even 20,000 wouldn't be a problem. But now, the Tianqian sect has been controlled by the rebels. Where can we find these 200 top-grade spirit stones? This is equivalent to 2,000 spirit stones circulating on the market, enough for an ordinary family to live for several years. I should have known not to reject the Go family's kindness last night. However, just as Yi Yunxin hesitated, Xiaobeichen took over the conversation. No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a bunch of top-grade spirit stones and gave them to Pixiu. Seeing this pile of top-grade spirit stones, both Pixiu and Yi Yunxin widened their eyes in disbelief. Xiaobeichen said arrogantly, here are 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. I'll buy you out for 1,000 years. Chapter 029 These books are not suitable for the Empress. 200,000? Pai couldn't help swallowing. Xiaobeichen looked at it with disdain, look at you. You represent wealth and luck, yet you're making a fuss over 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Shou said weakly, to be honest, we have seen countless ordinary spirit stones piled higher than the mountains outside, but we have never seen anyone produce 200,000 top-grade spirit stones at once. Yes. Pai agreed, although it's equivalent to 2 million ordinary spirit stones, there aren't many people who can come up with 200,000 top-grade spirit stones at once. At least this is the first time we've seen it. That's right. Xiaobeichen nodded slightly. This is just like the 21st century before he traveled through time. Some people were wealthy and had no shortage of money, but it was unlikely that you would ask them to produce 200,000 gold bars at once. Yi Yunxin moved to Xiaobeichen's side and asked in a low voice, Beichen, where did you get so many top-grade spirit stones? Do you have a mine at home? Not to mention that Pixiu had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones, even Yi Yunxin, the leader of a 1,000-year-old sect, had never seen them. Although there are countless ordinary spirit stones in Tianqian sect. Xia Beichen laughed softly and said, "Yes, my family really has a mine."
No wonder you used a quail-egg-sized top-grade spirit stone to test the distorted space created by the flute playing of the Wanren sect disciple surnamed Shui. Yi Yunxin curled the corner of her mouth and looked at Xia Beichen with an expression that said, "You are such a prodigal son."
It turns out this is what's more common. Xia Beichen felt embarrassed after hearing what she said.
At that time, the only thing I could afford without feeling sorry for was the top-grade spirit stone.
You can't just tear down the glazed tiles on the buildings in the Endless Realm to try it, right? Next time I'll be more careful and pick something smaller to throw.
Just when Yi Yunxin was speechless, Pai and Xiao nodded to each other. Then, Pai said, "Since you have agreed to our request and offered us 200,000 top-grade spirit stones, then today's agreement is fulfilled." Then, the Pai and Xiao said in unison, "We will protect you for 1,000 years." After hearing this, Yi Yunxin's face lit up with joy. "It's a deal."
The Pisho replied, "Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back." Xia Beichen cleared his throat and said, "Actually,
I was just thinking about buying you out for 2 million top-grade spirit stones."
What? Yi Yunxin and Pisho were both shocked. 2 million spirit stones, definitely 10,000 years.
Xia Beichen made a gap between his thumb and index finger. "Well, 10,000 years is just a blink of an eye for you divine beasts." Pisho said proudly, "Little brother, just wait until we give birth to a little Pisho for you to use as a spiritual pet."
Not to mention 10,000 years, even 100,000 years won't be a problem.
The Pisho said, "If my little brother is lucky enough to achieve great things and rule the world for eternity, then 100,000 years will be nothing more than a blink of an eye." After hearing what they said, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but look at Xia Beichen, and then nodded to show that he agreed with them. In her opinion, with Xia Beichen's current potential, it is not impossible to reach the level they mentioned.
Aha!
Xia Beichen scratched the back of his head innocently. "Let's not talk about 100,000 years in the future, let's deal with the present first." Pisho pocketed the 200,000 spirit stones he had given him, and brought him and Yi Yunxin to the pavilion.
The pavilion has 7 floors.
Pai introduced, "The first floor is classics, the second floor is skills, the third floor is spiritual herbs, the fourth floor is spiritual stones, the fifth floor is magic weapons, the sixth floor is elixirs, the seventh floor is forging materials, and so on." Xiao continued, "So this place is equivalent to the Wanren sect's treasure house. These things are the foundation of a sect. It is no problem to use them to establish a new sect. On the first floor, books are arranged vertically in the form of bookshelves.
It's just like the library in school. There are many types of classics.
There are articles about the customs and culture of the Sky Continent, and a brief introduction to each sect. There are also strange stories, folk tales, etc." After walking half a circle, Xia Beichen was surprised to find that there was a book called Silver Ping Mei. When I opened it, I found that the content was almost the same as the one that started with the word gold. However, the protagonist's name is different.
Looted.
Then, Xia Beichen continued to search. I suddenly discovered that many of these books were only one word different from ancient Chinese books. Such as visiting the fairy cave, the beautiful shadow behind the curtain, talking by lantern, golden scales transforming into dragon. Xia Beichen almost suspected that someone had passed through here before and pirated the ancient Chinese books.
Yi Yunxin cannot be allowed to see these books either. This will prevent her from distracting from her job after reading it. After all, these books are not suitable for the Empress. So, Xia Beichen took advantage of Yi Yunxin's inattention and swept these copycat books into the Endless Realm. The rest are pure versions of classics. You can rest assured that all of them belong to Yi Yunxin. Then, Pisho took them to the second floor. On the second floor, there are still rows of bookshelves. However, the skills on the second floor are not placed vertically on the bookshelf like the classics on the first floor. Instead, it is suspended in position, one grid at a time. Taking a look at the scrolls of martial arts techniques floating on the rows of bookshelves on the second floor, Xia Beichen couldn't help but sigh. "Wow, looks like you've collected quite a few things." Yi Yunxin said, "It's okay, the Tianxian sect has much more books and scrolls than here." Xia Beichen curled his lips and said, "What a pity. As an outer disciple, I am not qualified to enter the Si Dian Pavilion." Si Dian Pavilion is a building where Tianxian sect collects books and martial arts techniques. It's a lot more impressive than this. After Yi Yunxin comforted him, she walked inside and checked the scroll. Xia Beichen walked in from the other side, picked up one of the volumes, opened it and took a look. The unbeatable golden spear. It seems to be a technique related to marksmanship.
When Xiaobeichen thought so, he looked down and found several patterns.
On each pattern, a naked person is performing some actions. Oh my god. Xiaobeichen quickly closed the scroll. If Yi Yunqin saw this, wouldn't she call him a hooligan? What a great unbreakable golden spear. Who the hell collected this technique? With doubts, he checked it and finally saw a seal at the end of the volume. The words on the seal can be seen clearly. Xiaoshan Bazong. It turned out to be that androgynous guy. Could it be that he was not capable enough back then, so his girlfriend ran away with someone else?
Then when he found this book, he got the chrysanthemum manual and finally walked on a mountain full of chrysanthemums. Thinking of this, Xiaobeichen suddenly thought of another person.
That is Go Pushing, the patriarch of the Go family.
If he had learned this technique back then, he wouldn't have ended up with a large grassland.
What a twist of fate. Although I don't need this skill myself, maybe I can meet someone who needs it in the future?
When the time comes, you can sell it to the other party, or just give it to him/her directly. It would be nice to do him/her a favor. Therefore, Xiaobeichen quietly put the skills into the endless realm. Then, he picked out a few volumes of serious martial arts techniques, and left the rest to Yi Yunqin to clean up.
Yi Yunqin was not polite either.
Anyway, the Wanren sect has been destroyed, so it would be a waste to keep these things here. So, she waved her hand, and all the remaining skill scrolls were collected into the space ring.
Going up further, they reached the 3rd floor. Chapter 030, Take them all, leave nothing behind.
As soon as they reached the stairs to the 3rd floor, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunqin smelled some different fragrances. Looking up, I saw spiritual herbs full of spiritual energy growing vigorously in containers filled with special solutions. Seeing these spiritual herbs, Xiaobeichen felt like he had discovered a new world. It's time to transplant some spiritual herbs into your own endless domain.
You seem to be more interested in these spiritual herbs?
Yi Yunqin saw Xiaobeichen's thoughts on spiritual herbs and asked.
Aha! Xiaobeichen nodded and said bluntly, I recently obtained a book of alchemy and an alchemy furnace.
Yi Yunqin said sincerely, that's great, then you can keep these spiritual herbs.
Xiaobeichen said, I plan to transplant it into my space domain.
When the time comes, I will cultivate more spiritual herbs for you and me to use.
Yi Yunqin was stunned for a moment, then asked excitedly, you still have a space domain? However, her face was filled with more joy. Because
during the 2 days of contact here, Xiaobeichen gave her more and more surprises. Xiaobeichen leaned close to Yi Yunqin's ear and said, I'll take you in to have a look when I have the chance.
Yi Yunqin, who was curious about his space domain, nodded immediately, okay. Since you have a space domain, then everything here must be swept away, even the low-level items. That's exactly what I meant. Xiaobeichen smiled.
Low-level items also have their value. They can be used by monks with lower cultivation levels. In the end, all the spiritual herbs on the 3rd floor were collected by Xiaobeichen into the endless realm. I plan to find some time to take Yi Yunqin in to work, open up a spiritual field, and plant all these spiritual herbs in it. The 4th floor is filled with spiritual stones, which is not very attractive to Xiaobeichen. Based on the principle of not keeping anything, Yi Yunqin accepted it.
The 5th floor is a magic weapon.
Although the Wanren sect has many magical weapons such as knives, swords, guns, hammers, etc., none of them catches Yi Yunqin's eye.
Because
now that she has the world-famous Xingxuan sword of the Tianxian sect, she no longer needs any magic weapon. What's more, with her current level of cultivation, even without the Xingxuan sword, she can refine qi into a sword, and with the sword out, she can chop off all the beef.
As for Xiaobeichen, Yi Yunqin asked curiously, don't you want to pick one? Xiaobeichen shook his head, not at all. Yi Yunqin smiled and said, it seems that you have very high requirements. But let's collect them all first. When fighting, it's good to use them randomly to deal with it. Xiaobeichen unceremoniously put the magic weapon on the 5th floor into the endless realm.
6th floor, elixirs.
Yi Yunqin said bluntly, I guess the Wanren sect doesn't have any outstanding alchemists, so the quality of these pills is not high. It can only be said that they are better than nothing.
The elixirs in this world are divided into 6 grades, from 1 to 6. The 1st grade is the lowest and the 6th grade is the highest. The highest quality elixirs in the Wanren sect's 6th floor are only of the 4th grade, and there are only 10 of them. It's a situation where something is better than nothing. However, it is no problem to deal with some minor injuries and illnesses. Yi Yunqin suggested, by the way, you can study these pills and see if you can refine higher grade ones. A 6th grade elixir is worth the sum of 5 elixirs from the 1st to 5th grades. At this point, she encouraged Xiaobeichen. However, refining a 6th grade elixir also requires a high level of skill from the pharmacist.
Come on. Xiaobeichen clenched his fist and encouraged, it must be done.
Others dare not say how long it will take to refine a 6th grade elixir, but he himself now has the triple protection of the system plus elixir recipe plus elixir furnace, so it is probably a matter of time. After looking through it, I found that the elixirs include Huiling Dan, Jishua Dan, Jingshan San similar to coffee, Huichun liquid slippery, so when should it be used? Shuobi Dan people who don't know the water avoiding technique can use it for diving, etc. As for the medicine that the readers are thinking of that has similar effects to the silver demon fruit, it doesn't exist. However, there is no injury-free pill. Therefore, the 9 damage-free pills rewarded by the system are still quite valuable. Likewise, all collected. Finally, they arrived at the 7th floor. There are a lot of forging materials on this floor. There are jade, crystals, demon pills, agarwood, ebony, and even some demon beast bones. However, a more luxurious desk caught the attention of Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin. The two men walked over and saw that there was an exquisite box made of high-quality ebony on it. The lid of the box was opened, and there was a groove inside, but other than that, there was nothing inside. Xiaobeichen thought it was filled with some transparent object, so he reached out to try it and found that it was empty. At this time, Pixiu came over. Pai said, "This is what the Wanren sect plans to use to store Xuanwu's inner elixir." Xuanwu's inner elixir? After hearing this, Xiaobeichen took out the inner elixir again. Place it in an exquisite ebony box. It fits perfectly. Xiu Jie explained, because the Wanren sect is not strong enough, they are unable to kill Xuanwu and can only seal and suppress it. But their goal remains, which is to one day obtain Xuanwu's inner elixir and use it as the most precious treasure of this forbidden area. After hearing this, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin were speechless. After a while, Xiaobeichen complained, "So, after 2,000 years, the Wanren sect is still so weak and playful?" "That's right." The Pixiu replied in unison, "We have been guarding this place for many years, and Xuanwu has been sealed and suppressed for many years." Xiaobeichen laughed and said, "I didn't expect that the head would come to us so easily." Pai grinned and said, "If the ancestors of the Wanren sect knew about this, those who are still alive would probably die of rage." After all, when Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin planned to kill Xuanwu, his cultivation level was just at the Lingju realm. Even lower than now. For more than 2,000 years, generation after generation of the Wanren sect has not been able to tackle the tough challenge of Xuanwu. At the same time, this also shows how powerful Yi Yunxin is. With only the cultivation level of the Cave Heaven realm, he was able to turn the Wanren sect, whose highest level of cultivation was only the soul refining realm, upside down. Although the Wanren sect has foundation, it is limited. Therefore, it can only be regarded as a second-rate sect. Compared with giants like Tianxian sect, it is nothing. However, having said that, some items of better quality have labels with notes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a tribute from the Go family. It has to be said that the Go family is like the wool of the Wanren sect, and they are fleecing it as much as they can. The Go family had previously tried their best to climb up the Go family's big tree. But who knew that in the end, because of Qiu Shanba's ambition, both sides would suffer losses. One lost the shade of the big tree, and the other lost the lamb to pluck. Xiaobeichen even covered the ebony box containing the Xuanwu inner elixir without hesitation. Since the Wanren sect has prepared this box in advance, I can't let it go to waste. Throwing the box into the ring, he entered the endless realm. Yi Yunxin asked him to pick out what he wanted first, and then he cleared out the remaining materials as he did before. In this way, all the treasures in this building in the forbidden area had been taken away by them. Don't leave anything behind. Afterwards, the two men left the forbidden area with the two divine beasts. When they came outside, they saw that the stone tablet had disappeared from its spot. Pai said, "This place was created because of the two of us. Now that our protection is over, it's time to restore it to its original state. From now on, there will be no more forbidden land of the Wanren sect. The world outside is more exciting," Xiaobeichen said with a smile. As they were talking, they caught a glimpse of several rays of light flying towards the main hall of Wanren sect in the distant sky out of the corner of their eyes. Someone has come to the Wanren sect. Looking at the rays of light, Yi Yunxin reminded. Chapter 031, Little Brother, just you? It must be a sect that is friendly with the Wanren sect and is here to visit. Xiaobeichen guessed. Look who it is.
Yi Yunxin immediately hit his cultivation level. Xia Beichen glanced at the Pishio and said, "You two should enter the Endless Realm first." The Pishio said, "Okay, if you need help, let us out." Xia Beichen put them into the Endless Realm.
I checked the remaining time for countering the opponent's moves, and there was still half an hour left. If you have a conflict with someone later, you have to resolve the fight during this time. After taking out an injury-free pill and swallowing it, the system's ethereal voice immediately came.
Ding!
The host has taken the injury immunity pill, and the injury immunity defense is activated and officially takes effect. This speed is even faster than the legendary elixir. Then, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin quietly flew towards the place where the rays of light fell.
The Wanrun sect was actually massacred? Who is so bold?
4 monks dressed in dark green clothes landed on the square in front of the main hall. They were shocked to see the messy scene.
It's them! Yi Yunxin clenched his fists after seeing their attire.
Although Xia Beichen is an outer disciple of Tianxian sect, he is not unfamiliar with this dark green outfit.
He also killed a Lingdan realm cultivator wearing such clothes yesterday. Because these people are from Xianqing sect.
It was one of the sects that participated in the murder of Yi Yunxin. So, when Yi Yunxin saw them, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. The youngest-looking man among the four said, "The only sect in the Sky Continent capable of this is probably the Tianxian sect, but the Tianxian sect has now been taken down by the combined forces of several of our major sections." A man with a mustache said, "The Wanren sect has both a mountain protection formation and a Wanren magic formation.
How powerful would it be to destroy them?" The only female among the four speculated, could they have been attacked by a demonic beast? Rumor has it that the Wanren sect sealed and suppressed a demonic beast in the past. I wonder if this was the cause. Stop guessing, go down and see if you can find any clues.
At this time, a man who looked quite prestigious said with his hands behind his back, "Yes, big brother." Just now, 2 men and 1 woman replied respectfully. Among these 4 people, the man standing with his hands behind his back has the highest cultivation level, which is in the early stage of the spirit refining realm. The lowest one is the man with a mustache, who is in the early stage of Linghai realm. The remaining young men and women were in the middle stage of the spirit sea realm. However, before they could take a few steps, they heard a voice behind them. "Keep the change, please." The 4 of them looked back and saw that it was a younger man.
Cultivation. The great perfection of the spiritual gathering realm. The 4 people turned around, and the woman laughed, "Little brother, are you mocking our knowledge? Just you? Is there any problem?" Xia Beichen asked back.
The young man waved his hand at Xia Beichen and said, "You'd better go back to where you came from. Be careful, or the murderer will come out and kill you too." Xia Beichen pointed at the 4 of them as if counting, "It's okay for you to leave, but you have to keep your lives."
Ha ha.
The woman burst into laughter, her laughter several times louder than before.
"What do you mean? Just you? And me?"
A gust of wind suddenly blew from the side.
Brought a domineering voice.
The 4 people looked and found a woman with extraordinary temperament appeared before them. Seeing the appearance of the person who came, they couldn't help but look at him for a while longer. Even the woman from Xianqing sect was no exception.
Looking at beautiful women is not just for men.
In comparison, Yi Yunxin is better than the woman from Xianqing sect in terms of both figure and temperament. Because Yi Yunxin concealed her cultivation level and wore a veil, they did not recognize her identity at this time.
"My dear, aren't you afraid that some bad guys will kidnap you like this?"
When the woman from Xianqing sect saw that Yi Yunxin had reached the great perfection of the Lingzhu realm, she asked with a smile.
Yi Yunxin walked to Xia Beichen's side and said, "Except Xia Lang, no one can abduct me."
The man with a mustache said, "Wow, young people nowadays really don't treat outsiders as outsiders."
Then he scratched his ears and asked Xia Beichen, "By the way, what did you just say? You wanted us to stay alive?" Xia Beichen curled his lips. "Why? Are you reluctant?"
After he finished speaking, he gently waved his left hand, and a sword flew out of the air, pointing directly at the man with the mustache. The man standing with his hands behind his back said calmly, "It's a good sword, but the person wielding it is quite lacking in skill."
"What a pity."
As he spoke, he put one hand behind his back and gently pinched the sword that Xia Beichen had brought out with the other hand. Crack! The good sword he mentioned broke in an instant. Real. Good sword.
His fellow apprentices immediately laughed at Xia Beichen and scrupulously, "Ah, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is."
Then the young man said to Yi Yunqin, "Miss, your Xia Lang is not good enough, why don't you follow me, our Xianqing sect will help you improve faster."
Yi Yunqin snorted disdainfully, "A jerk like you is worthy of this? You."
The other party was so angry that his body trembled. "Since you are from the Xianqing sect, I won't waste my time talking to you." Yi Yunqin took off her veil and revealed her face.
Yi Yunqin?
The expressions of the four people from Xianqing sect were exactly the same as those when they knew Yi Yunqin's identity before.
"You, why are you here? Could it be that you are the reason why the Wanren sect was wiped out? Shouldn't you have been hit by the silver demon fruit?"
Yi Yunqin ignored their series of questions, but asked coldly.
"The person who used the sword just now was quite weak, what about now?"
The spiritual energy fluctuated in front of Yi Yunqin, and then countless sharp swords emerged.
"Refining qi into a sword?" The four people opposite exclaimed in surprise again.
The man who liked to stand with his hands behind his back now took his hands out from behind his back.
"Are you already at the cave heaven realm?"
Yi Yunqin's eyes became fierce. "It's all thanks to you disgusting sects, otherwise it would take me a long time to break through to the cave heaven realm." Before he finished speaking, countless sharp swords flew towards the four people opposite.
Xianqing shield.
The man with his hands behind his back hurriedly added a dark green spiritual shield in front of himself.
"This is the signature skill of their Xianqing sect. It doesn't matter."
In the face of absolute strength, signature skills are nothing but clouds.
Countless sharp swords pierced the Xianqing shield and created cracks. Clang! After a while, the Xianqing shield shattered like broken glass.
Then countless sharp swords merged into a gas sword that looked like the Xingxuan sword and stabbed towards the man with his hands behind his back.
Chapter 032 Take My Whip. Senior brother.
His fellow junior brothers and sisters started shouting hysterically.
Xia Beichen rushed in front of the three of them and said, "Don't shout.
Take care of yourselves first and then worry about your good senior brother."
Little brother, do you think you are a cave heaven realm expert like Yi Yunqin?
The woman looked at Xia Beichen like he was a primary school kid. "Then let me meet you, a guy who has reached the great perfection of the spiritual gathering realm and has no idea of the immensity of the world." Then, she looked at the two men beside her. "Second brother, little brother, go help the big brother."
Good.
Seeing that Xia Beichen's cultivation level was not high, the two brothers agreed with confidence. After all, the woman's cultivation level is at the middle stage of the spirit sea realm, and the amount of spiritual energy she can call upon is much more than that of the spirit gathering realm. There is a saying in official circles that a higher ranking official can crush others to death, and in this world of cultivation, there is also a saying that a higher level cultivator can crush others to death. So, Yi Yunqin, who has reached the cave heaven realm in the past 2 days, kills all ghosts he encounters and all Buddhas he encounters, except for Xuanwu.
Brother, come on.
The woman straightened her chest, which was much smaller than Yi Yunqin's but still quite tall. Moreover, the tone of the words sounded like someone who had been starving and thirsty for years and had not encountered any nectar. The key is that she originally looked quite charming. "If you can't beat me, you can beg for mercy from me, and I will show mercy."
Xia Beichen frowned. "How about you surrender?"
The woman shook her slender index finger.
"How can you surrender before we even start? Evildoer."
Xia Beichen shouted in his heart and then took out 2 swords.
The woman glanced at the 2 swords and asked, "Why do you have so many swords?"
As soon as he finished speaking, 2 extra knives appeared. The woman looked at Xia Beichen with a look that said, "Poor students have more stationery. Then I'll test your ability first.
Don't let it go so easily. You have to last."
After the woman verbally teased Xia Beichen, she also took out a sword and attacked Xia Beichen.
As a result, Xia Beichen easily neutralized all the attacks. "Sister, did you let the water go?" Xia Beichen teased calmly.
The woman thought to herself that something was wrong.
She knew herself very well.
Although she didn't use her full strength, she used about 60% to 70%. Under normal circumstances, using the spirit sea realm to deal with the spirit gathering realm would only require a maximum of 30% of the strength. While Xia Beichen was shocked at the woman's heart, he looked at the remaining time for countering each move.
2/4 of an hour. That's about half an hour.
On the other side, her senior brother was seriously injured, but he could still hold on for a while. Her second senior brother had fallen into a rubble pit in the square and was unable to move. As for her junior brother, who was between the eldest and second senior brothers, he no longer had any ability to resist. It feels like a gust of wind can blow my junior brother down.
Your fellow disciples have been defeated. How about you surrender? Xia Beichen tried to persuade them to surrender again.
I don't believe that you, a spirit-gathering realm cultivator, are invulnerable. The woman said, unconvinced.
So, he attacked Xia Beichen again.
This time, the woman did not use a sword, but took out a long whip. A charming woman with a whip, she instantly exudes the royal sister aura.
Take my whip. Snap.
The woman swung the whip, and the whip made a crisp sound.
Xia Beichen dodged hurriedly and barely escaped.
It seems that this woman is much more skilled with a whip than with a sword.
Then, another whip.
The whip carried a dark green spiritual energy and swung towards Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen dodged to the side, and the whip hit a tree that was only left with a stump.
After a crisp sound, the spiritual energy carried by the whip began to spin rapidly like a meat grinder, instantly grinding the tree stump into powder.
I held a grass.
Seeing this scene, Xia Beichen was glad that he dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would probably be covered in bruises by now. Seeing that her whip had a certain deterrent effect on Xia Beichen, the woman regained some confidence.
Sister will teach you a lesson today on behalf of your little lover.
After saying that, he whipped Xia Beichen again. The majestic figure in front of him rose and fell with his movements.
It's really inspiring.
This time the speed of the whip was obviously much faster than before.
But Xia Beichen discovered that its momentum was much weaker than the second whip just now.
Before he could dodge, the whip was in front of him. Then it split into two, and then stretched towards Xia Beichen like a succubus's tentacle.
The next moment, Xia Beichen was circled by it twice.
Then the woman pulled the whip and dragged Xia Beichen towards her. Soon, he was pulled in front of her. I don't know if it was because the whip was elastic or because the opponent's body was too springy.
It actually bounced Xia Beichen away a little bit. Illegal dribbling and colliding with someone? Then Xia Beichen couldn't tolerate her.
The word demolition came out of his mouth. Immediately, a pair of large scissors appeared in front of them. Before the woman could react, the scissors cut the whip.
Crack!
The whip broke into two pieces. One part was tied up with Xia Beichen, and the other part was in the woman's hand. The woman stumbled twice accidentally because the whip was cut and she had no strength to pull. It wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't stagger, but once he staggered, his body couldn't help but lean forward. Therefore, spring is endless.
Xia Beichen felt a little dizzy after seeing this.
After stabilizing herself, the woman glanced at the rope in her hand, and then her eyes rested on the big scissors.
Brother, you even carry a pair of scissors with you? And, they're so big. The woman accused Xia Beichen, you are a hooligan.
Xia Beichen had already untied the small whip tied to his body.
Watch your words. You can call me a scoundrel, but you can't call me a hooligan.
It was you who hit someone with the ball first, so I resorted to this desperate measure. As he spoke, Xia Beichen swung the whip in his hand towards the woman. After the whip was split into two parts, the longest part was the one tied to his body. Therefore, the piece in his hand can be said to be within his reach. Seeing this, the woman quickly dodged. But unexpectedly, 4 rays of light suddenly appeared around him. In the end, she dodged the whip, but she still gave up resisting.
Because she also knew what these 4 rays of light represented. You filthy scoundrel! How dare you be so unkind to women?
She glanced at Xia Beichen with resentment. You even used a cruel spell like starlight binding that could destroy a flower.
Xia Beichen shrugged, it's not me.
At this time, Yi Yunxin appeared beside him.
It's me.
After seeing Yi Yunxin and hearing her words, the woman looked in the direction of her fellow disciples.
Unexpectedly,
the 3 brothers were lying on the ground, unconscious.
Just when the starlight binding was about to shrink to the point where it would kill the woman, it stopped.
The feeling of restraint on my body disappeared instantly.
The woman looked at Yi Yunxin in surprise. You.
Before she could finish, Yi Yunxin removed the starlight binding and said, go.
The woman was surprised. What? Chapter 033 A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold.
Yi Yunxin retracted the Xingxuan sword and said, first, you didn't seem to have any killing intentions towards Beichen just now. Second, your 3 fellow apprentices made a deal with me before they died to save your life.
The other party glanced at Xia Beichen, then looked back at Yi Yunxin. Transaction? What do you mean? You killed my 3 fellow disciples?
They have already confessed the entire matter of how the Shenqing sect colluded with the Tianxian sect, Fengxinzi sect, Wanren sect, Qinglan sect, and other sects to frame me, and they said that you had nothing to do with it. Yi Yunqin said, everything is the intention of your sect leader and several fellow disciples. So, before you die, beg me to let you go. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. I should let you go. I hope you don't get ungrateful. At this point, her tone suddenly became serious, but if I see you doing something under the banner of Shenqing sect again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The woman threw the broken whip in her hand to the ground and took out her original sword again. Don't pretend to be a good person. Isn't it because you, Yi Yun, wanted to take over several of our sects that everyone joined forces to deal with you? Yi Yunqin frowned slightly and asked, who told you such stupid talk? Isn't it? The woman pointed her sword at Yi Yunqin. Since you took over the position of Tianxian sect's leader from your master, Master Qingchen, how many sects have you wiped out in the past 300 years? Isn't it your brutality that has enabled the Tianxian sect to achieve its current power? Yi Yunqin didn't say anything, but looked at the sword in the woman's hand. Suddenly, a domineering star power appeared on the sword. The next moment, ka. Cracks appeared on the sword. Immediately afterwards, the sword broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. The woman looked at the sword in horror, only the hilt remaining in her hand. Yi Yunqin then said, if I remember correctly, you should be 100 years younger than me. Anyway, you've been brainwashed so much that you can't tell right from wrong anymore. Then she raised a finger. Go and find out for yourself what good deeds the Wanren sect has done. At this point, he raised his second finger. Why did I wipe out the Wuji Valley, which was once famous in southern Xinjiang? Then, he raised his third finger and said, 100 years ago, why was the popular new sect Tianhala strangled in its cradle? Finally, Yi Yunqin raised his fourth finger. Today, ask again what good things your Shenqing sect has done? The woman stared at her fourth finger closely. You want to attack our Shenqing sect? Not only your Shenqing sect. Yi Yunqin suddenly released the power of the stars, and a surge of pressure suddenly rushed towards the surroundings. The woman's long black hair and clothes couldn't help but flutter. After a brief pause, Yi Yunqin continued, word by word, there is also Qinglan zone. The woman's body trembled violently. Whether it is the Wanren sect, the Shenqing sect, or the Qinglan sect, they are the main forces of the sects that have joined forces to eliminate Yi Yunqin this time. It seems that she will not give up until Shenqing sect and Qinglan sect are destroyed. The woman soared into the air, releasing dark green spiritual energy around her. She looked at Yi Yunqin and said seriously, I am a member of Shenqing sect in life and a ghost of Shenqing sect in death. So, even if I die in battle, I will not leave. Yi Yunqin looked at his hands and said calmly, I'm not like Beichen, who fought you for several rounds without even hurting you. Unnecessary. As soon as the woman finished her proud words, the surrounding rubble and wood that had not been burned by the fire rose up. With a light shout, all the things flew towards Yi Yunqin. However, the attack that required her to use the spiritual energy of Danhai was dissolved by Yi Yunqin with a light wave of his sleeve. Yi Yunqin just waved his sleeves, and countless stars came forward. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the oncoming gravel and wood were smashed to pieces. Swish! A beam of clear light rushed straight towards the woman's chest. Before she could prepare for defense, she was hit. With a wow sound, he spat out a pool of blood. Your cultivation level is not as good as your senior brother's. Yi Yunqin flashed in front of her. The woman clutched her chest and said weakly, then don't bother with me. I'll do it myself. The spiritual energy was infused into her right hand. She closed her eyes, raised her palm and wanted to slap her forehead. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to commit suicide in her own palm. However, she found that a force was blocking her way and she couldn't move her hand forward any further. I can't bear to kill you, so how can I bear to let you die? Yi Yunqin reached out and pinched her cheek, then threw something into her mouth. The result is melt in your mouth. A cool feeling goes down the throat and then spreads throughout the body. After Yi Yunqin released her hand, the woman frowned and asked, what did you give me to eat? Yi Yunqin replied, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. A moment of spring night. The woman hurriedly reached out to scratch her throat. He wanted to force the pill out by inducing vomiting. The pill had already transformed into medicinal power the moment it entered her mouth, and in a short time it flowed down her throat and spread throughout her body. Xia Beichen was stunned when he heard the name of the pill. With the help of the memories left by the original owner, he learned that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, also known as a moment of spring night and a moment of 1,000 pieces of gold, is the legendary spring medicine. However, it has been rumored to have been lost for nearly 10,000 years, and can only be seen occasionally in some vernacular novels or ancient books. I don't know how Yi Yunshin got this kind of medicine.
Could it be that she found an ancient recipe and then tinkered with it? Yi Yunshin said coldly, weren't you acting quite charming in front of Beichin just now? Otherwise, I will lend you Beichin to detoxify you?
When his name was suddenly called, Xia Beichin couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart.
Could it be? Is she angry about the other party's charming behavior towards me just now? Is the Empress jealous? When women get jealous, they are much more cruel than men.
The drug will take effect in half an hour.
If you can't find a man to help you detoxify before then.
Having said that, Yi Yunshin paused. The way she punctuated the sentence made the woman shudder.
What will happen? Why, are you scared?
Yi Yunshin chuckled lightly before explaining the consequences of the night.
You will rot and stink until the poison takes over and you die. Your death will make ghosts weep and gods howl. Xia Beichin couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. You.
The woman gave up the futile attempt to induce vomiting and pointed at Yi Yunshin and cursed, why are you so vicious?
Vicious? Ha 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 ha.
Yi Yunshin laughed a few times, then questioned, did your Xianqing sect collude with other sects and put the silver demon fruit in my fruit bowl?
Silver magic fruit?
The woman was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, impossible. My Xianqing sect would never do such a thing. Yi Yunshin snorted sarcastically and said, before yesterday, I also believed that none of you from the Xianqing sect, Wanren sect, or Qinglan sect would do such a thing, including my respected uncle.
You're lying.
Whether he's lying or not, just follow me to your Xianqing sect and you'll find out.
Chapter 034 But we are actually husband and wife.
The woman gritted her teeth, then pointed at the 3 bodies on the ground and said, I can go with you, but I want to bury them first.
Okay. Yi Yunshin nodded.
The woman turned and walked towards the bodies of her 3 fellow disciples. In less than half a minute, 3 new graves were erected at the foot of an intact mountain. The tomb pit was blasted out by Yi Yunshin with one move. Yi Yunshin also used the Tianxian star technique to move the soil from nearby. So, the 3 graves were quickly completed.
There was no food or wine.
The woman got 3 wreaths from nearby and placed them on the grave. A wooden tablet was erected for each new grave, with the corresponding deceased's name written on it.
Do you hate me very much now? Yi Yunshin asked lightly, standing behind her.
The woman paused slightly, but did not answer Yi Yunshin. Yi Yunshin was not angry and continued, if I remember correctly, your name should be Yu Miaoqing, from the Yu family in Xinghe County.
This time, the woman answered. You've got the wrong person. Really? Isn't the hairpin on your head the poppy?
It was a token of love given by Yu Xiuxian, the famous confidant of the Yu family, to his beloved Su Kaiwa.
The woman turned and looked at Yi Yunshin. I told you, you got the wrong person.
Yi Yunshin said, it's okay if you don't admit it, I will just treat you as Yu Miaoqing. The woman looked at Yi Yun for a long time, then asked, what else do you know? Yi Yunshin said, the Yu family of Xinghe County was tragically wiped out over 200 years ago.
Overnight, only one girl was left in the entire family.
The woman clenched her fists. I don't know if the surviving eldest daughter of the Yu family has found the real murderer after all these years. The woman's body was shaking violently.
Xia Beichin watched from the side and deeply felt the pressure that Yi Yunshin put on the other party. Yi Yunshin knew this woman named Yu Miaoqing very well. Could it be that the Yu family is her?
Just when Xia Beichin was halfway through his thought, Yi Yunshin said, it seems that they haven't found it.
But I have some clues. You?
The woman frowned, don't let me know that you are the murderer, otherwise if you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you in the future. Yi Yunshin looked at the other person as if he were a little girl. When I was your age, I had already entered the spirit refining realm.
You want to kill me? You must surpass my cultivation level.
After taking a look at the sky, Yi Yunshin turned around and said, it's getting late.
If you don't want to die from the poison, follow me.
As she spoke, she glanced at Xia Beichin and said, Beichin, let's go. Nodding slightly, Xia Beichin flew with her towards Xianqing sect. After hesitating for a moment, the woman followed, but always kept a certain distance from the 2 of them.
Xia Beichin asked curiously, Yun Xin, was what you gave her really for a night of passion? Yi Yunshin glanced at him, What? Are you doubting?
I noticed that the Empress's glance was chilling.
Xia Beichen smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm just curious.
After all, Chunxiao has been missing for nearly 10,000 years.
It seems that you know something about this spring night? Yi Yunxin asked playfully. I've seen it in ancient books. Xia Beichen replied.
Glancing back at the woman behind him, Yi Yunxin said, when the time comes, you can try it with her and you'll know if it's true or not.
That's what you said. Xia Beichen looked at Yi Yunxin sideways. Try it.
Yi Yunxin clenched his fists, be careful or I'll kill you.
Xia Beichen grabbed her fist, isn't that what you said? Besides, didn't you just say generously, how about I lend you Beichen to detoxify you? Finally, Xia Beichen imitated Yi Yunxin's previous tone of voice.
Yi Yunxin immediately gritted his teeth.
Xia Bei Shen. Ha ha ha. Xia Beichen burst into laughter.
Yi Yunxin attacked his face with his other hand.
Xia Beichen tilted his head and dodged.
Then, Yi Yunxin knocked Xia Beichen's hand away with his fist and threw a star power at him.
As a result, it was easily resolved by Xia Beichen.
Seeing them making such a fuss, Yu Miaoqing was stunned. She never expected that the rumored cold-blooded Empress would actually develop feelings for a man whose cultivation level was several realms lower than hers.
Could it be that some of the information I have known over the years is inconsistent with the truth? Also, was it really her who killed the eldest, second, and youngest brothers just now?
Her brain almost crashed with each question. After stroking her forehead, she shook her head, trying to calm herself down and not think too much. She believed that as long as she was alive, she would have the opportunity to get all the truth.
Only a moment of spring night inside the body.
She suddenly looked at Xia Beichen. Unexpectedly, Xia Beichen exclaimed ouch. It turned out that he, who had just been playing back and forth with Yi Yunxin, suddenly seemed to have lost his support and was completely unable to resist Yi Yunxin's attack. Therefore, he was knocked down by Yi Yunxin's magic. Xia Beichen fell to the ground with a cry of ouch. It smashed a big hole in the ground. It turned out that Xia Beichen's counterattack was ineffective.
Yi Yunxin's expression froze.
He hurriedly fell down, came to the pit, and helped Xia Beichen up.
Beichen, are you okay? Yi Yunxin kept asking with concern, are you hurt?
While Yi Yunxin was checking his body, Xia Beichen rolled his eyes, then touched his heart and said, oh no, my heart hurts so much, I'm injured.
Let me see.
Yi Yunxin placed his hand on his chest, and when he was about to check the injury, his hand was covered. At first glance, it was Xia Beichen's hand covering the back of her hand. At this point, Yi Yunxin understood what was going on and cursed, asshole.
How dare you lie to me?
All right. Xia Beichen explained, if I didn't have the injury immunity pill, that attack you just made would have probably murdered your husband.
Nonsense. Yi Yunxin blushed and whispered, we haven't even gotten married yet.
Xia Beichen leaned close to her ear and whispered softly, although we haven't gotten married yet, we are husband and wife. Yi Yunxin was tickled by his action and quickly pushed him away, someone is watching.
Xia Beichen glanced at Yu Miaoqing who was hovering in the air.
Then, he said with a wicked smile, how about we use the ground as our bed and the sky as our blanket to help detoxify Miss Yu? The voice was not loud, so Yu Miaoqing, who was at a high distance, did not hear what he said. However, Yi Yunxin, who was just a few steps away from him, heard it clearly.
Then I'll chop you up and give you to him. Yi Yunxin looked at a certain place on Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen was so scared that he quickly clamped his legs together. Yi Yunxin glanced up into the air and suddenly realized that Yu Miaoqing was gone.
Hey, where are the people? Chapter 035. Let us settle the score with Xinqing sect. Hearing this, Xia Beichen followed Yi Yunxin's gaze.
Sure enough, he found that Yu Miaoqing, who was in the air just now, was gone.
Being kidnapped? Or did he sneak away? Could it be that she is looking for another man? However, this is also common sense.
From the conversation Yi Yunxin had just had with her, it was clear that she still bore the responsibility of a family feud that had yet to be avenged. So, it is understandable that she would try to find a way to overcome this moment of passion. It's impossible that I'm really going to look for him, Xia Beichen. After all, Yi Yunxin had just killed 3 of her fellow disciples.
Xia Beichen is now Yi Yunxin's accomplice.
Besides, Xia Beichen is not the kind of person who would pick up a gun when he sees a woman. Because he is not a casual person.
Looking back at Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin confirmed again, are you really okay? Xia Beichen waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Please don't be so harsh next time."
Yi Yunshin's gaze shifted from Xia Beichen to his lower body. "Next time if you dare to talk nonsense, I won't hit you in the chest." As he spoke, Yi Yunshin flew out of the pit.
Started searching. Xia Beichen then flew up as well. The two looked around but didn't see Yu Miaoqing. "Do you still want to look for it?" Yi Yunshin whispered. "Yun Xin, I don't quite understand. Since you chose to let her go, why did you give her the spring night?" Xia Beichen asked. "If she doesn't find someone to have sex with after half an hour, won't she die?" "Actually."
Yi Yunshin hesitated to speak, then shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, let's go to Shenqing's sect to settle the score with them first." But before leaving, she came to Xia Beichen. She stretched out her hand and placed it on his heart. This time, Xia Beichen did not take advantage of the opportunity and felt a gentle spiritual power.
"There's really no injuries." Yi Yunshin finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Seeing her like this, Xia Beichen felt very warm in his heart. Yi Yunshin withdrew his hand with confidence and asked curiously, "But why were you able to easily resolve my attack before?
And why did you suddenly become unable to resist?" Since Yi Yunshin asked about this, it's not a problem to keep it a secret.
After all, the two of them have spent a lot of time together, and who knows, one day the system might give her some new skill that will open her eyes.
Won't she still have to ask when the time comes?
But we need to put it another way.
System matters cannot be stated so bluntly.
So Xia Beichen said, "Actually, I have a special ability, which is that I occasionally gain some amazing skills." After hearing this, Yi Yunshin did not show any surprise. Because she had already gotten used to the shock Xia Beichen had given her in the past 2 days.
In this world, there are many people with various abilities.
But no one had ever opened her eyes as much as Xia Beichen before. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "It's just like what you said before, the jade talisman that the mysterious person gave you. Your so-called superpowers allow you to cope with difficulties within a reasonable time frame?"
Xia Beichen gave her a thumbs up. "Smart."
Yi Yunshin pursed his lips.
"Why isn't it a continuous skill?"
Xia Beichen shrugged. "I wanted to ask this question too. The system rewards are all stage-specific skills now, whether it is the previous reproduction of cultivation or the countering each move just now."
"In that case, then."
Yi Yunshin pursed her lips and said, "Beichen, you should find a place to wait for me. I will meet up with you after I settle my account with Xianqing sect."
Xia Beichen raised his index finger, shook it, and said, "Reject."
Yi Yunshin held his fingers. "I'm worried about your safety."
"How about this?" Xia Beichen took out a spirit stone. "What are you going to do?"
Yi Yun was puzzled. After Xia Beichen absorbed all the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, he took out a dagger from the endless realm and began to cut the spirit stone with the power of the stars. After a while, a spirit stone shaped like a coin appeared in front of them. Yi Yunshin took a closer look and saw the word engraved on one side and the word engraved on the other. Moreover, they are all relief carvings.
"How about this? Toss this spirit stone.
If the side with the word heart facing up, I'll follow you. If the side with the word chin facing up, I won't go." After hearing Xia Beichen's explanation, Yi Yunshin hesitated for a while, then nodded and agreed to the rules of the game. She used her sword to cut a flat area on the ground and asked Xia Beichen to toss the spirit stone coin. Xia Beichen flicked his finger, and the spirit stone coin spun in a graceful arc before falling to the ground.
Yi Yunshin stared at it nervously.
After spinning on the ground for a while, it finally stopped. The spirit stone coin fell over. Looking closely, it was the side with the word heart facing upwards.
"Follow the rules of the game?" Xia Beichen said, pointing to the word heart on the ground. When the result came out, Yi Yunshin had no choice but to nod.
Xia Beichen picked it up and was about to throw it away when Yi Yunshin stopped him.
She held out her hand. "Give it to me." Xia Beichen frowned slightly. "Huh? Has the spiritual energy disappeared?"
"Worthless spirit stones are no different from waste stones,"
Yi Yunshin replied, "as a souvenir."
Xia Beichen said, "Then I'll take out another spirit stone and carve a ring for you."
"No, I want this one." Yi Yunshin hooked his finger.
Helpless, Xia Beichen had to give her the spirit stone coins. In fact, the reason why he wanted to change the ring was not only because of his relationship with Yi Yunshin, but also he did something to this spirit stone coin. The reason for the relief carving is that the character has fewer strokes, so more material will be taken away by carving, so this side will be lighter. The character has more strokes, so less material is needed to carve it out.
In addition, the strokes themselves also take up more material than the character. Therefore, this side of the character is heavier. Unless the ground is uneven, the side will basically be facing down.
It can be said that Xia Beichen played a little trick.
But don't let Yan Xian discover this problem.
So, now that Xia Beichen saw her taking the spirit stone coin, he was afraid that she would try it a few times on the ground. If is facing upwards and is facing downwards once or twice, it is still a matter of probability.
If this happens n times in a row, then it's a cheating problem. By then, won't the Empress go crazy?
Fortunately, after Yi Yunxin took it, she put it into her space ring. Therefore, Xia Beichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Remember what you just said.
After Yi Yunxin put her things away, she looked at him and smiled.
What? Xia Beichen didn't react. Engrave a ring for me. Yi Yunxin reminded.
Xia Beichen smiled softly and replied, no problem.
Don't worry, first decide what you want to carve. If it's ugly, I won't accept it. Then carve my image on it, it will be so handsome. Don't want.
As the two talked, they held hands and continued to fly towards Xianqing sect. However, when they arrived at the mountain gate of Xianqing sect, they found that all the disciples of Xianqing sect were already on full alert.
Did the news leak out? Or did Yu Miaoqing ignore the poison of the spring night and rush back to inform the sect?
Just as they were puzzled, a vigorous voice came, Sect Master Yi, are you alright?
Chapter 036, She's not a virgin, how can she be worth this price?
An old man with silver hair walked out from the crowd. This person is none other than the current leader of Xianqing sect, Qing Xuanzi. The late stage of the spirit refining realm. However, Yi Yunxin no longer hides her cultivation level, nor does she wear a veil. He just lowered his cultivation to the great perfection of the spirit refining realm. Xia Beichen discovered this through these situations. Yi Yunxin can hide his cultivation level to a certain level at will. The great perfection of the spirit refining realm is exactly the state one is in before accidentally eating the silver demon fruit. In the cognition of these sects, Yi Yunxin said, Old Qing Xian, you are quite enthusiastic about this event, aren't you? Qing Xuanzi smoothed the white hair on his right temple and said, Master Qing Chun and I were quite close friends back then, so when an old friend comes to visit, I must treat him well.
Yi Yunxin bowed and said, Then I still have to call you Uncle Qing Xian? You, my old friend, are here to take my life today, aren't you?
Qing Xuanzi waved his hands and said, So, I can't bear your calling me Uncle Master. As he spoke, he took out 4 badges.
The names of 4 people are engraved on it.
Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin took a look and realized that it belonged to Yu Miaoqing and her 3 fellow disciples. However, the identity badges of the 3 brothers were dull and dim. Yu Miaoqing's, on the other hand, was sparkling.
This seems to represent life and death? Just when Xia Beichen was confused, Qing Xuanzi said, What's more, didn't you kill 3 of my beloved disciples not long ago?
And one of my disciples is still missing. At this point, the elders and disciples of Xianqing sect all showed grief on their faces.
But more of it was anger towards Yi Yunxin. Kill Yi Yunxin and avenge my fellow disciples.
Shouts and cries of killing echoed throughout the sect.
Kill Yi Yunxin and avenge my fellow disciples.
At this time, the public was outraged. It seems that as the sect master's personal disciples, Yu Miaoqing and her 3 fellow disciples have a very high status in Xianqing sect. Speaking of Yu Miaoqing, she has been in Xianqing sect for 200 years, but is still alone. Therefore, he naturally became the object of admiration of many disciples. Yi Yunxin showed a playful smile on his face, Old Qing Xian, who killed your beloved disciple?
I'm afraid you know better than anyone else, right?
That's right.
Qing Xuanzi pointed at Yi Yunxin and said, I know very well that you were the one who killed them.
Alas. Yi Yunxin sighed, another unreasonable old man. He has lived for over 2,000 years in vain. Facing her ridicule, Qing Xuanzi shouted, Elders and disciples, listen to my orders. Exist. The elders and disciples present immediately responded in unison. Qing Xuanzi said, Today, whoever takes Yi Yunxin's head first will be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones.
TSK. Xia Beichen shook his head in disdain.
An elder standing next to Qing Xuanzi shouted, Where did this rookie come from?
How dare you look down on my Xianqing sect? I despise you not.
Xia Beichen raised his middle finger without hesitation, not caring whether the other party could understand what he said or see it.
You expect someone to risk their life for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones? Who are you looking down on?
As he spoke, he stretched out 5 fingers. They said that whoever can capture the head of the Xianqing sect leader will be rewarded with 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Capture the head of old man Qing Xuanzi and you will be rewarded with 100,000 top-grade spirit stones.
Unexpectedly, Yi Yunqing couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Beichen, you're such a spendthrift. Those old men aren't virgins, how can they be worth 50,000 or 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? He.
Xia Beichen waved his hand and said, no problem, it's because I have so many top-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out 300,000 top-grade spirit stones from the Endless Realm. In addition to the sect leader, Xianqing sect has exactly 4 elders. They are Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, which is also the base of Xianqing sect.
They usually live on the mountains in these 4 directions.
The elder who spoke just now was Elder Qinglong. As soon as 300,000 top-grade spirit stones came out, abundant spiritual power instantly covered an area of several miles in radius. The disciples of Xianqing sect were so jealous that their eyes turned green. They had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones.
How about it? Xia Beichen glanced at all the disciples except Qing Xuanzi and the 4 elders of Xianqing sect. I, Xia, always keep my word.
Elder Qinglong shouted, asshole.
My Xianqing sect is a prestigious and upright sect. How can we buy people's hearts with favors like yours? Ha ha ha. Xia Beichen burst into laughter. You're quite good at playing double standards. Why didn't you tell your sect leader about this just now? You. Elder Qinglong was so angry that he flew into a rage. I'll be the first one to deal with you later. Who's going to deal with whom?
Suddenly, a fierce voice was heard. Then, 2 rays of light floated out from Xia Beichen's ring and appeared beside Xia Bei. It turned out to be a Pixiu.
Unexpectedly, these 2 people were alarmed. Because Xia Beichen did not set any restrictions on them. So they can enter and exit the Endless Realm freely. Brother Beichen, you didn't even tell us about the bounty. Pai glanced at Xia Beichen and said, you are really being rude, aren't you? Xia Beichen smiled awkwardly, didn't I just give you 200,000 top-grade spirit stones?
The Pixiu said, who would think it's too little? Besides, you earned these 300,000 with your own ability.
Xia Beichen nodded and smiled, that's true. Roar. The Pixiu turned around and roared at everyone in Xianqing sect. The power of the mythical beast should not be underestimated.
The Pixiu's roar, like the roar of a Hadong lion, frightened the disciples with lower cultivation levels.
I couldn't help but tremble. I didn't expect you to have the help of a divine beast.
Qing Xuanzi glanced at the Pixiu and said, then we will collect them later and let them guard the warehouse of my Xianqing sect.
He.
Pai sneered and lunged at the crowd, leave these 4 misfits to the 2 of us. Pixiu followed closely behind and said to Xia Beichen, leave the bounty for us.
Qing Xuanzi ordered, half of the disciples will follow the 2 elders, Suzaku and Xuanwu, to capture the Pixiu.
The rest of the disciples, follow me and the 2 elders Qinglong and Baihu to kill Yi Yunqin and that little brat.
Understood. After receiving the order, everyone immediately split into 2 groups. A wave of people fight against Pixiu. One wave faced Yi Yunqin and Xia Beichen. Brother Beichen, come up. Pai Chao said to Xia Beichen, I'll lead you to kill the enemy. Good.
Xia Beichen summoned a sword from the Endless Realm, which was still looted from the forbidden pavilion of Wanren sect, and then jumped up. The Pai leaped towards him. After a while, Xia Beichen sat astride the Pai's back. And the moment it landed on his back, Xia Beichen slashed out with a sword. He chopped off the sword in the hand of a man who had reached the great perfection of the Lingzhu realm. The sword energy continued to strike the opponent. The other party groaned and flew backwards. At this time, a fireball summoned by magic blasted towards Xia Beichen and Pai. Hold on tight. Pai gave a reminder, then jumped up with Xia Beichen on its back. The fireball missed and finally hit a large rock in the distance. With a loud bang, the big rock turned black and became smaller. This power is not small. The person who blasted this fireball was Elder Zhu Ke of Xianqing sect. Roar! The Pai jumped up and roared, then finally smashed into a disciple who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual realm. The disciple immediately vomited a pool of blood. Finally, the Pai monster slapped him and sent him flying several feet away. It didn't stop until it hit the charred stone. After renting, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fate.
Suddenly, a bird chirped. Xiaobeichen looked at Elder Suzaku. A giant vermilion bird appeared behind him and cried towards the sky. The chirping of birds ended, and a bigger fireball attacked Xiaobeichen and Pai. Chapter 037. See if you are a real white tiger or a fake white tiger. You want to burn us with fireballs? Let me show you how powerful I am. Instead of taking Xiaobeichen away, the Piyu faced the fireball as big as a water tank. Xiaobeichen also chose to believe it. The Pai monster opened its mouth and blew a strong wind towards the fireball. Call. A strong wind whistled and blocked the fireball. What's worse, the wind blew the fireball in the opposite direction. Swish. The fireball was blown back at an extremely fast speed. Elder Suzaku dodged quickly, but his clothes were still set on fire. Seeing this, he quickly cut off the hem of his clothes with his sword. However, some of the disciples behind him were not so lucky. Several disciples were directly hit by the fireballs, and their clothes were instantly set on fire. For a moment, there were ghosts crying and wolves howling. Hateful. Elder Suzaku clenched his fists tightly. Just then, a stream of water rushed over the burning disciples, extinguishing the flames on them. At first glance, it was caused by the Qinglong sacrificed by Elder Qinglong. But he was still a step too late. After all, the power of this fireball is not small. Several disciples could not escape the fate of being burned to death. Even 2 of the disciples had been completely disfigured. You're playing with fire and getting burned. After Xiaobeichen said this sarcastically, he rushed forward with the sword and the Pai beast in hand. The stars are lingering. A sword slashed towards Elder Suzaku. Elder Suzaku drew his sword to fight. Kong. The 2 swords collided, releasing powerful energy. But after all, Xiaobeichen's cultivation level is far lower than his. Elder Suzaku, who has reached the Spirit Sea realm, faces Xiaobeichen, who has reached the Spirit Gathering realm. It's like heaven and earth. If Pai hadn't added a defense around them in time, I'm afraid that after this sword fight, Xiaobeichen would have been knocked back from the Pai's back. Fortunately, Xiaobeichen had the injury immunity pill to protect his body, so the power of Elder Suzaku's sword was ignored. The only thing he felt was a slight numbness in his arm. However, while they were fighting with swords, Pai was not idle at the same time as he added a layer of defense. With a quick twist of his body, his tail swept across. Bang! Like a whip hitting a person, Elder Suzaku was whipped 3 feet away. Although there was no damage to the skin, there was a tear in the clothes. A corner of the swimming ring around his waist was revealed. It seems like you eat a lot every day. You have gained weight. Pai joked bluntly. Elder Suzaku straightened himself and said, Your divine beast's strength is only this much. Who gave you the courage to say that? As the Pai said this, it took off into the air. When I stepped on the air, it felt like I was stepping on the surface of a lake, causing ripples. Then, a golden arrow suddenly appeared under the ripples. Golden rain arrows. The Pai roared softly, and countless golden arrows shot towards the vermilion bird elder below like raindrops. Elder Suzaku raised his sword and blocked with clang 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 sounds. However, just when he blocked a small part of the golden rain arrows, a different sound came from the sword in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. At first glance, cracks appeared on the sword. Little brother Beichen. At this time, Pai reminded Xiaobeichen. Xiaobeichen set him and slashed at Elder Suzaku with his sword. The sword energy cut across, carrying the twinkling starlight, and rushed forward like a nebula. Elder Suzaku gritted his teeth and tried to build a defense in front of himself. As a result, before he could even make the hand seals with his left hand, the sword energy arrived in front of him. Zheng. The sword hummed and the sword body broke. The sword in his hand broke into many pieces in an instant. Swish. The sword energy cut into Elder Suzaku's neck. Then, several golden rain arrows also penetrated into his body. He had just said that the divine beast was only so powerful, but at this moment his body suddenly stopped. He stared at Xiaobeichen and Pai with wide eyes. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, I've got it in mind. Pai tilted his head slightly and said to Xiaobeichen. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Suzaku fell to the ground with a bang. No problem. Xiaobeichen immediately paid Pai 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Thank you, boss. After receiving the top-grade spirit stone, Pai thanked happily. Elder Suzaku was killed? A disciple shouted.
Everyone looked over and found their Suzaku elder lying on the ground, motionless.
The disciples of Suzaku Peak ran over in grief. Master! A disciple took a look and shook his head.
It can be seen that Elder Suzaku is already dead.
Damn it! Kill them!
The disciple holding the body of Elder Suzaku had red eyes and said to Xiaobeichen and Pitao. The disciples of the Suzaku Peak lineage were all filled with righteous indignation and attacked Xiaobeichen and Pai. However, as soon as they made a move, they were suddenly surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. The next moment, they were enveloped in black smoke amid their own screams. After a while, their expressions became distorted, and the screams stopped abruptly, until there was not even any sound. The black smoke transformed into the outlines of countless insects and began to gnaw on their flesh. It was accompanied by a creepy gnawing sound. Finally, the air was filled with blood. The people in the black smoke were already a bloody mess. Less than half a minute. Together with Elder Suzaku. More than 20 disciples of Suzaku Peak were eaten by insects transformed from black smoke until not even a trace of them was left. Pai looked at the situation of these people with a serious expression. How could this happen? And Xiaobeichen was no stranger to this black smoke. Because it is exactly the same black smoke that came out of Hyacinthus before she died. The Xianqing sect's Suzaku elder has been poisoned. After hearing this, Pitao couldn't help but shudder. Who would come up with such a cruel poison?
It seems you have seen it before?
Xiaobeichen said. The rebellious great elder of the Tianxian sect was eaten alive by the insects transformed from this black smoke. At this point, Xiaobeichen suddenly reminded, it's coming towards us.
Pai looked over. I found that it was a bug that had the shape of an outline. It took on the shape of a moth and flew towards them with its wings flapping. Is there any way to deal with it? Pai hurriedly took Xiaobeichen and retreated. Xiaobeichen looked at Yi Yunxin.
There is a poison. Yi Yunxin, who had already seriously injured Qing Xuanzi and the two elders Qinglong and Baihu, immediately released a colorful light upon hearing the sound.
The colorful lights quickly intertwined into a blooming flower and flew towards the moth. Countless colorful flowers emerged along the way.
Looking at the familiar colorful flowers, Xiaobeichen breathed a sigh of relief.
With them, all the moths transformed from black smoke were swallowed up in one go. The threat is lifted. Coincidentally, on the other side, Pishio killed Elder Xuanwu.
I don't know if it's because the Pishio suffered a loss at the hands of the Xuanwu beast before. So, after the battle, it caught Elder Xuanwu and chased him relentlessly. Elder Baihu wanted to provide support, but was stopped by Yi Yunxin.
Your opponent is me. Yi Yunxin said lightly.
You.
Elder Baihu said angrily, Yi Yunxin, don't go too far. It's obvious that you guys are going too far.
Yi Yunxin pointed at the white tiger elder and said, show me your true level and let me see if you are a real white tiger or a fake one.
Bastard.
Elder Baihu gritted his teeth and rushed forward. In this way, except for some disciples, no elders were able to support Elder Xuanwu.
As a result, he was tortured to death by the Pishio in just a cup of tea. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones.
Pishio smiled at Xiaobeichen. Xiaobeichen immediately paid it with spirit stones. However, at this moment, black smoke came out of Elder Xuanwu's body again.
Fuck, it never ends. Xiaobeichen looked at the black smoke speechlessly. Labor Day is here. Where did everyone go?
A new month has begun, so don't forget to send in your recommendations, coins, and positive reviews.
Have fun, everyone. Chapter 038, The Poison of the Spring Night has been cured?
Fortunately, Xiaobeichen also has the advantage of the speed bonus awarded by the system.
Any action must be faster than others. So,
when the black smoke came, he commanded Pai to hide away quickly. As a result, the black smoke attacked several nearby Xianqing sect disciples without any hesitation. In the end, these disciples followed the same fate as their fellow disciples, and nothing was left.
Next, the Pishio that killed Elder Xuanwu is in some danger.
Seeing this, Yi Yunxin quickly appeared in front of the Pishio.
The colorful flowers also arrived in time, flying towards the moths transformed from the black smoke and swallowing them one by one. Miss Yi, Pishio said to Yi Yunxin, to make the battle easier, you can sit on my back.
Yi Yunxin nodded slightly, okay. Then she jumped onto the back of the Pishio and sat down. After repelling the attacks of several Xianqing sect disciples with one sword, she looked at King Xuanzi.
Old Qingxian, did you see that? I've already planted the poison in your fellow disciples, and you're still so foolish as to be my enemy? A typical example of someone being sold out and still foolishly helping others count money. Hearing this, the injured Xianxingzi covered his chest and straightened his body. He did not respond to Yi Yunxin's words, but looked at the remaining two elders Qinglong and Baihu. Yi Yunxin continued, if this continues, I'm afraid that elders Qinglong and Baihu will not be spared either. After steadying the two junior brothers, Qing Xuanzi asked with concern, two junior brothers, are you all right? I won't die for now. The two elders, Qinglong and Baihu, wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. They all suffered internal injuries, but their lives are not in danger. However, when they heard Yi Yunxin's words, their faces turned pale. Even the hand that wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tremble a few times. And the tone of his reply was trembling. It can be seen that the experiences of their two fellow disciples, Suzaku and Xuanwu, have left them with lingering fears. Seeing this, Yi Yunxin reminded, as long as your lives are not in danger, the poison will not take effect. Of course, if we continue to fight, your injuries will worsen, and it will be hard to say for sure. All the surviving disciples of Xianxing's sect could not help but look at the two elders Qinglong and Baihu. What's worse is that some disciples quietly moved some distance away. They were deeply afraid that these two elders would suddenly emit black smoke like the two elders Suzaku and Xuanwu, and then bring disaster to them. Master! Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin was heard. When everyone heard the sound, they turned their heads to look. I suddenly discovered that it was Yu Miaoqing. The missing persons have returned. Seeing her appear, the disciples of Xianxing's sect were stunned for a moment before a look of joy appeared on their faces. After all, she was the only disciple taught by Qing Xuanzi. When Xia Beichen saw her, he came to Yi Yunxin's side and asked quietly, Yunxin, has the poison from her spring night been cured? Yi Yunxin raised the corner of his mouth and said, why don't you ask her and you'll know. Unexpectedly, she kept it a secret. In fact, the fact that Yu Miaoqing appears here now obviously means that the poison has been cured. I just don't know which guy got the advantage. When Qing Xuanzi saw Yu Miaoqing, he couldn't hide his excitement and actually wiped his eyes. Xinger, you're back? I thought you were missing. Yu Miaoqing came to Qing Xuanzi and said, Master, I am fine. Where are your three fellow disciples? Qing Xuanzi took out the 4 identity badges again. Although he could know the life and death of his disciples through their identity badges, he still wanted to confirm it. After all, the longest time that some of his disciples had followed him was nearly 500 years. Even Yu Miaoqing's junior fellow apprentice has been around for over 100 years. After all, once a teacher, always a father. Yu Miaoqing took a look at the 3 identity badges that had become dull, and then knelt down with a plop. Master, please accept my condolences. The eldest, second, and youngest brothers have passed away, but I have already laid them to rest. When Qing Xuanzi heard the result from Yu Miaoqing's own mouth, his body shook violently. After a long time, he pointed at Yi Yunxin angrily and asked Yu Miaoqing, Xinger, was it she who killed your 3 brothers? Yu Miaoqing looked in the direction her master was pointing. When she looked up, her gaze met Yi Yunxin's. As expected of the Queen Beixian, she remains calm and composed in the face of chaos. Seeing that Yu Miaoqing didn't say anything, Qing Xuanzi withdrew his hand and helped Yu Miaoqing up. Xinger, tell the truth, don't be afraid. Yu Miaoqing took a deep breath, then shook her head and replied seriously, no. Qing Xuanzi frowned. Yi Yunxin remained calm and composed, with an air of the innocent are innocent. Xia Beichen was stunned. In fact, before this, he also thought that Yu Miaoqing's 3 fellow disciples were killed by Yi Yunxin. But when Yu Miaoqing said the word no, her expression was firm and it didn't seem like she was lying at all. What's more, Yi Yunxin also gave her the drug spring night. Therefore, it's good enough that Yu Miaoqing didn't exaggerate the matter. Afterwards, Yu Miaoqing explained, before the burial, I checked and found that the 3 brothers had been poisoned before fighting with Yi Yunxin. In the end, the poison attacked their hearts because of their internal energy. Having said that, she paused, glanced at Yi Yunxin, and then continued. The poison in the 3 brothers' bodies, except that it won't produce evil thoughts like the silver demon fruit, is just as toxic. The more you use your power, the greater the damage. Qing Xuanzi asked hurriedly, were they poisoned by various kinds of poison? Yi Yunxin said at this time, the poison that the 2 elders of your sect, Zhuke and Xuanwu, were infected with should be from the same source. To be honest, what happened to Hyacinth is exactly the same as the poison your 2 elders were infected with. Luckily, your 3 disciples weren't poisoned by the goo.
Otherwise, not only would they not be able to rest in peace, but even their bodies would be intact. Hearing this, the two elders Qinglong and Baihu suddenly looked at Qing Xuanzi. Then Elder Qinglong said, "Master, I'm afraid our bridge has been demolished."
Qing Xuanzi clenched his fists. Master! The Wanren sect has become trapped in its own web. From now on, there will be no Wanren sect anymore.
Yu Miaoqing knelt down again and bowed her head to persuade. Disciple begs master to lead the Shenqing sect back on the journey, not to fall into an irretrievable situation, and not to follow in the footsteps of the Wanren sect.
Qing Xuanzi didn't help her up this time, but shook his head. It's no use. Why?
Yu Miaoqing suddenly looked up at Qing Xuanzi. Qing Xuanzi said, "Your two uncles, Zhuke and Xuanwu, have both been poisoned.
Do you think that as the leader of your sect, I can escape?"
Yu Miaoqing glanced at Yi Yunshin. "Like Sect Master Yi said, as long as your lives are not threatened, you will be fine."
Yi Yunshin nodded slightly. This can be inferred from the situations of Hyacinthus, Elder Suzaku, and Elder Xuanwu.
This kind of poison is no different from self-destruction, just in a different way.
The purpose is to prevent them from rebelling at the critical moment. To put it bluntly, it is to kill and silence the witness. He.
Qing Xuanzi gave a bitter laugh and shook his head, saying, "You know nothing about them. Moreover, my situation is even worse than that of your uncles."
What? Yu Miaoqing's body trembled.
Chapter 039, Fan you in the summer and warm your bed in the winter. Yi Yunshin, who was calm and composed, saw through everything and said, "Could it be that you, old Qing Xian, have done something wrong?" Now it was Qing Xuanzi's turn to tremble. He was obviously irritated by the three words guilty deeds. Seeing his reaction, Yi Yunshin's mouth corners slightly raised, as if something was about to be confirmed. It made her look a little expectant. So she added fuel to the fire. "Old Qing Xian, if I'm not mistaken, 200 years ago you secretly joined forces with others and did something that caused a bit of a sensation at the time." When hearing the words 200 years ago, Yu Miaoqing's expression was similar to Qing Xuanzi's, as if she was stimulated. Yu Miaoqing suddenly remembered what Yi Yunshin said before he came to Shenqing sect. "I don't know if the surviving eldest daughter of the Yu family has found the real murderer after all these years. It seems they haven't found it, but I do have some clues." Could it be that Yi Yunshin really found a clue? Moreover, this clue is related to Master? "I don't know what you are talking about." Qing Xuanzi glanced at Yi Yunshin. "Do you want me to remind you?" Yi Yunshin said. "You, cough cough cough." Qing Xuanzi was so angry that he started coughing violently because of the injury he had just suffered before he could finish his words. And this cough brought out blood. Blood, with a hint of dark red. There was even a wisp of black smoke. "Master! Metropolitan!" Yu Miaoqing stood up and supported Qing Xuanzi. The two elders, Qinglong and Baihu, checked his injuries. They discovered that his injuries were more serious than those of their two elders. But what can be concluded is that this was not caused by Yi Yunshin. Because they knew that although Yi Yunshin's martial arts were domineering, they were not vicious. Although it is fierce, it can purify evil practices. The blood that Qing Xuanzi vomited at this time was obviously caused by the evil poison. "It's okay." Qing Xuanzi forcibly suppressed the evil poison in his body. But at this moment, Yu Miaoqing wanted to know more about what happened 200 years ago than about her master's injury. So, she looked at Yi Yunshin. "Sec Master Yi, please speak." Ever since she returned as a missing person, Xia Beichen found that her attitude towards Yi Yunshin had changed a lot. I don't know what she went through after she disappeared quietly. Xia Beichen didn't think that she had a good time with a man, tasted the wonderful feeling, and then felt grateful to Yi Yunshin. There should be hatred. "Qing Xuanzi called out to Yu Miaoqing, "Do you want your master to be pissed off to death by you?" Yu Miaoqing bit her lip and said, "Master. This is about my Yu family, I have the right to know. I hope Master will help me." If Master knows the whole story, Qing, please tell me too." After Yu Miaoqing let go of Qing Xuanzi, she knelt down again. This requires 3 kneelings and 3 standings. But Qing Xuanzi didn't want to say it at all. Yu Miaoqing looked at Yi Yunshin again and pleaded, "Sec Master Yi, I know you are a good person, please tell me." Unexpectedly, Yi Yunshin got a good guy card. Xia Beichen was a little confused. "Old Qing Xian, if you don't tell me, do you think the truth will rot in your stomach?" Yi Yunshin glanced at Qing Xuanzi and said, "While you still have breath, you should tell me now and try to gain the forgiveness of your good disciple."
This is not right.
Yi Yunqing paused at this point, then changed his tone and said, "This kind of thing will never be forgiven. After all, nearly 100 people in the Yu family became souls under your sword."
Mr. Yi, stop slandering me here.
Elder Qinglong pointed at Yi Yunqing and cursed, "You are determined to destroy my Xianqing sect."
He.
Yi Yunqing laughed sarcastically, "If I still had the will to destroy your Xianqing sect, would I still have the nerve to talk about old things with you guys here? You, the green worm, your white cat, and old man Qingxian, are now dead." Yi Yunqing pointed at the three of them one by one. "The Wanrun sect has already demonstrated to you the consequences of offending me." Having said that, she looked at Elder Qinglong with an expression that said, "I know everything."
By the way, Elder Qingchong, you were involved back then, right? Why don't you come and tell the truth? Elder Qinglong trembled and said, "I don't understand what you are saying."
At this point, Pai couldn't stand it any longer, so he suggested, "Miss Yi, since they won't tell us, just kill them. There's really no need to waste time with them."
That's right. Don't give them a chance. Xiao echoed. Xia Beichen didn't say anything, but the ethereal voice of the system sounded in his mind. Drop.
The host's current situation has been detected to be at a stalemate. The host is now given two choices. 1. Just walk away, no matter the grudges or hatred, let others do whatever they want. Reward, a gentle concubine who can fan you in the summer, warm your bed in the winter, have sex with you in the spring, and give birth to twins in the fall. 2. Destroy the Xianqing sect's memorial archway in front of everyone. Reward, tell the truth skill. Use it on the target to make them confess all their bad deeds without reservation. Valid for 1 hour. After the task is completed, an additional reward will be a gift.
Damn it.
The system finally stopped digging holes.
Both are very human.
Both options are profitable. The second one is even more like a free gift, which meets people's needs.
And the first one? What normal man doesn't like option 1?
But if I leave like this, I'm afraid not only will Yi Yunqing despise me, but I'll also be beaten by her. After all, the purpose of her trip was to make Xianqing sect pay the price for participating in the conspiracy to murder her. As for whether to destroy the sect or not, it depends on her mood. Remembering that there was still some residual poison from the silver demon fruit in his body, Xia Beichen finally chose to. Detoxification is important. What's more, it feels great to have Yi Yunqing to detoxify me. Just when the Pishio was instigating Yi Yunqing to kill the Xianqing sect, Xia Beichen flew into the air from the Pishio. Then it hovered above the archway engraved with the 3 words Xianqing sect. While the people from Xianqing sect had not yet reacted, Xia Beichen took out a sledgehammer from the endless realm. After infusing it with spiritual power, he raised the sledgehammer and smashed it towards the archway.
Boom! Boom!
The successive loud noises shook the surroundings. Everyone then looked up and found that the archway had collapsed. Congratulations to the host for dismantling the Xianqing sect's archway and obtaining the tell the truth skill.
Xia Beichen was secretly happy.
He then hefted the sledgehammer onto his shoulder and addressed the Xianqing sect members, "You're truly two-timing. So, I'll tear down this memorial archway for you. All you have to do is be a whore." As soon as the humiliating words were spoken, the situation that had finally reached a temporary stalemate was broken. Some disciples of Xianqing sect attacked Xia Beichen. Dark green spells and magic weapons beckoned towards him.
Chapter 040 Give the host a consolation prize.
At the critical moment, Pai flashed in front of Xia Beichen. With a roar, a gust of wind blew, blowing back most of the magic weapons and offsetting a lot of spells. These disciples of Xianqing sect cannot challenge Pai in terms of cultivation. Therefore, the attack was easily resolved by Pai. "Little brother Beichen, you have to call me when you do good things. I also like destroying other people's memorial archways." While Pai was neutralizing the remaining attacks from spells and magic weapons, he complained to Xia Beichen. After hearing what Pai said, Xia Beichen smiled awkwardly and said, "Next time for sure." Sitting back on its back, Xia Beichen returned to Yi Yunqing's side. Glancing at Yu Miaoqing, who was still kneeling on the ground, Xia Beichen said, "Miss Yu, since your master is unwilling to speak actively, then I will let him speak passively." Yu Miaoqing frowned slightly and looked at Xia Beichen in confusion. It just so happened that Xia Beichen used the tell the truth skill on Qing Xuanzi. Xia Beichen pointed at Qing Xuanzi, and Qing Xuanzi paused. Everyone looked at him in surprise. At this moment, Qing Xuanzi seemed to be possessed by a ghost. Then, he said, 200 years ago, I was indeed involved in the Yu family's massacre.
Sect Master. Senior Brother.
Elder Qinglong wanted to wake up King Xuanzi, but found that it didn't work at all. In desperation, he stretched out his hand and tried to cover Qing Xuanzi's mouth. As a result, as soon as the hand reached Qing Xuanzi's mouth, it was bitten.
Brother! Be gentle with your words. Qing Xuanzi pleaded in pain. Result.
Qing Xuanzi's mouth was like a pair of pliers, biting tighter and tighter. Finally, a piece of flesh was bitten off from Elder Qinglong's hand, and it was barely able to escape from King Xuanzi's mouth.
A little dark blood immediately flowed out.
I don't know if this color of blood came from Qing Xuanzi's mouth or from the evil poison in Elder Qinglong's body. No matter who caused the blood to turn dark black, the situation was not optimistic for Elder Qinglong. The palm was rotting rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Senior Brother Qinglong.
The white tiger elder on the side hurriedly shouted, "Your hand."
Elder Qinglong's face was distorted with pain. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
"Brother Baihu, hurry up and help me cut off this hand,"
he instructed Elder White Tiger.
Senior Brother Qinglong, this.
Elder Baihu hesitated.
At the same time, he sealed the acupuncture points on Elder Qinglong's arm with one hand, and took out a bottle of medicine powder with the other hand and sprinkled it on the wound where the flesh was bitten off. As a result, it didn't work at all.
The blood is still flowing.
Elder Qinglong said anxiously, "Junior brother, don't hesitate." Elder Baihu gritted his teeth, then raised his sword and swung it down. Blood splattered as his palm was chopped off. The moment it fell to the ground, the entire palm was in a mess.
It was cut down in time.
Elder Baihu immediately took out another bottle of medicine powder and sprinkled it on Elder Qinglong's wound. The bleeding that had not stopped just now was stopped by this powder.
How strange.
Elder Baihu almost began to doubt his life.
Is it because of the medicine, or is there another reason?
After the incident where Elder Qinglong had his hand bitten off, no one from Xianqing sect dared to stop King Xuanzi anymore.
Unless you kill him. Right. Kill him.
Elder Baihu hardened his heart and struck Qing Xuanzi in the waist with a sword without warning. The sword enters from the right side of the waist and exits from the left side of the waist. The white knife went in and the red knife came out, and Qing Xuanzi's body suddenly stopped. He had just said a few words when he stopped abruptly.
Depend on. Xia Beichen couldn't help but scold him.
The skill of telling the truth is likely to be broken by Elder White Tiger who plays by the same rules. In this way, not only will the skill fail to be effective, but he will also lose the random reward. So, Xia Beichen was furious at this time. "Brother Pai, let's kill him." At a command, Pai led him to the front of Elder Baihu.
Boom!
With a sweep of his tail, Elder White Tiger flew backwards and finally stopped after hitting a tree. But as luck would have it, he happened to be caught on a tree branch.
It looks funny like that.
What was worse was that he heard a sound from his crotch that made him feel unpleasant. Now it was his turn to have beads of sweat on his forehead. His expression was even uglier than Elder Qinglong's. After all, the egg was stuck and burst. Elder Baihu also opened his mouth and started shouting.
His every move was seen clearly by everyone.
Therefore, many disciples of Xianqing sect could not help but clamp their legs together. It was as if I could feel the same thing, as if it was my own balls that were exploding.
This scene reminded Xia Beichen of a sentence. Dandan's sorrow.
He almost wanted to take out his suona and play a song for them.
Then I remembered that the suona is a disposable item and will be recycled by the system after the end.
Xia Beichen looked at the white tiger elder on the tree branch and asked Pai, "Brother Pai, did you deliberately use the dragon tail swing technique on the tree branch to attack the white cat?" Pai smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, just keep it to yourself, don't tell anyone." "No, I'm afraid the world won't be in chaos, so I have to add fuel to the fire." Xia Beichen pointed at Elder Baihu and said, "I never thought that you, the dignified elder of Baihu Peak, would do such a heinous thing as murdering the sect master. If they dare to kill even the sect leader, wouldn't others be even more so?" Some disciples who were closer to Elder Baihu immediately moved away a little upon hearing his words. They were afraid that their white tiger elder would come down from the tree branch and stab them with a sword. It's nothing to do with it going in from one side of the waist and out from the other. But if it enters from the chrysanthemum, it will have to come out from the second one. Then Xia Beichen would have to sing a song for them. The chrysanthemums are withered and the ground is covered with frost.
Your smile has faded.
The falling flowers are heartbreaking. Since Qing Xuanzi was stabbed by Elder Baihu, tell the truth is officially invalid. The random reward is cancelled, but the host is given a consolation prize. The White Tiger Elder's life has officially entered the countdown. Countdown 30 seconds. Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this consolation prize would cost Elder Baihu's life. That's right, if this route is gone, what's the point of living? You can't do sports with someone, and you can't have children. Death is also a relief for him. At this time, Elder Baihu climbed down from the tree branch and then collapsed on the ground. When everyone took a look, they found that his face was aging rapidly. Especially when the countdown was halfway through, his skin began to wrinkle and his hair gradually turned white. In the last 5 seconds, even his teeth fell out. When the countdown reached 0, his body tilted and he fell to the ground, emaciated, officially ending his life. Feeling the passing of life, the disciples of Xianqing sect could not calm down for a long time. Even Yu Miaoqing was stunned. Xia Beichen said to Yi Yunxin, help prevent the black smoke from coming out of his body. Yi Yunxin nodded and said, don't worry, I'm ready to release the colorful flowers. Pai looked at the corpse on the ground and said, from what Qing Xuanzi said just now, it can be seen that this guy has been involved in many bad things. He deserves to die. That's right. Although Qing Xuanzi was beaten to a pulp before he could say much, some key information was still mentioned, including the fact that the 4 elders had participated in the catastrophe against the Yu family 200 years ago. Turn out to be. Back then, in order to transform the Xianqing sect from a second-rate sect into a first-rate sect, Qing Xuanzi surprisingly made a PY deal with an organization called Soul Devouring Valley. Chapter 041 New Sect Leader. Soul Devouring Valley, just by hearing the name you can tell it's not a good place. However, few people in the world know about it. First of all, it is indeed mysterious. Secondly, its location is also very secretive. It's so hard to find it. Even Yi Yunxin, the queen of Beixian, had only heard of it vaguely. I don't know how Qing Xuanzi found it and made a deal with it. Based on the current clues, it is very likely that Hyacinthus also went to the Soul Devouring Valley. The black smoke and the moths it transformed into must be the poison from the Soul Devouring Valley. As for the Wanrun sect, there was no black smoke after their men were killed. It seems that they have no intersection with the Soul Devouring Valley. However, the chrysanthemum manual obtained by Qiu Shanba is somewhat confusing. I don't know whether it was obtained by chance or was calculated by humans. After all, that thing can cause a lot of harm to people. After waiting for a while, a wisp of black smoke finally emerged from the shriveled body of Elder Baihu. It's finally here. The people around were on edge. However, the black smoke dissipated quickly after it came out. Therefore, it did not attack anyone, nor did it transform into a moth. In this way, it comes quickly and goes quickly. Could it be that the poison has lost its effect? Yi Yunxin also looked curious. What is certain is that Elder Baihu also has goo in his body. Otherwise there wouldn't be that wisp of black smoke. At this time, the system explained to Xia Beichen. Due to the swift death of White Tiger Elder of Xianqing sect, all threats he posed to others have been eliminated, including the poison in his body. I see. It turned out that the system had strangled his poison in the cradle. After receiving the information from the system, Xia Beichen said to Yi Yunxin, I have killed the poison in his body with my special skills. Oh? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxin looked at Xia Beichen as if he were a monster. Just by pointing your finger at him, you not only accelerated his death but also eliminated the poison in his body? Xia Beichen nodded, yeah. The conversation between the two people did not use the Tianxian star technique to transmit sound, so people who were close to him could hear it. Therefore, some disciples of Xianqing sect were quite shocked. After all, they knew Xia Beichen's cultivation level. Even if he is at the Lingzhu realm, not only will he not be able to sustain any damage no matter how hard you hit him, but he will also easily kill you in return. This is perverted enough. There's also a skill that accelerates the death of whoever you point at and can eliminate all threats. This seems to no longer be able to be described as perverted. Therefore, while they were deeply shocked, they also tried to avoid Xia Beichen's sight. I was afraid that he would point it out to me too. Yu Miaoqing also overheard the conversation between Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. Master Xia, please show mercy. She looked at Xia Beichen and pleaded. After all, these are all my fellow disciples, and we cannot let them suffer any more losses before we know the truth. Otherwise, Xianqing sect would probably fall into the status of a third-rate sect. Xia Beichen looked back at her and then threw something to her. After catching it, he and Miaoqing took a look and found that it was actually a pill. Xia Beichen said, "If you don't want your master to die soon, give it to him." "Nephew, be careful, there might be a trap," Elder Qinglong said worriedly. Yu Miaoqing pursed her lips and finally chose to believe Xia Beichen. "Give the pill to Qing Xuanzi to take. This pill is not the injury-free pill awarded to Xia Beichen by the system. After all, Qing Xuanzi was already injured. This is the hemostatic pill collected from the forbidden area of Wanren sect." After taking it, a few seconds later, the bleeding on Qing Xuanzi's body stopped. "It seems that the effect is great. Qing'er, I'm sorry for you." After the bleeding stopped, Qing Xuanzi said tremblingly, "My time as a teacher is drawing to a close, so I'm afraid I can't tell you the whole truth. There is a secret compartment beneath the throne of the sect leader in the main hall. Inside is the truth you want to know." Perhaps it was because he saw that his life was coming to an end, so Qing Xuanzi changed his mind. "Master." Yu Miaoqing called out to her master, "You'll be fine. I'll take you back to heal your wounds." Qing Xuanzi waved his hand and said, "It's useless." As he spoke, he took out a dark green jade token. "After I leave, you will be the leader of Xianqing sect. I hope you can lead everyone to find their own path. Remember, do not collude with any dark forces. When a man is about to die, his words are good." Perhaps at this time, Qing Xuanzi has already regretted making a deal with the soul-devouring valley. Yu Miaoqing shook her head and said, "Master, you'll be fine. You can keep the badge for yourself." "I don't want it." Unexpectedly, Qing Xuanzi forced the token into her hands, then pushed her with all his strength, pushing her several feet away. "Master." Yu Miaoqing wanted to go back, but found black smoke coming out of Qing Xuanzi. The same symptoms as those of the two elders, Suzaku and Xuanwu, appeared. "Oh no, it's poison," Xia Beichen reminded. However, the disciples of Xianqing sect who were closer were also hit. 5 disciples were immediately caught up by the black smoke and eventually lost their lives. The remaining disciples escaped the disaster thanks to the arrival of the colorful flowers released by Yi Yunqin. Watching Qing Xuanzi finally turn into nothingness, Yu Miaoqing knelt on the ground sadly. This was the 4th time she knelt today. After all, Qing Xuanzi raised him for 200 years. Over the years, she has long regarded Qing Xuanzi as her father. "Miss you, I'm so sorry." Yi Yunqin got off the back of the Pishio, came to Yu Miaoqing and patted her shoulder. "Your master is gone, but there is still Elder Qinglong. This is telling her that your elder is not a pushover either." Yu Miaoqing raised her eyes and looked at Yi Yunqin. "Sect Master Yi, considering that we lost the sect master, 3 elders, and 70% of the disciples, please spare the Qingxian sect. I promise that I will never seek revenge on you." Yi Yunqin glanced at the disciples of Qingxian sect and found that 70% of them had indeed been killed. Less than 30% of the disciples are left, their cultivation is average, and the highest is only at the great perfection of the spiritual realm. It can be said that the Qingxian sect suffered heavy losses and was only slightly stronger than the Wanren sect, which was wiped out. "I believe you, but..." Yi Yunqin looked at Elder Qinglong. Elder Qinglong said unhappily, "Mr. Yi, stop trying to sow discord here. Now that junior martial sister Yu is the sect master, I will definitely follow her lead." At this time, Yu Miaoqing stood up and said, "Don't worry, sect master Yi, I will take care of it." Retracting his gaze, Yi Yunqin said, "Then it's up to you. The feud between me and your Xianqing sect ends here. Goodbye." After saying that, they looked at each other, and then the two of them left with the Pishio. After disappearing from the sight of everyone in Xianqing sect, Yi Yunqin found a place at the foot of a mountain and stopped. Xia Beichen asked curiously, "Yun Xian, why don't you leave? What do you think of Yu Miaoqing?" Yi Yunqin asked instead of answering. Xia Beichen was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Chapter 042. You are worse than an animal. Is it worth saving? Yi Yunqin continued to ask. Save? Xia Beichen frowned. Are you saying she's in danger? Do you really think that Elder Qingchong will obediently follow Yu Miaoqing's lead? You asked one question after another, and Pishio was a little confused. Then Pai said, Miss Yi, since the feud with Xianqing sect is over, whatever happens to them is their own problem. Why bother getting involved in this mess? Shou nodded and said, yes, wouldn't it be better to let them fend for themselves? Yi Yunqin looked in the direction of Xianqing sect. Yu Miaoqing is also a pitiful person. 200 years ago, she was the only one left in the Yu family, and she ended up being raised by her enemies.
I don't know what his master's intention was to keep her instead of eradicating her completely.
However, without Qing Xuanzi, Qing Chong, one of the participants back then, is the only one left among the sect master and the 4 elders. So, he must be sitting on pins and needles. Moreover, he has the longest seniority and the most influence in the Xianqing sect. Will he be willing to accept this? After listening to Yi Yunxin's analysis, Xia Beichen nodded, "You are right. But, you want to go back and save her, is the reason just because you feel sorry for her?" Yi Yunxin shook his head and said, "Of course not." Having said that, she raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. "I want you Miaoqing to owe me a favor and help her secure her position as the sect leader. Then, won't the Xianqing sect be at my disposal?" Hearing this, Xia Beichen smiled. It turns out he had such a grand plan. Rather than letting Xianqing sect become an enemy, it is better to let Xianqing sect become a helper. Pai praised, "Great." Xia Beichen didn't rush to praise her, but instead said, "How long has it been since you gave her a night of pleasure? She may not necessarily accept your favor." However, Yi Yunxin raised the corner of his mouth and asked in return, "Who said that what I gave her was just a night of pleasure?" Isn't it? Xia Beichen remembered Yu Miaoqing's attitude when they were at the Xianqing sect's mountain gate. No wonder she treated you better than when we met in the Wanren sect. Did you scare her? Yi Yunxin smiled and said, "I gave her a healing pill." Xia Beichen was still confused, then what happened to her disappearance before? Yi Yunxin guessed, maybe something happened and he left temporarily. Xia Beichen nodded and said, "She returned to Xianqing sect even later than we arrived. Therefore, we can conclude that she had no intention of tipping off anyone." As he spoke, he took Yi Yunxin's hand and said, "Since you have decided to do her a favor, let's go. Otherwise, if we go too late, others will eat the meat and we won't even get the soup." Yi Yunxin rolled her eyes at him, "You are so anxious, are you interested in her?" "No." Xia Beichen said firmly. "Wouldn't it be nice if the 2 sect leaders became your female companions?" Yi Yunxin asked. "Want to fish?" Xia Beichen replied seriously, 3 sect leaders would be even better. "How about we go to Qinglan sect next and support a female sect leader?" Yi Yunxin grabbed Xia Beichen's ear and said, "It's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming? Please spare me, Queen. I was just saying that. You say it on the surface, but you think it in your heart, right? No. Queen, you are my type." "Really? Then should I tell you that the leader of Qinglan sect is also a woman? Female? Xia Beichen only found out now that the leader of Qinglan sect is a woman. Why, are you moved? Then let you take action at the next stop?" Yi Yunxin glanced at Xia Beichen playfully. "How ungrateful. He actually participated in your murder. This is intolerable." Xia Beichen said indignantly. Yi Yunxin smiled and said, "You'd better tell the truth." As they were talking, the 2 of them returned to the mountain gate of Xianqing sect with the Pishio. I found that at this time, neither the living disciples nor the dead bodies were here. It seems he went back. At this moment, a lot of dark blue light came down from the mountain. Although they couldn't see what happened exactly, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin had already guessed it. It seems that they have already started. So they headed up the mountain. There are many hills in Xianqing sect, but there is a main road starting from the mountain gate that winds up and leads directly to the buildings on each peak. The main peak of Xianqing sect is the central location of the entire sect. When the founder of the sect was building the sect, he set up 4 secondary peaks, namely Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke and Xuanwu, to protect the main peak between them. Hiding their aura, the 2 people and the 2 divine beasts came to the vicinity of the main peak. It was discovered that the Xianqing sect, which had just suffered a loss, was now split into 2 factions. One faction is headed by Yu Miaoqing. The other faction is headed by Elder Qinglong. In the middle of the confrontation between the 2 factions, there were several disciples lying there. This was probably the result of the fight just now. "Uncle Master, my master's body is still warm. Why don't you consider the overall situation first and instead try to seize the throne?" Yu Miaoqing questioned Elder Qinglong. "The body is still warm?" Elder Qinglong said disdainfully, "Your master has been reduced to ashes. Where did his remains come from?" Yu Miaoqing was so angry that she trembled. "You." Elder Qinglong pointed at the dark blue token in Yu Miaoqing's hand. which symbolized her status as the sect leader, and shouted, "I advise you to hand over the token obediently." Yu Miaoqing said in a deep voice, "Master, the poison is still in your body.
Aren't you afraid of damaging your foundation and following the same fate as Masters Zhuke and Xuanwu?" Ha 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 ha.
Elder Qinglong laughed unscrupulously.
You might not know this yet?
The poison in my body has already been cured. Yu Miaoqing clenched her fists.
Elder Qinglong's smile did not fade. Do you still remember how your master's wife died? Yu Miaoqing frowned. What do you mean?
Elder Qinglong said obscenely, "Your master's wife was over 1,000 years old, yet still looks so fresh and lively. I used a little magic on her and gave her to the soul-devouring Valley Master for fun. Unfortunately, your master's wife was too fragile and died within a few days." Hearing what he said, Yu Miaoqing was furious.
So, this is how the soul-devouring Valley's master cured the poison in you? Surprising? Shocking?
Elder Qinglong continued to laugh.
Ha ha ha. Does my master know about this?
Your master never knew until his death.
Elder Qinglong stopped laughing and looked hateful.
By the way, I originally wanted to offer you to the Valley Master, but I didn't expect that by some strange combination of circumstances, you would become your master's wife.
Enough. Yu Miaoqing said angrily, so, it was you who betrayed my master and the Xinqing sect?
Elder Qinglong curled his lips and said, "Water flows to the lowest places, and people go to the highest places."
Didn't your master also make a deal with the soul-devouring Valley back then?
Yu Miaoqing took out her sword. "In that case, I will clean up the mess."
Elder Qinglong shook his head. "With your cultivation level at the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm, how can you defeat me?
You are worse than an animal, and you are only at the early stage of the spirit refining realm.
What is there to be proud of?"
Suddenly, a domineering voice was heard.
Chapter 43, Not Convinced? I'll kill you until you do.
The two factions in confrontation immediately turned their heads and looked over. He was shocked to find that it was Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin who had returned, as well as the Pishio. The one who spoke was Yi Yunxin. After all, her cultivation has already reached the cave heaven realm. To her, those in the spirit refining realm are all her younger brothers. Even Xing Xuanzi, who was in the late stage of the spirit refining realm, could not withstand Yi Yunxin's attack, let alone the middle stage. Therefore, Elder Qinglong of Xianqing sect is simply the best of the younger brothers.
I didn't expect them to come back.
Elder Qinglong was secretly surprised. His accomplices behind him couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in their hearts. Because, listening to Yi Yunxin's words, this was obviously a mockery of Elder Qinglong. It was obvious that she wanted to stand on Yu Miaoqing's side. "Mr. Yi, why didn't you keep your promise? Why did you leave and come back?" Elder Qinglong said unhappily. Yi Yunxin chuckled and retorted, "I only keep my promises to those who deserve it, and you." As she spoke, she raised her index finger and shook it. "Not worth it." Glancing at Yu Miaoqing, she added, "Today, I'm going to acknowledge Yu Miaoqing as my younger sister. As an older sister, of course I have to protect her."
Yu Miaoqing looked up at Yi Yunxin in surprise.
"You." But Elder Qinglong was very angry because they interfered in the sect's disputes. "Why, you don't accept it?"
Yi Yunxin summoned the Xingxuan sword and pointed it directly at the other party. "Then I will kill you until you surrender. Since you've come back, I'll give it a try. Who will win is still uncertain."
Elder Qinglong said this, took out a pill and put it into his mouth. As the pill entered his mouth, a circle of green light suddenly appeared around him. This made Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin couldn't help but think of the guardian elder of Wanren sect who liked to wear a forgiveness-colored hat. It would be a shame if these two green guys didn't become partners. After seeing him blowing from taking drugs, Yu Miaoqing signaled everyone to be careful to prevent any accidents. After a while, the green light dimmed. Everyone was shocked to discover that Elder Qinglong's cultivation had reached the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Even the original injuries have healed. No wonder he dared to seize the position of sect leader, because he had the capital.
If Yi Yunxin didn't return, he would be invincible. Could this guy have taken the Jinling pill?
Xia Beichen frowned as he looked at his rapidly rising realm. Yi Yunxin shook his head and said, "The Jinling pill can elevate you to the same level as the next realm. Moreover, the Jinling pill is only effective for cultivators at the Linghai realm and below."
Obviously.
The pill that Elder Qinglong just took was not the Jinling pill. Glancing at Elder Qinglong, Yi Yunxin added, "Also, the spiritual energy boosted by the Jinling pill is pure, and the cultivation level of this green worm right now is quite sinister.
Could it be that it was provided by the soul-devouring valley? Speaking of weird, Xia Beichen couldn't help but think of this name. Ha 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 ha.
Elder Qinglong laughed unscrupulously again. Yi Yunxin,
You and I are at the same level.
it's impossible for you to leave safely today.
He looked at Xia Beichen fiercely. At least, I want to make this young man next to you die here.
Xia Beichen pretended to be terrified. I'm so scared.
They just bully low-level cultivators like me. Do you really think you're a dragon?
The Pishio said to Elder Qinglong in unison, with us here today, even if you are a dragon, you will be turned into a bug. Then Pai glanced at the Shenqing sect disciples behind Elder Qinglong and warned, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond will be affected.
If you don't want to become cannon fodder, either get out or surrender.
The Pishio added, when gods fight, the little devils suffer.
Those who know better will turn over a new leaf and stand behind your sect master you.
At this time, Yu Miaoqing added at the right moment, those who have made mistakes and turned back will have their mistakes forgiven.
But if you take action later, don't blame me for being ruthless.
After hearing her words, some of the disciples behind Elder Qinglong began to hesitate.
Those who are brave will move forward. Result.
Elder Qinglong caught him off guard and slapped him, knocking him away in an instant. A disciple behind Yu Miaoqing immediately rushed out to catch it. However, Elder Qinglong struck too hard, and with one palm strike, he took his life.
Who dares to betray me?
Elder Qinglong glanced fiercely at the disciples behind him. After all, his cultivation level has been elevated to the cave heaven realm, so his deterrent power is still very great, serving as a warning to others. Therefore, none of the disciples behind him dared to move forward, and they didn't even dare to hesitate. Yu Miaoqing shouted, Uncle Master, you are going against the grain and against the will of the people. Even if I make you the sect master, the Shenqing sect will be destroyed by you.
This is not something you should consider.
Because, from now on, you will no longer be the sect leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Yu Miaoqing. The goal is very clear, which is to grab the clan leader's token first.
A dark green magic circle appeared in front of Elder Qinglong.
Then a huge sword emerged from the magic circle. The Qi refining sword in the cave heaven realm. A powerful pressure attacked Yu Miaoqing and the disciples behind her. Because the cultivation of the few remaining disciples is below the spiritual pill realm, they cannot withstand the oppression of this powerful force. Everyone was forced to bend over, and the cultivators in the Lingju realm were forced to lie on the ground. Another disciple felt a sweet sensation in his throat and vomited blood. This is when the Qi sword doesn't attack. If the Qi sword attacks them, it will probably take away many disciples immediately. At the critical moment, an arc-shaped starlight curtain enveloped Yu Miaoqing and the disciples behind her.
I felt relieved instantly.
Seeing this, Elder Qinglong made a downward gesture towards the light curtain. The huge sword of air smashed down towards the light curtain. However, instead of hitting the light curtain, a physical sword flew towards the sword god of Qi sword.
The Qi sword was broken up in an instant. When everyone looked, it was Yi Yunxin's Xingxuan sword.
Then, Yi Yunxin controlled the Xingxuan sword through the air and changed its direction.
The tip of the sword points directly at Elder Qinglong. I'll go help.
As Pai said this, he flew towards Elder Qinglong. Elder Qinglong made a hand gesture, and a magic circle glowing green light came towards the Pai. Golden flames appeared on the Pai monster's body and it rushed forward. With a clang sound, the green light magic circle was broken up by the Pai. The Pishio stayed by Xia Beichen's side to protect him. Some of Elder Qinglong's die-hard fans, especially his disciples from Qinglong Peak, also attacked Xia Beichen the moment he launched the attack. So, one man and one divine beast were fighting with these disciples. Seeing this, Yu Miaoqing instructed the men behind her to take care of each other and not fight alone. Then she grabbed her sword and joined the battle. She has decided to give Qinglong Peak a major overhaul. Therefore, he did not hesitate to deal a heavy blow to the disciples of Qinglong Peak. Mr. Xia, take this. Yu Miaoqing fought off some disciples who were besieging Xia Beichen, then took out something and handed it to Xia Beichen.
Chapter 044, Little Beauty, do you want an injection?
This is? Xia Beichen looked at the thing in front of him and found it was a small box. After Yu Miaoqing opened the lid, a green needle appeared inside. The length and size are about the same as an embroidery needle. This is something I accidentally found while traveling a few years ago. It's called the Green Flame Needle. Yu Miaoqing said generously, now, I'm giving it to you. Just inject spiritual energy into it to activate it.
It's a soul-killing weapon that can easily deal with cultivators at the spiritual pill realm and below. Xia Beichen didn't take it. It's so valuable, miss you should keep it.
Yu Miaoqing stuffed the box into Xia Beichen's hands. Your cultivation level is lower, so you have more opportunities to use it than me. Having said that, he turned and left without caring whether Xia Beichen accepted it or not. With a wave of her sword, several disciples of Qinglong Peak were swept away by her sword. Xia Beichen picked up the green flame needle with the index and middle fingers of his right hand.
Then spiritual power was poured in.
A green flame suddenly emerged from the tip of the needle.
No wonder it's called green flame needle.
Although he was very close to the flames, Xia Beichen did not feel its heat, but instead felt a sense of gentleness.
However, how can a needle produce a killing effect?
Just when Xia Beichen was puzzled, the green flame needle, which was infused with spiritual energy, made a clang sound and automatically flew out of his hand. The entire needle was wrapped in green flames and then flew towards the Qinglong Peak disciples around him, who launched a new round of attacks on him.
Very fast.
Wherever he went, there was only a shadow left. However, before Xia Beichen could react, those who surrounded him and were about to attack him all stopped.
After a brief pause, they all fell to the ground. Oh my god. Xia Beichen felt excited. This injection is so fucking awesome.
It's worthy of being a spiritual weapon. When the flame of the green flame needle dimmed, it returned to hover in front of Xia Beichen. In less than 3 seconds, more than a dozen disciples from Qinglong Peak of Xianqing sect were knocked down.
Seeing Xia Beichen using the green flame needle, Yu Miaoqing nodded slightly and said, "Is it easy to use?"
Xia Beichen clasped his fists and said, "Thank you very much for your kindness."
Careful, Yu Miaoqing reminded.
Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and Xia Beichen dodged to the side in time. When he looked up, he saw that it was a disciple of Baihu Peak who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual realm. He wanted to attack him while he was talking to Yu Miaoqing. Each branch of the Xianqing sect's disciples has a corresponding logo displayed on their clothes to identify which branch they belong to. The other person held a curved sickle-like weapon in his hand. There was still blood dripping from the blade. However, this blood was not Xia Beichen's because the sneak attack failed. The blood came from the disciples who were on Yu Miaoqing's side. Good fellow, he actually resorted to sneak attack.
Xia Beichen gave him the middle finger.
All's fair in war,
the other party retorted. So, do you want an injection? Xia Beichen took a look at the green flame needle and said to the other party.
Hearing this, the other party couldn't help but frown. Because what Xia Beichen said was a bit obscene.
It almost gave him goosebumps.
Yu Miaoqing couldn't help but stroke her forehead and said, "Master Xia, I forgot to remind you that the green flame needle must be infused with spiritual energy every time it is used."
Xia Beichen was speechless. No wonder the flame of the green flame needle dimmed.
You should have said it earlier.
But it makes sense when you think about it. How can you make a spiritual weapon without spending some spiritual energy?
When the disciple from Baihu Peak heard what Yu Miaoqing said, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. And taking advantage of this opportunity, he attacked Xia Beichen again. The curved sickle was aimed at his throat. Unexpectedly, just as the sickle in his hand was about to hit Xia Beichen, there was a sudden bang sound. The next moment, the disciple from Baihu Peak groaned and flew backwards. As he was flying backwards, he saw the Pixiu guarding Xia Beichen.
Unexpectedly, I was also ambushed. But the Pixiu is not idle.
She jumped up lightly, and ripples appeared in the air.
This scene gave Xia Beichen a sense of déjà vu. Soon, countless golden arrows appeared in the ripples. Golden rain arrows.
Whoosh whoosh. The golden rain arrows quickly flew towards the disciple of White Tiger Peak. The disciple showed a look of horror on his face. You should know that Elder Suzaku suffered a loss from the golden rain arrows released by Pai. Even his sword was vulnerable to the golden rain arrows, and the sword body was broken into pieces. However, this disciple of White Tiger Peak would never have thought that he would not die from the golden rain arrows.
But green flame needle. A green flame rushed over, one step ahead of the golden rain arrow, and penetrated into the opponent's heart. Then, it came out from behind his body. What a fast speed! Even the Pixiu couldn't help but marvel. In its opinion, its golden rain arrow was already very fast, but it did not expect that it would be caught up by the green flame needle and kill it. Little did they know that Xia Beichen had the ability to be one step ahead. Just now, after hearing Yu Miaoqing's reminder that night, he immediately injected spiritual energy into the green flame needle again. So,
Grabbing kills is naturally a piece of cake. After being hit through the heart, the opponent's body suddenly stopped and then fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he still had a breath of life. But the good times didn't last long.
Golden rain arrows followed closely behind. Chirp, chirp. Many arrows penetrated into his body, turning him into a hedgehog in an instant. Is this mine or yours?
After seeing the other person's head tilt and completely say goodbye to this world, Xiaobeichen asked about the Pishi.
Pixiu smiled and replied, "You are the boss, it's up to you whoever you decide." Eye-catching.
Xiaobeichen said, "It's yours, after all, you just knocked him away from me."
Pixiu praised, "Boss is so generous."
Xiaobeichen glanced at the people who were glaring at him, then said to the Pixiu, "Please keep an eye on them for me to prevent them from attacking me. I'll need to recover some spiritual energy first."
Good. The Pixiu looked at the people around it warily. These people seemed to be carrying out the mission given by Elder Qinglong. Xiaobeichen must confess here.
He took out a pill that he had looted from the Wanren sect's forbidden area and put it in his mouth. 3rd grade soul restoring elixir.
You can get some spiritual energy back.
Although the green flame needle is powerful, the word spiritual is at the forefront.
Xiaobeichen, who is now at the Lingju realm, wants to control it, but he does not have enough spiritual energy. Unless one reaches the Spirit Sea realm and opens up the Dan Sea.
A lot of spiritual energy was consumed after the 2 activations just now.
Fortunately, there is the elixir.
Even a spiritual weapon that consumes so much spiritual energy still leaves a psychological shadow on some disciples with low cultivation. After all, the first time it did it, it knocked down more than a dozen people in the blink of an eye. After taking the whealing pill, Xiaobeichen seemed to be energized and glanced at the guys who were eyeing him covetously. At this time, the green flame needle had returned to and was hovering in front of him.
Finally, Xiaobeichen's gaze stopped on a female disciple. "Little beauty, do you want an injection?" Chapter 045, Arrogant and Mature Senior Sister, you are so talented. Unexpectedly.
The other person straightened his still sturdy body and said proudly, "Yours is small."
The other party's answer almost made Xiaobeichen lose his composure. Ahem.
Clearing his throat, Xiaobeichen said, "I'm not talking about you." The other party said unhappily, "You mean I'm young?"
"I'm complimenting you on your youth. You are young."
"I'm over 200 years old this year."
"Oh my god, it turns out to be an old acquaintance."
At this point, Xiaobeichen's words came to an abrupt end.
Because he realized that he couldn't go on.
After all, Yu Miaoqing, who had just given him the green flame needle, was over 200 years old. As for Yi Yanxin, who had close and negative distance contact, he was more than 300 years old. If I don't stop the car in time, I will offend several women.
The consequences are quite terrifying. Ahem.
After clearing his throat again, Xiaobeichen changed the subject and said, "Ahem, senior sister, do you want an injection?" Unexpectedly, the other party still got angry and said, "No fight."
Well. This woman. She is young and doesn't like it.
Because she is old, she is still not happy.
No injection? Why are you staring at me if I don't want one? Xiaobeichen questioned.
Now, it was the other party's turn to be speechless.
Boy.
How dare you tease our senior sister?
Are you tired of living?
A male disciple in the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm stood in front of the female disciple.
Hey, why are you so unreasonable?
It's obviously your senior sister who keeps staring at me.
Xiaobeichen complained, "It's good enough if I don't say that her eyes teased me."
As he spoke, the green flame needle immediately turned into a shadow and left in front of him. The next moment, the man staggered and knelt on one knee on the ground. After a while, his expression turned painful.
Turn out to be.
At Xiaobeichen's urging, the green flame needle pierced into his knee at a rapid speed.
Then, it came out through the body.
The others, including the female disciple just now, couldn't help but open their mouths, looking stunned. The fellow disciples who had just reached the great perfection of the spiritual realm were all pierced to the core by this needle. Those who are below this level are like ants and can be manipulated at will. The key point is that although Xiaobeichen is in the Lingju realm, he has the wheeling pill on him. How to defeat a cultivator whose cultivation level is not enough and who has to pay with Krypton gold and Krypton pills. But this time, Xiaobeichen did not kill him. "Everyone, looking at your expressions, let me advise you to surrender."
Xiaobeichen tried to persuade him to surrender again. He raised an eyebrow and added, "While your green worm elder is overwhelmed, the timing is perfect." As soon as he finished speaking, someone groaned, followed by an explosion. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the green dragon had grown and hit the eaves of the main hall. Coupled with the explosion, there was a big hole in the eaves. Above the eaves, Yi Yunxin held the sword in his hand and looked at Elder Qinglong coldly. "The temporary improvement in cultivation is only a flash in the pan after all. How can you fight against someone who has truly advanced to the cave heaven realm and found me? You might as well kneel down and beg for mercy, and ask me to reward you with a Jinling pill." Elder Qinglong covered his heart and coughed a few times, then stood up. As a result, as soon as he stood up, he vomited blood with a wow. His blood was the same as that of a normal person, unlike Qing Xuanzi's previous blood, which had a dark color. This also indirectly shows that his goo has been cured by the master of the soul-devouring valley. It is said that people of the same realm can exchange one for one, but now it seems that Yi Yunxin is unharmed, but Elder Qinglong himself has suffered serious injuries. It can be seen that relying on the advanced elixirs provided to him by the soul-devouring valley is not very reliable. It is suitable for torturing cultivators at the divine realm and below. Yi Yunxin, I will remember today's feud. As he spoke, Elder Qinglong turned into a beam of green light and left. Remember this in your next life. Yi Yunxin said with concentration, and the next moment Elder Qinglong's body suddenly stopped. At the same time, a beam of light appeared around him. The starlight binding that never gets boring. Yi Yunxin, are you trying to kill everyone? Elder Qinglong showed a look of horror. Anyway, I've killed a lot of people in the past 2 days, one more of you won't make much difference. Yi Yunxin put away the Xingxuan sword and came to Xia Beichen's side. Beichen, didn't he say before that you, who are by my side, should be left here? Now, teach him a lesson. Xia Beichen looked at Yu Miaoqing and said, that depends on whether sect master Yu is willing to let him go. After all, he is her uncle. Elder Qinglong also looked at Yu Miaoqing. Junior brother Yu, please tell them to show mercy. I promise I won't rebel. If you don't believe me, you can destroy my cultivation. Unexpectedly, Yu Miaoqing said harshly, it's too late. It seems that this guy is also a coward. Xia Beichen curled his lips, and the green flame needle made a clang sound, flying towards Elder Qinglong with a green tail flame. In the blink of an eye, the green flame needle turned into a residual shadow and pierced into Elder Qinglong's forehead before he could speak again. At that moment, his eyes widened considerably. The pupils gradually dilated. Finally, he fell down heavily. Boom! With a loud bang, Elder Qinglong's entire body fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Kill with one shot. Although he was bound by Yi Yunxin's starlight binding, the power of this needle should not be underestimated. It hasn't been long since then, and at least 20 people have died from the green flame needles. At this moment, Yi Yunxin raised her hand slightly, and the body of Elder Qinglong was lifted up in the air. Then, the 4 beams of light quickly narrowed their range. In a breath, the corpse was shattered, and not a trace of it was left, including the nascent soul. Seeing that the leader of the rebellion was dead, his accomplices knelt down to Yu Miaoqing tremblingly. Master, please spare my life, Master, please spare my life. Yu Miaoqing had one hand behind her back and the other holding a sword at her side, exuding the majesty of a sect leader. It's too late. She said calmly, those disciples who just followed Elder Qinglong in treason and whose hands are stained with the blood of their fellow disciples are guilty of unforgivable crimes. Metropolitan. Some disciples were instantly frightened to death. Pai mocked them, saying, if you had known this earlier, why did you do it in the first place? That's right. You're afraid of death and yet you're plotting treason. Pixiu echoed. Yu Miaoqing looked at Xia Beichen and pleaded, Master Xia, I know you brought a lot of weapons from the Wanren sect. Please help me give them each a dagger and let them end their lives. Xia Beichen nodded and summoned dozens of daggers from the endless realm. Now, he has no shortage of weapons. Master, spare my life. Some people continued to beg for mercy and even cowed out hard. His forehead was bruised. The disciples standing behind Yu Miaoqing did not sympathize with them either. Although they are from the same sect, none of them showed mercy when they tried to seize the sect leader's token from Elder Qinglong just now. Someone reached out and took the dagger, and just when everyone thought he was committing suicide, he stabbed Yu Miaoqing. Chapter 046 7 Life Exchange Experiences in One Night? It's not an isolated case. Immediately, someone else made a desperate attempt. After grabbing the dagger, he also stabbed towards Yu Miaoqing. Unexpectedly, before they could reach her, several disciples who had fought to the death became different. The hand holding the dagger fell to the ground with blood. It took a while for everyone to react. It was Yi Yunshin who, at the critical moment, refined his chi into a sword and cut off the arms of these disciples. For a moment, wailing was everywhere. Seeing this, some disciples knew they had no way out. He gritted his teeth and took the dagger, either slashing his neck or stabbing it into his heart. Yu Miaoqing's expression did not fluctuate at all in response to this. She even changed her plan for the disciple who had just wanted to launch a desperate attack on her. After taking out his sword, he actually took action on his own. Blood splattered again. The rest were forced to take sides due to the tyranny of the Qinglong disciples. But since no one attacked their fellow disciples, Yu Miaoqing gave them two choices. 1. First, go to the outer gate and do odd jobs for 2 years. In the next 2 years, the sect will not provide any resources except daily necessities, but you can take on related tasks to earn spirit stones. 2. Go down the mountain and sever ties with Xianqing sect. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of Xianqing sect. No matter what happens, you cannot say that you are from Xianqing sect. You can join a new sect. When the options were given, 2/3 of these people chose one, and the rest chose two. Yu Miaoqing respects their choice. Especially for option 2, she also had people distribute some spirit stones to them as severance pay, and they went their separate ways from then on. At this point, the throne-grabbing incident officially ended. After this incident, there are even fewer disciples in Xianqing sect. Less than 500 people survived. Whether in terms of strength or cultivation. Not to mention maintaining the original second-rate status, I'm afraid now even the third-rate status will be the last one. Thank you both for returning in time to help. Yu Miaoqing walked up to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin and expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for them, my current position would be swapped with Elder Qinglong. The person who died was her. You're welcome. Yi Yunshin waved his hand and said, I guess that the greenworm would not give up. Rather than letting Xianqing sect fall into the hands of such people, it is better to help you stabilize your position. If sister doesn't mind. Yu Miaoqing's eyes shone softly. From now on, my Xianqing sect and Tianxian sect will be on good terms for generations. If you have any questions, just tell me. I, Yu Miaoqing, and the Xianqing sect will definitely help you. The purpose of going and returning has been achieved. Yi Yunshin smiled softly and said, since you recognize me as your sister, from now on, your business will be my business. Speaking of this. She glanced at Xia Beichen, then looked back at Yu Miaoqing. Sister, rebuilding the Xianqing sect is not difficult. Oh? Yu Miaoqing asked curiously, what do you think, sister? Anyway, money is not a problem. Yi Yunshin said proudly, whether it's expansion or recruiting. Xia Beichen smiled awkwardly and said, to thank Miss Yu for the green flame needle, I'll cover the costs of the expansion and recruitment. This. Yu Miaoqing hesitated and said embarrassedly, isn't this a bad idea? Yi Yunshin took her hand and said, what's wrong with that? Don't worry, he can afford it. As he spoke, Yi Yunshin turned his head and glanced at Xia Beichen. He. At this time, the Pisho smiled and said, Miss Yu, you may not know that Master Xia has an ability that is beyond the reach of others. Yu Miaoqing was curious again, really? What ability is it? Xiao asked in return, think about it, how many people can come up with 300,000 spirit stones as a reward at once? Xia Beichen smiled awkwardly, let's be low-key, we just have the money. After saying that, he took out 1 million spirit stones. This scene scared the people of Xianqing sect half to death. They had never seen so many spirit stones. Moreover, they are all top-grade spirit stones. The square in front of the main hall was filled with people. With this place as the origin, the spiritual energy instantly covered an area of dozens of miles. After some birds and beasts felt the rich spiritual energy, they couldn't help but enjoy it. Yi Yunshin and Pishio are no longer surprised. Yu Miaoqing opened her mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. It was a long time before she came to her senses. Then he said weakly, Xia. Young Master Xia, we can't afford so many top-grade spirit stones. Please take them back. Yi Yunshin jokingly said, can't afford it? At worst, I can just give myself to you. Ah. Yu Miaoqing knew that Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen had a close relationship. So when he heard her say this, he quickly waved his hands and said, no. Xia Beichen's face was full of black lines. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Yi Yunshin said, then Lingshi and Beichen, you choose one. Do I have to choose? Yu Miaoqing asked. Choose Master Xia. The pie beside him encouraged, mobile bank. Yu Miaoqing blushed and replied, then I'll choose the spirit stone.
Yi Yunqin said, okay, then you can accept the 1 million spirit stones, but ask him to give it to you later.
But Yu Miaoqing said, I have a request. Sister, what's your request? Yi Yunqin asked. That is, Mr. Xia, can you be an honorary elder of my Xianqing sect?
Yu Miaoqing looked at Xia Beichen and said, you don't have to participate in the management of all matters of Xianqing sect, but you can mobilize all the resources of Xianqing sect. When Xia Beichen heard this, he realized that this meant he was a guest of honor of Xianqing sect.
This honorary elder, should he do it or not? Drop.
The ethereal voice of the system sounded in Xia Beichen's mind at the right time.
The host is currently facing a choice.
1. Accept the request of Yu Miaoqing, the new leader of Xianqing sect, and serve as the honorary elder of Xianqing sect. Reward, because Yu Miaoqing promised the host something related to this, no additional rewards will be given for this option.
2. Reject Yu Miaoqing's request. Honorary elder, what? I don't care. Reward, Yu Miaoqing and the host will experience 7 life exchanges in one night. And a set of original underwear is included.
After hearing option 2, Xia Beichen almost vomited 3 liters of blood.
7 life exchange experiences in one night? What the hell is original clothing? It's so cool. System, you are getting better and better at playing games. You're playing chicken dinner, right? If you choose 2M.
Now is the time to win people over and experience life exchanges and such, there is no rush.
There is still a long way to go. Otherwise, not only will you lose a few small frog seedlings, you might also be severely beaten. So, Xia Beichen chose 1.
I already have the green flame needle sent by Yu Miaoqing. With such a powerful weapon that can kill in one fell swoop, it can exert its effect quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly.
Even if option 1 doesn't have any extra rewards, it doesn't matter.
Then Xia Beichen agreed to Yu Miaoqing's request. Yu Miaoqing was delighted and nodded.
Chapter 047, Accompany me to Rob.
Finally, after awarding Xia Beichen an elder token, Yu Miaoqing accepted the 1 million top-grade spirit stones he gave her.
I looked at the sky and it was already afternoon.
Xianqing sect still had many things that needed to be dealt with by Yu Miaoqing, so Xia Beichen, Yi Yunqin, and Yu Miaoqing parted ways. This time, he really left. After Yu Miaoqing watched the 2 people and the 2 divine beasts disappear from her sight, a look of sadness appeared on her face. The Xianqing sect, which was doing well, ended up in a mess. After instructing her fellow disciples to clean up the mess, she walked into the main hall and came to the throne of the sect leader. After a while, she found an envelope in the secret compartment under the throne. When I picked it up, I saw a thick stack of letter paper inside. Yu Miaoqing leaned against the throne, sat on the ground, and began to read the contents of the letter.
After leaving the territory of Xianqing sect, Xia Beichen yawned.
Come to think of it, I haven't slept for almost a day. It would be a lie to say that I'm not tired after accompanying Yi Yunqin around all the time. People with a high level like Yi Yunqin may not sleep for several days and nights, but it's nothing. After all, my cultivation level is not high. I have just passed the entry-level novice cultivator stage. It's no big deal to stay up for 1 or 2 nights. But these past 2 days, either he would fight against his pursuers, or he would cause great disturbance in the Go family, then he would destroy the Wanren sect and take over the Xianqing sect. So even a piece of steel plate would be exhausted. Seeing Xia Beichen yawning, Yi Yunqin asked with some concern, do you want to find a place to rest and take a nap? Nodding, Xia Beichen squinted his eyes and replied, okay. As he spoke, he took Yi Yunqin's hand and prepared to enter the endless realm. Anyway, there is a house and various daily necessities inside, so let alone resting and sleeping, living for a period of time will not be a problem. But Yi Yunqin suggested, let's go to Qinghe County. Qinghe County? Yeah, the river seafood in Qinghe County is amazing. Once you've rested, we'll go eat it. Watching Yi Yunqin talking with relish, Xia Beichen discovered that she was also a foodie. Nodding, Xia Beichen said, okay, then let's go to Qinghe County. So in the evening, they arrived in Qinghe County. Qinghe County is not under the jurisdiction of Tianxian sect, but of Qinglan sect. Qinglan sect was also one of the major sects that participated in framing Yi Yunqin yesterday. However, in terms of strength, it is weaker than Wanren sect and Xianqing sect. It barely qualifies as the rear seat of a second-rate sect. Xia Beichen guessed that Yi Yunqin chose to rest in Qinghe County, probably because she had her own plans. In addition, Qinghe County was also the location of the Yu family back then. Before entering Qinghe County, Xia Beichen let the Pishio enter the Endless Realm. He and Yi Yunxin walked into the city. First, Xia Beichen went to buy 2 sets of ready-made clothes. As for Yi Yunxin, before entering the city, she changed into a set of clothes that Xia Beichen had never seen before. So, Xia Beichen asked curiously, Yonexayan, how many clothes did you prepare for a change of clothes? Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxin started to hook his fingers. 1, 2, 5. After counting the fingers of one hand, it was not enough, so I started counting the fingers of the other hand. After counting over and over again, she shook her head and said, I forgot how many there were, but it should be no less than 10 sets. Xia Beichen was speechless. Is this like bringing a mobile wardrobe? Do you wash your clothes regularly? If you don't wash it, won't there be a lot of original smell? Yi Yunxin replied, it's not like Tianxian sect doesn't have a laundry department. Xia Beichen suddenly understood. Oh, I almost forgot. You inner disciples can wash it yourself, or you can hand it over to the laundry department. As an outer disciple, he does not have this treatment. The laundry department of Tianxian sect is similar to the laundry bureau that provided laundry for the royal family in the palace during the Ming and Qing dynasties. However, the laundry department did not use their outer disciples to wash the clothes, but instead hired some civilians to do this job. Of course, in addition to this, other jobs will also be done by hiring ordinary people to work with outer disciples. To translate it into what Yi Yunxin said, it can increase the local employment rate. Yi Yunxin smiled and said, then, do you want me to help you wash clothes in the future? Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and asked, is it okay? Yi Yunxin replied, it's not impossible, it depends on your performance. Xia Beichen asked curiously, what kind of performance? Yi Yunxin asked back, what do you think? Ahem. Xia Beichen cleared his throat and replied, that sage state is gone forever, so don't worry, I will perform well. Yi Yunxin blushed and rolled her eyes at him, what are you thinking about? Your mind is full of lewd things. Xia Beichen was silent for a moment, then asked, what do you mean? Yi Yunxin said cunningly, wait for you to sleep first, and when you wake up, you will accompany me to rob. Robbery? Xia Beichen looked at her with disdain, we have so much money, and we still need to rob people? The more the better. Yi Yunxin clenched his fists and made a gesture of closing them. Which house are you robbing? Xia Beichen asked. Xinglan sect. Yi Yunxin said without hesitation. As soon as these words were spoken, people who were closer on the street turned their heads and looked at the two of them. Xia Beichen hurriedly pulled Yi Yunxin away quickly, and whispered. My queen, this is someone else's territory. You're so loudly saying you want to rob the Qinglan sect. Isn't that the same as dancing on someone else's grave? What is a graveside disco? Yi Yunxin blinked and asked curiously. Without even thinking, Xia Beichen replied, listening to music in the brothel. Xia Beichen said disdainfully, the Qinglan sect is not even as good as the Wanren sect, what is there to rob? Yi Yunxin replied, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. Xia Beichen curled his lips, the Go family gave you the property and you didn't even want it. That's different. I will fight the Qinglan sect even if it's just a tiny calamity. As Yi Yunxin was talking, he stopped and turned to face a shop next to him. Xia Beichen stopped immediately and saw that it was an inn. The signboard is engraved with 3 big characters Yixianglu. Just standing at the door, you can see that both the entrance and the inside are decorated quite luxuriously. It is simply a 5-star hotel in Qinghe County. Let's stay here tonight? Yi Yunxin suggested, the river seafood at Yixianglu is delicious. Seeing that she was about to drool, Xia Beichen said, no problem. However, he did not rush to the door of the store, but instead leaned close to Yi Yunxin's ear. I do have a suggestion for the Qinglan sect. Do you want to hear it? What suggestions? Yi Yunxin glanced at him and said, I'm all ears. Chapter 048 Beichen, let me help you wash. Bang! Xia Beichen snapped his fingers and said, high price reward for the life of Qinglan sect. Yi Yunxin was slightly stunned after hearing this. At this time, the waiter from Yixianglo came over and asked enthusiastically, dear guests, would you like to have a meal or stay overnight? Xia Beichen raised 2 fingers, I want both. Okay. Please come in, both of you. The waiter made a gesture of invitation. Xia Beichen pulled back Yi Yunxin's hand, don't stand there, go in and eat and drink enough to sleep. After entering the store,
The two of them went up to the second floor, sat at a window seat, and ordered a few signature dishes. Fish, crabs, shrimps, shellfish, etc. are all placed on a large plate with some crushed ice and decorations in the middle. Xiaobeichen took a look and found that eating seafood was almost the same as the way he did in the world before he traveled through time. But the food here is river seafood. Beichen, let's go to the East China Sea for a visit if we have the chance. I'll treat you to seafood. Yi Yunxin grabbed a crab and disassembled it while talking to Xiaobeichen. Okay, no problem. Xiaobeichen picked up a piece of fish fillet as thin as a wing, dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth. Fresh as soon as you put it in your mouth. In terms of taste, it's really good. In the past, Xiaobeichen could only eat such delicious river fish at a friend's farm. He glanced at Yi Yunxin who was eating with relish. Xiaobeichen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, the usually aloof leader of Tianxian sect and Empress Beixian acted like a foodie girl at this moment. Very down to earth. Feeling Xiaobeichen's gaze, Yi Yunxin paused and asked, "Why are you always looking at me?" Beautiful girls are not only pleasing to the eyes, but also delicious. Looking at them can increase your appetite. Xiaobeichen praised without hesitation. Yi Yunxin asked, "Did you always coax girls like this before?" Xiaobeichen shook his head bitterly and did not answer the question. The past is too painful to recall. Seeing this, Yi Yunxin tactfully changed the subject and handed him half of the crab. "See how attentive I am, don't you think?" When Xiaobeichen took a look, it turned out to be crab roe. Unexpectedly, she ate the meat from other parts of the first crab and left the remaining crab roe to Xiaobeichen. Xiaobeichen took it with the shell, put it in the bowl, and then split it in half with chopsticks. He held one half of it and handed it to Yi Yunxin's mouth. "It's a gift to return the favor." Yi Yunxin did not refuse and opened her mouth to eat half of the crab roe that Xiaobeichen fed her. During this back and forth interaction, Xiaobeichen discovered that the intimacy between him and Yi Yunxin was increasing rapidly. Because we have been in contact for a period of time, the intimacy has increased from 2014 to 2514. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can advance again. If you advance further, you will reach the early stage of the Lingdong realm. By then, it will be another qualitative leap. He ate the other half only after Yi Yunxin had eaten the half of the crab roe he fed her. Half an hour later, the two people ate and drank their fill. The waiter had already booked a room for them. Yixianglu adopts the layout of dining in front and accommodation in the back. In the front part of the restaurant, people were coming and going, and the sounds of various conversations were intertwined. The accommodation area at the back is a relatively secluded courtyard. Once you enter the courtyard, the noise from the restaurant outside cannot be heard. After ordering the food, Yi Yunxin considerately asked the waiter to get some warm water for Xiaobeichen to take a bath. The room was spacious enough and taking a shower was no problem at all. On one side of the room, there is a screen, behind which is a large wooden bathtub. At this time, the bathtub was already half filled with warm water. Not to mention one person washing, there is more than enough space for two people to wash. There is also a small table on the side, on which are placed bathrobes and an incense burner. A rich scent of sandalwood filled the room. After entering the room, close the door. Yi Yunxin walked to the table in front of the bed and sat down. Xiaobeichen walked behind the screen. In no time, he stripped himself naked. Comfortable. After entering the bathtub and rubbing himself, Xiaobeichen lay in the water, leaning against the edge of the tub, and closed his eyes comfortably. Water can wash away stains and drive away fatigue. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, the sound of the piano became melodious. Xiaobeichen stood up and walked over when he heard the sound of the piano. The clothes were put on almost instantly. I discovered that it was daytime in this place. There are flowers, grass, mountains, and water all around. It's like a fairyland. I never thought that Yixianglu could lead to such a great place. After a while, Xiaobeichen came to the edge of a pond. The clear water rippled gently under the breeze. From time to time, a school of fish swam past in the water. And the piano sound. It was the sound of a graceful lady sitting under a maple tree, playing the piano. Beichen. The woman called out Xiaobeichen. Xiaobeichen was slightly stunned. She actually recognized me? When he was confused, the woman playing the piano raised her eyes slightly and looked at him. This look happened to meet Xiaobeichen's gaze. When their eyes met, Xiaobeichen discovered that the woman playing the piano was none other than Yi Yunxin. Yun Xin? Xiaobeichen walked over and asked, "Why are you here?" I'm waiting for you. Yi Yunqin stopped playing the piano, stood up and walked towards Xiaobeichen.
Soon, the two stood face to face. It would be a waste not to make good use of such a beautiful view. Yi Yunqin suddenly said shyly.
Yun xin.
Just when Xiaobeichen was about to ask her what she wanted to do, she pushed him into the pool.
Crash.
Water splashed everywhere. Then, there was another splash and the sound of someone entering the water was heard.
Surprisingly, Yi Yunqin also jumped in.
When Xiaobeichen emerged from the water, Yi Yunqin had already come to his side naked.
Beichen, let me help you wash. Yi Yun looked at Xiaobeichen lovingly and said.
Looking at this beautiful woman, Xiaobeichen didn't hesitate or refuse, and nodded, okay. The next moment, he was naked again. Yi Yunqin walked around behind him and started to rub his back.
Unconsciously, Rudy swam bravely from the back to Xiaobeichen's front like a fish. Yun xin. Xiaobeichen's heartbeat also quickened. Yi Yunqin blushed and didn't say anything.
Instead, she looked at him and lowered her head to move closer. At this time, the pond is surrounded by birdsong and flowers, which is refreshing. The scenery is as lush as spring.
Yi Yunqin's dragon washing skill almost made Xiaobeichen forget who he was. Then changed the action. This gave Xiaobeichen a sense of déjà vu. After being chased into the cave the day before yesterday.
However, the songs at that time did not have preludes like the ones we have now.
For a while.
When the crouching dragon in the water rises, the pool is filled with pleasant music, as melodious as the sound of a piano. I don't know how much time passed.
Xiaobeichen shuddered and suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 049, The Imperial Spirit Alchemy Method. What comes into view?
It turned out to be the guest room of Yishang Tower. Only then did Xiaobeichen realize that he had fallen asleep without realizing it.
Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. When I looked, I found Yi Yunqin was already in the bathtub. Cloud.
Xiaobeichen just opened his mouth when his voice stopped abruptly. For a moment, everything in the dream was repeated here. This made Xiaobeichen wonder for a moment if he was dreaming again. The two people moved from the bathtub to other places in the room and then to the bed. It wasn't until he discovered that the intimacy between the two had reached an astonishing 29.99 that Xiaobeichen reacted.
This. Not a dream. After some output, the two fell into a deep sleep.
When Xiaobeichen woke up from his sleep, he found that the moon was already high in the sky. A little moonlight came in through the gap in the window.
A slight breeze also blew in.
After taking a look at Yi Yunqin, who was still sleeping soundly, Xiaobeichen couldn't help but move closer and kiss her on the mouth.
Then, get up and get dressed.
He sat cross-legged in front of the window, took out the True Spirit pill recipe rewarded to him by the system and began to study it. It turns out that fire is not necessarily required to refine elixirs.
Some cultivators can even use spiritual energy instead of fire to refine.
What's even more amazing is that he doesn't even need a medicine cauldron, he can just use his spiritual energy to make the pills. After reading the preface of True Spiritual Elixir, Xiaobeichen was surprised as if he had discovered a new world.
However, with my cultivation level reaching the great perfection of the spiritual gathering realm, can I abandon fire and directly use spiritual energy to refine medicine? Xiaobeichen continued to read with curiosity. Oh my god, it really works!
After a while, he saw the content about using spiritual energy instead of fire to refine medicine. It is recorded above that the author of True Spirit Pill book realized the method of using spiritual energy to refine medicine when he was in the early stage of Lingzhu realm. Therefore, the method of using spiritual energy to refine medicine is also called the method of using spiritual energy to refine medicine. After a long period of experience in alchemy, he wrote this book in the early stage of Tongtian realm, and at the same time created a medicine cauldron, the True Spirit Cauldron. Therefore, True Spirit Pill book collects the author's experience in alchemy from the early stage of Lingzhu realm to the early stage of Tongtian realm.
It can be said to be a comprehensive book on alchemy.
The author also called himself Master Zhenling.
But
the book also says that due to the limitations of their realm, cultivators in the Lingzhu period can only refine elixirs of the highest third grade.
If you want to refine higher grade pills, you have to improve your cultivation. When you reach the Spirit Sea realm, you can easily make any elixir of any grade. In other words, once you reach the Spiritual Sea realm, 6th grade elixirs will be no problem. As long as you have all the materials ready, you'll be fine.
After learning about it, Xiaobeichen was full of longing.
The future is bright.
I couldn't help but send a compliment in my heart to Master Jinling, who was able to refine third-grade elixirs in the Lingju realm. You know, many sex alchemists, even those who have reached the spiritual pill realm, can only refine second-grade pills. Some alchemists in the spiritual sea realm can only refine third-grade pills by relying on the vast spiritual energy provided by the spiritual sea in their bodies. Even so, alchemists are still in high demand in the Sky Continent. If a team is formed to fight a boss, the team leader will definitely give priority to an alchemist in the Lingdan realm rather than a non-alchemist in the Lingyuan realm. After all, this is a wet nurse. Whoever gives you milk is your mother. Can't beat him? Taking drugs. Are you hurt? Taking drugs. We can wear the opponent down to death. At the spiritual gathering realm, you can only refine one pill at a time. Once you reach the spiritual movement realm, you can refine multiple pills at once. Not bad, not bad. Xia Beichen nodded with satisfaction and praised generously. This Master Jinling is truly a talented person. I wonder how he is doing now. Out of curiosity, Xia Beichen turned to the last page of the alchemy manual and found a signature in the lower right corner. Master Jinling, the year 2020 in the sky calendar. Relying on the original owner's memory, Xia Beichen couldn't help but gasp when he saw this year. Because now it is the year 12023 in the Tianxiang calendar. So, the book True Spirit Pill Book was written 10,000 years ago. Time has passed for a long time. After reading the introduction, Xia Beichen chose the first-grade elixir Yangxin Dan to practice. Yangxin Dan, as the name suggests, is used to calm the mind, similar to the effect of a tranquilizer. If a cultivator's mind is attacked by skills such as phantom sound, he can use the heart-nourishing pill to relieve the pain. Xia Beichen found the herbs and other materials needed for the Yangxin pill from the materials he collected from the Wanrun sect's forbidden area. He took out the True Spirit Cauldron and placed it in front of him, then Xia Beichen began to mobilize the spiritual energy in his dantian according to the method taught in the True Spirit Pill Book. When the spiritual energy turned into light blue gas lingering around him, Xia Beichen pointed at the True Spirit Cauldron with one hand, and the lid of the cauldron opened. Then he pointed his other hand at the herbs and materials he had taken out, and the things floated into the True Spirit Cauldron. The moment the lid was closed, Xia Beichen began to channel spiritual energy into the True Spirit Cauldron. The spiritual energy instantly enveloped the True Spirit Cauldron and burned it like a blue flame. The True Spirit Cauldron whooshed and rose into the air. After this continued for a minute, the tripod began to spin rapidly. It spun for a few minutes and then hovered. At this time, a stream of spiritual energy escaped from the cauldron. About 10 minutes more passed. The spiritual energy is becoming more and more rich. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy spread out from the cauldron and rushed in all directions like ripples. Then, a red light shone through the cauldron, accompanied by an ethereal sound. The lid of the True Spirit Cauldron opened automatically, and a thumb-sized pill-emitting red light rose from the cauldron. Xia Beichen was delighted, the pill was successful. This is the heart-nourishing elixir. But what surprised him was that the nourishing heart pill he refined was not of the first grade. But skip directly to the first level and reach the second level. Drop. At this moment, even the system, which had been silent for a while, remembered its ethereal voice. Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming a highly sought-after alchemist and for successfully refining a second-grade elixir. Because this is the host's first time refining medicine and it was a great success, I am rewarding the host with the refining speed-up skill, a passive skill that will double the speed of subsequent refining. So cool! With alchemy acceleration, you can refine one more pill in the same amount of time. Xia Beichen roughly estimated the time it would take to refine a second-grade nourishing heart pill, which was nearly half an hour. Then next time you refine it, it will only take 15 minutes. Time is money. Once you reach the Lingdong realm, you can refine several of them in 15 minutes. He took out a white jade bottle and put the second-grade nourishing heart pill into it. Then Xia Beichen struck while the iron was hot and refined a few more pills. Gradually, Xia Beichen became proficient in it. When he refined the sixth nourishing heart pill, he suddenly discovered that it was actually of the third grade. Chapter 050. How about something exciting? Unexpectedly, as he continued refining, he was able to produce a higher grade pill. In order to confirm whether this is a probability, Xia Beichen plans to refine another one. After putting the herbs and materials into the True Spirit Cauldron and refining them with spiritual energy, a red light suddenly appeared after 15 minutes.
When the lid opened automatically and the pill floated out, Xia Beichen's mouth curled up. It's still the third grade. At this time, the system reminded.
Host, if you need to refine a first or second grade Yangxin pill, you only need to reduce the corresponding herbs and material ingredients.
I see. Try a different kind of elixir.
This time, Xia Beichen directly picked the third grade elixir Gale pill.
This is a pill that can increase flying speed after taking it.
It looks like an aircraft with boosters installed. Therefore, using it to chase people or escape are both useless options. It may be related to flying, so Xia Beichen discovered that the materials needed to refine it required a lot of bird feathers. But these are not problems. After all, the Wanren sect had collected quite a few before. After preparing the herbs and materials, Xia Beichen followed the same method. This time, with the help of alchemy acceleration, it took about 20 minutes to refine the Gale pill.
Its color is pure white. There are actually wine-like patterns on it.
Very vivid, Gale pill, a pill as fast as the wind. After putting the Gale pill into another white jade bottle, Xia Beichen discovered that a pair of eyes full of curiosity were staring at him motionlessly.
Yi Yunxin actually woke up.
Moreover, at this moment, she had already completed the one-click change of clothes.
Beichen, why are you not sleeping so late at night? Are you refining pills here?
Without waiting for Xia Beichen to answer, she took the white jade bottle in Xia Beichen's hand. The white jade bottle flew obediently into her hands. Such a rich spiritual energy. After opening the bottle cork, she could feel the presence of spiritual energy without even putting her nose to the bottle mouth.
What a fragrant medicinal smell. And, it's a third-grade Gale pill?
Yi Yunxin said this, gave Xia Beichen a thumbs up and gave him a thumbs up. Xia Beichen stood up, walked in front of her, and took out another white jade bottle.
Besides, Yi Yunxin took the white jade bottle from him.
At first glance, it turned out to be a heart-nourishing pill.
Second-grade heart-nourishing pill?
No, there's a third rank. Xia Beichen looked at her excited expression, then shrugged and said, I just woke up and had nothing to do, so I tinkered with it.
Yi Yunxin smiled and said, so, you created a second-grade elixir right from the start?
Xia Beichen nodded slightly, yeah. I originally wanted to refine a first-grade Yangxin pill, but who knew that after refining it, a second-grade one would come out? Pointing to the white jade bottle of Yangxin Dan in Yi Yunxin's hand, and then, while refining, a third-grade one actually came out.
So, are you surprised?
Yi Yunxin looked at him and asked. It's more than a surprise.
It's a complete surprise.
Xia Beichen sat beside her, so it turns out that after I mastered the art of alchemy, I can refine lower-grade pills by reducing the amount of herbs and materials.
Otherwise, I can refine higher-grade pills.
Then how long did it take to refine these pills?
About an hour.
1 hour?
Yi Yunxin was shocked.
In just 1 hour, he actually refined 4 second-grade nourishing heart pills, 2 third-grade nourishing heart pills, and 1 third-grade swift wind pill?
Xia Beichen nodded and replied honestly, guaranteed genuine.
Yi Yunxin held a white jade bottle in one hand, then suddenly opened her arms and hugged Xia Beichen in her arms.
You're awesome. Ahem Yunxin, be gentle, I can't breathe. Xia Beichen was almost suffocated by her hug.
After all, the soft and full part of Yi Yun's heart is very oppressive. Yi Yunxin hurriedly let go of him, laughed, and said, sorry, I was too excited.
Xia Beichen took a deep breath and then said, isn't it just refining 7 pills? What's there to be excited about? That's wrong.
Yi Yunxin said, a cultivator at the spiritual gathering realm has actually been able to refine a third-grade elixir. Before this, the Tianxian sect had never produced such a talent.
Then, can't you also make medicine? Xia Beichen asked.
Yi Yunxin waved his hand and replied, I only started practicing halfway after reaching the spiritual sea realm.
I'm a half-baked alchemist.
But you have huge potential. In front of Xia Beichen, she actually became humble. At this point, she asked curiously, most alchemists have a kind of alchemy fire.
I didn't feel any heat just now. How did you do it? Could it be the legendary ice spirit fire?
Xia Beichen shook his head, I use spiritual energy.
Spiritual energy?
Yi Yunxin frowned slightly, spiritual control and medicine refining method?
Aha! Isn't that the method of refining medicine that has been lost for nearly 10,000 years? Good luck. He. The chosen one.
Yi Yunshin returned the 2 white jade bottles to Xiaobeichen. It is said that with the Yuling alchemy method, as the alchemist's realm improves, the quality of the elixir will also improve.
That's right. Xiaobeichen nodded and replied, if I reach the spiritual movement realm, I can refine several pills at once. Yi Yunshin immediately stood up and walked to the window.
Many alchemists have searched for most of their lives, but haven't found even a single method of controlling spirits to refine medicine.
So, do you know why I'm so excited? A breeze blew in, ruffling her hair.
After Xiaobeichen put the pill into the endless realm, he also came to the window. He hugged Yi Yunshin from behind. Yi Yunshin snuggled in his arms.
I never thought that one day, there would be a chosen one by the sky to accompany me by the window, facing the evening breeze and looking at the moon. Because you are a daughter of destiny, I'm afraid I'm the only one in the world who is worthy of you.
When Yi Yunshin heard this, she turned her head and looked at him. You are so narcissistic that you don't even blush. Xiaobeichen said, if a person doesn't love himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth.
Yi Yunshin smiled softly and asked, then Xiaobeichen, who is worthy of me, can you go robbing with me? You are quite persistent about robbing Qinglan sect. Xiaobeichen said with a smile. Teach them a lesson and see if they dare to mess with me next time. Yi Yunshin said domineeringly. How about something exciting? Xiaobeichen raised his eyebrows. Exciting?
Yi Yun was puzzled.
Didn't I just have an exciting time with you a few hours ago? Xiaobeichen's old face flushed. This excitement is not that excitement. What is that? Yi Yunshin asked again, tell me quickly, don't keep me in suspense.
Xiaobeichen said, when I entered the city today, I overheard street vendors discussing the Qinglan sect's recruitment.
Recruiting new members? In Qingha County? Aha! So, you want it? Hey. Xiaobeichen smiled obscenely. Chapter 051, Fancy Recruitment.
After whetting Yi Yunshin's appetite, Xiaobeichen said, spend a little money and divert the young talents from Qingha County who want to join the Qinglan sect to join another sect. Yi Yunshin raised his eyebrows and asked, join another sect, which one?
Xianqing sect. After mentioning the name of the sect, Xiaobeichen also expressed his concerns. It's to see if you're afraid that the Xianqing sect will become stronger in the future and become your enemy again? Unexpectedly, Yi Yunshin shook his head and said, what's so scary?
As he spoke, his tone gradually became more domineering.
If I can cripple them once, I can cripple them twice. No, the second time, I'll wipe out their entire family. Okay.
I feel relieved with your words. Xiaobeichen put his hands on her shoulders and turned her over so that they were facing each other.
If there's a second time, I'll still accompany you to destroy them like I did yesterday.
Yi Yunshin looked at him quietly. A loving look in her eyes was worth 1,000 words.
Xiaobeichen smiled slyly and said, so, it's still early, why don't we get some sleep? After saying that, he gave Yi Yunshin a princess hug.
Yi Yunshin was caught off guard when Xiaobeichen picked her up, and she let out an ah reflexively.
The next moment, Xiaobeichen threw him onto the bed.
You took the initiative the first 2 times, this time, it's my turn.
Xiaobeichen undressed as he spoke. The window is not yet. Yi Yunshin reminded shyly.
Xiaobeichen looked at her with sharp eyes, then stretched out his hand towards the window and then pulled it back.
The window that was originally open closed with a gentle creak. Not long after,
beautiful music was heard in the room.
When the sun rises. A stall was set up on the busiest street in Qingha County.
The stall consisted of several long tables covered with a cloth. 2 women sat behind the table, and 2 men stood on both sides of the long table.
The 4 people were wearing the same clothes.
Behind the stall, there was a sign with 2 large ancient characters written on it.
Qinglan.
That is right, these 4 people are from Qinglan sect. They set up a stall here to recruit students.
Hurry up, what if you're late and there are no more spots?
What's the rush?
This is just the beginning.
Some people walked towards the stalls in a hurry, while others took their time. However, a lot of people soon gathered around, blocking the stall completely.
Fairy, choose me. Choose me. Fairy, I can wash clothes, cook, and warm the bed. Master, the Yin family is very considerate.
Whether male or female, they all try their best to recommend themselves. It doesn't seem like he is signing up to join the sect, but rather committing himself to it. Girl, please keep this original belly band of yours. As for whether you can join the sect, you still have to take the test to know. The man from Qinglan's sect who was standing in front of a girl holding a red belly band said awkwardly. Just then, someone placed their hand on a spherical object in front of the stall. The spherical object immediately lit up from its dim state. Then, a blue light appeared. Wow! Blue light! People around immediately became envious. Congratulations, you've passed the test and can join our Qinglan sect as an outer disciple. The woman sitting on the right announced. The person taking the test immediately jumped up with joy. It is an honor for them to become outer disciples. Like the Tianxian sect, the Qinglan sect also has outer disciples and inner disciples. No matter how incompetent an outer disciple is, he is still better than those who have not yet entered the ranks of cultivators. What's more, if you work hard or encounter an opportunity, you can enter the inner gate. After completing the registration, the people from Qinglan's sect gave him a badge with his identity information recorded on it through spiritual energy. This is to prevent someone from picking up or stealing the sign and using it as their name. Next, the second person stepped forward and placed his hand on the spherical object. After a while, the people around exclaimed, "Purple! The blue one just now became an outer disciple. Doesn't this purple one?" At this moment, the woman sitting on the left announced, "Congratulations, you have passed the test and can join our Qinglan sect as an inner disciple." The person taking the test actually knelt on the ground and said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." After taking the ID card, he left with a dance of joy. Anyone who passes the test, whether outer or inner disciples, will gather in 3 days. At that time, the elders of Qinglan sect will come to pick them up and take them to the sect. Some people passed the test one after another, while others were eliminated one after another. If you place your hand on the spherical object for a while and there is no response, you have failed the test. Those who failed can only go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. More and more people are eager to try it. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the air and reached everyone's ears. Recruiting! Recruiting! Anyone who passes the test will be rewarded with 100 top-grade spirit stones and will become an inner disciple. Hearing this, everyone looked to the other side of the street with a puzzled I saw a stunning beauty standing in front of a table, and next to her stood a handsome man who was in charge of calling out orders. Wow! The girl is so beautiful, and the boy is so handsome. Some people immediately became obsessed with it. What sect recruits people and gives away top-grade spirit stones? Let me go and take a look. A woman hurried over to the stall where a man and a woman were standing. Xianqing sect is recruiting. A man shouted in a serious tone. I just saw a lot of top-grade spirit stones. I passed the test. I got the spirit stone. As soon as these people shouted, many people were attracted by their attention. The masterminds behind all this are the two people standing in front of the table, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. To be precise, it was Xia Beichen's plan. Xia Beichen admitted that he hired a few people to echo his words. But that's not enough. Xia Beichen raised his hands and clapped his hands 3 times. As soon as the applause died down, the accompaniment started playing behind them. They even hired a special band. Then, several sexy dancers slowly entered from one side. Wow, they're dancing. For a moment, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin attracted everyone's attention. Fancy recruiting, the main feature is flowers. Little brother, are you from Xianqing sect? Aha! Xia Beichen nodded directly. Now he is the admissions officer of Xianqing sect. Of course, not the authorized kind. Miss, do you want to join the Xianqing sect? Xia Beichen asked as he took out an exquisite box. When I opened it, I saw that it was filled with a lot of top-grade spirit stones. If you pass the test, this will be yours. Really? The woman felt the abundant spiritual energy in the spirit stone, but still asked in disbelief. Don't cheat anyone. Xia Beichen said firmly. Then I'll try it. The woman put aside her concerns. Come. As Xia Beichen spoke, he took out something from the endless realm and placed it on the table. When the woman took a look, she found that it was a doll that looked very similar to Xia Beichen. Ahem. Xia Beichen cleared his throat and said, "This is my figurine. All you have to do is reach out and hold it, and wait for a while." Good. After a while. Girl. Can you please not look so ecstatic when holding the figurine? Xia Beichen pointed at her hand awkwardly and asked weakly. The woman smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, it feels so good, even better than the real thing."
Xia Beichen almost stumbled. What are you talking about? The real ones are cool too. Moreover, it feels better.
After he said this, the woman's expression returned to normal.
After holding the figurine, I waited for a while. Suddenly,
the figure emitted a purple light.
Chapter 52, A Charlatan? Is he here to be raped? Congratulations on passing the test.
Find our beautiful lady and register with her to receive 60 top-grade spirit stones.
Xia Beichen announced loudly.
The remaining 40 pieces can be claimed upon arrival at Xianqing sect. Remember, you must report. Otherwise, not only will you not get the remaining 40 top-grade spirit stones, but you will also be blacklisted by the Xianqing sect and will never be hired again.
After hearing his reminder, the woman nodded and said, "Thank you, little brother. I will definitely report on time."
The reason why Xia Beichen divided the top-grade spirit stones into 2 parts to cash them in.
Because he wants to increase the success rate of recruiting new people.
He had previously inquired about the Qinglan sect's recruitment in previous years. Even if some people passed, they were unable to go due to various reasons. Therefore, in order to recruit new members for Xianqing sect, we have to come up with an incentive. Induce those who pass the test to report. At dawn, Yi Yunxin sent a message to Yu Miaoqing.
He told her about their recruitment in Qinghe County.
He also told her to repair Xianqing sect as soon as possible so that it could welcome the new students in a few days.
As soon as someone gets the benefit, the next person will come and try it. Several people passed the test one after another.
The moment they got the top-grade spirit stone, they all smiled from ear to ear. Of course, where some are happy, others are worried. However, for those who did not pass the test,
Xia Beichen also gave each person 5 top-grade spirit stones in the spirit of emphasizing participation. So,
whether they passed or not, he did not treat them unfairly. Just like that, this stall for recruiting new members for Xianqing sect was immediately crowded with people.
As for the Qinglan sect stall, the place is deserted. Who made them stingy?
There is no reward for passing and no consolation prize for failing.
What's more, in their cognition, although the Xianqing sect is not in the Beixian territory, nor is it under the jurisdiction of the Qinglan sect, it is stronger than the Qinglan sect.
After all, they didn't know that Xianqing sect had encountered an accident.
Even if you know it, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Hello?
Just when Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were overwhelmed with recruiting new members, a man pushed aside the people gathered in front of the stall and came to them angrily.
Xia Beichen asked, "Do you want to take the test?"
Welcome to transfer from Qinglan sect primary school to Xianqing sect primary school. That's right, the person who came was the man at the Qinglan sect stall. At this time, Xia Beichen's cultivation was still at the great perfection of the Lingzhu realm.
Before entering the city yesterday, Yi Yunxin had hidden his cultivation level to the early stage of the Lingdong realm.
Before going out today, I not only changed my clothes, but also put on a veil. This man from the Qinglan sect has reached the great perfection of the Lingdong realm.
It's only one step away from the spiritual elixir realm.
He angrily shouted at Xia Beichen without any hesitation, "You have robbed our people."
Xia Beichen glanced at the people in front of the stall, then said to him, "Brother, things can be messy. No, you can't eat anything you don't like, or you'll get diarrhea. And you can't talk nonsense, or you'll get beaten. What do you mean we robbed your people? Are these people considered yours? Are they your parents, or your children?"
As soon as these words were spoken, people around responded.
"Yes, explain clearly. What do you mean by your people? Before joining any sect, we all have the right to choose.
Good wine needs no bush, and everyone relies on their ability to attract people." After hearing this, Xia Beichen was secretly delighted. Unexpectedly, he did something that stabbed the Qinglan sect in the back in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Qinglan sect.
The man turned around and looked at them. "You are all from Qinghe County, right?"
"That's right," everyone responded in unison.
"Since it belongs to Qinghe County, then let me ask you again, who is in charge of Qinghe County?" "Of course it has to be the county magistrate." "Who is in charge of the county governor?" Green. As soon as everyone started talking, they stopped talking. "What? You're not going to talk anymore?"
The man gave them a sharp look. "You all live in the territory of my Qinglan sect, yet you want to show off your influence.
Aren't you afraid of offending the Qinglan sect?"
This. Everyone looked at each other.
"Yo, you still know how to threaten us?" Xia Beichen patted the other person's shoulder.
Does your Qinglan sect have a written rule prohibiting the people under your rule from joining other sects?
As far as I know, no.
At this time, a bystander said. Xia Beichen gave him a thumbs up and said to the man from Qinglan sect, so everyone has the right to choose.
The man from Qinglan sect glared viciously at the bystander. Unexpectedly, the onlookers were not afraid at all.
He also said with his head held high, "Don't be so arrogant. I am neither from your Qinghe County nor from any place under the jurisdiction of Xianqing sect." "Where are you from?" a Qinghe County native beside him asked curiously.
"I'm from Beixian and passing by here," the onlooker replied. Xia Beichen glanced at Yi Yunxin.
Fortunately, she concealed herself, otherwise, there would be a high chance that someone would recognize her as Empress Beixian. Xia Beichen's eyes rolled, and then he asked, "Brother, does your Tianxian sect in Beixian have any rules that prohibit people under your jurisdiction from joining other sects?" The other party shook his head and said affirmatively, "No. Our Queen Beixian said that everyone is free to join which sect." Xia Beichen said, "It seems that some sects are not very famous, but their rules are quite strict."
You.
After hearing this, the male disciple of Qinglan sect was furious.
A mere rookie in the spiritual gathering realm dares to speak so arrogantly?
As he spoke, he took out a green stick.
There is a turtle head on the stick. Turtle-headed charlatan?
After seeing his stick, Xia Beichen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up.
Nice shape. Isn't the Double Ninth Festival coming soon? Is this stick of yours used to pick chrysanthemums?
The other party was so angry at Xia Beichen that he trembled all over.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Ignorant youngster, I'm going to teach you a lesson today."
As he said that, he raised the stick and hit Xia Beichen on the top of his head.
Ah!
Many women around couldn't help but scream when they saw this scene. However, before they could finish their screams, Xia Beichen disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the man from Qinglan sect.
"Believe it or not, I will stab your throat," Xia Beichen said coldly.
At this moment, he was holding the green flame needle in his hand.
The man from Qinglan sect suddenly felt a burning sensation on his neck.
The green flame needle only feels gentle to the user, without any burning sensation. But for the person being attacked, the burning sensation is very strong. The other party's action of hitting Xia Beichen on the head with a stick suddenly stopped.
He was secretly surprised. This guy in the Lingju realm is so fast.
It was so fast that before the stick in his hand could even touch a single hair on Xia Beichen's body, he was restrained by the other party. Seeing that the situation was somewhat unexpected, the other three people from Qinglan sect rushed over.
"Someone from Xianqing sect?"
Another man from Qinglan sect glanced at Xia Beichen.
"The Xianqing sect can act so recklessly in our territory? You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog." Ha 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 ha.
Unexpectedly, Xia Beichen laughed a few times. Then he asked the man who was restrained by the green flame needle, "Did you hear that?
He actually called you a dog."
As a result, the expressions of the two men from Qinglan sect suddenly became extremely ugly. One realized that he had said something wrong, and the other realized that he was being scolded.
Chapter 053. It feels so good, I always want to touch it. At this time,
a woman from the Qinglan sect took a look at the Qingyan needle in Xia Beichen's hand and said, "Young master, you misunderstood.
If you have anything to say, let's discuss it properly." "Discuss? Sure." Xia Beichen didn't rush to withdraw his hand. "We are here to recruit new members today. You should withdraw from Qinghe County and come back tomorrow. Don't even think about it."
The man who had just said that beating a dog depends on its owner refused and said to the woman, "Sister, it's broad daylight now, he wouldn't dare to do anything if we left him out in the open." Another woman also said, "Yes, senior sister, I don't believe he dares to attack junior brother by." As she spoke, she glanced at Xia Beichen with disdain and added, "Although our Qinglan sect's overall strength is still somewhat behind that of the Xianqing sect, we are no pushovers. Brother, it seems that your two fellow disciples are eager for your death." Xia Beichen pushed the green flame needle in a little bit, and the tip of the needle had already pierced into the skin of the man surnamed Bai. The man surnamed Bai's expression became a little complicated. "Stop sowing discord," another man shouted. "We are as close as brothers. How can you possibly sow discord between us? Noisy." Suddenly, Yi Yunxin, who had been silent all this time, spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the man felt an invisible pressure coming at him. The pressure forced him to bend over towards Xia Beichen.
This action looked like bowing to Xia Beichen to apologize. Such a strong pressure. Some people around exclaimed. The man tried to straighten up, but found that not only was it useless, but the more he tried, the stronger the pressure became. Bang! With a loud noise, he was pressed down to the ground. The mouth also made close contact with the ground. Seeing this, the woman who had just said she would discuss it properly hurriedly said to Yi Yunxin, "Miss, please show mercy." "Senior sister, why are you so cowardly today?" Another woman said unhappily, "They're bullying us." As she spoke, she drew out her sword, wanting to teach Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin a lesson. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a ray of light flew across the sky. Soon he joined the crowd. At first glance, it turned out to be a man wearing Qinglan sect clothing. For fellow disciples, Qinglan sect has an urgent matter. Please follow me back to the sect. When the senior sister heard this, she hurriedly grabbed her junior sister. Then, she said to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, "We promise you that we will withdraw from Qingha County today and come back tomorrow." After taking a look at the junior brothers Xia Beichen was holding hostage and the junior brothers lying on the ground under the pressure, she said to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, "Please release my two junior brothers." Only then did Xia Beichen withdraw his hand. The man surnamed Bai felt relieved. The one lying on the ground got up. When passing by Xia Beichen, he suddenly attacked Xia Beichen. Boom! Before he could touch Xia Beichen, he flew backwards. Finally, it hit a stall and smashed it to pieces. "Senior brother." Another woman hurried over. Yi Yunxin said coldly, "If you don't want to live, I can help you." Seeing that she was about to take action, the senior sister hurriedly took them and flew away from Qingha County. "Senior sister, one of them is in the spirit gathering realm, and the other is in the spirit movement realm. They are no match for us at all. Why don't you let me teach them a lesson?" Junior sister said angrily. "Didn't you see what happened to your junior brother Bai and senior brother Ling just now?" The senior sister rolled her eyes at her and asked, "Who is teaching whom a lesson?" The man surnamed Bai said with lingering fear, "That man was so fast just now, so fast that before I could react, he had already grasped my vitals." At this moment, senior brother Ling had just been knocked unconscious by Yi Yunxin's palm strike from a distance, so he couldn't express his feelings. After hearing this, the junior sister shook her head and pursed her lips. Her senior brother Ling had a higher level of cultivation than her, but he was suppressed by the invisible pressure and had no power to fight back. "Senior sister, is that woman hiding her cultivation?" Junior brother Bai asked in confusion. Because in his understanding, how could a cultivator in the Lingdong realm have such a strong pressure that could make a cultivator in the Lingyuan realm unable to move? It's hard to say. The senior sister couldn't guess the other party, so she couldn't make a conclusion. As she spoke, she looked at the fellow disciples who had come to inform them that there was an urgent matter in the sect. "Junior brother, what happened in the sect?" The fellow disciple replied, "The sect was besieged by a group of scattered cultivators this morning. The sect leader specially sent us to different places to recall the disciples who were away to help resist the invading enemy." Besieged by scattered cultivators? The junior sister was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Are you still calling us back? Are those independent cultivators very strong?" The fellow disciple nodded and said, "Several people in the spirit refining realm have come, and quite a few in the spiritual sea realm have also arrived." The senior sister frowned and then led them to speed up. Qingha County. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged glances and continued to recruit new members. In a short while, nearly 300 people were recruited. As it was approaching noon, people from surrounding counties and prefectures rushed over upon hearing the noise. In this way, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were busy until the evening before they closed the stall. "Thank you all for your hard work today." Xia Beichen took out a number of money bags, each containing 50 top-grade spirit stones. "This is your wages for today, please check it." "Thank you, boss." After receiving the purse, everyone expressed their gratitude. These people are temporary workers hired by Xia Beichen. There are dancers, artists playing musical instruments and singing, and even shills. Xia Beichen had already paid a deposit in advance and now the full wages have been settled. "Boss, are you hiring new people tomorrow?" asked one of the temporary workers. "Tomorrow? We've almost recruited enough people here, we should go somewhere else." Xia Beichen found an excuse to evade the question, "Why? You still want to earn my top-grade spirit stones?" He. The man smiled sheepishly and said, "Who would complain about having too many top-grade spirit stones?" "Ah, that makes sense.
Xia Beichen also laughed. By the way, it's not impossible to earn top-grade spirit stones.
Oh? The temporary workers pricked up their ears.
Xia Beichen suggested, if you're interested, you can pass the test and enter the Xianqing sect.
That way, wouldn't you be able to obtain another 100 top-grade spirit stones? May I? Certainly. Xia Beichen took out his action figure. I'll go first. I'm second. I'm the third one.
In this way, 2/3 of dozens of temporary workers passed the test.
Xia Beichen awarded them the passing rewards on the spot, and asked them to go to Xianqing sect to collect the rest.
As for those who failed the test, he gave them consolation prizes according to today's method. As the sun sets, let's part ways amicably.
Before leaving, a cute girl even had the courage to ask Xia Beichen for his action figure. Xia Beichen asked her the reason. The girl said bluntly, "It feels so good, I keep wanting to touch it." Xia Beichen was speechless.
Finally, under Yi Yunxin's cold eyes, Xia Beichen bid farewell to this cute female fan.
I shouldn't have helped you make any figurines.
After everyone left, Yi Yunxin complained to Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen smiled and asked, "Your Majesty, please be patient. Don't you think the figurine is much better than the ball from the Qinglan sect? It's more than just much better.
It's so much better that I almost put it in my body."
It's not that exaggerated, right? Xia Beichen broke out in a sweat. Maybe some crazy nympho will sleep with it tonight. It's such a small figurine, it's so lonely to hold it. That depends on where they hold you. Xia Beichen tilted his head slightly.
He seemed to understand Yi Yunxin's words, but also seemed not to understand.
I'm hungry, please give me a meal. Yi Yunxin pulled Xia Beichen up and walked towards Yixianglu. Okay, that's enough. Xia Beichen said generously.
As soon as they returned to Yixianglu, before they even told the waiter to place their order, they heard the diners in the restaurant talking about something.
Hey, I don't know if you've heard. What? That is.
Chapter 054. This reward does not have a perspective function. The Qinglan sect was attacked by a group of independent cultivators.
When did it happen?
This morning. Why were we attacked by a group of casual cultivators?
I don't know, maybe I offended someone. Aren't they just independent cultivators? Is Qinglan sect really afraid of them?
Well, you don't know, several masters of the soul refining realm went there.
In addition, there are also many people in the spiritual sea realm.
As far as I know, the leader of Qinglan sect is only in the early stage of the spirit refining realm.
Among the remaining people, the highest realm is their chief elder, who is in the spirit sea realm.
The rest of the elders are all in the spirit origin realm.
Someone took a sip of wine and asked weakly, "Do you think the Qinglan sect will disappear just like that?" Disappear?
Someone at the same table said while chewing on a crab, "It's hard to say.
By the way, I wonder if you guys heard about it." What? Beishuan's Wanren sect was wiped out.
The others immediately gasped.
What? Destroy the whole family? When did it happen? Yesterday. Hearing their discussion, Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen couldn't help but look at each other.
Both of them saw a hint of pride in each other's eyes. Then, Xia Beichen shouted to the waiter, "Waiter, bring us a portion of your signature river seafood to our room."
Okay, sir. Not long after.
When the waiter brought a large plate of river fish and rice wine, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin carried it to the roof of the room.
We ate and drank while enjoying the night view.
Beichen, I didn't expect your bounty order to be so effective.
That's right, after all, I have money.
Xia Beichen took a sip of rice wine and said proudly, "Things that can be solved with money are not a problem." It turned out that the group attack on Qinglan sect by the scattered cultivators was actually orchestrated by Xia Beichen. Unlike some sects, independent cultivators do not have huge resource support. They often have to rely on their own efforts to practice. Therefore, it is not easy for a casual cultivator to reach the spirit refining realm.
What's more, the conditions offered by Xia Beichen are not low.
As long as you destroy the Qinglan sect, you will be rewarded with 5 million top-grade spirit stones.
If one person destroys it, then one person can take it all. If many people destroy it, then many people will divide it up.
Of course, Xia Beichen not only uses top-grade spirit stones as rewards, but also elixirs.
After the task is completed, each person will be rewarded with 2 additional third-grade pills.
If the cultivator unfortunately dies in the battle against Qinglan sect, Xia Beichen will send the reward to the relatives and friends designated by the cultivator as agreed. In short, in one sentence.
As long as the Qinglan sect is destroyed, he will not treat everyone unfairly. By the way, Yunxin. Xia Beichen looked at Yi Yunxin. What's wrong? Yi Yunxin looked over and asked curiously. When will you return to Tianxian sect? Xia Beichen asked back. After looking away, Yi Yunxin looked up at the sky. I want to go to southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang? Xia Beichen was stunned for a moment, then asked, is it about the poison? Yes. Yi Yunxin said, after we deal with them, we will return to Tianxian sect to clean up the mess. Good. Xia Beichen picked up a big shrimp, peeled it, and put it into Yi Yunxin's mouth. No matter where you go, I will support you and accompany you. Then we'll set off the day after tomorrow. As he spoke, Yi Yunxin swallowed the prawn in one bite. This time, she did not reject Xia Beichen, nor did she suggest that Xia Beichen stay somewhere and wait for her to come back. However, Xia Beichen was puzzled. Why are we leaving the day after tomorrow, and not tomorrow? Yi Yunxin replied, I'll help you solve a problem tomorrow. Oh? Xia Beichen smiled slightly and said, what could I possibly need to solve? How come I don't know? I won't tell you. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxin kept it a secret. The two of them ate and chatted in the night. Halfway through the meal, a familiar voice came from the ring. Brother Xia, I smell you guys enjoying yourself outside. But don't forget there are still two of you who haven't eaten yet. When Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin heard it, they thought, isn't this the voice of a pie? The ring appeared, and Xia Beichen said, don't worry, brother Pie, I'll bring it to you right away. Half of the river fish was still left uneaten, and 2 small jars of rice wine were still unopened. I haven't been to the endless realm yet. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Xia Beichen picked up the plate of river fish and said to Yi Yunxin. Yi Yunxin already knew that he had a spatial domain. So, when she heard that Xia Beichen wanted to take her in to take a look, she immediately agreed. After all, she was also particularly curious about Xia Beichen's space field. The ring slipped off his finger, and then Xia Beichen used his mind to activate the ring to open the teleportation portal. The two people disappeared from the spot in an instant. Wow! Entering the endless realm, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I didn't expect this place to be even more beautiful than Tianxian sect. The spiritual energy is also quite abundant and even purer. Beichen. As he spoke, Yi Yunxin looked towards Xia Beichen. Unexpectedly, she found Xia Beichen standing about 10 feet away from her. What's wrong? At this time, Pixiu came over and saw Xia Beichen motionless, so he asked curiously. Just when Yi Yunxin shook her head and was about to answer that she didn't know, a light suddenly appeared on Xia Beichen's body. The Pixiu suddenly widened their eyes. Yi Yunxin once again looked at Xia Beichen as if he were a monster. Unexpected. Xia Beichen advanced again. Ding. Congratulations to the host on improving his cultivation. Current realm, early stage of the spiritual realm. Since the host has reached a new level, this system offers a special reward, the Nightless Eye. The host can switch modes freely at night to see everything around clearly. Note, this reward does not have the perspective function. The light faded away, and Xia Beichen was overjoyed. His realm was raised again, and he also obtained the Eye of Never Night. The time in the endless realm is also night. The moon has not yet climbed into the sky. The thought of switching to night mode flashed through Xia Beichen's mind. The place that was originally unclear due to the darkness suddenly became visible as if it were daytime. My eyesight is even better than before. He could even see clearly 2 insects that were having a life-related conversation. Although it can't see through, this function is also very powerful. It's the early stage of the spiritual movement realm. After looking at Xia Beichen, Pai said in surprise. Yi Yunxin said with a delighted look on his face, it only took you 2 days to break through from the spiritual martial realm to the current spiritual dynamic realm. This really refreshed my cognition once again. Xia Beichen said, I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be much more abundant than that of the Wanren sect. I didn't even need to meditate to guide the spiritual energy, and I was promoted. That's amazing. Xiu couldn't help but praise. Xia Beichen placed the river fish dish on the stone table, then suddenly struck a stone a few feet away with his palm. Chapter 055, Cutting the Mountain Like Mud. Doubts about the Endless Realm. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone as big as half a floor was smashed into pieces by Xia Beichen's palm. This
The Pishio was surprised when he saw this scene. How could someone at the early stage of the spirit movement realm be able to shatter such a large rock into pieces with just palm power? Even Yi Yunshin couldn't help but say, back then, I still relied on a sword to split such a big stone.
Xia Beichen scratched the back of his head innocently. Really? Could it be because the spiritual energy here is more abundant? Pai said, it's not ruled out, but you are indeed excellent. Yi Yunshin walked up to him and summoned the Xingxuan sword. How about you try using the Xingxuan sword?
Xia Beichen took the Xingxuan sword and was about to swing it at a mountain when he suddenly stopped.
What's wrong? Yi Yunshin asked in confusion. Let's go further away. This place is close to buildings and it will ruin the surrounding environment. It won't be beautiful anymore.
As he spoke, he flew into the air.
Yi Yunshin and Pishio followed. As for the river fish, just leave it here for now. No one else is eating it anyway. The important thing is to watch the fun. Xia Beichen flew for dozens of miles before stopping.
Hovering in the air, Xia Beichen glanced at the Xingxuan sword in his hand. Then he swung a sword at a towering mountain in front of him. Swish! A sword energy with starlight rushed straight towards the mountain.
Boom!
The moment the sword energy struck the mountain, the heaven and earth shook. A burst of gravel flew around with a rustling sound.
Yi Yunshin and Pishio, who were watching the fun, hurriedly added a defensive barrier to themselves.
As for Xia Beichen, not a single grain of gravel hit him, perfectly avoiding him. Pai glanced at the flying debris inside. To possess this power to split mountains and open up the earth, anyone else would probably need to be at the spiritual pill realm to achieve it.
How about I try another one? Xia Beichen gently swung the Xingxuan sword towards Yi Yunshin.
The sword flew out of his hand and flew in front of Yi Yunshin. After reaching out to take it, Yi Yunshin hit it again. Xia Beichen moved his mind, and a sword flew out from the building and flew in front of him. When he held it in his hand, the sword hummed softly. Without saying a word, Xia Beichen chopped towards another mountain. Swish! The sword energy cut across. There was no explosion. But the sword energy came out from the other side of the mountain. Finally, it cut into the next peak of this mountain, cutting off a lot of trees before it was offset.
Yi Yunshin couldn't help but frown. What's going on?
The Pishio opened its eyes wide and looked at the mountain in confusion.
I'll go over and take a look.
After Pai finished speaking, he was about to leave when the mountain actually moved.
It's the upper part that moves.
Immediately afterwards, the upper part slid to one side, and soon there was a loud bang and it collapsed. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The Pai and Shio looked at each other in surprise.
Yi Yunshin flew to Xia Beichen's side.
When the dust settled, several people saw that a deep pit had been smashed into the ground after the collapse.
The top of the remaining half of the mountain was actually a smooth cross-section.
It turned out that the sword energy just now cut through the mountain silently.
No wonder it came out the other side.
This sword's explosive power is not as strong as the Xingxuan sword, so it didn't have the bombardment effect. Yi Yunshin took the sword from Xia Beichen, looked at it and said, however, with your cultivation level, using it to split the mountain in half is quite amazing. Having said that, Yi Yunshin gently swung the sword.
The remaining half of the mountain was split off at an angle.
The sword energy penetrated his body and cut off a section of several mountains in the straight line behind him.
Cutting the mountain into mud?
The strong ones in the cave heaven realm are so terrifying.
This is several times more powerful than Xia Beichen's sword energy just now.
After all, Yi Yunshin's cultivation level is there.
This sword is low-key, not bad.
Pai looked at the sword in Yi Yunshin's hand and couldn't help but praise. Unexpectedly, as soon as it finished praising, the sword made a cracking sound. Yi Yunshin frowned, while Xia Beichen looked a little embarrassed. Sword. It turns out. Cracked. Had this. The Pai was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground with his claws.
No praise.
The Shio completed the words that the Pai had not finished saying.
Yi Yunshin's face flushed, and she couldn't help but blush. That.
I didn't use any force, it just. Hearing her hesitant words, Xia Beichen waved his hands and said, it's okay, it's just too fragile. Besides, there are so many swords we can use, losing one is not a small loss. Yes. The Pishio beside them said in unison, with so many swords, even if one breaks a day, we'll have enough to use for years. Besides, there are other weapons. At this time, the moon had already climbed into the sky. Xiaobeichen greeted, "Now that you have tested your strength, go back and eat some fresh river food," etc. The Pishio then shouted, "I think I found something." Xiaobeichen, Yi Yunxin, and Pai looked at it. "Look!" The Pishio pointed to the location of the mountain that had just been chopped into pieces by Xiaobeichen's Xingxuan sword. A pile of waste rocks comes into view. Yes, in quotation marks. I thought that these waste stones were shining white in the moonlight. Top-grade spirit stone. Pai shouted in surprise, "I didn't expect this mountain to be full of spiritual stones." That mountain too. Is it covered in spirit stones? The Pishio looked at the smooth cross-section that had just been exposed after Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin cut off half of the mountain. It is actually emitting a pure white light. Xiaobeichen closed his eyes and felt the surrounding environment. I suddenly discovered that I had arrived at the edge of the spirit stone mine. The mountain just now is on the edge of the mineral vein. Oh my god. What a spendthrift! With just 3 easy strikes of the sword, several mountains were cut down. Compared to Pishio's shock, Yi Yunxin, who already knew about Xiaobeichen's generosity, was calm at this time and was not shocked. She just asked curiously, "Is there anyone responsible for polishing these spirit stones into shape?" Xiaobeichen scratched the back of his head, "When I'm outside, I can easily take out the spirit stone just by using my mind." Pai said, "I almost forgot, isn't there a cluster of buildings in your space?" Xiaobeichen nodded, "Yeah." Pai pointed in the direction of the building complex. One of the pavilions is filled to the brim with countless top-grade spirit stones. The plaque on it reads the 3 characters Treasure Pavilion. Yi Yunxin asked curiously, "So, these top-grade spirit stones automatically form and are automatically placed in the treasure pavilion?" Xiaobeichen held his chin and frowned as he said, "I also want to know the answer to this question. After all, I only recently obtained this endless realm." "What is that?" "It's flying towards us." Just when everyone was curious, several rays of light suddenly appeared in the mountains. Chapter 056, It can't be said to be similar, it's exactly the same. The light spot came from far away and soon arrived in front of Xiaobeichen and the others. When they saw clearly what was coming, they were stunned and speechless for a moment. Because it turned out to be a group of cute cartoon-like bees. This made Xiaobeichen think that they were an illusion, that they came out of a 3D animation. On the surface, it looks cute and harmless. However, their size is several times larger than that of a wasp, about the size of a goose egg. Are these little guys going to sting us? Seeing the large number of bees coming, Pai couldn't help but shiver. Who was destroying the spirit stone vein just now? The leading bee actually spoke. Become a spirit? Xiaobeichen took a few steps forward and asked, "Who are you?" The bee fluttered its wings, clasped its hands in front of it, and said with considerable authority, "We are the miners of the spirit stone mine and the guardians of the endless realm." Miner, guardian? Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin looked at each other. Then, Xiaobeichen asked, "So, the spirit stones in this space were dug out and polished by you and then stored in the treasure pavilion?" "Who else could it be besides us?" the bee asked. As it spoke, it waved to its companions behind it. The companions behind him changed their formation and formed a circle, surrounding Xiaobeichen and the others. "You destroyed our spirit stone mine. If you don't make some compensation today, you can't leave." The leading bee looked at them seriously and said. That angry look made Xiaobeichen feel like he was in a 3D animation. At this time, another bee came up to the leading bee's ear and whispered a few words. The leading bee nodded, then said to Xiaobeichen, "How did you get in?" Xiaobeichen replied, "He just came in a flash." The bee gave an expression of disbelief. Pai glanced at the aggressive bees around him and said, "Dear bees, the flood has washed away the Dragon King temple. He is the master of this space." The bee next to it whispered a few more words. The leading bee nodded again. "How do you prove that you are the owner of this place?" Xiaobeichen snapped his fingers. Then, with a thought, the bees saw countless lights flying out from the building complex. In the light, there are objects. After a while, everything flew over their heads. The bees stared at these things with wide eyes. Xiaobeichen raised the corner of his mouth, and then his mind moved again. With a wave of his right hand, all these items flew into the building complex. Only the master of this building can mobilize the items in the endless realm. The leading bee murmured, "Could it really be the master?" Ponder for a moment. It said to Yi Yunxin, "Try to see if you can summon the things in the building." Yi Yunxin did not refuse, and his mind moved immediately.
As a result, a long time passed and there was no movement at all. Normally, she uses her mind to mobilize things in the Tianxian sect, but it doesn't work here. For safety reasons, the leading bee looked at the Pai and Xiu and said, "You guys try it too." Pai Zhe put forward a condition: "You can try, but you must not touch the needle in your butt. If it stings my face, how can I survive in the world with my looks?" As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What's more, there are bees flying around on the opposite side. Even the most powerful people and divine beasts are afraid of being stung by bees and losing their temper. If you get stung, not only will it hurt, but it will also cause swelling and a bump. "I won't sting you until I figure things out," the leading bee said arrogantly, "but if you dare to lie to us, we will sting you all into fat pig heads." Okay. The Pai and Xiu successively used their minds to mobilize the items in the building. But they were all like Yi Yunxin, there was no movement. The results are out and the answers are revealed. All the bees looked at Xia Beichen in unison. Seeing this, Xia Beichen simply introduced himself. So, in line with the principle of respecting workers, he clasped his fists towards the swarm of bees and said, "I am Xia Beichen, and yesterday I became the master of this endless realm." "Draw it." The leading bee gave an order to his companions on the side. A bee nodded slightly, and then a rolled-up piece of paper appeared in its hand. Several nearby bees flew over and unfolded the paper with it. When the paper was unfolded, Xia Beichen and the others discovered that it was actually a portrait. However, it is a detailed line drawing without coloring. The leading bee flew over the painting, looked at the portrait, and then looked at Xia Beichen. "It's quite similar." Xia Beichen asked curiously, "What's the full score?" 10 points, the bee replied. "I have to say, they're about 80 or 90% like." Pai said, "I can't say it's similar, it's exactly the same." The Pixiu then asked, "We've done the animal control test and seen the portrait. Shouldn't you believe it?" Etc. The leading bee turned around and looked at Xia Beichen. "Please drop a drop of blood onto the painting." "Does this require a blood test to prove kinship?" Pai was puzzled. Xia Beichen didn't know what these bees were up to, but he still cooperated by taking a drop of blood from his fingertip and dripping it onto the screen. As soon as the blood drop touched the picture, it seeped into it. Then it disappeared. Not a trace of blood. Yi Yun was so amazed by what he saw. Just when Xia Beichen was about to ask the bee why it didn't respond, the scene changed. It automatically colors from the inside out. Soon, the line drawing turned into a color picture. Moreover, it is a lifelike and colorful painting. Looking again at this time, the person in the picture is exactly the same as Xia Beichen. It really is the master. After looking at the painting, the bees all looked towards Xia Beichen. Other people's blood won't react with the portrait. The leading bee said, "So, you are truly the master of the endless realm, and our master as well." As it spoke, it called the other bees to form several rows with it, and then said to Xia Beichen in a neat and respectful manner, "Greetings, master." The Pixiu said in unison, "The misunderstanding has been resolved, everyone is happy." The leading bee scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "I apologize for the offense just now. Master, please forgive me." Xia Beichen smiled heartily, then praised the bees, "You are worthy of being the guardians of the endless realm. Your responsible attitude deserves praise." He mobilized some medicinal herbs that were looted from the forbidden area of Wanren sect. "Wow, it smells so good." Medicinal herbs are also flowers and plants, so the bees can't help but feel refreshed when they smell the fragrance. Xia Beichen said, "These will be planted in the endless realm. When the flowers bloom, you can pick the pollen and nectar to eat. It will be a reward for you." "Thank you, master." The bees thanked him one after another, and then began to arrange for the bees to open up a piece of land and plant these herbs. As for the spirit stone peaks destroyed by Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, the bees returned to the mountains to get reinforcements and gave priority to processing these spirit stone raw materials. The leading bee asked several other bees to carry something. Xia Beichen took a look and found it was actually a book. Chapter 057 "You big bastard, let me go." On the cover of the book were written the words "Encyclopedia of Endless Realm." "Master, this is a book that contains detailed records of the Endless Realm. Please keep it and read it when you have time," the leading bee said to Xia Beichen. "Okay, thank you." Xia Beichen reached out to take the book, flipped through it casually, and found that it contained not only text records, but also pictures. The picture is a detailed and colored painting. It truly has both pictures and text. Xia Beichen was very satisfied with this encyclopedia. Then, Xiao Beichen asked curiously, by the way, do you have a name? The bee shook his head, rolled his eyes, then raised his eyebrows and suggested, how about, Master, help me choose a name? Xiao Beichen held his chin and thought for a moment, then asked, are you a male or a female? Unexpectedly, Yi Yunshin beside him laughed, exquisite.
Xiao Beichen shamelessly explained, if it's a boy, then give him a handsome name like me, Xiao Beichen. If it's a female, give it a beautiful name like Yi Yunshin. Master, in your human terms, I am an unmarried girl among bees.
After hearing this, Xiao Beichen and the others couldn't help but laugh, that's just a young man. He tilted his head slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, how about I call myself Yi Xiaomi? This is good. Yi Yunshin immediately gave a thumbs up. Xiao Beichen curled his lips, of course you think it's good, it's even your last name. If you feel unbalanced, just let it be called Yi Xiaoxia. Yi Yunshin suggested with a smile. Oh, never mind, just call me Yi Xiaomi.
Xiao Beichen put his hand on Yi Yunshin's shoulder and said to be, from now on, Yi Yunshin will be the hostess here.
Thank you, master, thank you, madam. You are the most handsome and beautiful. It really is a bee, its mouth is covered with honey, so sweet. In that case, I'll give you a gift too.
Yi Yunshin smiled and raised his hand, and several white jade bottles appeared in front of them.
This is the spiritual liquid I brought from the Tianxian sect. It was taken from a stalactite in a cave in the sect. Although it's not very useful for humans, it's very useful for flowers, plants, small animals, and the like. So, I'll water your flowers or give it to you to drink. Yi Xiaomi said happily, wow. That's great. Would you like to try it first? Yi Yunshin removed a cork from the bottle, and a drop of spiritual liquid floated out.
Yi Xiaomi flew over and swallowed the drop of spiritual liquid in one gulp.
There was no reaction at first. But after about 3 seconds, you can see a soft light blue glow all over its body. This lasted for a few seconds before the soft blue light dimmed. Ha!
Yi Xiaomi's face was full of surprise, there is a spiritual energy gathering in my body.
Try to attack that tree. Yi Yunshin reminded. Aha! Yi Xiaomi nodded her cute head, then opened her mouth and sprayed a water ball towards a tree not far away. The water ball quickly solidified into an icicle during its flight. The next moment, the icicle sank into the tree trunk.
Yi Xiaomi shouted excitedly, I've become awesome. Yi Yunshin said, after the herbs that Beichen asked you to transplant are grown, you can also improve your strength through pollen or nectar.
Really? Thank you, ma'am.
Yi Xiaomi now has a name and has been tempered with spiritual liquid, and she is smiling with great joy. Hurry up and take the spiritual liquid to share with your friends.
Yi Yunshin ordered. Okay, I'll ask them to move it out right away. We'll have a big dinner tonight.
As Yi Xiaomi said this, she went to find a few strong male bees to carry all the spiritual liquid back. After they flew away, Xiao Beichen and the others returned to the stone table. The result is... Hey, where are the river fish? It was still there when we left. The pie looked left and right, and the show even looked around, but couldn't find it.
Gone?
Even Yi Yunshin felt strange.
Could it be that it was teleported away?
Xiao Beichen shook his head and said, no, Jingmu can't have escaped on its own unless I took it out or used my mind to take it out.
Could it have been stolen by something? Pai guessed. I'll test it with my spiritual sense.
Xiao Beichen closed his eyes and released his consciousness. As the master of the endless realm, here, his spiritual consciousness can explore any place without restriction.
After a while, Xiao Beichen opened his eyes. Yi Yunshin asked curiously, how is it? Did you find anything? Xiao Beichen nodded, then turned and walked gently towards a tree a few feet away.
When they reached the tree, he called Yi Yunshin over.
Yi Yunshin flashed to his side, then followed Xiao Beichen's hand and looked up at the tree.
Suddenly I saw a squirrel sitting leisurely on a tree branch. In its hands, it was holding a crab and chewing it with relish. When Yi Yunshin saw this scene, she couldn't help but look back at Xiao Beichen. She transmitted a message, I didn't expect that I would be snatched away by this guy.
Xiao Beichen replied via voice transmission, squirrels are omnivores.
Seeing such delicious river food lying there with no one to eat it, they came over and grabbed it.
I understand.
At this time, the Pishio also came over and saw the squirrel. They were all surprised. However, at this moment of surprise, the squirrel above stopped moving. Then he looked down.
At this glance, several pairs of eyes met.
The squirrel was stunned at first, then panicked.
He didn't even want the crabs he hadn't finished eating.
As soon as he let go, the crab fell down and hit the pie monster on the head.
Little guy, you can also hit Pie's head. The pie jumped up. The squirrel wanted to run to the tree hole next to it.
As a result, he was not fast enough and was grabbed by the tail by the pie as soon as he reached the entrance of the tree hole.
The squirrel struggled and yelled, "Let me go, you big bastard. It can actually talk like a bee." Yi Yunshin said in surprise, "Could it be that all the animals here can speak?"
The pie had already dragged the squirrel back to the ground.
"Don't bite me, or I'll eat you."
As it said that, it handed the squirrel to Xiaobeichen for disposal.
The squirrel said with disdain, "I wouldn't bite it even if you gave it to me."
Xiaobeichen put it on the table. "Behave yourself, or I'll grill you."
"I'm not tasty at all."
The squirrel waved his hands in panic.
"Why did you steal our river food?" Xiaobeichen asked. "No one will eat it if it's left here." "I thought no one wanted it."
The squirrel replied.
"No, there are still quite a lot left." "Did you eat them all? Even the shells?" Xiaobeichen asked again, "Where is the plate?"
He didn't think the little guy could squeeze a plate that was bigger than the entrance to the tree hole where it lived.
I gave it to other friends."
The squirrel replied truthfully.
"Other squirrels?"
Xiaobeichen curled his lips and said, "You can share it."
The squirrel waved his hands and said, "It's not a squirrel, it's..."
Chapter 058, Drinking Too Much and Messing Around.
"It's a red panda." "Red panda?"
Xiaobeichen frowned slightly.
You don't believe it?"
The squirrel thought he didn't believe it, so he said clearly, "I'll take you to find it."
"Okay." Xiaobeichen agreed.
So the squirrel led them to a valley. The temperature here is relatively low, and walking by the stream brings a cool breeze. It seems that there really are red pandas, because this kind of environment is what they like.
Soon, they came under a tree.
"Here." The squirrel pointed to a branch. When Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunshin looked up, they saw a small animal with its head curled up between its limbs, its front limbs holding its head, and its tail covering its body. This little animal has mainly reddish-brown hair all over its body. It has a small round face, a short muzzle and white markings on its cheeks. The ears are relatively large and stand upright forward.
Moreover, its limbs are short and thick, and its hair is dark brown.
The tail is long and thick, with fluffy hair and multiple red and dark rings.
It really is a red panda.
After seeing its appearance clearly, Xiaobeichen said in surprise.
"This is the first time I've seen this little guy."
Yi Yunshin said, "But she looks quite cute."
Xiaobeichen nodded, "Indeed, it's cuter than instant noodles, ahem, cuter than raccoons." "Do you want to wake it up?"
Pai asked after looking at the red panda.
"Let me do it."
As the squirrel spoke, he climbed up the tree trunk briskly and came to the side of the red panda.
"Red panda, wake up." The squirrel shook the red panda's body.
As a result, the branches began to sway. At the same time, the little panda suddenly woke up and its body tilted to one side reflexively.
"Hey, hey, hey, hey."
Amidst the panicked cries of the two little animals, they fell down the branch. Yi Yunshin smiled and shook his head, then stretched out his hand and released the power of the stars towards them through the air.
Bits of starlight flew towards them and then held them up.
The red panda rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked the squirrel, "Little squirrel, is that you?" The squirrel pointed at Xiaobeichen and the others.
The red panda loosened its front legs and looked over. "Forehead?"
It had the same expression as the squirrel when it saw Xiaobeichen and the others before, and was stunned at first.
"Human?"
Xiaobeichen looked at it. "Yes, humans, plus 2 mythical beasts." The red panda looked at the Pichio and swallowed. It was obvious that it was a little scared. Why are you here?" "They came for the river fish," said the squirrel.
"River fish? I've already eaten them."
The red panda said weakly. Could it be theirs?"
Xiaobeichen was no longer surprised that the red panda could speak human language.
"After all, we have seen talking bees and talking squirrels before."
"You're right."
Xiaobeichen walked forward, reached out and grabbed the red panda's tail and hung it up. "So, where's the plate with the river fish?"
"Plate?"
The red panda pointed to the stream. Xiaobeichen looked in the direction it pointed, and found that the plate of river fish was placed where they had not reached yet. With a thought, Xia Beichen used a telekinetic move and the plate flew back into his hand.
I took a look and found that it was clean. Did you wash it? Xia Beichen asked.
Yeah, the red panda replied, I washed it after I finished eating, thinking I'd put some food in it later.
That is quite exquisite.
Xia Beichen placed it on the tree trunk in front of him. Then he placed the squirrel next to it. The two little animals sat down side by side.
Since you've eaten all the river fish, then.
Xia Beichen had barely finished his words when the red panda and the squirrel trembled and begged, Don't eat us, don't eat us.
Embarrassing.
Xia Beichen suddenly felt a crow flying past his forehead.
Who said we want to eat yours? Didn't you just say you were going to barbecue me?
The squirrel's voice trembled.
I don't want to barbecue now. Xia Beichen shook his head.
Do we have to steam it? The red panda said in horror.
What a great imagination. Xia Beichen patted them lightly on the head.
Don't worry, it's not grilled, steamed, or braised.
I just want to know something, and you must answer everything you know. Then I'll let bygones be bygones.
The red panda and the squirrel looked at each other, then turned around and nodded to Xia Beichen. Well, let's go back to the stone table and sit down and talk.
Xia Beichen withdrew his hand and said to Yi Yunxin, I'm going to ask the waiter for some food.
You and Pixiu take them to wait for me at the stone table.
Yi Yunxin nodded and replied, okay. Xia Beichen disappeared on the spot.
The next moment, he appeared in the guest room where they were staying. After walking out of the room, he went to the restaurant in the front yard to find the waiter. Not long after, he returned to the room with a bamboo basket filled with a lot of vegetables and entered the endless realm again. Yi Yunxin and Pixiu have returned to the stone table with the red panda and the squirrel.
Yi Yunxin placed the two little animals on the table. Foodies, if you haven't eaten enough, come and eat.
Xia Beichen placed the dishes on the table, and the two little animals consciously moved to the side.
Yi Yunxin was already full.
If she ate any more, she would get fat, in her words. So she gave it to the Pixiu and the two little animals.
The red panda rolled his eyes and said, How about some wine? You still drink? Xia Beichen asked in surprise.
The red panda scratched the back of his head, I'll just drink a little bit, mainly suggesting that you drink with her. After hearing this, Yi Yunxin said to Xia Beichen, I think its suggestion is good.
How about drinking one? Since she said she wanted to drink it, Xia Beichen naturally would not refuse.
Anyway, if you drink too much, you can do something chaotic.
Xia Beichen nodded slightly and was about to leave the endless realm again. When he was going back to Yixiangla to get some wine, the little panda called him. I know where the wine is. The red panda pointed in a direction. Xia Beichen looked over there in confusion.
It was a mountain that was not very high. He closed his eyes and felt it with his spiritual sense. Suddenly, they discovered that there was a huge cave inside the mountain.
And the cave turned out to be a wine cellar.
Soon, Xia Beichen discovered the entrance to the wine cellar with his spiritual sense. At the entrance, there is a closed door with a plaque on it with 3 words engraved on it.
Zuaxian cellar. Give me some wine.
Xia Beichen withdrew his spiritual consciousness, and then with a thought, the door of the wine cellar opened automatically. Then, several jars of wine flew out of the wine cellar and finally landed on the stone table. On the wine jar, there was a diamond-shaped red paper with the words Zuixianiang written on it.
It seems that this is the name of the wine.
Before opening the package, everyone could smell the rich aroma of wine.
One for you, one for me, and one for it. Xia Beichen distributed the wine.
There are exactly 6 jars.
If there are not enough left after we finish drinking them, we can move more.
In this way, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin drank, and the 2 little animals and the Pixiu drank and ate.
After 3 rounds of drinking, the Pixiu burped one after another.
As a result, just after they finished burping, something strange happened to their bodies. Chapter 059, Floating in the Air, the Divine Beast Transforms.
What's going on? Both Pai and Xiu looked at the abnormality on their bodies in panic. The red panda and the squirrel started to panic. Is there something wrong with this wine? Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were also puzzled.
They drank it with the 2 little animals and there was nothing unusual.
Could this wine have any side effects on your divine beasts?
Yi Yunxin said in confusion. As she spoke, she used the power of the stars to try to help alleviate the Pixiu's condition.
As a result, it bounced back.
Yi Yunxin hurriedly absorbed the power of the stars and resolved the backlash.
How do you feel now? Xia Beichen asked hurriedly. Pai replied, I feel like I'm floating in the air. What? Xia Beichen was speechless.
Yi Yunqing covered her beautiful face with her hands, but the gaps between her fingers were exposed.
Then she said, could it be that you are going to?
Seeing this, Pai's face was filled with black lines, and he hurriedly explained, it's not what you imagine.
I really am floating in the air.
Xia Beichen said awkwardly, listening to your words is like listening to a speech. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Pai and Xiao really floated up. When they were about 2 meters high, a ray of light appeared on their bodies.
It looks exactly like when a human monk is promoted.
Just when Xia Beichen and the others were puzzled, the light dissipated, revealing 2 people.
A man and a woman.
He looks to be around 30 years old. The man was quite handsome, just a little less handsome than Xia Beichen, but he had a bit of an uncle's temperament. The woman was graceful and had a figure similar to Yi Yunqing's, and she had the charm of a mature woman. Seeing this scene, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqing looked at each other in surprise.
The red panda and the squirrel were surprised. Is this a transformation? That's right. Pai and Xiao have transformed.
Pai is a male, so it transformed into a man. The Pishi is female, so it transformed into a woman. Of course, it's not completely bare. Instead, they all wore a set of bronze-colored clothing. At first glance, it does seem to be related to money, which is more in line with the identity of a Pishio. After a while, the Pishio slowly landed on the ground and turned around.
Congratulations!
Yi Yunqing bowed and said, from now on, you two can appear in front of everyone in human form.
The Pishio nodded and said in unison, this is much more convenient.
After thinking for a while, Yi Yunqing said, if you return to Tianxian sect in the future, you two will become the guardian elders of my Tianxian sect. Pishio did not refuse and agreed on the spot. At this time, Xia Beichen came back to his senses from his surprise and took out the Encyclopedia of Endless Realm. I quickly found the food section in the catalog, saw Zuixianiang, and turned to the corresponding page. After looking at it for a while, Xia Beichen suddenly understood. He handed the book to Yi Yunqing, and Pishio came over and started reading with him.
Xia Beichen said, so this immortal drunken brew has the ability to transform divine beasts into human form.
However, the prerequisite is that the beast is over 3,000 years old. Having said this, he looked at the Pishio, you two, your ages. The Pishio stretched out a palm at the same time.
Xia Beichen asked, 5,000 years old?
The Pishio nodded and explained, our mythical beasts reach adulthood at 3,000 years old, and 5,000 years old is still considered young and strong.
Xia Beichen smiled and said, yes, no one said you were old. Since you have transformed, why don't you choose a name like He Xiaomi?
Yi Yunqing suggested.
Pai said excitedly, great. When traveling around the world, you must have a name.
The Pishio also said, when the time comes, go challenge the club and tell us your name, it will be so cool. After thinking for a while, Xia Beichen gave Pai a name, Brother Pai, why don't you call him Pippi Shrimp?
Pippi Shrimp?
Pai rolled his eyes at him, isn't that seafood?
No, it's better to call it Pai Xia.
Xia Beichen immediately gave him a thumbs up.
It's good to be naughty.
That way, Sister Pishio will say very happy. Pishio was speechless to him. Xia Beichen restrained his frivolousness, looked at the night sky seriously, and then said, how about traveling under the stars?
Yi Yunqing tried to read it again, Elder Pixing, Elder Daiwei? How is it? Xia Beichen asked. That's right.
Pishio replied. And so, Pishio agreed to the name. Pai said to Xiao in a serious manner, next time, when we go to challenge the champion, when you and I sign up, say, I have been here day and night, you scoundrels, why don't you surrender immediately? Pishio put one hand on his waist and responded, okay.
We want a name too.
At this time, the red panda and the squirrel raised their hands and asked Xia Beichen to give them a name. Xia Beichen pointed at the squirrel and said, just call me Xiaosong. As for the red panda, if it were a raccoon, Xia Beichen would call it instant noodles without hesitation. Before Xia Beichen could think it through, it volunteered, I'm so cute, how about I be called Xiaoku? Hey! Xia Beichen patted its little head gently, little guy, you're quite narcissistic. Okay, then I'll call you Shioka. Okay. The red panda happily accepted the name given to him. After taking a look at the Encyclopedia of Endless Realm in his hand, the red panda and the squirrel seemed to understand Xia Beichen's identity.
Then you must be the master of our endless realm?
That's right.
From now on we will call you master. As they spoke, they looked at Yi Yunshin. Who is this beautiful sister? Madam. Xia Beichen introduced. The two little guys immediately shouted respectfully, "Greetings, madam." Yi Yunshin blushed slightly with shyness, but did not refuse the title. From now on, you can help take care of those buildings. You can find other friends to join you. Just like she did with the bees before, she took out a white jade bottle filled with spiritual liquid. This is the spiritual liquid that can help you advance to the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. It requires a certain level of cultivation. I'm giving it to you. The red panda and the squirrel shouted excitedly, "Thank you, ma'am." Yi Yunshin smiled and said, "Don't thank me so quickly. Your master still has something to ask you." Aha! They nodded, took the white jade bottle, and looked at Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen asked them to continue eating and drinking, and chat while eating and drinking. "Xiaoko, Xiaosong, don't you have any other kind of people?" Xia Beichen asked. "No." The red panda scratched the back of his head and said, "I don't think I was originally from here, but I have forgotten where I came from." The squirrel replied, "Me too. I haven't seen any other squirrels here yet." "Then do you remember how many years you have been here?" The red panda and the squirrel thought for a moment, then said in unison, 10 years. 10 years? Yes, we have been like this for the past 10 years. We have neither grown up nor aged. Then who created this endless realm? Yes. Chapter 060, whether you are a good talker or not, you will know after trying it. To be honest, we don't know either. After hearing their answers, Xia Beichen was stunned. No impression at all? The squirrel replied, "I was once chased by a wild beast. When I was trying to escape, I fell off a cliff. When I woke up, I found myself here." As it spoke, it raised two fingers and said, "You two are the first humans I have seen since I came here." The red panda curled his lips and said, "At least you still remember what happened before you came here." "I don't remember anything at all." The squirrel continued, "You may not know this, but before we came here we couldn't speak human language, but after we got here, we actually learned how to speak it." The red panda nodded and said, "Yes." Strangely enough, we are not like the two divine beast elders, Pixing and Daiwei, who can speak human language after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Xia Beichen guessed, "So, it must be the person who brought you here who somehow made you speak human language." Yi Yin pondered for a moment, then said, "Perhaps, that person wants the owner of this place to communicate with you smoothly." The red panda and the squirrel nodded slightly. "We can't rule out this possibility." Xia Beichen looked at the squirrel at this time. "So, do you remember where you came from?" "I can't remember clearly," said the squirrel regretfully. "They don't look like they're lying." "Never mind. Who created the endless realm? Where did they come from, and how did they get here?" "I believe we will know these questions one day." Regarding the endless realm, Xia Beichen also checked the existing information in the system, but unfortunately he did not find anything relevant. The information is not as complete as that in the Encyclopedia of Endless Realm. After thinking about it, Xia Beichen changed the question. "What small animals do you like to interact with?" "The bees." "No more?" This surprised Xia Beichen a little. Because the environment here is so good, it should not be a problem to form multiple ecosystems. The red panda said, "Anyway, we haven't found any other small animals within our reach. Maybe there are some far-away places." Xia Beichen glanced at the distinct mountain silhouettes in the distance and said, "Looks like I'll have to go explore someday." "Then please come on us when the time comes," requested the red panda. "Okay." Xia Beichen did not refuse. As time went by, everyone finished their food and drank almost all the wine. Xia Beichen stood up, looked at the buildings not far away and said, "Yunxian, let's stay here tonight." "Okay." Yi Yunshin agreed immediately. Burp. The red panda and the squirrel burped. "Master, madam, we are both quite full. We won't disturb you from resting. Let's go for a walk to digest the food." "We're going too." The Pisho exchanged glances and said, "We've just transformed into human form, so we need to get familiar with the place." It was obvious that no one wanted to disturb Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin. Then, Pisho let the two little guys climb onto their shoulders and took them for a ride. Yo-hoo! The red panda and the squirrel were so happy that they shouted into the wind. After a while, the two divine beasts took the two little animals away. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin came to the main hall of the building complex.
The main hall has 2 floors and is inscribed with Beichen Pavilion.
It seems that it is named after you,
Yi Yunxin said to Xia Beichen while looking at the plaque.
It seems so.
As Xia Beichen spoke, he took out the Encyclopedia of Endless Realm again.
Found the Beichen Pavilion in the architecture section. The first floor is the hall and the second floor is the rooms.
Behind it, there is a 1-story house built against the mountain, named
Rongshuiju.
It means lotus emerging from water.
Inside, there is a hot spring pool.
As for some of Xia Beichen's things, they were stored in the pavilion of all things,
including the things from the 7-story building that were looted from the Wanrun sect's forbidden area. Beichen, let's go take a hot spring bath?
Yi Yunxin, who was looking at the information at the side, suggested after seeing Rongshuiju.
As you wish.
After putting away the Encyclopedia of Endless Realm, he brought Yi Yunxin to Rongshuiju. Looking at the hot spring, Xia Beichen couldn't help but say, I remembered what happened in the cave the day before yesterday.
Yi Yunxin blushed immediately.
Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and said slyly, the day before yesterday, you forced yourself on me, and today, he.
Laughter rang out, and the next moment, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but scream. Bad guy, who did you learn how to strip so fast? Of course it's with my majesty the Empress. Loquacious. If you're not a good talker, why not try it and find out? Forehead.
Then, the sound of splashing into the water was heard.
Yun Xin. After entering the water, Xia Beichen asked with concern, are you still in pain from last night?
Yi Yunxin looked at him and replied softly, that's the second time, so of course it doesn't hurt. No wonder people say 1 is painful, 2 is tight, and 3 is comfortable.
What a twisted theory.
After a quarrel, the 2 men started fighting.
When everything returns to tranquility. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin have returned to the room on the 2nd floor of Beichen Pavilion. The quiet night made them fall asleep quickly.
When they woke up again, they found that the sun had risen and a meter of sunlight was pouring in through the window. After getting up, the 2 of them went to the stream to wash their faces energetically.
Pisho Zetian started meditating by the stream at dawn.
When she saw Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin coming to wash their faces, she ended her meditation. Pixing smiled and said, you 2 look so good, I guess you had a great time last night. Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and asked, you guys seem quite energetic.
Could it be that you were making a little pisho last night? That's it. Pixing admitted boldly.
Yu, on the other hand, became a little shy. Yi Yunxin hurriedly changed the subject, 2 elders, we are going to a place today, and we may need your help. Pixing Yu said nothing and nodded, just give me your orders. After both parties said goodbye, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin left the Endless Realm with the basket of vegetables they brought in last night and returned to the guest room of Yishang Tower. After packing up, they left the room and went downstairs to the restaurant in the front yard. After ordering 2 bowls of noodles, the 2 sat down in a corner. After they sat down and were about to start eating, they heard someone talking about something.
What a big change! What big change?
I'm afraid things are going to change in Xinghe County.
Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense.
Hey, can you leave me some suspense?
Cannot.
Okay, give me 2 pounds of jerky first, then I'll talk. At this moment, Xia Beichen, his curiosity piqued, said to the waiter, waiter, bring 5 pounds of meat to this guest's table.
Chapter 061 Willing to obey orders and serve as a dog or horse. The waiter's voice came at the right moment, okay.
The guests at that table immediately turned around and looked at Xia Beichen. Her eyes met Xia Beichen's. Immediately, the guests at that table stood up and bowed to Xia Beichen, thank you, brother. Then, the man who had been keeping the secret just now also called out to the waiter, waiter, bring me some jars of wine.
Okay. The waiter responded happily and went to prepare. The man, who was keeping the secret, asked, would you 2 be so kind as to move to our table? Xia Beichen walked over with the noodles, and Yi Yunxin followed.
In the end, Xia Beichen sat next to the man, and Yi Yunxin sat next to a woman, next to Xia Beichen. There were 4 people on the other side, 2 men and 2 women, all young people, and their cultivation level was similar to Xia Beichen's.
My name is Song Ming. May I know your name? The man just asked. My surname is Xia, and my courtesy name is Beichen. Xia Beichen replied. Then this person must be Brother Xiao's confidant, right?
The man looked at Yi Yunxin.
My name is Yi Xinchen. After thinking of a name, Yi Yun answered himself. Meet Miss Yi.
Lin Ming then introduced the woman sitting on the other side of Yi Yunxin. This is my second junior sister, Qi Xian. Next to her is third junior sister, Liang Cheng.
The remaining one is my junior fellow apprentice, Chen Yun.
I didn't expect that their names all have the character for next to them, which means brightness. The Song, Qi, Liang and Chen dynasties reminded Xiaobeichen of the four dynasties of the southern dynasties. After the few people introduced themselves and greeted each other one by one, the waiter came up with meat and wine. After toasting each other, Xiaobeichen asked, by the way, can you tell me about the secret that Brother Song just kept?
Ha, no problem. Song Ming said, I just learned the news this morning.
As he spoke, he looked around.
After making sure no one was paying attention, he said, wasn't the Qinglan sect besieged by a group of independent cultivators yesterday?
Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but the Qinglan sect suffered more, so they surrendered.
Drop?
Xiaobeichen was not surprised, but his junior brothers and sisters were. Song Ming nodded and said, yes, from now on, the Qinglan sect is willing to obey the orders of the Lord of the Bounty Order and serve as a slave. Hearing this, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin looked at each other. However, both of them looked relatively calm.
But I was happy in my heart. Because another problem has been solved. Who is the person behind the bounty order? Junior brother Chen Yun asked curiously. Who knows?
Even those who have accepted the bounty mission don't know.
This is the rule. Song Ming said. That's right. Chen Yun nodded.
Qi Xian also asked, although the Qinglan sect is the weakest among the major sects, how could it be that it can't even control a group of independent cultivators? Song Ming waved his hand and said, because many of the independent cultivators have gone to the spirit refining realm, and the Qinglan sect only has sect master Lu Yuding who is at the spirit refining realm, so naturally they can't withstand it.
Xiaobeichen also joined the topic in a proper manner. It seems that Qinglan sect has offended someone?
Song Ming said, to offer such a reward, the person behind this must be quite extraordinary, either rich or noble.
Junior apprentice brother Chen Yun said, it seems the bounty is quite high. If we had known earlier, we would have taken advantage of it, huh? Liang Qing laughed and said, with our level of cultivation, let's just forget it. We'll just be sending ourselves to death if we go.
Among the four people, Song Ming, the senior brother, has the highest cultivation level, which is the early stage of Lingdan realm. The remaining Qi Xian, Liang Chang and Xiaobeichen are all in the early stage of the Lingdong realm. As for their junior brother Chen Yun, his level was even lower, reaching the great perfection of the spirit gathering realm.
Don't underestimate yourself. Having a low level of cultivation has its advantages. You might be able to find something special. Xiaobeichen smiled and then asked, by the way, Brother Song, what sect are you from?
Brother Xia, we have no sect or school, and our master is a wandering cultivator, so there are only 5 of us, including our master. Song Ming stretched out his palm and spread out his 5 fingers. This time I went down the mountain because my master asked me to take 3 junior sisters and brothers on a trip.
Xiaobeichen nodded slightly, very good, free and unrestrained. No.
Song Ming waved his hand and said, I think Brother Xia and Miss Yi are the ones who are free and unrestrained, like a couple from heaven, so enviable.
Brother Song, you're too kind.
The 6 of them chatted like this, and after half an hour, they were full and satisfied.
Looking at the time, it's time to leave.
Song Ming stood up with his fellow apprentice sisters and brothers. The road ahead is long, Brother Xia, Miss Yi, we'll meet again later.
Don't worry.
Xiaobeichen did not rush to say goodbye to him, but took out a few white medicine bottles from the endless realm. Among them was the heart-nourishing pill that he had made himself, but it was only of the 1st grade. In addition, there are some 2nd grade and 3rd grade elixirs brought from the Wanrun sect. Since we have met, it is also fate, so take these pills, I believe they will be helpful to you. Upon hearing this, Song Ming quickly waved his hands and said, no, Brother Xia, we can't afford such a valuable item. Yi Yunxin smiled softly and said, just take it.
He doesn't need any pills. Could it be that Brother Xia is an alchemist?
Song Ming cast a surprised look at him.
Xiaobeichen smiled but said nothing.
Seeing this, Song Ming cupped his hands and said, since that's the case, we won't be polite.
Thank you, Brother Xia, for your kindness.
As he said this, he asked his junior sisters and brothers to accept the pills. Then he asked Qi Xian to take out 2 things and hand them to Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin. The 2 of them took a look and found that they were paper cranes.
Qi Xian introduced, this is 1,000 paper cranes we specially made for detecting enemies or tracking targets.
All you need to do is transmit spiritual energy and describe the target's characteristics in your mind.
Whether the target is close at hand or 50 miles away, it won't be a problem. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin's eyes lit up. Then he didn't bother to be polite with them.
After saying thank you, he accepted this gift, which was undoubtedly a very generous one. In this way, the two sides exchanged gifts and then said goodbye formally.
Song Ming led the three of them north, while Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin headed south.
After leaving Qinghe County, the two people's flying speed was neither fast nor slow.
Yunxin, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to find a place first? Xia Beichen glanced at Yi Yunxin.
Yi Yunxin glanced back at him. I feel like you have something to deal with first.
Looks like I can't hide it from you, hee hee.
Xia Beichen pointed ahead and decided to go 100 miles outside Qinghe County first.
Good.
So the two of them quickened their pace and soon arrived at a pavilion 100 miles away. As soon as I landed, a pigeon flew over. After Xia Beichen caught the pigeon, he saw a small bamboo tube tied to its leg. After untying the rope and taking out the small bamboo tube, Xia Beichen let the pigeon fly away.
Yi Yunxin asked curiously, did someone send you a letter via carrier pigeon? Hee hee.
Xia Beichen smiled and unscrewed the small bamboo lid, took out the note inside and unfolded it. Chapter 062 The Return of the Peerless Sect Leader. The note was not big, with only a few words. Lord, the matter has been settled. See you at Shanting at 1 o'clock in the morning.
This is what was written on the note.
Yi Yunxin had already understood that this was a carrier pigeon message from one of the wandering cultivators who participated in the siege of Qinglan sect.
I looked at the system time and it was exactly 9 p.m. That is 9 a.m. in the 24-hour clock. There are still 15 minutes until the agreed time.
After Xia Beichen destroyed the note, he and Yi Yunxin walked into the pavilion to wait.
Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the grass is green and endless.
A chanting is a pavilion located on the roadside outside the city. It is a convenient place for passers-by to rest, and it is also a place for people to say goodbye. After sitting down, Xia Beichen took out a mask. He bought this mask on the street before leaving the city. After all, the true identity of the person behind the bounty order cannot be seen by them. To avoid complications in the future, Xia Beichen's previous bounty order was issued in the black market of Qinghe County, and the bounty has been entrusted to the black market. As for the handling fee, I have also paid it. In the bounty order, Xia Beichen clearly stated two directions: the Qinglan sect must either be destroyed or surrender. There is no third way. If you are killed, you don't have to hand it over to him. You can go to the black market and collect the bounty according to the registered name. If they surrender, Xia Beichen will come to take over in person. After that, they will go to the black market to collect the reward. When you are in the underworld, you have to rely on integrity to survive. The black market has its own rules. However, the black market has its own rules, and it's hard to say what will happen to those who participate in the mission. There are many upright gentlemen among them, but there are also many villains. Therefore, for safety reasons, Xia Beichen asked Yi Yunxin to accompany him with the cultivation level of the great perfection of the spirit refining realm, and wore a veil as before. However, today's veil is not white, but the same color as her clothes. The purpose of not revealing one's true identity is to avoid exposing one's identity during the handover later. Especially Yi Yunxin, he needs help to calm down any person with malicious intentions. Otherwise, a commander with low cultivation like Xia Beichen might become their second target. The reason why Yi Yunxin hid her cultivation level to the great perfection of the spirit refining realm instead of the cave heaven realm was also to avoid revealing her true identity. After the decline of the Go family, the extermination of the Wanren sect, and the purge of the Xianqing sect, I'm afraid the news of her advancement to the cave heaven realm has been leaked. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to keep a low profile. You know, although there is not only one cave heaven realm cultivator active in the martial arts world, there are only a handful of them. As for those who hide from the world, we can't do anything about them. Time passes slowly. Everything is ready. Just wait for them to arrive. 1/4 of the sea hour. A group of people appeared in the sight of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. Leading the group was a man in the late stage of the spirit refining realm, and behind him followed several men and women in uniform. Before they came closer, Yi Yunxin said, "Those people in uniform, walking in front and carrying things, are the leader of Qinglan sect Liu Yuding." Xia Beichen looked at Liu Yuding, who had a cool appearance, pretty face, and an S-shaped, well-proportioned figure. Like Yi Yunxin, she is also considered a stunning beauty.
However, there seemed to be some dissatisfaction between his brows.
The two women behind her, the one on the left is her senior sister, the one on the right is her junior sister, and the two men are her senior uncles. Yi Yunxin continued to introduce them. They are the four most senior elders in the Qinglan sect.
Xia Beichen nodded slightly. I understand. After a while, the group arrived at the pavilion. Which of you is the owner of the bounty order? The man in the late stage of the spirit refining realm asked with a bow. Yi Yunxin took a step back and stood behind Xia Beichen.
In this way, the positions of the two people are clearly distinguished. Xia Beichen followed the rules and took out the master's certificate given to him by the black market and threw it to the man. After the man caught it, he and several of his companions checked it. After confirming that it was genuine, he bowed to Xia Beichen again and said, "Greetings, Lord." Xia Beichen walked out of the pavilion. "Thank you for your hard work." The independent cultivators who received the bounty orders replied in unison, "Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters." Then, the leading man said, "Master, Qinglan sect's leader, Lu Yuding, has led his four elders and brought the sect leader's seal to surrender." Different sects have different items that symbolize the identity of their leaders. The Qinglan sect's seal is the sect leader's seal, which is a bit like the ancient Chinese jade seal. The Xianqing sect's was a dark green jade token. As for the Tianxian sect, it is the Xingxuan sword that Yi Yunxin is using now. The Xingxuan sword is the identity symbol of the leader of the Tianxian sect. If the sect leader unfortunately dies outside, the Xingxuan sword will turn into starlight and fly back to the Tianxian sect to pass on the power to the next sect leader. So far, no one has succeeded in intercepting it, because anyone who tries to intercept it will either die or be disabled. Looking up at Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin standing behind him, Lu Yuding had some thoughts. She never expected that the person behind the siege of their Qinglan sect was actually a cultivator in the early stage of the Lingdong realm, not the woman behind him. Could it be that this man has something extraordinary about him? Just as she was muttering to herself, Xia Beichen had already walked in front of her. "Master Lu, are you truly willing to surrender?" Facing Xia Beichen's question, Lu Yuding frowned slightly. Xia Beichen put his hands behind his back and said with a serious expression, "Hesitated? Then you're not sincere." Biting her thin lip, Lu Yuding said, "Master, as long as you promise not to massacre my sect's disciples, I will sincerely surrender." "How many disciples are left in Qinglan sect now?" Xia Beichen asked. "Less than 500. Lu Yuding replied. "Less than 500, not much better than Xianqing sect. Can you guarantee that they all surrender sincerely?" Xia Beichen asked again. Lu Yuding replied, "If anyone has second thoughts, I will kill them myself." "You said it." Xia Beichen said solemnly, "I promise you." "Thank you, Lord." Lu Yuding immediately knelt on one knee in front of him and raised the tray covered with a red cloth. From the words of the man in the late stage of the spirit refining realm just now, Xia Beichen knew that the seal of the sect leader was placed on the tray. Reaching out to remove the red cloth, Xia Beichen saw that there was indeed a fist-sized seal made of pure gold on the tray. The Qinglan sect's logo was engraved on it. I picked it up and found that the seal was full of spiritual energy. Taking a look at the bottom, I saw the 6 characters seal of the Qinglan sect master engraved in positive relief. Nodding with satisfaction, Xia Beichen put the sect leader's seal back on the tray. "Since you have sincerely surrendered, you may continue to take on the position of sect leader." When Lu Yuding heard this, she looked up at Xia Beichen in surprise. "You?" Xia Beichen said, "I'm not interested in the position of leader of your Qinglan sect, but you can make the decisions on small matters in the future. You must discuss big matters with me, and I'll make the final decision." Coming back to her senses, Lu Yuding replied, "Yes. To show your loyalty, take this pill." Xia Beichen took out 5 pills and said, "If you betray me one day, it will make you." Chapter 063 Stay with him, go and return. Xia Beichen paused when he reached the crucial point. After a brief pause, he continued, "Your intestines and stomachs are ruptured. Even an immortal can't save you." When Lu Yuding and the 4 elders heard this, they couldn't help but tremble. After walking for a while, the 4 elders looked at Lu Yuding hesitantly. Metropolitan. Lu Yuding bit her thin lips again, seeming to be hesitating. But she quickly reached out, took the white jade bottle, poured herself a pill, and put it in her mouth without saying a word. "Melts in your mouth." Xia Beichen clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Very good." Seeing this, her 2 sisters and 2 uncles no longer hesitated and each took 1 pill. As they took the pills, Xia Beichen looked at those wandering cultivators.
Everyone, this mission is successfully completed. You can now go to the black market to collect the bounty. Thank you, Lord. The wandering cultivators bowed to him, said goodbye and left. Everything is normal. There are only 5 people left, including Lu Yuding. Xiaobeichen said, you guys should go back too. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuding said to the 4 elders, 2 sisters, and 2 uncles, you go back first and stabilize the disciples of the sect. Then, she looked at her uncle master and handed him the sect master's seal. Second uncle master, you will be in charge of the sect affairs for the time being. Upon hearing this, the 4 elders hurriedly asked in unison, Master, what about you? Lu Yuding did not answer their questions directly. Instead, she looked at Xiaobeichen and said to him, I want to stay with the Lord. Xiaobeichen was stunned. I don't know what she is planning. However, he still asked, Sect Master Lu, are you looking for an opportunity to get rid of me? Lu Yuding was also straightforward and said frankly, to be honest, when I first met you, I did have this thought. Because the person who brought shame upon my Qinglan sect today was only a cultivator in the early stage of the spirit movement realm. Xiaobeichen glanced at her and said, so, you're not convinced, right? I don't accept it. I won't accept it either. Lu Yuding let go of her hand, looked at him stubbornly, and said, your expression before was full of dissatisfaction. Xiaobeichen curled his lips and continued, so, for the sake of your Qinglan sect's survival, you should get used to this dissatisfaction and even turn it into loyalty. Lu Yuding shrugged her shoulders but didn't respond. After all, the shame she suffered today was due to her lack of strength, which gave others the opportunity to take advantage of her. Therefore, she also had some hatred in her heart for her own incompetence. Xiaobeichen asked, are you really not going back? Lu Yuding shook her head. Then Xiaobeichen looked at Yi Yunxin, you should ask her if you can stay. Lu Yuding raised her eyes and looked at Yi Yunxin. With her face covered by a veil, only her eyes could be seen clearly. Her eyes were bright and revealed the majesty of a superior. This is? Lu Yuding asked in confusion. Yi Yunxin did not answer her question, but returned to the question Xiaobeichen and Lu Yuding had asked earlier, since Sect Master Lu wants to stay, then let him stay. Forehead? This almost made Xiaobeichen unable to react. He thought Yi Yunxin would definitely refuse, but unexpectedly, she agreed. He quickly sent a voice message and asked, Yun Xin, why did you let her stay? Didn't you say before that you wanted to take all the female sect leaders into your lap? Yi Yunxin asked in return, now that you've easily taken down her sect, she's actively asking to stay. Isn't that just right? Weren't you just kidding? Xiaobeichen replied speechlessly. Take it easy. Yi Yunxin said with a smile, although the Qinglan sect cannot compare to the Wanren sect and the Shenqing sect, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Keeping her by my side can also play a monitoring role and prevent the Qinglan sect from making trouble. This. Xiaobeichen hesitated. Don't hesitate, just agree to her. If anything happens, I'm here. I don't believe I can't calm her down. Yi Yunxin said confidently. Okay. Xiaobeichen no longer hesitated. It seems that Yi Yunxin wants to take Lu Yuding as a hostage. After all, the Qinglan sect is not like the Shenqing sect, which is doing this because it owes favors to others. A sect that was directly defeated might rebound one day. Just when Xiaobeichen was about to agree with Lu Yuding, Yi Yunxin's words came. What kind of elixir did you give them? Could it really make their intestines burst open when they betrayed you? Xiaobeichen denied it, no. I haven't refined the poison yet. I haven't seen any elixirs with this kind of effect from what I looted from the Wanren sect. What is that? Yi Yun was curious. Ahem, it's just an ordinary healing pill. Xiaobeichen replied seriously. This, you're amazing. You can bluff people and make them look so real. Yi Yunxin reminded her, okay, just agree to her. Afterwards, Xiaobeichen ended the voice transmission with her and said to Lu Yuding, since she has no objection, then you can stay. Lu Yuding nodded and said, yeah. Metropolitan. The 4 elders called her. She turned around and said, you guys go back. Seeing that she was determined to stay with Xiaobeichen, the 4 elders said no more. After saying goodbye to them, I left. Uncle Master, Senior Sister, what do you think? Could it be that the sect master fell in love with her at first sight? Lu Yuding's junior sister scratched her head in confusion. Why didn't you ask the sect leader just now? Senior sister said with a smile. How dare I ask? The junior sister replied weakly. Don't speculate.
Third uncle said, the sect master must have her reasons for staying.
Only time will tell.
At this time, the second uncle master said, I don't know why the Qinglan sect was targeted by that man.
Has our sect made enemies with others recently?
Third uncle frowned slightly.
Making a grudge?
Second uncle frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide.
Could it be? The four people exclaimed at the same time. After a while, second uncle took a deep breath.
It's all my fault for not advising the sect master well. I allowed her to be bewitched by your fifth uncle and become grudges against that man. Now, your fifth uncle has passed away, and the Qinglan sect has also suffered a major change.
Second uncle, fifth uncle, asked the two nephews. Aha! Second uncle looked into the distance, nodded slightly, and felt infinite emotion in his heart.
Beside the long pavilion.
Lu Yuting hesitated for a moment, then asked, Can you tell me your true identity? Xia Beichen didn't answer but asked, What's the reason?
Lu Yuting said, I want to know who defeated my Qinglan sect.
It's okay to tell you.
Just as Xia Beichen was about to speak, a group of people suddenly came from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that half of those wandering cultivators had gone and returned.
Chapter 064. It's okay, my waist is fine. Why are they back? Xia Beichen frowned slightly.
I'm afraid his motives are impure.
Lu Yuting guessed. We're going to fight again. Yi Yunxin stretched his muscles.
Soon, the person who had left and returned came to them.
There are 10 people in total. 5 spirit refining realms, 3 spirit sea realms, and 2 spirit origin realms. I wonder what brings you back, brothers? Xia Beichen looked at them and asked.
The leader is still the man in the late stage of the spirit refining realm. He only replied, I want to greet the Lord, and of course these 2 girls.
Oh? Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you greeting me with the sword in your hand? My lord, you are absolutely right.
The other party replied.
Xia Beichen pointed at Yi Yunxin beside him and said, Can you beat her?
The other party said disdainfully, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands.
We are 5 people in the spirit refining realm, can't we defeat 2 people in the spirit refining realm? Lu Yuting is also in the spirit refining realm, and is in the early stage of the spirit refining realm.
Therefore, Xia Beichen's side currently has 2 people in the spirit refining realm. However, the other party said to Lu Yuting, Sect Master Lu, how about joining forces with us to kill these 2 people? He raised his sword and pointed at Xia Beichen, this man is very wealthy. Take away as much of his wealth as possible. This way, your Qinglan sect can be revived and perhaps even become a giant like the Tianxin sect.
Lu Yuting said, Your suggestion is good. But...
Before he finished speaking, a shadow flew towards the other party. The next moment, with a swish, a casual cultivator in the spiritual sea realm suddenly stopped. When everyone reacted, the wandering cultivator in the spiritual sea realm fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuting slashed the neck of this wandering cultivator from the spiritual sea realm with just one sword. This made Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin feel a little surprised. Kill decisively and without dragging your feet. Lu Yuting just stopped and said, Have you forgotten that you just crippled my Qinglan sect yesterday? You! The leading man was furious. If you don't want the chance I gave you, I'm going to torture you.
Come on.
Although the opponent's cultivation level was 2 levels higher than hers, Lu Yuting was still not at all inferior to him.
Sect Master Lu, didn't you want to know our identities just now?
At this time, Yi Yunxin took 2 steps forward, now I will let you know my identity. After saying this, he took off the veil in front of him and restored his true face.
But the first person to be surprised was not Lu Yuting.
But they were the 5 spirit refining realm cultivators among the remaining 9 wandering cultivators on the opposite side. Seeing the surprise on the faces of his fellow spirit refining realm cultivators, one of the spiritual origin realm cultivators asked curiously, Who is this woman?
Yi Yunxin. A companion in the early stage of the spirit refining realm answered his question. Yi Yunxin? The legendary Beixian Empress, leader of the Tianxian sect? The 2 Lingyuan realm cultivators opened their mouths wide in surprise. After the leading man came to his senses, he said, Isn't it rumored that you were defeated by the combined forces of several major sects? You, how come you are here? The casual cultivator in the early stage of the spirit refining realm continued, So, you want to destroy the Qinglan sect in order to combat the alliance between the major sects? Don't you think your questions are a bit too much?
Yi Yunxin unceremoniously released the starlight binding towards the 5 wandering cultivators in the spirit refining realm. In an instant, they were enveloped in a light cage. Instead of going to the black market to collect your bounty, you're thinking of coming back to rob the Lord. Today, I'll make sure you lose both your money and your life. As soon as Yi Yunxin finished speaking, he no longer hid his cultivation.
Dongtian realm?
Except for Xia Beichen, everyone including Lu Yuting exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yuting bit her thin lips tightly. She never expected that the gap between herself and Yi Yunxin was so huge. I had listened to my fifth uncle's advice and chosen to unite with the Feng Xinzi, Wanrun, and Xianqing sects of the Tianxin sect.
Now it seems like a fantasy. The destruction of the Wanrun sect is a bloody example.
Yi Yunxin made a closing gesture, and the light curtain cage quickly closed in the middle. The 5 wandering cultivators in the spirit refining realm were unable to move, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. I can only watch helplessly as the light curtain cage gets smaller and smaller. Finally, a few screams were heard.
They were like 5 little ants and were easily crushed to death by Yi Yunxin. Not a single drop left. How do the resources of independent cultivators compare with those of sects?
Therefore, his special skills are limited. If the 5 people in the spirit refining realm from a certain sect were put together, Yi Yunxin might not be able to kill them all with one move. In just one encounter, 6 people were lost. There are 4 people left. 2 Linghai realms, 2 Lingyuan realms.
Right now. They were shaking all over.
I feel like crying but have no tears. A casual cultivator in the spiritual origin realm knelt down with a plop. I have failed to recognize the great man.
I beg Sect Master Yi to spare my life.
Yi Yunxin retracted the Xingxuan sword. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxin said, Sect Master Lu, I have already dealt with the 5 with the highest cultivation levels.
The rest are left to you. Don't worry, no one will be left behind.
Lu Yuting curled her lips and rushed over with the sword in hand.
The Lingyuan realm cultivator kneeling on the ground was the first to be hit. His expression was still as if he was letting out a sigh of relief, and then he fell to the side and died. The remaining 3 people turned around and ran away.
Unexpectedly, a mountain-shaped stone wall suddenly rose up in front of them. This is the Qinglan sect's signature skill, Mountain Mist, which is used to cut off the enemy's retreat, or the caster can use it to defend against enemy attacks. Seeing that their retreat was blocked, the 3 of them trembled all over. He turned around and knelt down to beg Grandma to tell Grandma about his crime.
He.
Lu Yuting smiled contemptuously, then said coldly, when you left and came back, you should have thought about the consequences.
Land.
The 3 men wanted to beg for mercy, but after only saying one word, their heads and bodies were separated. 3 heads fell to the ground with one sword. Then she unleashed a fire that burned their bodies. The trouble was solved without Xia Beichen having to do anything.
The time spent lying down is so relaxing.
Xia Beichen even stretched himself, twisting his buttocks left and right. For a moment, she was extremely coquettish.
Okay, stop twisting it, or it'll break.
Yi Yunxin rolled his eyes at him.
It's okay, my waist is fine.
Xia Beichen said with a thick skin like a city wall. When Yi Yunxin heard this, she wanted to pinch his waist, but he avoided it perfectly.
That. Lu Yuting, who was standing by, put away her sword and asked Xia Beichen curiously, I wonder what your identity is.
Since Yi Yunxin has revealed his identity, there is no need for him to wear a mask.
So Xia Beichen took off his mask and said, just a nobody. Lu Yuting said, I don't believe it.
After all, even the leader of Tianxian sect and the queen of Beixian, Yi Yunxin, were willing to stand behind him.
This is something we have never seen before.
Xia Beichen simply took out his ID card. When Lu Yuting saw it, she was surprised again.
You are actually an outer disciple of Tianxian sect? Is there anything wrong?
Xia Beichen asked back.
Chapter 065 I make a choice first. No. There's nothing wrong. Lu Yuting returned the ID card to Xia Beichen. So, are you even more dissatisfied with the Qinglan sect's affairs?
After Xia Beichen took the sign back, he said, I issued the bounty order.
This has nothing to do with Yun Xin.
As for why we are targeting your Qinglan sect, I'm afraid you know it better than anyone else.
Lu Yuting paused.
After a while, she looked at Yi Yunxin beside her. Yi Yunxin walked forward. Compared to the Wanren sect, you should be thankful that the Qinglan sect's signboard is still there.
Lu Yuting followed and asked, Then why didn't Sect Master Yi destroy the Qinglan sect like the Wanren sect?
Yi Yunqing glanced at her and said, because I think you can still be saved like the Xianqing sect.
Xianqing sect?
Lu Yuting frowned, could it be that Xianqing sect is also? Yi Yunqing retracted his gaze and said, it's similar to the situation your Qinglan sect is in now. However, they have realized their mistakes and will recover soon.
Lu Yuting hurriedly quickened her pace and stood in front of Yi Yunqing. Sorry. Yi Yunqing paused and asked, Sect Master Lu, are you sorry for participating in framing me?
Yes. Lu Yuting replied directly. Yi Yunqing looked at her and said, from what I know, you are a thoughtful person.
Lu Yuting continued, when I first took charge of the sect, I was a little impatient and always wanted to do something. You are quite honest now.
It is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. Yi Yunqing patted her shoulder and said, besides, your fifth uncle has already lost his life.
Let's just let it go.
Lu Yuting's fifth uncle was the master of the spiritual pill realm who had previously tracked Yi Yunqing and Xia Beichen to the vicinity of the cave and was eventually killed by Yi Yunqing. Releasing his hand, Yi Yunqing asked, by the way, my position as the sect leader may have been taken by a traitor. So, I may not be the sect leader of Tianxin sect now.
There is also him.
She looked at Xia Beichen behind her, they are both desperate criminals who walk on the edge of a knife every day.
Are you sure you want to stay with him?
Lu Yuting also looked at Xia Beichen, no, I'm not staying with him.
Yi Yunqing asked, oh? Do you regret it?
No regrets. Lu Yuting said firmly, because I'm staying with you.
Besides, with one more person, wouldn't we have an extra helper when fighting?
Yi Yunqing smiled, that makes sense.
But, do you know where we are going?
Lu Yuting replied, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the south.
Yi Yunqing's smile did not diminish, I guessed right.
Lu Yuting said, it's just right, I want to go south too.
Oh? I think our goals are the same.
Ha 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 ha.
Yi Yunqing laughed.
After a while, he said, since we have the same goal, we can naturally go together.
At this time,
Xia Beichen walked up to the two of them and said, alas, you'll have to pay a little more for food and accommodation from now on. After saying that, he walked forward.
Hello?
Yi Yunqing shouted, and then reminded, this way.
Xia Beichen stopped in a hurry and looked back at them.
I found that they had turned left and were flying in the air. Xia Beichen watched them put aside their past grudges and gradually walk away into the background, sighing, they say 3 women make a play, but I think 2 women can also make a play.
An hour later,
the 3 of them came to a secluded valley. Although it is autumn now, it is still like spring here, with birds singing and flowers blooming, full of vitality, without any sense of decadence.
There are not even many deciduous trees.
Sect Master Yi, why did you come here first? Standing at the entrance of the valley, Lu Yuting asked curiously. Yi Yunqing glanced at Xia Beichen, of course I came for him.
Lu Yuting said confidently, then my helper will come in handy.
Listening to their confusing conversation, Xia Beichen was puzzled, what is this place for? What do you think this place is used for?
Yi Yunqing asked instead of answering. Medicine Valley?
Xia Beichen looked around. Although there were many flowers and plants, he didn't find a single herb that could be used to make medicine.
You'll know later.
Yi Yunqing kept the secret. At this time, a deep voice came, who is here?
Yi Yunqing.
Lu Yuting. The 2 beauties gave their names one after another.
Is the other one deaf or dumb?
That deep voice came again.
There is no need to think, this sentence is referring to Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen said to Guanyi, to this blind man, I am neither dumb nor deaf, but Xia Beichen. Yi Yunqing and Lu Yuting quickly turned their heads to look at him. Both of their expressions were a little distorted.
Because they didn't expect Xia Beichen to answer like this. Coming back to his senses, Yi Yunqing asked, do you know who this Valley Master is?
Xia Beichen shrugged.
Isn't the Valley Master the Valley Master?
He has 2 eyes and 2 nostrils, just like us.
Could it be that he has an extra one?
The Valley Master's unhappy voice came, my friend, you are not welcome here, please leave.
They actually issued an order to expel us.
Xia Beichen continued to shout inside, blind man, guess whether I should leave or not?
If you don't leave, I'll chase you away.
As he spoke, a sword sound was heard, and then a sword covered in flames flew towards him. As a result, he dodged it easily. When the sword failed to hit the target, it changed direction and continued to attack him.
However, after a few moves, Xia Beichen dodged them all. Swish! For beams of light appeared around the sword. The next moment, the sword could not move. Xiaobeichen surprisingly used one of the Tianxian sect's signature skills, Starlight Binding. Now he has reached the early stage of Lingdong realm. Therefore, the Starlight Binding is easy to use. However, in terms of power, he is still not as powerful as Yi Yunxin. Someone from the Tianxian sect? The voice of the Valley Master came from inside. It seems that it was your sect Master Yi who brought this here. Sect Master Yi, your subordinate is a little jumpy. Yi Yunxin raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Senior, you are right, so please teach him a lesson? Xiaobeichen's face suddenly turned black. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Is there anyone who would betray her husband like you? Good. The voice inside replied, Since Sect Master Yi has instructed me, I will discipline this reckless subordinate on your behalf. Then, he asked Xiaobeichen again, I'll give you one more chance, kid, do you want to leave? Etc. Xiaobeichen took a step away from Yi Yunxin and said to the inside, Wait a moment, I'll make a choice first. Hurry up, someone inside urged. But Xiaobeichen was secretly happy. Because the system also allowed him to make a choice. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a choice. The host has the following two options. Chapter 066 Everything listens to me. 1. Immediately leave here and you will be rewarded with a volume of Peerless Martial Arts. The nature of the martial arts will be revealed after you make your choice. 2. Now that you're here, why not just leave? Grab the bargain. Reward, everything listens to me except human skill, valid for 2 hours. What this peerless martial art is not clearly stated. Everything listens to my skill, which seems quite advanced. Then, choose 2. Alright. Xiaobeichen shouted into the valley. Boy, tell me whether you are leaving or not. The voice inside replied. Of course, I'm not leaving. Xiaobeichen replied firmly. You're not leaving? Then don't blame me for bullying the younger generation. Really? Then don't accuse young people of bullying an old blind man like you. What's the meaning? Just when the other party was confused, the sounds of countless swords suddenly rang out in the valley. This is? The voice inside was immediately surprised. Then, both Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding saw countless swords flying around in the valley with sword lights crisscrossing each other. Like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, it is out of control. Ouch! My house! Hey, my toilet! My statue! Xiaobeichen then said to Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding, Don't you want to go in and see what's going on? The two beauties frowned slightly, not knowing what he was up to. However, as soon as Xiaobeichen finished speaking, he walked towards the valley. And as they walked along, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding saw that the flowers and plants on both sides had all sprouted leaves or petals and were flying towards him. Then, fly around him. If you don't know, you might think it's a flower fairy descending to earth. Even some butterflies and bees couldn't help but fly over following the smell. Sect Master Yi, what's going on with him? Lu Yuding leaned close to Yi Yunxin's ear with great curiosity and asked in a low voice. Him? Yi Yunxin raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, he is a person who cannot be viewed with common sense. Oh? Lu Yuding looked straight at Xiaobeichen who was walking in front of her. Yi Yunxin continued, because he doesn't play by the rules. You'll know later. That being said, I'm even more curious. Lu Yuding murmured in her heart. Anyone who can make Queen Baixian follow him willingly must have his extraordinary qualities. After a while, Xiaobeichen came to the heart of the valley. Several thatched houses were in a mess, as if they had just experienced a storm. That toilet. It was like the whole place had exploded, with no shelter at all. Fortunately, the pit was quite deep and nothing underneath was blown up. A silver-haired man with a sad face shouted, Stop it! You piece of scrap metal! What he was cursing were, of course, those different swords. Xiaobeichen saw that the swords in this place were much better than those collected in the forbidden area of Wanren sect. Not far away, there is a cave. In front of the cave, there are 2 huge swords of unknown material, crossed here, forming the entrance of the cave. Of course, there is a stone tablet on one side of the cave entrance. As for the stone tablet, a small part was cut off, but you could still clearly see a big word cast engraved on it. As for why a small piece of the stone tablet was cut off, Xiaobeichen knew best. Seeing Xiaobeichen, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding walk in, the man turned around, pointed at Xiaobeichen and cursed. Good boy, is this your doing? It seems he is really blind. Xia Beichen shrugged, spread his hands, and said, I didn't do anything. Nothing? How dare you enter my spirit sword valley for no reason? It turns out that this is Lingjian Valley. According to legend, this is the place where many peerless swords were forged. No wonder the swords here are better than those collected in the forbidden area of Wanren sect. Fortunately, I just chose 2 and made a lot of money. At this time, the silver-haired man had already seen an expression of Lao Lu on Xia Beichen's face. Stop this scrap metal, he said, stamping his foot. You call them scrap metal, but even a sword with a temper wouldn't be willing to stop. Xia Beichen folded his hands in front of him and said without any emotion. You. The other person's face flushed with anger, and then he said angrily, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Then he spread out his hands, and in an instant, clear light shot up into the sky from the distant mountaintop. Spiritual sword formation. With a loud shout, the sword roared like a dragon's roar, resounding throughout the valley. Not good, the spirit sword formation. Even if someone from the Tongtian realm comes, they will have to be wary. Yi Yunqin looked at the strangeness on the surrounding hills and hurriedly spoke to Xia Beichen. However, Xia Beichen remained unmoved and looked calm and composed. And he only said 2 words, don't panic. Relatively speaking, Lu Yuting did not feel any panic at all. Like Xia Beichen, she was relatively calm. She even had an attitude of I'm going to watch this good show. After all, her curiosity about Xia Beichen had intensified. Hey, old blind man, can you speed up a little? Xia Beichen pointed at the surrounding hills and said, your spirit sword formation is so slow to form. Aren't you afraid that others will be 1 step ahead of you and beat you up? Arrogant boy. The other party roared angrily, and the several pure white lights of the spiritual sword formation finally gathered into a huge sword. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the valley. The poor thatched huts could no longer withstand such torrents and were all blown away. Xia Beichen glanced in the direction of the toilet, then stretched out his right hand towards a large rock. The huge rock actually rose from the ground in full view of everyone. Then, under Xia Beichen's command, he was smashed on top of the toilet. That way, no matter what happens, the things below won't fly up. Lu Yuting stretched out her hand and covered her face with her sleeve to avoid being blown by the thatch. Sect Master Yi, has young Master Xia's ability to control objects reached such a terrifying level? Yi Yunqin set up a barrier outside his body to prevent things from blowing onto him. Then she looked at Xia Beichen and said, yes, it's my first time seeing this too. Seeing this, Lu Yuting also added a defensive barrier for herself. At this time, the huge sword had already chopped down towards Xia Beichen. Do you want to help him? Lu Yuting looked at the giant sword and was really afraid that Xia Beichen would be chopped into pieces by it. However, Yi Yunqin grabbed her hand and flew out more than 10 feet. Seeing how confident he is, he must have a way to deal with it, so let's just not cause him any trouble. Oh. Lu Yuting put aside her worries about Xia Beichen, but stood at the entrance of the cave about 10 feet away with Yi Yunqin. Xia Beichen put his left hand on his waist and flicked his fingers with his right hand at the giant sword that was coming towards him. A circle of ripples flew towards the giant sword. After a while, the ripples and the giant sword met. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the earth shook. However, it did not cause any destructive damage to the surrounding environment. On the contrary, Chapter 067 Uxin is more regular than his super performance. Instead, the spirit sword formation retreated the same way it came. After a while, the huge sword also disappeared. What? This time, not only the silver-haired man, but also Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuting were almost shocked. The spiritual sword formation that even the Tongtian realm feared was actually dissolved by Xia Beichen with such ease? You, how did you do that? The Valley Master looked at Xia Beichen in disbelief and asked stutteringly. However, Xia Beichen did not answer his question. Therefore, Xia Beichen received a prompt from the system. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully dissolving the spirit sword formation using all things listen to me. Special reward, a permanent sword formation, spirit sword formation. This means the host can use their own strength to release a small-scale spirit sword formation to intimidate their opponents. The system is getting more and more generous. Xia Beichen's lips curled up with confidence, and he said to the Valley Master, Old blind man, let me show you a mini version of the spirit sword formation. What? The Valley Master's brows were tightly knitted together. He saw Xia Beichen forming seals with his hands,
and soon a small spirit sword formation appeared in front of him. The spiritual sword formation gradually grew larger, enveloping the Valley Master in pure white light. A sword that was much smaller but still large in size was formed by the gathering of light and slashed towards the Valley Master. The pressure released by the sword bent the flowers, plants, and trees around the Valley Master. The Valley Master was still able to hold on, but his clothes were fluttering under the interweaving of pressure and airflow.
It's even more exaggerated than when they use a blower to blow clothes in TV dramas.
However, after all, given Xia Beichen's cultivation level, it is obviously impossible for him to deal a heavy blow to the Valley Master. The Valley Master was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He suddenly took a step forward and a burst of energy burst out from his body. This energy resolutely shattered the mini spiritual sword formation released by Xia Beichen.
Finally, all the light faded away. What is the Valley Master's cultivation level? Why can't I check it?
Lu Yuding, who was watching the show at the entrance of the cave, asked curiously. The cultivation system of Spirit Sword Valley is different, so it's normal that I can't check it. Yi Yunqin said, however, I know that swordsmiths are divided into 3 grades, from low to high, low grade, medium grade, high grade, and immortal grade.
I see. Lu Yuding nodded slightly, then the Valley Master should be an immortal, right?
Yi Yunqin looked at the Valley Master in the distance and replied, when my master was still alive, he told me that the Valley Master of Spirit Sword Valley was already an immortal swordsmith.
Lu Yuding said, then we should come here to find a suitable sword. However,
she looked at Xia Beichen, even without a sword that suits you, Master Xia, you can still perform extremely well. Yi Yunqin said with a knowing look, he can't always perform at his best. At this point, she smiled and said, our monthly periods are more regular than his super performance. When Lu Yuding heard this, she couldn't help laughing, you need a sword for self-defense.
Aha!
Yi Yunqin said, this is the purpose of this trip. The swords in the Spirit Sword Valley are all spiritual. Once they recognize their master, they will stand up at the critical moment when the sword master is in danger. Lu Yuding said, however, a good sword is easy to find, but the right one is not necessarily the best. Yi Yunqin glanced at her and said, with a helper like you, why worry about not finding a suitable one?
He.
You're only at the spiritual movement realm, you're still a little immature. After dissolving Xia Beichen's miniature spirit sword formation, the Valley Master proudly stroked his not-so-long white beard.
So, what about this?
Xia Beichen curled his lips, and then the leaves and petals of the flowers and plants flying around him flew towards the Valley Master.
Wally-hoo.
The Valley Master was about to say the word whistle when he realized something was wrong, and his smug expression froze instantly. He looked closely and listened carefully, and saw a swarm of bees buzzing towards him.
I'll go.
The owner of the valley hurriedly raised his sleeves and fanned them, trying to drive away the bees.
But, there are just too many. Xia Beichen started attracting attention from the entrance of Lingjian Valley. So as we walked in, not to mention how many butterflies we attracted, there were already enough bees.
Even though the Valley Master hastily set up a defensive barrier around himself, he was still a little slow and got stung quite a few times.
Old blind man, are you convinced now? Do you still want to drive me away? Xia Beichen asked continuously.
If you don't agree, get out of here right now, the Valley Master replied angrily.
Okay, then I'm leaving. Xia Beichen turned around and walked towards the valley entrance in an orderly manner.
As a result, the Valley Master saw all the swords in his valley flying out following Xia Beichen.
This. Are you going to get out with him?
The Valley Master's heart is bleeding.
Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuding looked at each other.
I didn't expect that Xia Beichen actually got the sword in the Spirit Sword Valley. Now he is more like the master of the valley, and all the swords obey him. After walking several feet, the Valley Master shouted, stop right there. However, Xia Beichen did not listen to him and continued walking out of the valley, looking at Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuding at the same time.
You two beauties, aren't you going to leave? Wait for the bees to sting you? Beichen, stop making trouble.
Yi Yunqin flew to his side and said, the Valley Master is an immortal swordsmith, give him some face.
Hey.
Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and smiled, I was just pretending.
If I really wanted to leave, I would have flown away just now. That.
Yi Yunqin pointed at the countless flying swords in the sky.
Give it back to him later.
Xia Beichen said, I'm just playing with this old naughty boy for a while. After saying that, he stopped and turned back.
At this time, Lu Yuding came over and joked, if I had known that Master Xia had this ability, he would have quietly found a place near the Spirit Sword Valley, summoned these swords out, and picked them up one by one. Now look what happened, he's like a bandit. Ahem.
Xia Beichen cleared his throat and said truthfully, to be honest, I can only hold on for 2 hours.
Once the time is up, these swords will no longer obey me. This. Lu Yuding couldn't help but look at Yi Yunxin.
Yi Yunxin smiled and said, yeah, I said his ability is even less regular than our menstrual cycle.
Coming back to her senses, Lu Yuding asked, how long has it been now? Xia Beichen replied, less than half an hour. Okay, there's still time.
But let's first figure out how to resolve the conflict with the Valley Master.
Lu Yuding looked in the direction of the Valley Master.
I found that his face was swollen with several lumps. Xia Beichen used the everything listens to me skill on the bees, and soon they flew away. As for those butterflies, he had let them go when he launched the bee attack on the Valley Master.
Xia Beichen walked towards the Valley Master. Chapter 068 Young man, you have no moral principles. Old blind man, are you going to chase me away now? Xia Beichen came up to him and took a look.
You young man, you have no moral integrity. When the Valley Master saw that he had driven away the bees, he removed the barrier around him. And she looked at him with a sad look.
Xia Beichen took out a pill from the endless realm and gave it to him. Old blind man, this is for detoxification. After taking it, it can remove the bee venom in your body. Could it be a more potent poison?
The Valley Master looked at him suspiciously. After all, he didn't believe that the boy who had just caused trouble in his Spirit Sword Valley would suddenly show goodwill.
Unexpectedly, Xia Beichen said bluntly, yes. It's a very strong poison.
After taking it, you can't close your eyes for 7 days. You will die with one eye open. After hearing this, the Valley Master shuddered all over. Why are you scared?
Xia Beichen looked at him with an expression that said, are you scared?
Stimulated by his gaze, the Valley Master quickly snatched the pill away.
Then put it in your mouth. Melts in your mouth.
Slightly bitter, but with a hint of sweetness afterwards. Soon, the bee stings on my body began to disappear slowly.
Xia Beichen took out another pill and said, this one is for your pain relief.
This time, the Valley Master did not hesitate. He took the pill and put it into his mouth.
It also melts in your mouth.
The effect came into effect at the same speed as before, and the pain in his body was reduced by half in an instant. It won't be long before the bee venom and the pain in his body disappear. He touched his face, which still had some collagen, and then stretched his muscles. The Valley Master said, at least you have some conscience.
That's it.
Xia Beichen said calmly, I always respect the elderly, especially those with poor eyesight like you.
You. The Valley Master puffed his beard and glared, saying, I'm praising you, and you're getting all carried away, aren't you?
As he spoke, he pointed to the swords in the sky.
Shouldn't you return these to me? Xia Beichen followed his finger and looked at the swords.
Then he laughed and said, old blind man, I just said it.
You scolded them, so they are unhappy.
That's why they obey my orders. They even want to leave this Spirit Sword Valley with me and travel around the world.
Pooh.
The Valley Master said in disbelief, you must be using unorthodox methods to control these swords of mine.
So you are saying that our Tianxian sect is a cult? Xia Beichen pointed at Yi Yunxin behind him. Go away. Stop sowing discord, the Valley Master said unhappily.
Return my sword immediately.
Then you apologize to them. Xia Beichen put forward the condition.
The Valley Master was so angry that he stamped his feet, but there was nothing he could do.
Although his cultivation is much higher than Xia Beichen's. Hey, you kid. You were just talking about scrap metal, why are you talking about swords now?
Xia Beichen pointed outside the valley and said, if you don't apologize, they will run away from home soon.
Okay.
The Valley Master straightened his clothes, then stood up straight and apologized to the densely packed swords, spiritual swords, I apologize to you here. Xia Beichen then had an idea, and under the effect of the skill everything listens to me, all these swords returned to where they came from. Seeing this, the Valley Master breathed a sigh of relief. Among these swords, a small half will be delivered to the customers who entrusted him to forge the swords in the near future.
If Xia Beichen takes it away, how can he hand it over? Don't play tricks on me.
The Valley Master shook his sleeves and looked towards the thatched huts.
To be precise, it is no longer a thatched hut. A pile of ruins would be more appropriate.
The Valley Master, who felt his heart bleeding, calmed down after a long time and looked back at Yi Yunshin. What brings you to my Spirit Sword Valley this time? Senior Valley Master, I want to forge a suitable sword for him. Yi Yun understood the purpose in his heart. The Valley Master glanced at Xia Beichen. It was only now that Xia Beichen realized that Yi Yunshin came here to forge a sword that suits him. At first he thought she was here to visit someone. The Valley Master looked away, glanced around, and said, I have so many swords here, take your pick, and then leave quickly. Now, he didn't want Xia Beichen to stay any longer. If it weren't for the fact that this guy might take away his sword, he would never give in. Then, Beichen, you pick one. Yi Yunshin ordered. Xia Beichen closed his eyes and once again used the everything listens to me skill on the sword sensed by his spiritual sense. As a result, after one circle, Xia Beichen shook his head repeatedly. Boy, I have quite a few peerless divine weapons here, and you don't even want to look down on any of them? Are you kidding me? The Valley Master said this proudly but displeasedly. Xia Beichen opened his eyes and asked, Valley Master, do you have a sword that can change its shape at will? The Valley Master rolled his eyes at him. Change at will? Do you think it's the creature in the storybooks that can transform into 72 different forms, flying through the sky and into the sea? Yes, that's almost right. Xia Beichen gave him a thumbs up. The corner of the Valley Master's mouth twitched. No. Xia Beichen looked a little regretful, thought for a moment and asked, then is there a sword that can transform into water and then condense into a white, transparent sword? Your request is a bit too much. The Valley Master was certain that this guy was here to cause trouble. I have a friend whose sword is called the Water Radiance Sword. Xia Beichen held his chin and said, like I said just now, it can turn into water or swords, or even other things, like a fishing net, and then catch you. I'm not a fish. The Valley Master took 2 steps to the side, putting some distance between himself and Xia Beichen. Alas. Xia Beichen sighed softly, forget it, you don't have this, and you don't have that. I think Lingjian Valley should just close down. After saying that, he turned and left. As he turned around, the sound of swords ringing could be heard again from the Spirit Sword Valley. The Valley Master's heart immediately skipped a beat. He immediately shouted, wait a minute. Xia Beichen had already turned around, with an evil smile on his face. But he quickly retracted the arc and turned back. Why? Are you reluctant to let me go? The Valley Master put his hands behind his back and said proudly, how can you underestimate the thousands of years of history and heritage of my Spirit Sword Valley? Then why are you alone? Xia Beichen asked back. Hey, young man, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. The Valley Master turned his head away proudly. As for the 72 transformations, I don't have any. As for the transformation into water or sword, I don't have any either. But... Having said that, he suddenly stopped talking. Xia Beichen looked at him, but what? Chapter 069 Lava Deep in the Cave. It's a bit tricky. The Valley Master raised his eyebrows. Tricky, huh? He. Xia Beichen laughed and said, to me, anything that can be solved with this thing is not a problem. As soon as the words fell, a flash of light appeared. With a swish, the Valley Master was startled. Because in front of him, there suddenly appeared a pile of top-grade spirit stones. So many spirit stones? How is it? Is it still difficult? Xia Beichen asked. However, the Valley Master recovered from his surprise and said, vulgar. When did I say I was short of spirit stones? The Valley Master said with an expression that looked like he treated the spirit stones like dirt, take them back quickly. Don't destroy my land. Oh. Seeing that he really didn't care about money, Xia Beichen said, how about this, I have to compensate you for those rooms and that toilet, right? The Valley Master nodded, logically speaking, compensation is due. Xia Beichen smiled and said, then use these spirit stones to buy you some high-quality wood and build a few wooden houses. That way, next time I come. What? When the Valley Master heard the words come next time, he jumped up excitedly. You want to come to my place a second time? Don't be excited, it's okay if you don't come. Xia Beichen said angrily. I'm not short of money. Put away your stinky spirit stones, urged the Valley Master. No problem. Xia Beichen took the spirit stone back to the endless realm. Lu Yuding, who was standing with Yi Yunshin, was also shocked by his spirit stones. This guy can really kill people with spirit stones. The Qinglan sect was almost wiped out because of his money. Seeing him take the spirit stone back, the Valley Master said with satisfaction, "If you want to obtain a sword that is unparalleled in the world, you must be prepared to overcome many difficulties."
Always be prepared. Xia Beichen replied. Okay. You made your own choice. If you suffer, don't blame me for not telling you. It's okay. I've suffered a lot.
At worst, I can take all the swords in your Spirit Sword Valley. I'll use one every day to show off a different sword.
Then follow me.
The Valley Master turned and walked towards the deepest part of the Spirit Sword Valley.
Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting glanced at each other. The three of them nodded in understanding and followed.
After walking for a long time, the four people came to a cave. The cave was quite cool at first. But the further you go inside, the higher the temperature becomes.
Could it be that there's a place for forging swords inside? Xia Beichen muttered curiously.
The Valley Master shook his head and said, "The cave you saw earlier is enough for forging swords." As he spoke, he took out 4 second-grade pills, one for each of them, including himself.
This is Bingpa pill.
After taking it, you can withstand high temperatures. However, the effect is only effective for 1 hour. After saying that, he took one himself first.
After Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting took it, they thanked them and swallowed it.
As soon as he took it, Xia Beichen felt a chill running through his body.
It's even more refreshing than drinking ice soda in the summer. The four continued to walk inside. Xia Beichen used his mind to break off a branch from the endless realm. As soon as the result came out, the moisture in the leaves evaporated quickly. And it dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting couldn't help but show surprise when they saw the changes in the branch in his hand. If it weren't for the effect of the ice soul pill, their skin would probably have been burned. It can be seen that the deeper you go into the cave, the more terrifying the temperature becomes. In the end, the only part of the branch that remained intact was the part held by Xia Beichen. After walking for a while, Xia Beichen threw the branch out, but as soon as he let go, puff! The branches that were so dry that they couldn't be drier suddenly caught fire. In a matter of seconds, it was burned to ashes and scattered on the ground. Lu Yuting looked at the ashes on the ground and said, "Fortunately, there is the ice soul pill. Otherwise, it would not be these branches scattered on the ground, but us." Xia Beichen's eyes rolled and he asked, "Old Valley Master, did you refine this ice soul pill?" The Valley Master glanced at him and asked, "Did you make it?" "It's not impossible for me to refine it, as long as you tell me the prescription," Xia Beichen said confidently. "Can you make medicine?" "I know a thing or two." "Hey, I won't tell you." "How stingy." Just as the two enemies were bickering, the four of them came to a field of red lava. When Xia Beichen took a look, he saw that the magma was flowing through like a river. No wonder the temperature in the cave is getting higher and higher. It turns out that this is because of the lava river here. The Valley Master pointed at the lava and said, "This lava has been formed for 30,000 years. As long as you obtain its fire spirit, you can complete the first level." Fire spirit? Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting all said in unison, "What is this?" Many things in this world, after reaching a certain age, will condense into spirits. For example, swords have sword spirits, and springs have spring spirits. The Valley Master explained, and this lava then has a fire spirit. After hearing this, the three of them nodded slightly. Then the Valley Master struck out with his palm towards the middle of the lava river. A circular magic circle collided with the magma, and the magma splashed up instantly. Then, the magic circle dissipated, and a vortex appeared at the point of collision. The vortex started spinning very slowly, but as time went on, it got faster and faster. After spinning for nearly a minute, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the whirlpool. The Valley Master glanced at them and said, "I can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you to handle." Having said that, he pointed in the direction of the cave entrance. "If you really can't hold on any longer, just give up and run away. How will you know if you don't try?" Xia Beichen didn't look at him, his eyes fixed on the whirlpool mouth. "Then I'll wait for you outside." The Valley Master shrugged and said, "Remember, we only have 1 hour. If you don't get out within 1 hour, you will really be reduced to ashes." Yi Yunxin nodded and said to him, "Valley Master, don't worry, we will know our limits." Lu Yuting also nodded. After saying goodbye, the Valley Master turned and walked out of the cave. "Who is this kid? A cultivator in the spirit movement realm was actually able to dissolve my spirit sword formation. That's fine, but why do all the swords in the valley obey him? The valley master was thinking as he walked. But when he reached the cave entrance, he still hadn't figured it out, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. When he returned to that messy place, he felt a headache. When they come out, we must ask them to help clean up. Just as he was thinking about it, a roar suddenly came from the deep valley. I couldn't help but look up, but I couldn't see anything. And at this time, in the cave. Chapter 70 Lava Monster. Beichin, be careful. Yi Yunshin reminded worriedly.
A strange beast transformed from magma came out of the whirlpool and attacked Xia Beichin.
Xia Beichin dodged left and right, neutralizing the opponent's first attack.
Then, take a closer look. This strange beast formed from magma looks like a stone man or a lava monster.
To be precise, it's a lava behemoth wearing a monkey hellfire skin. And there is a hole in its heart.
In the cave, there is an orange ball of light.
I guess that must be the fire spirit. Xia Beichin looked at it. It also looked at Xia Beichin. The only difference between it and Xia Beichin is that its eyes are blazing with fire. Roar! Another roar. The lava monster attacks Xia Beichin again.
It patted its chest and jumped over.
Xia Beichin will flash away. Boom!
There was a loud bang, and the cave trembled. The place where Xia Beichin was just now was instantly smashed into a deep pit by it. If Xia Beichin had been hit by it, he would have turned into a pool of meat paste.
Beichin, I'll attract its attention.
You find a chance to seize the fire spirit in its heart.
Yi Yunshin held the Xingxuan sword and flew in front of the lava beast.
Without hesitation, he swung his sword at it. However, the lava monster roared again, and then flames burst out from its body. The sword energy struck it, but was instantly blocked by this layer of flames. For the first time, Yi Yunshin, who was in the cave heaven realm, failed to make full use of the Xingxuan sword. If it were a cultivator below the cave heaven realm, this sword would have made it impossible for the opponent to withstand it. After the lava monster blocked Yi Yunshin's sword, it rushed towards her. Yi Yunshin quickly stepped back and dodged the opponent's attack. Finally, the lava monster's fist smashed into the stone wall. Suddenly, rocks and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Yuding took advantage of this opportunity, stepped forward, and stabbed the fire spirit on the back of the lava beast with her sword. As a result, when the sword was about to touch it, it turned around and swung its arm towards Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding hurriedly raised her sword to block. However, the lava beast was so powerful that she flew backwards immediately.
Sect Master Lu.
Yi Yunshin flashed behind Lu Yuding and caught her. After the two people fell back to the ground, Yi Yunshin asked with concern, "Are you okay?"
Lu Yuding covered her chest and shook her head, "I'm fine."
Xia Beichin summoned the green flame needle. A flying needle was thrown at the lava monster. Just as the green flame needle was about to penetrate the place where its fire spirit was, it actually crossed its hands to block it in front of itself. Seeing this, Xia Beichin hurriedly withdrew the green flame needle to prevent the needle from being melted by the opponent's flames. After all, this lava behemoth comes from the bottom of the lava, and its temperature can only be higher.
Roar! The lava monster roared at Xia Beichin.
Then a fireball suddenly burst out of its mouth. Xia Beichin jumped away before the fireball reached him. Fortunately, I have the passive skill of one step faster, otherwise, it would be very difficult to dodge the opponent's attack.
Just pinch your fingers and move your mind. Several huge hammers flew out from the endless realm. Unfortunately, one of them melted as soon as it came out, just like ice cream. Xia Beichin couldn't help swallowing. Is this because the quality of the hammer is poor or the temperature is too high? But the remaining hammer did not melt. However, the absence of melting does not mean that there is no problem. Xia Beichin saw that the remaining hammer was already covered in red. Just like when forging. Seeing this, Xia Beichin commanded them to attack the lava monster. Boom, boom, boom.
Several hammers were smashed at each other.
It smashed away a lot of magma. Is there a chance?
Yi Yunshin and Lu Yuding, who were standing by, saw this scene and showed relief on their faces. However, the time of relief was very short.
Because the lava monster can actually fill the gap with magma.
In other words, the more you smash its body, the more it will replenish from the lava river. Finally, several hammers could not withstand the high temperature, and after holding on for a short while, they fell into the lava river like water.
Water? Xia Beichin frowned slightly. Water controls fire, so why not use water to attack? Two beauties, please retreat out of the cave first. Xia Beichen glanced at Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting. We're retreating?
The two beauties were stunned.
What about you? Yi Yunxin asked puzzledly, what are you going to do? Do you want to deal with it by yourself? Lu Yuting also asked. Xia Beichen shook his head and explained, I'll lead it out from the back. Yi Yunxin said worriedly, draw it out?
If they draw it out, I'm afraid it will cause devastating damage to the environment outside the cave. Xia Beichen continued, don't worry, I've already thought of a way to deal with it. Hearing his confident tone, Yi Yunxin hesitated for a moment.
Lu Yuting asked, Master Xia, do you have any way to oppose it?
She was also afraid that Xia Beichen's fluctuating abilities would fail at the critical moment.
After thinking for a moment, she said, how about you guys go out first, and I'll lead it out from behind. Don't hesitate, go.
Xia Beichen urged, because he saw that the lava monster was continuously spraying fireballs at them. Puff puff puff, 3 of them came at once.
Seeing this, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting no longer hesitated.
They turned around and flew out of the cave. Lu Yuting erected a mountain-shaped stone wall in the path where 2 of the fireballs were flying towards them.
Boom! Boom! The fireball hit the stone wall and exploded instantly. The cave shook again. Some rocks even fell down.
Yi Yunxin set up a defensive barrier around them to block the falling stones. As for Xia Beichen, when the fireball flew towards him, he did not retreat.
He wanted to try. Can you use the everything listens to me skill on this fireball?
The fireball was getting closer and closer to him. Even Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting were extremely anxious when they saw him lying motionless.
Beichen!
At their unison shouts, Xia Beichen stretched out his right hand. The fireball, which was as big as a foot basin in diameter, stopped when it was less than half a foot away from Xia Beichen.
Anxious Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting widened their eyes. Has fireball been subdued at this time? Hearing their voices, Xia Beichen glanced at them and said, hurry up and leave. Then you better be careful. After Yi Yunxin gave some instructions, he and Lu Yuting continued to fly out of the cave. There is still half of the time left for everything listens to me.
So, in terms of duration, Xia Beichen was not at all inferior. When the lava beast saw that Xia Beichen actually blocked the fireball with his bare hands, his body couldn't help but tremble. Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and took this opportunity to push the fireball back. Puff! The fireball suddenly flew towards the lava monster. Dude, it's always good to reciprocate. Just as the fireball hit the lava monster, Xia Beichen turned around and ran away. Chapter 71 The Method of Restraint. Boom! The fireball hit the lava monster and exploded instantly. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky. What's worse, a black smoke came out of it. When the flames and black smoke dissipated, the lava monster was revealed to be pitch black. Fortunately, it doesn't have long hair, otherwise it would definitely look like a black face and afro now. Because the fireball that Xia Beichen sent back using the everything listens to me skill hit its neck. Therefore, the face is also the first to be affected. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. The same goes for the stone man. So, the lava monster was angry. He roared furiously a few times, and then chased after Xia Beichen like a madman. Along the way, no matter how winding, wide or narrow the cave is, just rush in. As a result, the cave shook from time to time, and countless pieces of gravel fell down with a rustling sound. After raging all the way, it is now very different from the original natural passage of the cave. The narrow place has become wider. The wide place is even wider. In order to successfully lead the lava monster out of the cave, Xia Beichen controlled his speed and always kept the same distance from it. In this way, the man and the beast soon arrived at a position where they could see the cave entrance. Xia Beichen looked up and saw Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuting, and the master of Lingjian Valley hovering in the air outside the cave. And under their feet, there was a thick layer of ice. Didn't I move the water here? Why did it turn into ice? Xia Beichen muttered doubtfully. His plan was to draw all kinds of water from the surrounding Spirit Sword Valley to deal with the lava monster. Achieve the effect of using water to overcome fire. If there is less water, it will evaporate in an instant. Therefore, a lot of water is needed. These waters include the towering snow-capped peaks, clear streams, and many lakes around Lingjian Valley. But now it's all turned to ice. Could it be the Valley Master's doing? Thinking of the ice soul pill that the Valley Master gave them, Xiaobeichen felt that it was not impossible for the Valley Master to have the ability to quickly freeze water.
The lava monster is already furious, and I don't know if this ice is enough.
Just as Xiaobeichen was about to fly out of the cave, there was no movement behind him.
Feeling something strange, Xiaobeichen looked back.
It turned out that the lava monster had stopped.
Afraid of ice? Xiaobeichen frowned and then stopped. So you're on guard? Beichen, what's wrong?
After seeing him stop, Yi Yunxin asked loudly.
It didn't dare to chase out after it saw the ice. Xiaobeichen replied. If I don't lure it out, my ice skill won't be able to turn the water into ice in that cave.
The Valley Master also shouted to Xiaobeichen at this time, then, all the preparations you just made were in vain.
It turned out to be the ice art. No wonder all the water he brought over turned into ice. Xiaobeichen shouted outside, wait for me. I'm going to lure it out no matter what. I'll help you.
Yi Yunxin flew in from outside.
Lu Yuding flew to the cave entrance and prepared to meet them.
After Yi Yunxin came in, Xiaobeichen told her his plan.
Yun Xin, you attract its attention from the front.
I'll find an opportunity to sneak up behind it, cut off its retreat, and drive it out.
Yi Yunxin said, how about we switch? You attract the attention, and I'll sneak behind it. After all, sneaking behind it is extremely dangerous. There is a high possibility that the way out will be blocked by the lava monster. However, Xiaobeichen shook his head and said, I don't want you to take any risks. I'll do it. I don't want you to take any risks either. Yi Yunxin looked at him and said,
now is not the time to argue about this, be obedient. As soon as Xiaobeichen finished speaking, he flew towards the lava beast. Seeing this, Yi Yunxin had to act quickly and summon the Xingxuan sword to attack the lava beast.
The lava monster resisted and had no time to care about Xiaobeichen.
So, Xiaobeichen easily slipped behind the lava monster. Without saying a word, he immediately probed his spiritual consciousness into the endless realm.
After a while, water suddenly flew up in the air in the endless realm. What's going on?
Xiaosong the squirrel, who was playing with the red panda Xiaoka, looked at the flying water in confusion. Only the master has the ability to mobilize anything in the endless realm.
Xiaoka said. What does the master want to do?
Xiaosong scratched the back of his head.
Another place in the endless realm. Could it be that Master Xia has encountered some difficult situation?
Pixing and Daiyue couldn't help but frown when they saw the water flying in the sky.
How about we go out and help? Daiyu thought about it and suggested. Okay.
Pixing nodded and agreed to the proposal. So, they, who had transformed into human form, followed the water and left the endless realm.
When I came out, I found a lava monster. Mr. Xia, why are you so obsessed with this thing? Pixing glanced at the lava monster, then asked Xiaobeichen.
However, before Xiaobeichen could answer, Daiyu saw the fire spirit of the lava beast.
It seems that Master Xia wants to obtain the fire spirit.
As expected of a Pisho that has lived for thousands of years, the fire spirit also recognizes it. At this time, Xiaobeichen was surprised to find that the two of them were not affected by the temperature. Although this place is close to the cave entrance and not as hot as the depths of the cave, the heat emitted by the lava monster should not be underestimated.
Aren't you hot?
He shook his head, it's not hot. Pixing continued, as long as it's not lava or 1,000-year-old ice, we're not afraid.
Although it's also made of lava, it won't do much damage.
Then, please help me drive it out.
Xiaobeichen controlled the water mobilized from the endless realm and attacked the lava beast. Leave it to us.
After saying this, Pixing Dayu restored his true form and pounced on the lava beast. With this pounce, the lava beast was thrown several feet away. Water followed closely. The lava monster roared, turned sideways, and the water passed by her.
Just a little bit.
However, a little water splashed on it, and there was a puff-puff sound of water extinguishing the flames.
The water that passed by finally flew out of the cave.
The next moment, under the Valley Master's ice technique, he turned into ice.
Pixing didn't hesitate and pounced again. Kicked the lava monster a little distance away. Just like that, the lava monster arrived at the cave entrance. Wait for me for a moment.
As the Valley Master spoke, he turned and flew towards the dilapidated thatched hut.
However, he came back soon. In his hand, he held an iron chain. Sect Master Lu, go on.
The Valley Master threw the chain towards Lu Yuding, who was waiting at the cave entrance.
Cooperate with the people inside, tie him up and drag him out. Lu Yuding hurriedly grabbed it and caught the entire chain.
Then she looked into the cave.
Chapter 72, Subjugation. Mr. Xia.
After seeing Xia Beichen's figure, Lu Yuding shouted towards Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen heard the voice and looked towards her. Sect Master Lu?
Lu Yuding shook the chain in her hand.
Xia Beichen immediately understood.
Lu Yuding called out to Yi Yunxin, Sect Master Yi, thank you for your help.
Good. Yi Yunxin nodded in reply.
She was quite close to Lu Yuding just now, so she heard clearly what the Valley Master and Lu Yuding said before. She already knew the purpose of this chain. Lu Yuding threw the other end of the chain towards Yi Yunxin.
Yi Yunxin stepped forward tacitly and took the other end.
Lu Yuding loosened her grip, allowing Yi Yunxin to take over the chain completely. While Yi Yunxin was busy restraining the lava beast, he threw the chain towards Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen stepped forward and caught the other end of the chain.
The moment he caught it, he quickly flew to the other side of the lava monster. It happened that the lava monster and Pixing Dayu were fighting, and Xia Beichen was almost hit by the lava monster's arm.
Fortunately, there was no harm. Xia Beichen flew towards Yi Yunxin and finally flew parallel to her.
As a result, the chain successfully formed a U shape.
Pull it out. Yi Yunxin said to Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen nodded, then worked together with her to pull it out.
The lava monster was originally fighting with Pixing Dayu.
As a result of being pulled like this, he staggered and his body swayed a few times. It looked like it was about to fall forward. Once it falls to the ground, the chain cannot pull it up and can only be pulled away along its body. Pixing also knew this, so he shouted to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, you two, hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived in front of the jaws of the lava beast.
Boom! With a loud bang, Pixing attacked the lava monster's jaw.
The lava monster, which was about to fall, was suddenly beaten back to its feet.
Crash!
Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin grabbed the chain tightly and continued to pull it towards the cave entrance. However, the lava beast is large in size and has great strength. The two men tried their best, and even though they injected a lot of spiritual power, they were unable to pull it out of the cave smoothly. So, the two people and the lava monster were like playing tug of war. If this continues, not only will the lava monster not be able to get out, but the iron chain will probably be melted.
I'll help.
Lu Yuding flew to Yi Yunxin and stretched out her hands to grab the chain.
The Valley Master was not idle either.
He flew in, came to Xia Beichen's side, and tightened the chain with him. The four of them worked together to pull the chain out. The lava monster was also pulled out 2 or 3 feet.
But that's not enough.
Seeing this, Pixing Dayu also joined the pulling team. In this way, 4 people plus 2 divine beasts finally pulled the lava monster out of the cave.
Seal the cave entrance with water. As soon as they came out of the cave, the Valley Master reminded Xia Beichen. Good.
Xia Beichen once again mobilized water from the Endless Realm, and then formed a waterfall at the entrance of the cave.
It also blocked the lava monster's retreat.
However, the Valley Master felt that this was not safe enough, so he used the ice technique to freeze the waterfall into ice.
Now, the lava monster can only become a turtle in a jar. The retreat is blocked and there is ice ahead. The lava monster was extremely frantic and swung with all its might.
4 people and 2 divine beasts were thrown out in an instant.
Boom! Finally, it hit the ice.
The thinner parts were cracked. However, the ice in most places is very hard. Therefore, even if a mythical beast like Pisho is hit, there will not be any trace left.
Are you all right?
Ignoring enemy attacks and possessing painless defense, Xia Beichen stood up first and then hovered in mid-air.
Fine. Everyone stood up and reported the situation.
At this time, the iron chain was broken into many pieces, some of which had melted, while the part that fell on the ice had not melted. The lava monster was about to attack them, but it made a puff-puff sound of extinguishing fire. It turns out that the ice under its feet had an effect on it.
Unfortunately, it can't fly.
The ice began to melt under its feet under its scorching temperature. A small part of it evaporates into steam, and most of it turns into water.
The water once again licked the flames and temperature of the lava beast. Is there any water? The Valley Master looked at Xia Beichen. Have. Xia Beichen immediately mobilized some water from the Endless Realm and poured it on the lava beast. Puff, puff.
The sound of water putting out fires continued.
Congeal. The Valley Master gave a light shout, and the water poured on the lava beast instantly solidified into ice. The ice cube froze the lava monster into an icicle. I'll reinforce it.
As Yi Yunshin spoke, he cast a starlight bind around the lava beast. In this way, when the lava monster breaks through the ice later, its movements can be slowed down. It will be convenient to water it when the time comes, or let it freeze.
Soon, the flames on the lava monster inside the ice disappeared.
Then the body began to shrink gradually.
At last,
it turned into a small lava monster the size of a palm. But at this time, it was all orange, and there was no magma or stone on it.
Now it is in the state of a spirit. Success!
The Valley Master looked at the little lava beast and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
How to subdue it? Xia Beichen asked. Just go and collect it. The Valley Master replied.
So Xia Beichen flew towards the little lava beast. The other party raised his little head and looked at it.
You know what, this mini lava monster looks pretty cute.
There was no ice or water under its feet at this moment. However, the grass under my feet was not burned. Seeing this, Xia Beichen stretched out his right hand and gently patted its head. It turns out that it no longer has that burning feeling. Instead, there was a feeling of gentleness. Not hot, even comfortable. Moreover, the other party did not resist him.
Let him slap his head. Little guy, follow me from now on. I'll take you to see the wonderful world outside. Xia Beichen said proudly. After hearing this, the little lava monster nodded.
Then it jumped onto Xia Beichen's shoulder and stood on it like a pet.
Done. Xia Beichen returned to the front of everyone.
He transformed back into human form under the stars and touched the head of the little lava monster. The Valley Master stroked his graying beard and said, "All right, the fire spirit has been subdued.
Let's go subdue the next one." Anything else? Pixing asked curiously.
The Valley Master asked, "Otherwise, how can we say we have passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals?
We just arrived, we don't know yet."
Pixing scratched the back of his head.
Only then did the Valley Master notice Pixing Dayu, and his eyes widened. You are Pishio? Chapter 73. I'm afraid it has become a spirit. Exactly. They replied in unison day and night. Who is this kid? The Valley Master looked at Xia Beichen as if he were a monster.
Not only does he possess abnormal skills, he also has 2 magical beasts. The key is that he is only in the early stage of the Lingdong realm. Boy, how old are you this year?
The Valley Master asked Xia Beichen curiously. 18.
Xia Beichen said shamelessly.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
The Valley Master would never believe that he was only 18 years old.
Do I look like 180?
Xia Beichen curled his lips. Have you hidden your cultivation? The Valley Master asked relentlessly. I'm really just in the early stage of Lingdong realm.
It's the truth. Xia Beichen said honestly. I can testify.
Yi Yunshin said, he is still an outer disciple of our Tianxian sect.
Puff.
When the Valley Master heard the words outer disciples, he almost vomited 3 liters of blood.
That expression was even more exaggerated than when Lu Yuding knew Xia Beichen's identity. An outer disciple has turned my place into a complete mess.
The Valley Master came to his senses and continued, I don't believe it.
Unless you help me rebuild the thatched hut. He pointed to those dilapidated thatched houses. Old blind man, you are trying to trick us.
Xia Beichen rolled his eyes at him and suggested, how about this, I'll let Pixing Dayu stay and help you build a new one.
After listening to their conversation, Pixing Dayu asked Yi Yunshin, did he do this? Yi Yunshin nodded and said, that's right. He made a mess and asked us to clean it up?
Pixing curled his lips.
Dayu, who was standing by, noticed Lu Yuding and asked curiously, wow. What a pretty girl. She's as pretty as Sect Master Yi. Could she also be Mr. Xia's confidant?
When Lu Yuding heard this, her pretty face turned red. I'm not.
No?
Dayu smiled awkwardly, sorry, I picked the wrong couple.
Are you following Master Xia? Lu Yuding asked with a red face.
Yes, for the next 1,000 years, we will listen to him.
Oh. By the way, what about you? Aha.
Just as Lu Yuding was about to answer Dayu, she heard the Valley Master pointing at Xia Beichen and saying,
If you don't agree to help me build the house, don't even think about letting me take you to subdue other spirits. This. Xiaobeichen smiled awkwardly and said, in that case, let's help you build the house first. By speaking, Xiaobeichen got in touch with the bees in the Endless Realm as well as Xiaoka and Xiaosong. Let them put down their work and come out to help. The small animals in the Endless Realm can only be brought out by their owners, other people, or they themselves cannot get out. When a swarm of bees came out, the owner of the valley was startled. Why are there so many bees? And they are so big? The valley master said with lingering fear. Old man, you're surprised by something you haven't seen before. Yi Xiaomi said with her hand covering her mouth. You can still speak human language? The valley master looked at it in disbelief. Wow! I can finally come out. Xiaoka and Xiaosong's voices were heard immediately afterwards. Among those present, only the valley master and Lu Yuding had never seen them. So, not only the valley master, but also Lu Yuding couldn't help but be surprised. Meet the master. The bees, Xiaoka and Xiaosong, lined up in several rows and greeted Xiaobeichen respectfully. Everyone, let me take you out for some fresh air. Xiaobeichen pointed at the dilapidated and ruined thatched hut. Build a house, the little animals asked in unison. That's right. Xiaobeichen replied. No problem, they responded one after another, leave it to us. This, can they do it? Asked the valley master weakly. Before Xiaobeichen could answer, Yi Xiaomi put her hands on her waist and said, who said we can't do it? The valley master checked and found that this group of bees, red pandas, and squirrels were just like other monks. He actually has cultivation. Moreover, he is already in the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. Not only can they speak human language, but they also have cultivation abilities. These little animals must have become spirits. With curiosity, the valley master chuckled and said, then, I'll have to trouble you all. He wanted to see if these little animals could really build houses as Xiaobeichen said. Yi Xiaomi snorted and asked, stinky old man, thatched houses are not durable, let's go for bamboo houses, they are cooler. Yes, the fire in your sword-making place is too strong. Aren't you afraid that the dry weather will burn down your thatched cottage one day? Xiaoko agreed and encouraged, let's go with the bamboo house. The valley master was speechless. After all, I have the ice soul pill, so why are you afraid of getting too angry? However, there is no doubt that what the bee said about thatched houses being not durable. Therefore, the valley master accepted their suggestions. Okay, I'll give you the blueprints, you build the house here, and I'll take your master somewhere. With your skill level, you'd better keep the blueprints for cleaning your ass. Yi Xiaomi said proudly, we'll do it ourselves. If you're not satisfied, we'll compensate you. I was actually despised by a bee. The old face of the valley master turned red. Originally, his thatched cottage was only barely habitable, and it was not particularly unique or elegant. Xiaobeichen said to them, then I'll leave this place to you. Master, please rest assured. We promise to complete the task. The bees, Xiaoko and Xiaosong replied in unison. Get to work. Then, they started to get busy at Yi Xiaomi's command. Give people the task of cutting bamboo and doing planning. It looks quite professional. Are you satisfied, blind old man? Xiaobeichen looked at the valley master and asked with a smile. It's just the beginning, how can I be satisfied? At least I have to wait until it's finished and I inspect it, right? The valley master said proudly with his hands behind his back. Let's go. I'll take you to the next target. As he spoke, he led the way and flew in the air. For safety reasons and to ensure the work efficiency of the little animals, Dayu suggested that he stay and help them build the house. Xiaobeichen did not refuse and let him stay. Pixings, Xiaobeichen, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding followed. This time, they went deeper. Blind old man, does this place still count as your Lingjian Valley's territory? Xiaobeichen asked curiously. Of course it counts, replied the valley master. Your place is quite spacious. Why don't you recruit more disciples to make it more lively? Xiaobeichen said. Who said that there are no other disciples in Lingjian Valley? The valley master rolled his eyes at him and said, I gave them a leave and asked them to go down the mountain to gain experience. Sure, there's even a long vacation, the benefits are pretty good. Xiaobeichen said, but, you only have 2 or 3 thatched huts. Who can live there? I only have 4 disciples. The valley master raised 4 fingers. Chapter 74 Carpet Search. 4 disciples? Xia Beichen frowned slightly. Yi Yunqin couldn't help but look at him. Coming back to his senses, Xia Beichen asked, "Are your 4 disciples from Song, Qi, Liang, and Chen?"
Are you talking about Song Ming, Qi Xian, Liang Qing, and Chen Yun? The Valley Master asked back.
Right. Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and nodded in reply. Could he really be this old man's apprentice? That's too coincidental, right? Just when Xia Beichen thought so, the Valley Master shook his head. No? Xia Beichen was stunned.
The Valley Master replied, "They are my nephews." The Valley Master added, "He is the direct disciple of my fellow junior sister."
Oh. Xia Beichen asked again, "Does that mean they don't live with you?" That's right. The Valley Master nodded.
Back then, I inherited the Spirit Sword Valley, and my junior sister inherited the business elsewhere.
So that's how it is. Xia Beichen understood. The Valley Master asked curiously, "By the way, how did you two know each other?" Xia Beichen said truthfully, "We met once in Qinghe County. We treated them to meat and they treated us to wine." I see.
Now it was the Valley Master's turn to say these 4 words. While the two were talking, they came to a relatively cold environment. I took a look around and found that more than half of each mountain here was covered with snow. It seems that this place is the purpose of their trip. Retracting his gaze, Xia Beichen asked, "It was a fire spirit before, so if I'm right this time, it should be an ice spirit, right?"
You can say it is, and you can say it is not.
The Valley Master stroked his short, graying beard.
What do you think?
Xia Beichen was almost confused by what he said.
To be precise, it's a water spirit. It's stationed in this ice and snow just to better preserve itself.
The Valley Master warned, "Be careful, the water spirit is not like the fire spirit, which only appears as a lava beast. It can make rational use of the surrounding environment to camouflage itself."
So cool? Xia Beichen asked, "Then how do we find its trace?"
Pay attention to everything except snow, the Valley Master reminded.
Good. Just after Xia Beichen responded, the little lava beast on its shoulder became a little agitated. "Beichen, this place is cold, I'm afraid it's not good for it," Yi Yunqin reminded. Xia Beichen glanced at the small lava beast on his shoulder, then put it into the endless realm. "Without further ado, let's get started."
Xia Beichen waved his hand and was about to look for something different from Shui when he was stopped by the Valley Master.
"Don't worry."
He took out a white jade bottle, poured a pill into it, and put it in his mouth. "This is a pill that can relieve snow blindness after taking it, and it can also protect against severe cold."
"You have quite a few pills, don't you?"
"That's it," said the Valley Master proudly. Xia Beichen took the white jade bottle with a smile, poured out 4 pills, and shared them with Yi Yunqin and the others. The rest was returned to the Valley Master.
Remember. Like the Ice Soul pill, this pill also has a time limit, which is 1 hour.
After the Valley Master took the pill back, he said, "If everything goes well, an hour will be enough." After taking the pills, several people and a divine beast began to search separately.
Time passes by bit.
We searched many hills, but there was no progress.
Strange, why is there no trace at all? Pixing muttered. Yi Yunqin, who was not far away, also said, "Yeah. This is not a solution. Look."
Just when everyone was at a loss, Lu Yuding's voice came from the other side. Everyone turned their heads to look at her and followed the direction she pointed. It turned out that a plant that looked a bit like cabbage but more like a lotus caught my eye.
Snow lotus. Valley Master, it's normal for snow lotus to grow in the snow, right? Yi Yunqin asked.
The Valley Master shook his head. If a fellow student in another place saw it, it would be normal, but it is not normal here. Nodding slightly, Yi Yunqin suggested, "In that case, let's surround them."
Good. So the 4 people and the divine beast quickly formed an encirclement and then narrowed the scope. Yi Yunqin was even ready to release the starlight binding. Once there is something unusual, the target's path can be blocked. Soon, they surrounded them. Finally, Xia Beichen reached out to pick it. Swish, picking is successful. So smooth?
It seemed to be going too smoothly, and Lu Yuding even found it hard to believe. Just when everyone thought so, the snow lotus in Xia Beichen's hand turned into a small pool of water.
"This water doesn't look fresh at all,"
the Valley Master said. "Good fellow, this is just a trick it uses to deceive people." Xia Beichen looked at his empty hands and said, "Compared to that direct lava beast, this water spirit is indeed very cunning."
Go on. Several people separated again.
Just now they were all in mid-air looking down and searching.
And this time, Xia Beichen didn't do that, but instead searched on foot.
This way, we can get closer to ice and snow, and perhaps make unexpected discoveries.
Time. Still passing by silently.
Before they knew it, they had found nightfall.
The moon has risen.
Before this, they also found something different from the snow lotus. Unfortunately, it was all Shui Ling's trick. After nightfall, even with medicinal pills to protect me, I could still feel the temperature drop.
Valley Master, the medicine has worn off. Xia Beichen reminded. Luckily, I prepared some extra.
The Valley Master took out the white jade bottle again and said, "It seems that I underestimated Shui Ling's ability this afternoon.
How about I yell and scare it out?" Pixing suggested. No. Xia Beichen waved his hand, it would easily cause an avalanche. What should we do then? Asked Pixing.
Xia Beichen took the pill and swallowed it, then said, "This time, I must find it."
I have a suggestion. Yi Yunxin took out several ropes from her space ring. Why don't we do a blanket search? Lu Yuting's eyes lit up, her eyebrows raised, and she asked, "You mean, we should form groups of 2, pulling the rope forward to scrape off the top layer of snow?" That's right. Yi Yunxin nodded. Feasible.
Everyone unanimously agreed with her suggestion. However, Xia Beichen added, "The method is fine, but we need to change something." As he spoke, he took out 2 large nets from the Endless Realm and said, "Use this. The density of this mesh is also reasonable. If we continue like this, the effect will be much better than using a rope. This is more like a carpet search."
Wonderful.
The Valley Master stroked his white beard and couldn't help but praise.
That's all. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting are in the same group.
The Valley Master and Pixing are in a group.
Xia Beichen was responsible for observation.
Once he caught something, he would go forward to check it out.
Chapter 75, Collecting Another Spirit.
About a quarter of an hour passed. The group of Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting suddenly made a puzzled sound. Xia Beichen, who had been in charge of observation, also noticed the situation of the net in their hands.
Xia Beichen flew over quickly and stepped on the place where there was movement. Just then, I stepped on something.
But because of the snow cover, the soles of my feet were not in direct contact with the thing.
Xia Beichen immediately moved his foot and was about to bend down to grab it.
With a whoosh, a white object rushed out from the target location. When I looked up, I saw a pure white toad.
This is a kind of ice toad that is unique to this world. Xia Beichen asked, "Can you tell whether this ice toad is real or fake?" "No matter whether it's true or not, just catch him and tell him."
The Valley Master flew to his side and signaled Pixing to help him put down the cover. The ice toad wanted to jump away, but the net covered it and it was pressed down as soon as it jumped.
"Quick, catch it," the Valley Master reminded.
Xia Beichen pounced on him without saying a word. As a result, the ice toad suddenly changed into a pool of clear water and slipped away from the net. Seeing this, Xia Beichen was not nervous, but instead a smile appeared on his face.
Because this ice toad is a fake ice toad. It was transformed by the water spirit. After searching for so long, I finally found Shui Ling. The net is no longer of much use. Everyone, keep an eye on it and take it down.
As Xia Beichen spoke, he chased after Shui Ling. The others immediately dropped the net and surrounded Shui Ling. Xia Beichen's "everything listens to me" skill was about to expire, so he hurriedly picked up a pile of snow and erected a snow wall in front of Shui Ling. Swish! Shui Ling turned into an ice arrow and pierced through the snow wall. He failed to stop Shui Ling until the expiration date of "all things listen to me" officially expired. Seeing that Xia Beichen's snow wall failed to stop Shui Ling, Yi Yunxin summoned the Xingxuan sword. He raised his sword and slashed at the ice arrow transformed by the water spirit.
Crack! The ice arrow broke with a sound.
However, at this moment, the 2 halves of the ice arrow immediately changed from ice to water, and then merged together.
Water is more flexible than wind. As long as there is space, there will be flow.
When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. At this time, Lu Yuting shouted softly. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 mountain-shaped earth walls blocked Shui Ling.
Seeing this, Xia Beichen looked at Lu Yuting. "Sect Master Lu, can you seal the top?" Lu Yuting immediately added an earth ceiling on top of the 4 earth walls.
The water spirit that originally wanted to flow from above was blocked by this earth ceiling. Then it tried to slip away from the low part of the character.
Yun Xin. Xia Beichen, who saw its intention, immediately took action. Clear.
Yi Yunxin took advantage of the opportunity and threw a starlight binding from the low part of the mountain character. The roads on all sides and the top of Shuiling have been blocked.
Will it drill to the bottom?
Yi Yunxin remembered that when he dealt with Xuanwu before, it slipped away from the bottom.
So Xia Beichen later thought of using a big pot to block the road.
After hearing Yi Yunxin's words, Xia Beichen immediately summoned in swords from the endless field, and quickly put them side by side and inserted them into the bottom. Shui Ling's retreat route was completely blocked at this point.
Receive. Xia Beichen reminded Lu Yuting. Good. Lu Yuting immediately controlled the earth wall and tightened the encirclement.
Seeing this, Shui Ling started to run around in panic.
However, no matter how hard it tried or how it ran,
it could not break through the earth wall.
Even if it turns into a sword, slashing left and right. Even turning it into a hoe would be of no avail.
Just like that, when the earth wall was about to crush it, it made a squeaking sound towards Xia Beichen.
Judging from the sound, it sounds a bit like a mouse.
However, in terms of appearance, it looks like a small person. When Xia Beichen saw its pleading eyes, he asked Lu Yuting to stay.
After walking over, Xia Beichen said, "Little guy, you're not running anymore?"
Shui Ling shook her head, indicating that she would not run anymore. Xia Beichen raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Then let you out." Lu Yuting removed the earth wall, and Yi Yunxin's starlight binding was also removed.
Xia Beichen stretched out his palm.
Shui Ling knew that she had no way to escape, so she flew obediently onto his palm.
So far,
both the fire spirit and the water spirit were subdued. Seeing that Shui Ling had been subdued, the Valley Master asked Xia Beichen and the others, "It's late.
How about you go to my place and rest for a while? I'll prepare some wine and food for you all?"
Xia Beichen glanced at him and said, "Blind old man, don't think I don't know what you're thinking.
You want to go back and see if your houses are finished, right?"
The Valley Master rolled his eyes at him and said, "Boy, what are you talking about?
I'm just trying to be a good host."
Xia Beichen smiled and said, "That's fine.
Since no one has eaten dinner yet, let's go and have some."
So everyone left here. Before leaving, Xia Beichen took back the 2 nets.
"Don't waste it.
I can use it to browse other things next time." Because the water spirit had been tamed, there was no need to look for it in all directions like when we came. The journey back took less than 1/3 of the time it took to get there. When they returned to the place where the master of Lingjin Valley lived, they were shocked to see that 3 bamboo houses had been built. What's worse is that the 3 thatched houses were originally 1 story. Now, the room in the middle has been built into 2 floors. As for the toilets downwind, they have also been rebuilt, and are more luxurious and cleaner than before. Because, water was let in through a bamboo tube, and then a pool was made, with a gourd ladle placed on the side for convenient flushing.
"Master, I have successfully completed the task you assigned me."
When Yi Xiaomi saw them coming back, she flew over to report to Xia Beichen.
Xia Beichen nodded slightly and looked at the Valley Master. "Go and inspect it."
I have to say, these little animals are comparable to craftsmen. They helped him build the house in less than 2 hours. After inspecting the 3 brand new rooms inside and out, the Valley Master's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly in praise. "Good, good. Good." He said 4 good words in a row.
Xia Beichen asked, "Are you satisfied?"
"I've even said 4 good words, so of course it's full," said the Valley Master with a smile.
Xia Beichen asked again, "Is it a loss to damage your thatched cottage?" "Not a loss, not a loss."
Ha ha. The Valley Master laughed heartily. Everything that was there before has been put back in place. Everything that was not there before has been made and put in place.
I've made a profit. Xia Beichen touched his belly and said, "Then we need a housewarming dinner. It's a must. Go get ready right here."
There are 3 rooms, one of which is a kitchen, and even the stove has been built for him. Originally, besides the kitchen, there were 2 living rooms. One was for me and my 2 male apprentices, and the other was for my 2 female apprentices. The Valley Master said with a smile while busy preparing dinner. Now that the middle house has 2 floors, my 2 male apprentices and I don't have to live together anymore. Let them live upstairs.
He.
Xia Beichen slid over to his side. "By the way, your ice soul pill."
Chapter 76 Exchange, full of sincerity.
The Valley Master stopped what he was doing and glanced at Xia Beichen.
"Boy, are you still planning to take my ice soul pill?" Could it be that this is the unique secret technique of your Spirit Sword Valley that is not passed on to others? That's not the case.
The Valley Master turned around and continued working. I don't know if it's because he is a swordsmith, but his knife skills are also very exquisite. He has the style of a chef from a luxury 5-star hotel.
Do your 4 disciples know how to make medicine? Xia Beichen asked as he watched him cutting things. No.
The Valley Master replied truthfully.
Wouldn't that mean it's lost?
Xia Beichen said with a hint of regret, how about this, I'll trade you some pills. As he spoke, he spread out his hands, and several white jade bottles hovered in the air.
There are lotions that can restore your virility, and there are rejuvenating lotions that can make your partner's body smooth and silky even if they are dry.
Xia Beichen introduced them one by one. There is also a water repellent pill that allows you to swim in water with ease. There are no 5th or 6th grade pills, but there are plenty of 1st to 4th grade pills.
At this point, Xia Beichen said generously, you can choose whatever you want.
The Valley Master placed the cut vegetables on a plate and looked at the dazzling array of elixirs.
Good fellow, are you really an alchemist? Xia Beichen shrugged, do you think I'm a liar? I can really choose whatever I want? The Valley Master was a little tempted. No cheating.
Xia Beichen said seriously, besides, you should choose first and make sure you are satisfied.
In that case.
The Valley Master spread out his palms, and a clear light flashed. Then there was an extra scroll in his hand. The scroll emitted a faint blue glow. There was also a slight chill in the air.
Here's the recipe for refining the Ice Soul Pill. Xia Beichen was delighted and went forward to take it.
Get started, cooler.
Can I choose now?
The Valley Master pointed at the pills that Xia Beichen had taken out.
Can. Xia Beichen replied.
The Valley Master was not greedy. He only took a small amount of the pills he needed. In his words, there is more research than application. By then he will have figured out the recipe for the elixir and will be able to make it himself. It was the same plan that Yi Yunshin had proposed to Xia Beichen before. He has taken time out in the past 2 days to study a small portion of the elixirs that were looted from the forbidden area of the Wanren sect. Then I recorded it for easy refining later. So, on the surface, the Valley Master and he were exchanging pills for recipes, but in reality, they were just exchanging recipes. After making the selection, the Valley Master also gave Xia Beichen some pills as a supplement. It can be said to be full of sincerity. After a while, the two people finished the exchange.
Xia Beichen took a look, raised his eyebrows and asked, Old man, don't you want those rejuvenation liquids, whip strengthening pills, or something like that?
Why would I need that thing? The Valley Master said with disdain.
It's precisely because I'm old that I need it more. Xia Beichen showed off his figure and said, young people like me don't need it.
Pooh, pooh, pooh.
Are you targeting the single guys?
The Valley Master curled his lips.
Eh?
Old man, you didn't tell your junior sister.
Junior sister? An ambiguous look suddenly appeared on the Valley Master's face.
But it was quickly swept away. Go away.
What nonsense!
As he said this, he sprinkled a handful of chili peppers into the pot.
The spiciness made Xia Beichen's nose itch. This old guy.
Helplessly, Xia Beichen had to quickly put the things into the endless realm and then left the kitchen.
As soon as I left the kitchen, I couldn't help but sneeze twice.
A few people who were playing in the yard in front of the house saw Xia Beichen sneezing and thought he had caught a cold from being in the snowy mountains.
They all asked him about his well-being. They didn't realize what was going on until they smelled spicy food from the kitchen. What kind of ingredients did the Valley Master use that are so spicy?
Pixing stretched his neck curiously and looked into the kitchen.
Achoo!
As a result, he also felt the spiciness.
Spicy rabbit head. Xia Beichen replied.
When everyone heard this, they almost drooled. Among them, the youngest is over 200 years old, and the oldest is 5,000 years old.
I have already reached the state where I can live without any food.
But it's still hard to hide his foodie nature.
You don't have to eat the food, but you must eat delicious food. This is like the immortals in the legend. Their lifespan is long enough, but they still eat peaches, right? By the way, where are the little animals? Xia Beichen glanced around.
Noticing that the bee, the red panda and the little squirrel were not around, he asked curiously. Yi Yunshin said, they said that since it's a rare opportunity for them to come out, they wanted to have some fun in this Spirit Sword Valley.
Xia Beichen worriedly asked, that old guy's Spirit Sword Valley is so big, will there be any danger? Yi Yunqin was unsure, so he said, how about we use the paper cranes Qi Xian gave us to see? I almost forgot about this. Xia Beichen remembered this.
Before Song Ming and his 3 companions parted this morning, Song Ming asked Qi Xian to give him and Yi Yunqin each 1,000 paper cranes.
Xia Beichen took out his paper crane.
After infusing the spiritual energy, he silently recited the characteristics of the bee, the red panda, and the squirrel in his mind. After it was finished, the 1,000 paper cranes changed from a static state to a circle of flowing light, and then fluttered their wings.
Alive back. Lu Yuting and Pixing Dayu looked at the 1,000 paper cranes in amazement.
This was also the first time they met in their lives. After flapping its wings a few times, the circle of light outside the paper crane disappeared. Then, the paper cranes themselves gradually became transparent.
Disappeared?
They shouted in unison day and night.
Xia Beichen shook his head and replied, it's just invisible.
It has established a connection with my spiritual consciousness, so don't worry.
Magic. Lu Yuting on the side couldn't help but praise. Xia Beichen said, this is my first time using it. Not to mention you guys, I also think it's amazing. Is there any distance limit? Lu Yuting asked curiously.
Xia Beichen held up 5 fingers and said, 50 miles is no problem. Anyway, that's what Qi Xian said at the time.
The battery life of this paper crane should be more reliable than some new energy vehicles.
Don't just stand there, 2 men come in and serve the dishes. After a while, the Valley Master's voice came from the kitchen. Xia Beichen and Pai Xing immediately turned around and went to the kitchen. I found that a lot of dishes have been prepared. A plate of spicy rabbit head.
A bowl of dragon and phoenix soup. A plate of 9-turn large intestine.
A dish of braised carp.
A plate of fried peanuts.
A plate of candied sweet potatoes.
5 dishes in 1 soup. Very generous portion. Full of sincerity. Of course, the Lingjian Valley's special wine brewed by the Valley Master himself is also indispensable.
Finally, everyone sat around the stone bench in the yard.
Pour the wine, cheers first. After a round of toasts, everyone started to feast.
Just as we were enjoying our meal, the paper cranes we had sent out received a message back.
Chapter 77 The Omnipotent Little Animal.
As a result, Xia Beichen discovered it suddenly. There is now a new friend among this group of little animals.
What's this?
Out of curiosity, Xia Beichen felt it and discovered that it was a spirit emitting a faint golden light. So, Xia Beichen described its appearance to the Valley Master.
The Valley Master paused for a moment, then said excitedly, could it be the Golden Spirit? Not sure. Xia Beichen replied, but they are on their way back. What are the origins of these little animals of yours? They are really capable.
The Valley Master said sincerely, not only can he speak human language, he can also build houses, and now he is suspected of catching the Golden Spirit. Having said that, he looked at Yi Yunqin.
Sect Master Yi, has your Tianxian sect already developed to the point where it is full of talented people? Even the outer disciples are so outstanding?
Yi Yunqin smiled awkwardly and said, Valley Master, please forgive me for laughing. He is the only disciple like him in Tianxian sect. She glanced at Xia Beichen and continued, however, according to the rules of our Tianxian sect, as long as you break through to the spirit gathering realm, you can become an inner disciple. The Valley Master was puzzled. Now he has already reached the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, but has surpassed the 4th stage of the spirit gathering realm.
So, shouldn't you have become an inner disciple long ago? I'm curious too. Lu Yuting said. Among those present, only Yi Yunqin and Pixing Dayu were not curious. Especially Yi Yunqin. Because she brought Xia Beichen and fought their way out of Tianxian sect.
I witnessed Xia Beichen advance from a novice level to the early stage of the spiritual realm in just 2 or 3 days.
As for working day and night,
when Xia Beichen met in Wanren sect, his cultivation was only in the late stage of Lingju realm, but in the blink of an eye, he reached the early stage of Lingdong realm. So, the period of surprise has long passed. Yi Yunqin took a sip of wine and said, you two don't know, it only took him 3 days to advance from the spiritual martial realm to the current spiritual movement realm.
Clang! A wineglass fell from the table, hit the ground and broke.
It was after hearing Yi Yunqin's words that the Valley Master was so shocked that he accidentally dropped the wineglass. Lu Yuting suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Xia Beichen. Such a disciple with great potential was actually picked up by Tianxian sect.
Why isn't it my Qinglan sect?
However, with such a person, it is not unfair for my Qinglan sect to lose. At least, they were not wiped out like the Wanren sect. Sorry, I lost my composure. The Valley Master stretched out his hand and swept the broken wineglass on the ground, and then the fragments of the wineglass disappeared. That. The Valley Master suddenly started to make plans. How about you give this boy to me? Everyone frowned. Yi Yunshin asked doubtfully, give it to you? How do you give it to me? Before the Valley Master could answer, Pixing smiled wickedly and said, is it the kind that rubs your back in the summer and warms your bed in the winter? The Valley Master rolled his eyes and said, go away, where are you going? I want him to join my Spirit Sword Valley. So it's a robbery. Daiyu laughed, huh, how about you, Sect Master Lu, grab some too. Take young Master Xia back and make him your heir apparent. Lu Yuding blushed slightly and said shyly, Sister Daiyu, please don't make fun of me. Yi Yunshin cleared his throat with a cough, then said seriously. I'm sorry, but the rules of our Tianxian sect are that disciples cannot be expelled from the sect unless they have committed certain mistakes. Otherwise, you cannot become someone else's disciple. Even if you are an inner disciple, you cannot choose a new master unless your original master has passed away. The Valley Master smiled awkwardly, that's a pity. It's not a pity. Yi Yun thought to himself, as long as he doesn't become your disciple, even if you teach him how to forge swords, it won't violate the sect's rules. Ha ha. The Valley Master laughed again and said, but my Spirit Sword Valley doesn't teach outsiders. At this time, the yard door was pushed open. Everyone looked up and found that the little animals had returned. The Valley Master fixed his gaze on the fist-sized spirit that emitted a faint golden light. It's really the golden spirit. After confirming what it was, the Valley Master was surprised. Upon hearing this, Xiao Beichen was overjoyed. These little animals in the endless realm went out for a stroll and actually subdued the golden spirit. It is true that after searching for a needle in a haystack, it was finally found without any effort. The Valley Master stroked his graying beard and said, 3 of the 5 spirits have been subdued. The remaining 2 will not be that troublesome after all. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaomi snorted and said, who said there are only 2 left? The Valley Master paused abruptly, glancing at Yi Xiaomi sideways, what do you mean? Brothers and sisters, please make way for him and let him have a look, just take a look. Yi Xiaomi called out to her companions who stood up behind her. After hearing this, his companions all moved aside. Xia Beichen and others and the Valley Master watched intently. The next moment, he saw a spirit emitting a faint khaki light. Before Xia Beichen and the others could react, the Valley Master was surprised again, it's actually an earth spirit. Hearing the word earth spirit, Xia Beichen and others looked at each other in surprise. Xia Beichen walked over and asked, Xiaomi, how did you capture the gold spirit and the earth spirit for me in just a short time? He. Yi Xiaomi smiled and replied, Master, when we were playing outside, we accidentally found something strange in the soil. Acting professionally, we went up to check it out and discovered a small gold mine. A small gold mine? The Valley Master frowned, where is it? Obviously, he himself didn't know that there was a gold mine in Lingjian Valley. It's more than 40 miles from here. Yi Xiaomi pointed to the northwest direction of Lingjian Valley. Although the Sky Continent does not use gold, silver, copper and other jewelry as hard currency, it does not mean that there is no gold, silver, and copper. Most of the gold, silver, and copper are used to make utensils or jewelry, or even to be refined with other materials. Gold is hidden in stone, attached to the mountain, and grows from moisture. The earth gathers to form a mountain, and where there is a mountain, there must be stone. This is what is meant by earth giving birth to gold. Yi Xiaomi spoke in a serious manner, so it's not surprising to find gold in the soil. Coincidentally, we discovered the gold spirit, and in the process of subduing it, we discovered the earth spirit. Xia Beichen nodded and said with relief, so, you were able to subdue them together. Exactly. Yi Xiaomi called the earth spirit and the gold spirit over, then said to Xia Beichen, now, master, please accept them. Okay. You can bring them together to the endless realm later. Xia Beichen ordered with satisfaction. Aha! What reward do you want? The bees, Xiaoko, and Xiaosong all replied in unison, wine. Liquor? Everyone was shocked by their answers and couldn't help but look at the table. There are several jars of fine wine brewed by Lingjian Valley on it. You actually like this? The Valley Master laughed, no problem, I'll send some wine to you on behalf of your master as a reward. Chapter 78 Searching for the Last Spirit.
There is also a lot of wine stored in the endless realm. I don't know if they were tired of drinking it and wanted to change their taste, so when they saw the wine from Lingjin Valley, they became interested. However, their contribution is not small, so we cannot be stingy with the wine. Xia Beichen suggested to the Valley Master that he could just buy it with his own money. But he was rejected by the Valley Master. He also said, although you broke my thatched house into pieces, this new bamboo house has already exceeded my expectations. Since they've exceeded expectations, shouldn't I give them some wine? Having said that, he immediately asked them to move wine from the nearby wine cellar. The little animals also know their limits and don't eat too much. After symbolically taking a few jars, he returned. The Valley Master counted them and found only 9 jars. He asked in confusion, "You have so many, and you only took 9 jars?" He. Yi Xiaomi replied, "That's enough. We can't drink much." The bees have a total of 7 jars, and Xiaoka and Xiaosong each have 1. In the Endless Realm, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin had seen how much these 2 little guys could drink. Therefore, it is not surprising that one person takes 1 jar. However, the Valley Master squinted his eyes and said unhappily, "Who are you looking down on?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, "Double it." The next moment, everyone saw a lot of wine jars floating out of the wine cellar. After the wine flew in front of them, Xiaoka, Xiaosong, and Yi Xiaomi said in unison, "So much?" "Not much, not much." The Valley Master waved his hand. The little animals were also sensible. After they came to their senses, they immediately thanked the Valley Master. Finally, Xiaoka suggested, "How about we go back and drink together?" "I agree." Xiaosong raised his hand and said. Yi Xiaomi thought for a moment and said, "Although the wine is good, don't drink too much. How about this, let's have fun together tonight with these 9 jars, and toast together." Pointing to the other 9 altars, he said, "Let's divide these. We'll have 7, and you each have 1. How about that?" Xiaomi is right. Xia Beichen agreed and said, "You can keep it in the house in the Endless Realm first. When you want to drink, you can go and get it yourself." Seeing that their master had spoken, the little animals decided what to do with the wine. Finally, Xia Beichen sent them back to the Endless Realm. Of course, the Gold Spirit and the Earth Spirit also come with them. Sitting back at the table, Xia Beichen looked at the Valley Master and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, I need to gather the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to forge the sword I want, right?" "That's right." The Valley Master nodded. Now only the Wood Spirit is left. As he spoke, he raised his glass and said, "Come, eat and drink your fill first, then rest for a while, and then we'll go catch the Wood Spirit." "Okay, let's take a walk after dinner and live to be 9,900. Xia Beichen also raised his glass. 9,009 is still too little, why not 99,000? Pixing and Daiyue also raised their glasses. "If you can cultivate the Great Way, you will be the only one who can rule forever." Lu Yuding said domineeringly. "You said all the good things, so I won't say anything more." Yi Yunqin said with a smile. Then everyone smiled and toasted, drinking the wine in their glasses. After eating and drinking and cleaning up the remaining things, the moon had climbed to the highest point in the sky. After chatting for a while, several people, led by the Valley Master, set off to the location of the Wood Spirit that he knew. This time, we came to a dense forest. On the way, the Valley Master said, "Although it's not the 1st or 15th day of the lunar month, the moonlight is bright tonight. It's a good time for the Wood Spirits to come out and bask in the moonlight." "What does this Wood Spirit look like?" Pixing glanced around and asked. "Because it is a divine beast, it can come and go freely even when walking in the forest under the stars and the moon. As for Xia Beichen, he naturally has the eye that never sleeps. Switch to night vision mode with just thought. So now, when he looks at every flowering tree in the forest, it is as if it were daytime." Compared to them, Yi Yunqin, Lu Yuding and the Valley Master have reached a certain level. Even without the eyes that never sleep, one can still rely on keen perception to determine the direction of the target. The Valley Master shook his head and said, "I haven't seen its true appearance either. However, ancient books record that the Wood Spirit has a pair of small wings. Sunbathe on the moon, little wings." Xia Beichen muttered something, then looked up. The sparse moonlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves. "I think we need to split up into 2 groups to search for the Wood Spirit." Xia Beichen said, "It's very likely that it's in the treetops, basking in the moonlight." When everyone heard this, they all nodded. That makes sense. Now that the suggestions were unified, we were divided into 2 groups.
Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuding formed an aerial team to search. The rest of Pixing Dayu and the Valley Master continued searching in the forest. The evening breeze blew, and the branches and leaves on the treetops swayed gently. The three members of the aerial team dispersed into the evening breeze to expand the search area. Just like the previous search for Shu Weiling, after searching for a while, no clues were found. Just when Xia Beichen was about to go down and ask the Valley Master for some advice, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting breaking out below. The three of them looked at each other and then descended into the forest. As a result, they found that in front of the Valley Master, there was a monster emitting green light all over its body. Next to them were some broken trees. I didn't expect there would be monsters here. Pixing stared at the green monster vigilantly. This is the green flame beast. It shoots green flames. Everyone, be careful. The Valley Master reminded everyone. Flames? Dayu frowned. Won't that burn the forest? No. The Valley Master shook his head and was about to explain when the green flame beast opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of green flame at them. The current state of the flame is like the flame sprayed out by a flamethrower. The Valley Master in Pixing Dayu quickly dodged and avoided the green flame. Finally, the flames touched some trees behind them. Just when everyone thought the flames would ignite the trees, they found no signs of burning at all. When the flames hit the trees, they formed a layer of green light that enveloped them. Finally, it dissipated completely. So magical? Pixing said in surprise. The Valley Master explained, this forest is where the green flame beast lives. It can be said that it exists only because of the forest. Its skills naturally have a protective effect on these trees. Isn't that a forest ranger? At this time, Xia Beichen's voice came. The Valley Master in Pixing Dayu looked at Xia Beichen and the other two. How is it? Any clues? Xia Beichen shook his head, no. As he spoke, he pointed at the green flame beast and said, how do we deal with this guy? Pixing took 2 steps forward and said, leave it to me to deal with it. You guys go find Muling first. The Valley Master said, just knock it out, don't kill it. Okay. Pixing nodded, then transformed himself and turned back into the form of a pie. The pie roared, and the green flame beast couldn't help but tremble a few times. Chapter 79, Invisibility, Sneak Attack. Perhaps, this is the legendary bloodline suppression. Xia Beichen and the others told him to be careful and then left. This time, the strategy changed. Everyone is searching from the air. If you really can't find it, think of another way. In this way, Xia Beichen put all his strength on the top. Time passes by little by little. Before I knew it, it was already the second half of the night. A passing cloud just blocked the moon. Suddenly, Xia Beichen and others heard a few swish sounds. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and nimbly dodged the attack. Xia Beichen even stretched out his hand, and between his 2 fingers, he suddenly pinched a leaf. Only then did everyone realize that the thing that had just attacked them was actually leaves. Some leaves did not hit anyone and flew to the treetops behind Xia Beichen and others. Some branches and leaves were suddenly cut off by the leaves. So, don't underestimate these leaves that are about 2 fingers wide. It is lethal. What was the sneak attack? Lu Yuding glanced around and asked in confusion. Could we have encountered some monster again? Dayu looked vigilantly at the direction where the leaves had just flown. Xia Beichen shook his head and said, if it's a monster, it won't be silent. After all, the green flame beast made quite a commotion when it met the Valley Master in Pixing Dayu. This silent attack was very different from the style of the monsters. However, just as Xia Beichen shook his head, everyone suddenly looked at each other. It seemed as if everyone reached a consensus at the same time, and then flew towards the direction where the leaves had just attacked. Just after flying a few feet, the sound of whoosh 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 breaking through the air was heard. Careful! Yi Yunxin reminded her, and the Tianxian sword appeared in her hand, and she swung the sword with a clang 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 sound. Things that were blocked by the sword fell down one after another. Xia Beichen picked up something that fell down, and when he took a look, it turned out to be a sharp wooden stick. Moreover, the shape is the same as an arrow. It's just that there are no iron arrowheads. The Valley Master raised his eyebrows and said decisively, these are leaves and wooden arrows. It can be concluded that it is the wood spirits attacking us. Xia Beichen nodded and said, it's like searching for something unsuccessfully, only to find it without any effort. I was just worried I couldn't find it, and then it just came to me on its own initiative. Yi Yunxin reminded, this wood spirit is more aggressive than the previous water spirit, so everyone should be careful when taking action.
Everyone nodded.
Just as he finished speaking, several more sounds of breaking through the air were heard. However, this time, it came from another direction. Swish, swish, swish. When everyone looked closely, they saw that leaves and wooden arrows were flying towards them. Moreover, it is so densely packed. Xia Beichen took the opportunity to look in the direction where the leaves and wooden arrows were flying. With the advantage of his nightless eyes, he quickly caught sight of something unusual. It is a spirit that looks like an elf with a pair of small wings and a faint brown glow. That is Mu Ling. I saw it. Xia Beichen pointed his finger over there. At this time, Yi Yunxin used his hand to help him block a stray arrow, and then looked in the direction he pointed. As a result, when I looked at it, the wood spirit disappeared out of thin air. Can you become invisible? Yi Yunxin frowned slightly. Xia Beichen took out the 1,000 paper cranes that he had sent out to find the small animals. Before the little animals came back, it returned to Xia Beichen's hands and was put away. Now, it's time to put it to use again. I wonder if I can lock onto an invisible target. Try it. Yi Yunxin also took out her own paper crane. After the two nodded to each other, they began to infuse spiritual energy into their respective paper cranes. Then he silently recited the characteristics of the wood spirit he had seen. Soon, the thousands of paper cranes flapped their wings and streams of light appeared on their bodies. The next moment, he flew out. After a while, the light dimmed and the paper cranes disappeared out of thin air. They became invisible. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin each have a spiritual connection with the 1,000 paper cranes, so it depends on whether it can work on a target that also has invisibility skills. I don't know if it was because Xia Beichen discovered it just now, so Mu Ling fell into a truce period after shooting leaves and wooden arrows at them just now. During this short period of time, there were no attacks. It seems that this wood spirit also knows that if it continues like this, its position will be exposed. So, just don't attack. About 2 minutes passed. Xia Beichen made a puzzled sound. Yi Yunxin asked with concern, what's wrong? My paper crane is trapped. Xia Beichen replied with a frown. Oh. Mine didn't, but it has found its target. Yi Yunxin received a reply message from her paper crane. So, you're trapped in a cage formed by the wood spirit using leaves. Xia Beichen said, this technique is somewhat similar to starlight binding. Yi Yunxin said, however, it will not compress space. Since you have found it, let's chase it. As he said that, he flew towards the location where the paper cranes had given feedback. Xia Beichen followed closely behind. Finally, Lu Yuting, the Valley Master, and Daiyu also followed. Soon, they arrived at the place where the trapped paper crane was. Unexpectedly, it was not only the leaves that trapped the paper cranes, but also the vines. What a rational use of forest resources. I don't know if it's because Yi Yun's heart is at a high level. Her paper cranes were attacked several times while tracking the wood spirit. But every time it was easily resolved. Even her paper crane will fight back. Tianxian star magic is known. A burst of starlight quickly flew towards the wood spirit and surrounded it. Mu Ling wanted to slip away through the gap, but unexpectedly the starlight instantly turned into a sphere. The star-emitting sphere wrapped the wood spirit tightly. However, just when everyone thought it had been trapped and had lost its temper, several brown lights burst out from the starlight sphere. Crack, crack, crack. The starry sphere suddenly cracked, as if glass had been hit. Clang. Finally, the starlight sphere exploded. And at the moment it exploded, countless leaves and wooden arrows flew towards Xia Beichen and others. A huge barrier enveloped everyone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Pixing who had returned and had added a defensive barrier to them at the right time. Pixing, what happened to the monster? Asked the Valley Master. Don't worry, not only did we not hurt it, we didn't even knock it out. Pixing said with a smile. Then he took out something and handed it to Xia Beichen. Mr. Xia, try this. When Xia Beichen took a look, he saw a bead the size of a duck egg emitting a faint green light. Chapter 80. Can you hurry up? I'm so anxious. Inner elixir? Xia Beichen took the thing curiously. No. Pixing said, this was given by the green flame beast. It said it can restrain the wood spirit and make it easier to subdue it. So, the green flame beast can also speak human language? Xia Beichen asked again. Pixing waved his hand and said, it can't speak human language, but I can understand its animal language. Xia Beichen gave a thumbs up. Dude, you're awesome.
He. Pixing smiled innocently and said, no. Xia Beichen retracted his thumbs and asked with a smile, is this really a gift?
It's definitely a free gift, no cheating. Pixing said seriously, I am a divine beast.
I can't bully a little demon beast that loves to protect the forest, right? Xia Beichen continued laughing and said, huh? That seems to be the truth. By the way, how do I use this thing? Pixing replied, just input spiritual energy, try it now. Xia Beichen immediately input spiritual energy.
The green bead floated up from Xia Beichen's hand and soon rose into the air.
Puff! Suddenly,
the green bead suddenly burst into green flames. It looked exactly like the fireball that Green Flame Beast had sprayed at them before.
The range of the flames is getting bigger and wider.
Soon, it covered the large forest below. Xia Beichen said worriedly, will this fire burn the vegetation? Pixing explained, according to the Green Flame Beast, this green fire will not cause any harm to the vegetation in the forest, but it will cause certain damage to the targets that need to be dealt with.
That's good. Xia Beichen felt relieved.
Green fire began to spread towards the forest below. Just as Pixing said, and just like what happened when they were ambushed by the Green Flame Beast before, the green fire did not cause any damage to the trees.
Everyone also felt a burning sensation.
Soon, under the threat of the green fire, the wood spirit showed panic. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, it flew towards Xia Beichen and the others. Xia Beichen curled up the corner of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. When Mu Ling came in front of them, he did not launch any attack.
Xia Beichen also saw its intention, and then cut off the spiritual energy that was continuing to be supplied to Luzhu.
The green fire covering the forest then went out automatically.
However, Yi Yunxin and others still came up and surrounded Mu Ling.
I was afraid that it would suddenly cause trouble or play some tricks and run away.
Mu Ling flapped his little wings and looked left and right.
Xia Beichen stretched out his palm at this time, and it flew to the palm of his hand and stopped there. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This little guy is really afraid of the green fire.
Pixing said. Congratulations, the 5 spirits are complete.
At this time, the Valley Master looked at the wood spirit in Xia Beichen's palm and expressed his congratulations to Xia Beichen. After spending some time together, the Valley Master had already let go of his grudge against him.
This is all thanks to your help, old man. Xia Beichen said sincerely. By helping you, I'm also helping myself.
The Valley Master said, because I also want to challenge the sword you mentioned. Having said that, he is already ready to go. Without further delay, I will go back now and help you forge a unique sword.
Ha ha. Xia Beichen laughed, what a swordsmith.
He's even got this occupational disease. The others also looked expectant.
Xia Beichen asked, old man, don't you want to rest? Or, how about forging again tomorrow morning?
Unexpectedly, the Valley Master gave him a sidelong glance and said, you kid, you're asking me to count sheep or stars? The 5 spirits are all gathered together, and you want me to sleep? She folded her arms in front of her, looking proud and arrogant. If you want to sleep, go to sleep. I'll go forge the sword. After saying that, he flew towards his residence.
Seeing his naughty look, Xia Beichen and others couldn't help laughing and followed him. Xia Beichen laughed behind him and said, old man, if the 5 spirits are not given to you, what will you use to forge?
The Valley Master paused, then remembered, oh, right. The 5 spirits are still with you, kid.
I'm going back empty-handed, it's nothing.
He flew back, grabbed Xia Beichen and continued to go back to his residence. Can you hurry up, kid?
I'm so anxious.
In this way, Xia Beichen was dragged back to the brand new house. After the Valley Master returned to the house to get some materials, Xia Beichen and others followed him to the cave where the sword was forged. However, before they reached the end, the Valley Master asked them to stop. I'm sorry, everyone. My Spirit Sword Valley has a rule that outsiders are not allowed to enter.
You can wait for me here.
Pointing to the path they had just walked, he said, there are many places to visit in the front half of this cave.
You can do whatever you want.
After all, there are rules in the sect, so Xia Beichen and others did not force their way in. When I just walked here, I found that the cave was not small and there were many branching roads.
Luminous objects are placed at regular intervals for lighting.
This reminded Xia Beichen of the karst caves, which were indeed worth seeing. Then, he called out the 4 spirits of gold, water, fire and earth from the endless realm. and then handed over the wood spirit that had just been subdued to the Valley Master.
Do you have any valuable materials on you? The Valley Master asked after taking the 5 spirits. Have. Xia Beichen took out a dark green object. The Valley Master took a look and saw that it was a demon pill. This is the demon pill obtained after defeating Xuanwu. Take it.
Xia Beichen handed the Xuanwu demon pill to the Valley Master. The Valley Master couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You really impressed me. Then, Xia Beichen gave him some precious materials. After the Valley Master took the things, he turned around and walked into the area that outsiders were not allowed to enter. The reputation of Lingjin Valley is well known throughout the Sky Continent, and it is honest and trustworthy. Therefore, Xia Beichen handed the things to the Valley Master with confidence.
But
I just forgot to ask Master Gu how long I have to wait.
Xia Beichen scratched the back of his head. Are you really going to wait here?
Pixing put his hand on Xia Beichen's shoulder and walked towards another fork in the road. Let's see if there are any treasures in the Valley Master's cave.
Time passes. Xia Beichen and others visited all the places in the cave like tourists. Of course, they didn't go in empty-handed and come out empty-handed. At this time, they had harvested several carp. These carps were actually in a secret river in the cave. The water quality is excellent, so the fish is naturally delicious. So, after everyone finished visiting the cave and catching fish, they went outside, built a fire, and heated up the oil in a pot. Grilled fish. Braised carp. The aroma of the 2 flavors instantly filled the air.
The moon was still in the sky. Several people ate fish, admired the moon, and waited for the Valley Master to forge the sword.
Chapter 081. The sword is completed, attracting uninvited guests.
When the braised carp is about to be served, when the grilled fish is about to be cooked. Suddenly, 7 rays of light in the colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple shot up into the sky from the peak where the cave was not far away. Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding, and Pixing Dayu immediately stood up from their seats and looked in the direction of the colorful light. I suddenly discovered that many places were illuminated by this colorful light. The world is gorgeous. However, this colorful light is similar to Yi Yunxin's colorful flowers. The colorful light that shot up into the sky lasted for a while and then attracted many guests. At first glance, they were actually birds and beasts. After seeing this scene, Pixing was very excited. All the beasts are paying tribute, a sign of good fortune. As he looked at the colorful light, he said, Brother Beichen, it looks like the sword is ready. After you woke up like this, Xia Beichen's face showed joy.
Zheng.
Just as Pixing finished his words, they heard a pleasant sword chant. It's indeed a sword. After a while, the colorful light finally dimmed. Wherever the light shines, the original night returns to its original state. However, the birds and beasts did not leave. At this moment, there was another clang sound, and suddenly a colorful stream of light flew out from the entrance of the sword-forging cave.
Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows and looked around.
It turned out to be a sword, flying out of the cave.
Finally, it stopped sideways in front of Xia Beichen.
Immediately afterwards, a clear light flew out from the cave. When he stopped beside the barbecue fire, everyone looked and saw that it was the Valley Master. Just right, there's still fish to eat. The Valley Master had a big smile on his face. Xia Beichen stared at the exquisite and domineering sword in front of him.
Old man, is this the new sword you forged with precious materials like the 5 spirits? It's genuine, said the Valley Master, patting his chest.
At this moment, a piece of paper appeared out of thin air in front of Xia Beichen. What is this? He asked in confusion.
Contract.
The Valley Master came to Xia Beichen's side. All the top-grade divine weapons forged by our Spirit Sword Valley require the owner to sign a contract with the divine weapon.
After the contract is signed, the owner can use it at will. Xia Beichen suddenly understood. Isn't this similar to what happened in old movies and TV dramas, where the protagonist obtains a powerful weapon and then acknowledges its master by dripping blood?
However, there is no need to swear allegiance by blood here, just sign a contract.
Xia Beichen reached out and grabbed the paper.
Then, he stretched out his right-hand fingers, and spiritual energy came out from his fingertips. He began to write in front of the signature space.
When the 3 words Xia Beichen were written, the contract shone brightly.
Then, with a chirp, the light disappeared. The contract stuck to the sword, and finally seemed to sink into the sword and disappeared.
All right? Xia Beichen looked at the Valley Master standing beside him and asked. All right.
The Valley Master stroked his beard and said, "This sword doesn't have a name yet."
Can you give it one? Xia Beichen remembered. I suggest calling it the Five Elements Sword.
Just when Xia Beichen began to think about it, Pixing had a suggestion. After all, it uses the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Daiyu shook his head and said, "You still have Xuanwu's demon pill." As she spoke, she also suggested, "How about calling it the Black Tortoise 5 Elements Sword?" Lu Yuting jokingly said, "Then let's just call it the Turtle 5 Elements Sword."
As a result, others echoed, "This is a good name." Xia Beichen was speechless.
"I feel like you're not giving advice, you're just looking for trouble."
He. Lu Yuting smiled awkwardly and suggested again, "How about calling it the 7-colored sword?"
When the sword was completed just now, it burst out with 7-colored light.
Xia Beichen shook his head and said, "It feels like it's still a little bit off. If that doesn't work, why not call it the Rainbow Sword?" Daiyu suggested again. As a result, Xia Beichen shook his head again. "It's still a little bit off. So, what kind of name do you want?" Lu Yuting and Pixing Daiyu asked at the same time.
"I have a friend whose sword has a very unique name, the Sword of Rippling Water. However, his sword is mainly about water. But my sword is not just water, it's also gold, wood, fire, and earth," Xia Beichen said as he looked at the new sword in front of him.
Yi Yunqin suggested, "It's not too late to name it after you have thought of it."
"Yes." The Valley Master beside him chuckled, then swallowed his saliva and said, "If you can't think of anything, just sit down and eat fish first." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and several jars of wine flew over from the wine cellar.
Xia Beichen nodded and put aside the matter of naming the sword. "Then let's have some midnight snack first. Good wine and good food." Unexpectedly, at this moment,
several different rays of light flew towards this side in the sky. The Valley Master raised his eyes and took a look at the rays of light.
"At this hour, are there any guests coming?"
Yi Yunqin also looked towards the rays of light and asked at the same time. The Valley Master shook his head and replied, "It's so late, no one has ever visited us at this time."
"So he is here with bad intentions?" Lu Yuting guessed. 9 out of 10 times, it's an uninvited guest.
The Valley Master stood up from his seat and said, "I think he must have sensed the emergence of the new sword."
Xia Beichen said, "We'll know when they get here." Then everyone stood up. Yi Yunqin quickly hit his cultivation level to the early stage of the spirit refining realm. After a few breaths,
several rays of light came in front of them and hovered in the air, looking down at them condescendingly.
"Who are you? Why are you visiting my spirit sword valley at this late hour?"
The Valley Master took a step forward, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the other people and asked.
Xia Beichen looked at the visitor. There are 5 people in total, wearing clothes of different colors.
It seems that they are not from the same sect. Among the 5 people, the one with the highest cultivation level is in the late stage of the spirit refining realm.
The lowest level is the late stage of Linghai realm.
These 5 people, even if placed in the same sect, are masters. We just noticed something unusual here, so we came here to check it out.
We'd like to say hello to you, Valley Master.
The leading cultivator in the late stage of spirit refining realm said. The Valley Master looked at their hands and said, "You are quite stingy when you greet others with empty hands."
"Hey." A cultivator in the early stage of the spirit refining realm said, "Who said we are empty-handed?"
As he spoke, he took out a mace and held it in his hand.
Isn't it empty? You're still too stingy."
The Valley Master curled his lips, and then countless sword chants were heard. The 5 people looked around and saw countless flying swords flying towards them.
It stopped a few feet away from them.
Seeing this situation, the leading cultivator in the late stage of the spirit refining realm disagreed. He said disdainfully, "Valley Master, these swords are not as good as that one." His gaze fell on the sword in Xia Beichen's hand.
Chapter 82, The Sword Follows the Heart, changing in an instant.
"Oh." Xia Beichen curled his lips and said, "It seems that you have good taste."
He.
The other party chuckled, then pointed at the sword in Xia Beichen's hand with his bare hand. "Boy, do you want to bring it up immediately, or should we go down and get it ourselves?"
Xia Beichen said disapprovingly, "This is a multiple-choice question."
Then he said with a smile, "I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity to choose." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the ethereal voice of the system.
"Drop. The host is currently facing a choice.
1. Immediately give the sword forged by the Master of Spirit Sword Valley to the other party.
Reward: 1 Hercules pill. After taking it, you will be as strong as an ox in everything you do, including exercising with women. 2. I spent so much effort to acquire this sword, and now I want to give it to you with a hammer. Not only will I not give it to you, I will also chop it down. Reward: the sword moves as you wish. You can unleash the power of the sword at will without learning any sword manuals. Easy points question. As usual, choose 2. At this moment, the cultivator in the late stage of the spirit refining realm asked with a sharp look in his eyes, have you thought it through? So, what is your choice? However, Xiaobeichun's eyes were even sharper. I won't choose any of your options. The other party frowned slightly and was about to say looking for death, but as soon as he said the word looking, the sword in Xiaobeichun's hand flew out. With a swish, he rushed in front of the other person. The tip of the sword reaches the center of the eyebrows. The other person opened his hand, and then a silver fan appeared in his hand. With a click, the fan opened in his hand and blocked in front of him. The sword pierced one of the ribs of the silver fan with a ding sound and emitted a small spark. The other person's hand also shook. He hurriedly retreated a few feet and couldn't help but look at his hands. At this time, his hands were already numb. He shifted his gaze and looked at Xiaobeichun. You, a cultivator in the spiritual movement realm, are really interesting. Thank you very much. Xiaobeichun bowed modestly in a proper manner. This gave you a step, and you actually took it down. Therefore, the cultivator in the late stage of the spirit refining realm showed an unhappy look on his face. Then don't say I bully you. As he spoke, he fanned the silver fan in his hand at Xiaobeichun. A gust of strong wind blew out. Moreover, as the wind blew towards Xiaobeichun, it destroyed all the flowers and plants in its path. Even the local rocks were shattered into powder under its ravages. It seems that the wind blown by the silver fan should not be underestimated. However, Xiaobeichun's sword immediately changed from the shape of a sword into a stone wall. Ha! The other party snorted disdainfully and said, you don't care at all about the stone being blown into powder. But Xiaobeichun retorted, don't be too confident. Swish! The wind from the silver fan blew up the flowers and plants that were abused by it and hit the stone wall. Just when the other party proudly thought that the stone wall would also turn into powder, an incredible scene happened. Not only did the wind fail to cause any damage to the stone wall, it was actually bounced back. Moreover, the wind that rebounded was even stronger than before. The opponent retreated hurriedly, but the wind was also fast and soon reached him. He reflexively swung his fan to block, but unexpectedly countless arrows flew towards him. This is? He looked at the dense swarm of arrows in horror. These arrows were transformed from the stone wall just now. Moreover, its material has nothing to do with stone. Because arrows are made of metal. Midas touch? Before the other party could understand the situation, the silver fan in his hand collided with the rebounding wind. Some arrows also hit the silver fan with a ding-ding-ding sound. However, the area that can be blocked is limited. There was still an arrow that hit him. But, he was unlucky that the bullet didn't hit his vital parts. He hurriedly set up a silver barrier in front of him. This was enough to block the other flying arrows. However, at this moment, the arrow suddenly changed. Turned into sparks. The sparks surrounded the opponent and formed a sealed fireball. What the hell? What kind of magic is this? The other party's terrified voice was heard from the fireball. Hurry up and save me. His companions, upon hearing his cry for help, also hesitated. Even cultivators in the late stage of the spirit refining realm were trapped, so wouldn't those of them with lower cultivation be? Use water. The 3 companions looked at the other companion. Another companion finally came to his senses. I will save him right away. After stammering, he started making hand gestures towards the fireball. Then, dark clouds appeared in a small area in the sky corresponding to the fireball. Soon, it started to rain. However, at this moment, the fireball suddenly left an afterimage. Then, the afterimage became concrete. When everyone looked, they saw a curtain of light covering the fireball. The rain hit the light curtain, but had no effect on the fireball below. The monk who had performed the cloud and rain technique stared at the rain that was making no progress and staggered. The Valley Master sneered, how dare you overestimate your own abilities? You actually dare to come to my Spirit Sword Valley and act wildly? Now you've met your match, haven't you? At this moment, a scream came from the fireball. Ah! The screams resounded throughout the heaven and earth. The remaining 4 people couldn't help but shudder when they heard this. Let's retreat.
The monk who had just performed the cloud and rain technique suggested cautiously. The 3 companions did not hesitate this time, nodded, turned around and wanted to leave.
But Xiaobeichen snorted lightly, then said in a deep voice, "Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please? Today, let your blood feed my sword." The 4 cultivators couldn't help but look back. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you do. The rain just now actually condensed into ice.
The ice flashed with cold light and flew towards them. Before they could dodge, they were cut by the ice cubes, or to be more precise, the ice flakes. That's right, the rain condenses into ice flakes, as sharp as blades. 2 of the monks also had bruises on their faces, with very conspicuous cuts left on their faces.
What a pervert!
The cultivator in the late Linghai realm, whose realm was the lowest among the 5 uninvited guests, felt like crying. I didn't expect that the sword would change so suddenly.
It's simply unbearable.
Xiaobeichen looked at Yi Yunxin and the others and said, "Next, I'll let you guys have a go.
Let's leave it to the Valley Master." Yi Yunxin said, "After all, this is the territory of Lingjian Valley." "I second that." Lu Yuting and Pixing Dayu said together.
"Good." The Valley Master gave a shout and rushed towards the 4 cultivators. At this time, the fireball had burned out. That cultivator in the late stage of the spirit refining realm was left with not even a trace. However, after all, it was a cross-border attack that killed the opponent, so Xiaobeichen consumed a lot of energy.
Chapter 083, The Golden Spear Cannot Be Broken, and I Don't Envy the Mandarin Duck Pill. Yi Yunxin held Xiaobeichen's hand and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiaobeichen waved his hand and said, "I've consumed quite a bit of energy. Let me rest for a while."
As he spoke, he took out a soul-restoring pill from the Endless Realm.
After taking it, I felt better.
However, it will take some time to recover to a perfect state. But you cannot take too many healing pills at once, otherwise you may not be able to regulate your breathing properly and risk hurting yourself. The sword that ended the battle flew back to Xiaobeichen.
This sword is truly unique. Lu Yuting's eyes were full of amazement.
Yes. Pixing also sighed, "I've lived for 5,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen a sword that can change its form at will."
Finally, he said the word wonderful 3 times in a row.
Dayu also said, "After all, this sword gathers the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, so it changes in an instant and is overwhelming."
Lu Yuting's eyes at this moment became a little odd.
She said, "Although the sword master consumed a lot of energy, his power should not be underestimated. In just 3 or 2 rounds, he eliminated a cultivator in the late stage of the spirit refining realm."
"Master Lu, you are also in the spirit refining realm," Xiaobeichen said with a smile. Lu Yuting looked at him speechlessly. Just then, a scream was heard from not far away.
Everyone looked up and saw that the cultivator in the late Linghai realm had been pierced through the chest by a sword. The Valley Master pulled out his sword, and the monk fell heavily to the ground. After his legs twitched twice, he was no longer able to move.
3 left. What's this old man's level of cultivation?
Why is he so powerful? The cultivator who had performed the cloud and rain magic before looked at the Valley Master nervously.
"It's more than enough to deal with the 3 of you who are in the early and middle stages of the spirit refining realm."
The Valley Master stood proudly, with no expression on his face.
"The sound is also quite penetrating. Damn it.
The 3 of us will attack him together. At worst, we'll just fight him." The cultivator with the highest cultivation level among the 3, who was in the middle stage of the spirit refining realm, gritted his teeth and rushed towards the Valley Master.
He.
The Valley Master then chuckled and went to meet him.
However,
what this cultivator in the middle stage of the spirit refining realm could not have imagined was that his 2 companions actually turned around and ran away when he was charging first.
Boom. Boom. 2 loud noises spread.
Unexpectedly, the monk who wanted to escape had not gone far when he ran into a sudden stone wall. Just when they thought it was Xiaobeichen's pervert who was performing the move again, they heard a female voice.
"Still want to run?" Xiaobeichen couldn't help but give Lu Yuting a thumbs up. Sect Master Lu 666.
Poof. With a light snort, Lu Yuting released another stone wall and then approached the 2 monks. If the 2 stone walls merge, they will definitely become a sandwich. However, they discovered that the 2 stone walls were not square, but in the shape of a mountain. This means that there is a glimmer of hope in slightly lower places. However, just as they were about to slip away from a lower place, they found that several swords were flying towards them.
It's over. The way to escape is blocked.
These swords were brought by the Valley Master.
To deal with you, I don't even need to use the spirit sword formation.
The Valley Master looked at the two of them as if they were ants. At this moment, the cultivator in the middle stage of the spirit refining realm behind him was suddenly pierced through the heart by thousands of swords. Countless sharp swords pierced him into a hedgehog. Blood dripped onto the ground along the swords of all sizes. The Valley Master raised his hand slightly, and the countless sharp swords that had pierced into the opponent's body suddenly shone brightly.
Boom!
Suddenly, a bloody mist spread. Finally, the blood mist dissipated without a trace.
This way of death, the other party didn't even have time to scream. Next, it's the turn of the last two monks.
However, what dealt them the fatal blow in the end was not the Valley Master's sword, but Lu Yuting's two stone walls.
Boom! With a loud bang, the heaven and earth shook.
The two stone walls collided heavily. The two monks only let out quick and short screams before losing their lives.
What a sandwich!
Finally, the stone wall collapsed and disappeared in a moment.
It's like I've never been here.
Everyone sat around the grilled fish and braised carp.
The delicacy is still steaming hot. 5 blind uninvited guests, let's celebrate.
Xiaobeichen began to share the grilled fish with everyone, just one fish for each person.
Ha ha.
After accepting the grilled fish, the Valley Master smiled and said, "We have wine, delicious food, and handsome men and beautiful women.
Today in Spirit Sword Valley, it feels like a festival."
Xiaobeichen took a bite of the fish and asked, "The sword is forged.
Old Valley Master, what reward do you want?"
The Valley Master gnawed on the fish while waving his hands and said, "I don't want any reward."
How can this be possible?
Xiaobeichen came closer to him and said, "Here's what you need."
What?
The Valley Master looked at what Xiaobeichen held in his hand curiously. They turned out to be a few white jade bottles. Although it was not marked on it at this time, the owner of the valley understood it based on his previous impression in the kitchen.
Rejuvenating liquid.
The golden spear will not fall down.
I don't envy the Yuanyang pills.
Xiaobeichen introduced the rejuvenation liquid in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear it clearly. This is rejuvenation liquid.
It can be used by both men and women.
Then he introduced the golden spear powder. This stuff hasn't been refined into a pill yet, but the powder is pretty powerful.
Men can take it. At last. This bushy Yuanyang pill is for women to take.
Then, they will no longer envy Mandarin ducks or immortals, but only envy their own little lovers. After the introduction, Xiaobeichen did not forget to raise his eyebrows, with an expression that said, "I'm giving it all to you." The Valley Master was about to refuse these things, but Xiaobeichen actually stuffed them into his hands. Then, Xiaobeichen returned to his seat.
What secret deal are you doing?
Pixing, who was sitting between Xiaobeichen and the Valley Master, asked curiously. The Valley Master then had an idea and stuffed the three things into Pixing's hands.
Ahem.
Clearing his throat, the Valley Master smiled and said, "Brother Pixing, I think these are suitable for you." When I looked under the stars, my eyes suddenly lit up. Then he glanced secretly at Daiyu, who was sitting opposite him. At this time, Daiyu was chatting with Yi Yunshin and Lu Yuting and didn't notice this side.
Hee, since the Valley Master doesn't want it, I'll accept it reluctantly. Don't force it, just put it away.
So, Pixing put the rejuvenating liquid, golden gun indestructible powder and Bushian Yuanyang pills into his bag. When the Valley Master saw that he accepted it, he breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, he said, "I hope Brother Pixing will have a baby soon." Thank you for the good wishes, Valley Master.
Pixing bowed to the Valley Master.
Xiaobeichen laughed and said, "Valley Master, you really don't want to save some for yourself?"
The old face of the Valley Master turned red, and he waved his hand and said, "No, no."
Chapter 84, Searching for Soul Devourer in Southern Xinjiang.
Just as the three men were talking quietly, the three women opposite them all looked at them.
Daiyu asked Paixing, "What are you three talking about secretly?"
Pixing's heart immediately skipped a beat. Then he waved his hand and said, "No, just chatting about family matters." Daiyu looked at it suspiciously. It doesn't sound like a casual chat at all.
Let's talk about the important things in life. Xiaobeichen said at this time. Tell me about it. The three adults asked in unison.
Xiaobeichen remained calm and said logically, "That's right, when are you two going to give birth to a little Pichio?" Daiyu was stunned at first, then her face turned red.
Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting were also quite curious about this question. So, the two of them turned their attention to Daiyu. Daiyu blushed and said shyly, "We are still young, there is no need to rush." Yi Yunxin stretched out 5 fingers. Daiyu hurriedly grabbed Yi Yunxin's wrist, and then used his other hand to help him hook his fingers back. "Master Yi, have you forgotten what we said? Our Pishio plan is 5,000 years old and in its prime." Yi Yunxin smiled and said, "Yes, young adulthood is a good time to give birth to a little Pishio." "Master Yi is right." Lu Yuting agreed. "I think it's right too." The Valley Master also echoed. Daiyu shyly moved her body, then passed the firepower to Yi Yunxin. "When will you give birth?" Yi Yunxin's smile stopped immediately. Now it was her turn to blush. Daiyu saw her blush and continued, "Give birth to a baby, and we'll give you a little Pishio as a pet for your baby." "This is a good suggestion." Lu Yuting was the first to agree. The Valley Master smiled and said, "All of you work harder. When the time comes, ask me to forge a peerless sword for the little ones." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat fish." Yi Yunxin picked up a piece of fish for everyone. Before I knew it, it was already dawn after a midnight snack. The morning of a new day arrives quietly. After a few people washed up at the stream, it was time to say goodbye to Lingjian Valley. Goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to the Valley Master, Xia Beichen and others flew south. Pixing and Daiwa have transformed into human form, so they did not return to the Endless Realm. Instead, he formed a 5-person team with Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting and headed to the destination of this trip. Southern Xinjiang. The Tianqiang continent divides the area south of Beixian into 2 parts. The part next to Tianxian is Zhongyang. The Qinglan sect is located in the Zhongyang area. The large area south of Zhongyang is collectively called Southern Xinjiang. Of course, there is also a large piece of land in the west called Xi'an. As for the east of the continent, it is the East China Sea. Legend has it that the East China Sea is controlled by the aquatic tribe, and the ones who call the shots are the mermaids among the aquatic tribe. Southern Xinjiang has high mountains and steep cliffs, and many rivers, lakes, and swamps. But it is not a remote and poor place. On the contrary, there are many prosperous cities and scarce resources compared to other places. And precisely because this place is full of opportunities, there are many good ones mixed in. Many shady sects like to choose to take root here. For example, the Wuji Valley, which was once famous in southern Xinjiang but was later destroyed by Yi Yunxin. For example, the sect they are looking for this time is the Soul-Devouring Valley. In the past, Wuji Valley did evil things that were no more conscience-free than the Soul-Devouring Valley. They even smuggled and sold organs, and did not even spare children. He also taught some harmful evil techniques to some small sects and used them to order these sects to do things. Later, when the Wuji Valley was wiped out, the Tianxian sect discovered the Tianhai Tower, a new and popular sect at the time, and had close contacts with it. The two sects had worked together to do many evil things, so when Yi Yunxin led his troops to wipe out the Wuji Valley on his way back, he razed the Tianhai Tower to the ground. However, Yi Yunxin's act of upholding justice was unexpectedly slandered by some famous and upright people after a period of time. Lu Yuting said, "Sect Master Yi, it is said that the whereabouts of the Soul-Devouring Valley are erratic. It will probably take a lot of effort to find them." Yi Yunxin nodded and agreed, "That's right." Pixing asked curiously, "Then how did the Wanren sect and Xianqing sect get involved with them?" Yi Yunxin said, "The Soul-Devouring Valley's actions are secretive. It is said that they use deacons as a bridge to communicate with other sects on cooperation matters." Daiyu frowned slightly. "So, the Wanren sect and Xianqing sect haven't met the Soul-Devouring Valley's master either?" Yi Yunxin replied, "Let alone the Valley Master, even the elders have probably never seen him." These were all told to her by Yu Miaoqing before. However, the Qinglan sect surprised Yi Yunxin a little. Because it has nothing to do with the Soul-Devouring Valley. Instead, Lu Yuting's fifth uncle and the Wanren sect and Xianqing sect started to plot to harm Yi Yunxin, and even drag Lu Yuting, who had just become the sect leader, into the water. Just when everyone was at a loss, Xia Beichen looked at the sky. It was almost noon. Since it's noon, it's time to eat. So, Xia Beichen suggested, "Let's go find a restaurant, sit down, drink and eat, and make plans at the same time." "But I'm not very hungry," Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting said in unison. Pixing Daiyu said, "We don't care." He. Xia Beichen smiled and said, "Food is the most important thing for people.
Even at my current level, I can still go hungry for 10 days or half a month without any problem.
But the dining area brings together all kinds of people.
Before he could finish speaking, Pixing understood Xiaobeichun's intention.
Brother Beichun, what you said makes sense. With so many people coming and going, it's really helpful to capture some information.
Yes, why didn't I think of this?
Yi Yun suddenly realized.
Daiyu looked at Yi Yunshin ambiguously and said, "It's okay.
With Brother Beichun's head here, sect leader Yi can just lie down. Then, let's go."
Seeing that they had no objections, Xiaobeichun waved his hand and walked towards the southwest.
Result: go southeast.
The others reminded in unison. Xiaobeichun heard the footsteps and immediately showed an embarrassed expression. I remember that yesterday at Changting, he also left first in such a handsome way.
As a result, I went in the wrong direction. Lu Yuting smiled and said, the nearest city in the southwest is more than 200 miles away. And the nearest city in the southeast is less than 100 miles away. It's better to be close.
Xiaobeichun walked back to their side and said modestly, "Please lead the way." Then, several people took off into the air and flew towards the southeast. After flying less than 100 miles, they arrived outside the gate of a city.
Above the city gate, there were 3 big characters written, Nanan City. Chapter 085 Going to the restaurant with the 2 girls. This name means eternal peace in southern Xinjiang.
Xiaobeichun looked at the bustling crowds of people and traffic at the city gate. He couldn't help but say, the prosperity of Nanan City is no less than that of Qinghe County.
Even Lu Yuting, the leader of Qinglan sect, had to admit.
Yes, Qinghe County is still slightly inferior to it.
Yi Yunshin said, after all, Nanan City is the bridgehead for communication between Zhengyang and southern Xinjiang.
Merchants gather here, and monks also have close exchanges. Some sects even specifically send their disciples to southern Xinjiang for training. For many people, Nanan City is their first stop when they come to southern Xinjiang.
Lu Yuting's mouth showed a graceful arc and said,
to be honest, I also came to southern Xinjiang to gain experience. It's only been 3 days since I arrived here, and the sect called me back because they had other tasks.
Yi Yunshin glanced at her and said, so, this is your second time coming to southern Xinjiang?
Exactly.
Lu Yuting nodded and then asked, what about you?
If I remember correctly, it was you who led the Tianxian sect to destroy the evil Wuji Valley, right? Yi Yunshin smiled slightly and said, it seems that you have not been brainwashed.
Brainwashing?
Lu Yuting frowned slightly, but she quickly reacted and understood what Yi Yun meant.
I'm not a frog in a well.
Even though I only stayed in southern Xinjiang for 3 days, I still heard about Wuji Valley.
As they were talking about this, in a sect thousands of miles away, a woman sitting in the sect leader's seat and discussing matters with the newly appointed elders. Suddenly, he sneezed. Xiaobeichun and others entered Nanan City. I found that the streets were even busier than a market. It really is a gathering place for merchants.
The streets, alleys, shops, and stalls are all busy.
Xiaobeichun discovered that after entering Nanan City, everyone's cultivation level was restricted and reduced by 1 level.
So, now he has returned to the great perfection of the Lingzhu realm. The same goes for others.
Yi Yunshin is in the spiritual realm. Lu Yuting is in the spiritual sea realm. As for working day and night, their realms are somewhat different.
After all, they are divine beasts and their cultivation systems are different.
This Nanan City actually has restrictions.
Lu Yuting, who discovered that her cultivation had been restricted, looked around and said, when I came here, there was nothing like this.
Yi Yunshin said, it's okay, it just dropped 1 stage. Xiaobeichun said, that's good. It saves you from having to hide your cultivation.
The restricted Nanan City reminded Xiaobeichun of the safe areas in some online games he had played before. In some cities, once you enter, fighting is not allowed. If you really can't help it, go to the ring and find someone to PK with. Or you can only use knives and guns after the other party agrees and accepts the PK invitation. Then, Xiaobeichun asked, since you've been to southern Xinjiang, you should have been to Nanan City as well, right?
Yi Yunshin and Lu Yuting nodded.
Xiaobeichun pointed to the restaurants on the street and asked, which restaurant should we go to? Lu Yuting said, time flies by, and I don't know how many restaurant signs have changed again and again. Yi Yunshin smiled and said, there's a time-honored restaurant that's been open for nearly 1,000 years.
Maybe it's still there. Then, let's go there. Xiaobeichun made a decision. Follow me. Yi Yunxin led the way in front. Xia Beichen and Lu Yuting followed her day and night like little followers. After turning a few corners, I arrived at a place that was not very prosperous. But the environment is good, and I saw the old restaurant that Yi Yunxin mentioned. Yi Yunxin explained, this place used to be the center of Nanan City, but as time went by, Nanan City has expanded, so this place is a bit out of the way. Xia Beichen pointed at the restaurant's sign and said, its name is simple and crude. That's right. The name of the restaurant is Old Brand. Lu Yuting looked at the sign and said, it turns out that an old brand not only refers to its age, but also its name. When I came here before, I didn't care much about food and accommodation, so I didn't notice this restaurant. As Yi Yunxin walked towards the entrance of the restaurant, he said, when I came here before, this sign was not called Old Brand, but Hui Chui Lu. Look, that must be its former signboard. Walked into the store. Xia Beichen saw a sign with the words Huicuala written on it, hanging above the front desk in the lobby opposite the door. At this time, the waiter who had just received a group of guests noticed their arrival and greeted them with a smile. My dear guests, would you like to stay in the hotel or have a meal? Xia Beichen replied, tooth-beating ceremony. Okay. Dear guests, please follow me. The waiter led them upstairs. Because the first floor was already full of guests. There was no room for 5 people like them to sit down at once. Finally, the waiter took them to a window seat on the second floor. This way, you can not only hear the conversations of other diners, but also enjoy the street view. After sitting down, Xia Beichen asked the waiter to bring some signature dishes and a few jars of wine. After the waiter said okay, he went to prepare it for them. The wine comes first. After the waiter filled their bowls with wine, Xia Beichen called him and motioned him to come closer. The waiter walked over and put his ear closer. Xia Beichen asked, waiter, do you know the soul-devouring valley? The waiter was slightly stunned, then asked, how many people want it? Xia Beichen took out a purse, handed it to him, and opened it to reveal the contents. Just say it. The waiter took a look at the contents and couldn't help but gasp. Take these first. Xia Beichen first took out a few and placed them in the waiter's palm. When Yi Yunxin and others took a look, they found that it was a top-grade spirit stone. When Xia Beichen opened the opening of his purse, a rich spiritual energy emanated from it. This caused the diners nearby to look over at them. When they saw the top-grade spirit stone in the waiter's palm, they couldn't help but call Xia Beichen a rich man in their hearts. I didn't expect that even a tip would be so extravagant. Ordinary spirit stones are good enough, but once you use it, it becomes a top-grade spirit stone. Xia Beichen shook the purse in his hand, reveal useful information, and the rest will be yours. The waiter's eyes lit up, really? Xia Beichen pointed at the top-grade spirit stone in his hand, I've already given you 5, are you still asking for the truth? It's okay if you don't want the rest. I'll give the opportunity to someone else. As he spoke, Xia Beichen subconsciously looked towards the diners at the nearby tables. At this moment, the waiter hurriedly took a step forward and blocked Xia Beichen's sight with his body. He just smiled and said, Sir, please be patient. They don't know as much as I do. Mock up. Money makes the world go round. I don't believe you 1T be moved. Xia Beichen stopped looking at the other diners, fixed his gaze on the waiter's eyes, and placed his purse on the table. Chapter 086, Letter of Recommendation, Letter of Submission. He also pulled a stool over from the side and Xia Beichen asked the waiter to sit down. Sit down and talk. The waiter did not refuse and sat down immediately. Xia Beichen even poured him a bowl of wine, showing full courtesy. The two men toasted each other, took a sip of wine, and then the waiter lowered his voice. According to reliable information, people from Soul Devouring Valley will go to Qianquan Auction House to participate in the auction this afternoon. Auction? Yes, I guess he has his eye on something. What is the identity of the person coming to Soul Devouring Valley? Xia Beichen asked. It is said that he is an elder. The waiter replied. Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuting, Pixingdeyu and others looked at each other. Unexpectedly, the Soul Devouring Valley elder, who rarely shows up in public on weekdays, actually came here in person to attend the auction. It seems that he really has his eyes on something. How many elders are there in Soul Devouring Valley? Xia Beichen asked again. The waiter held up 3 fingers. It's said there are 3 of them. The one who came today is their 3 elders. In addition, there are 2 Dharma protectors, called the left Dharma protector and the right Dharma protector. The two guardians are here too? The waiter nodded. Here they are. Rumor has it that the Dharma protector entered the city last night. As for where they are staying, I don't know. At this time, Lu Yuning asked, is the news reliable? The waiter replied, the third elder's information is absolutely reliable. The Dharma protector's information still needs to be verified. At this point, the waiter changed the subject and said, this Qianquan auction house is not accessible to ordinary people. I see you guys are newcomers, right? Xia Beichen nodded. The waiter scratched the back of his head. Unknown faces, you need a letter of recommendation to enter the auction house. Letter of recommendation? Who should I ask for it from? Xia Beichen asked. The waiter raised his eyebrows and said, Sir, this is easy to do. Our shopkeeper can do it. I'll get you one. Upon hearing this, Pixing said unhappily, Waiter, you're so clueless. Didn't you see there are 5 of us? You only got one? The waiter hurriedly explained, Sir, you misunderstood. You can write several people's names on one copy. Then, he said with assurance, don't worry, all 5 of you can go in. Xia Beichen asked, what are the requirements for your boss to write a letter of recommendation? The conditions are not very harsh. The waiter pointed to the purse on the table and said, this will do. Oh? Xia Beichen looked at him suspiciously, is this enough? That's enough. There's still some left, the waiter said with a smile. Then get me one now. Xia Beichen stuffed the purse into his hand and said, after the task is completed, I will give you spirit stones equal to the weight of this purse. The waiter waved his hand and said, what you just gave me is enough for me. He stood up and took 2 steps back, then said to Xia Beichen, I just hope that our customers will patronize our store. I didn't expect that this waiter actually knew when to stop. If it were someone else, they would have asked for an exorbitant price. In fact, the waiter also has his own plans. This restaurant is a business place after all. If it is doing business, it needs customers. Only with customer flow can you make money. If they make money, the employees in the store won't have to worry about the restaurant closing down and losing their jobs. Xia Beichen laughed heartily, no problem. The waiter also laughed happily, then took his purse and left. Everyone, are you interested in accompanying me to the Qianquan auction house this afternoon? Xia Beichen poured the wine and raised the bowl. Is there any need to ask? We must go. Pixing was the first to raise the bowl. Naturally, others did not miss the opportunity to watch the fun. Everyone raised their bowls, and finally everyone finished the bowl of wine. About half a quarter of an hour passed. The waiter came over with something in his hand and 2 waiters carrying dishes. After the 2 waiters placed the dishes on the table and left, the waiter handed the food and purse in his hands to Xia Beichen. Sir, here is the letter of recommendation you requested and the spirit stones the shopkeeper returned to you. Xia Beichen first took the red text. When I opened it, it turned out to be a letter of recommendation. Moreover, at the signature point, he not only signed but also stamped his seal. The shopkeeper's name is Wan Jinyu. He is indeed a good businessman. The name alone makes you look rich. It would be even better if the last word was changed to oil. The waiter pointed to a place where no names were written and said, you just need to write the names of the people you are traveling with on it. Xia Beichen nodded with satisfaction. Then he handed the letter of recommendation to Yi Yunxin. Yi Yunxin took out a pen from the space ring and wrote his name on it. Xia Beichen took the purse and found that the weight had not changed. Frowning, Xia Beichen asked, what about your boss? The waiter took 2 steps forward, leaned close to Xia Beichen's ear and whispered. After hearing this, Xia Beichen couldn't help but look at the waiter. The waiter took 2 steps back again and bowed to Xia Beichen again, thank you for your visit, sir. After saying that, he left the 2nd floor and went downstairs to entertain other guests. At this time, Yi Yunxin had written everyone's name. Seeing Xia Beichen's surprised expression, she asked, Beichen, what did the waiter tell you? Xia Beichen smiled and said, I didn't expect that I, who was a bounty hunter just now, would have reversed roles in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at him in confusion, what do you mean? Pointing to the recommendation letter with his name just written on it, Xia Beichen said, this is a letter of commitment from someone else. As he said this, he shook his purse. Not a single spirit stone was confiscated. Yi Yunxin nodded and glanced at the letter of recommendation, then said, so, there are still conditions? Yeah. Xia Beichen leaned forward. Everyone pricked up their ears immediately. Xia Beichen whispered softly, "Shopkeeper Wan Jinyu, let's capture the elder of the soul-devouring valley and hand him over to him for disposal." After hearing this, Yi Yunxin and the others were stunned. Lu Yuding was the first to come to her senses. Is there a feud? He didn't say. But it's almost certain. Xia Beichen guessed. Since we have accepted this pledge of allegiance, we must capture the third elder of the soul-devouring valley. Yi Yunxin said domineeringly. Lu Yuding said rationally, I just heard from the waiter that 2 guardians from the soul-devouring valley have also come to Nanan City. So, it might not be that easy to take down their third elder. The corners of Xia Beichen's mouth curled up, revealing a playful expression. No matter how simple it is, I will give their third elder a hard time this afternoon. Seeing that he was confident, the 4 people looked at him. Dayu asked, so, you already have a solution? Chapter 87 Seductive Woman. Xia Beichen smiled but said nothing. This aroused everyone's curiosity. However, even though he kept the secret, no one urged him to tell the truth. After all, there is still more than half an hour before the auction at Qinkuan Auction House starts in the afternoon. You will know when the time comes. Food is the most important thing for people. Eat first. During the process, Xia Beichen gave some spirit stones as rewards to other shop assistants. A quarter of an hour later, everyone was full and satisfied. After resting for another quarter of an hour, he got up and left the old brand. According to the address given by the waiter, Xia Beichen and his friends headed towards Qinkuan Auction House. Half a quarter of an hour later, 5 people arrived at the gate of Qinkuan Auction House. This gate is built in an extraordinary style. This reminded Xia Beichen of the Go family's branch mansion in Hongye Town that he had visited 2 days ago. However, the ones from Qinkuan Auction House are even better. It seems that the auction house is very profitable. At this time, because the auction was about to start, many people arrived at this time. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding wore a veil in front of their faces. The 2 beauties looked more mysterious when they put on the veil. However, it still cannot conceal the temperament emanating from their bodies. Therefore, many people looked in their direction. Both men and women. When it comes to appreciating beautiful women, women are no less capable than men. Of course, there were also some crazy girls who turned their attention to Xia Beichen and Pai Xing. Pixing was afraid that Dayu would pull his ears, so he didn't dare to look around. He walked obediently beside Dayu, looking straight ahead. Xia Beichen walked in front, followed by Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding, and Pixing Dayu was the last. After going up the stairs and reaching the gate, the staff of Qinkuan Auction House began to check the identification of the guests entering. Some people checked the identification issued by the auction house. These people either have something to consign or are here to participate in the auction. Some of them are from local or nearby prominent families. These people just need to show their ID cards. Alternatively, you can enter by scanning your face just by looking at the clothes you are wearing. Hey, Master Shang, you're here. Please come in. Isn't this Mr. Zhao? Welcome, please come in. Shopkeeper Tong, are you all right? Master Sun, long time no see. After a round of greetings, quite a few people came in. When they got to Xia Beichen, since they didn't know him, they smiled professionally and asked, Hello, is this your first time visiting our auction house? Xia Beichen nodded and replied, Yes. Do you have a letter of recommendation? Have. Xia Beichen took out the letter of recommendation given to him by Wan Jinyu, the owner of the old brand. After the other party took it, he glanced at the signature and the inscription, and without caring whether the name on it was correct, he smiled respectfully and said, So it was shopkeeper Wan who recommended it. Welcome. Xia Beichen bowed and said, Please take care of me. No problem. The man gave an order to a waiting subordinate nearby, Go and open the ground-level rooms for these guests. Yes, sir. The subordinate responded respectfully and made a pleased gesture to Xia Beichen. Then, 5 people followed him inside. All the best. Unlike other novels, the protagonist is not despised or blocked as soon as he arrives at a place. This shows that the people around me are quite perceptive. After all, those who can come to this auction are not ordinary people. In fact, not every auction held by Qinkuan Auction House is out of reach. But this one is quite special. When I arrived at the number 1 compartment, I found that it was also decorated very luxuriously. Even sandalwood was lit. A coffee table was placed near the railing. After bringing them to the side room and ordering someone to serve tea and fruit, the subordinate took his leave. Why are there only 2 chairs in such a luxurious room? Xia Beichen looked left and right but couldn't find the third chair. Yi Yunxin said, "It's okay, we won't sit down. You are the protagonist today, and we will just be your followers." As he said this, he stood on the right side. Lu Yuting didn't sit down either, but stood beside Yi Yunxin. And Pixing Dayu stood on the left side of Xia Beichen. This posture really looks like Xia Beichen's follower. This made Xia Beichen feel a little embarrassed. After sitting down, he glanced at the auction house. I found that there were 4 rooms like the Dihao room in this space. And they are all on the second floor. They are heaven, earth, darkness, and yellow, forming a square. In terms of luxury, the Tian brand is the highest and the Huang brand is the lowest. The ground level brand is opposite to the yellow level brand. The Tian brand is opposite to the Xian brand. In other words, the D level unit that Xia Beichen and his friends are in has the Tian level unit on the left and the Xian level unit on the right. However, due to the planning of the site, the rooms on both sides cannot be seen from the rooms where the guest room is located. I took a look at the yellow number and found that it was the person who was called Mr. Zhao by the staff at the door. This man looks to be about the same age as Xia Beichen. I brought 2 people with me. An old man and a young woman. The old man stood beside Master Zhao, while the young woman sat on the same chair as Master Zhao. Except for the 4 rooms on the second floor, the first floor is furnished with regular tables and chairs. The first compartment is the first-class seat, and the first floor is the economy-class seat. I don't know who got this Tianzi Ho wing room. Xia Beichen muttered curiously. Pixing said, "That must be someone with more face than Wan Jinyu." Wan Jinyu was quite proud of himself. Among the 4 rooms in Tiandi Shanhuang, he is ranked second in terms of luxury. By the time everyone was seated, it was almost time. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing a low-cut long skirt with a slit to the thigh appeared in front of everyone with a seductive figure and seductive steps. Welcome everyone, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to Qiankuan Auction House. I'm the auctioneer, Xingya. Good-looking guy, good voice too. He is comparable to some of the hosts Xia Beichen has met before. As soon as she finished her introduction, there was warm applause from the first floor. It seems that this girl is quite popular. There were even some fanatics who boldly confessed their love to her. "Xingya, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Xingya, marry me, and I'll make you my second concubine. Xingya, I'm still single just to marry you." These guys' words made Xia Beichen and others get goosebumps. Xingya was obviously a little embarrassed, but she still greeted them with a smile. "Thank you all for your kindness, Xingya thanks you all." Then she glanced at the second floor. Finally, it stopped at the D-shaped compartment where Xia Beichen was. Chapter 088 Stimulating Bid. "Brother Beichen, she is looking at you." Pixing reminded him with a slightly throbbing voice from the side. Ahem. Xia Beichen cleared his throat and said, "I'm not blind. I know she's looking at me. But why is she looking at me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting looked at him at the same time. Xia Beichen felt that their gazes were as if asking "ask yourself," and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He hurriedly explained, I don't know her." Yi Yunxin almost reached out to pinch Xia Beichen's arm. "It's better if you really don't know her." However, Xingya's gaze did not stay on Xia Beichen for too long. At this time, she had already shifted her gaze and glanced at the Tian, Xian, and Huang brands. It's just that the glance was shorter, not as long as the one he gave Xia Beichen. Finally, Xingya's gaze stopped at one layer. "Now, let's bring out the first lot. This is..." The first item sold at an auction house is often just the appetizer. There weren't many attractive places, so the starting price wasn't high. In the end, a person on the first floor bought it for 500 ordinary spirit stones. The second item is a sword. The starting price is 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. This sword is far inferior to the swords in the Spirit Sword Valley. It actually costs 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. Xia Beichen shook his head. Yi Yunxin said, "The swords in Spirit Sword Valley are hard to come by, and you can't buy them just by having money." "That's right." Xia Beichen nodded. Finally, the sword was bought by someone on the first floor for 1,500 ordinary spirit stones. This third one. Xingya's voice suddenly rose considerably, Lan Lingshan. I'm sure many people have heard of its name. Someone immediately asked, was it used by a fairy named Lan Ling on the shores of the East China Sea 3,000 years ago? Exactly. Xingya gave him a thumbs up.
Another person said, legend has it that this fan can summon wind and rain, and freeze water into ice. It can not only kill a single enemy, but also a whole group.
That's right.
I won't introduce you any further. Time flies, the fairy has long disappeared, leaving only this fan.
Xingya raised a finger.
The starting price is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 100.
1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Someone on the first floor gasped.
1,000 top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 10,000 ordinary spirit stones.
Everyone here is not an ordinary person. Isn't it just 1,000 top-grade spirit stones?
At this time, Mr. Zhao, who was sitting in the Huangzi shop, said disdainfully. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar below.
Mr. Zhao is indeed wealthy and powerful.
It seems that Mr. Zhao has some ideas about this fan. Xingya suppressed the noises present, then raised the corners of her mouth, smiled slightly, and said, please bid.
2,000 top-grade spirit stones. The first person to bid was indeed Mr. Zhao. 2,500.
Suddenly, a loud voice was heard.
But it's not the second floor, it's the first floor.
Xia Beichen smiled and said, it seems that not all people on the first floor are unable to produce top-grade spirit stones. Lu Yuding said, of course, some people prefer to keep a low profile, so they choose the first floor.
Besides, the space on the second floor is limited.
Xia Beichen glanced at the three beauties on his left and right. Do you like this fan? Yi Yunqin said, this Lanling fan is a water-based magic, and its shape is delicate and exquisite, so it is suitable for women to use, but I have the Xingxuan sword.
My Qingyu sword is also good. Lu Yuding replied.
Finally, Daiyu said, I don't need it either.
Since you don't want it.
Xia Beichen shrugged, then let's not shoot it. At this time, the auction price of Lan Lingshan had risen to 3,000 top-grade spirit stones.
No matter who raises the price, Master Zhao will continue to raise it.
Anyway, he is determined to win.
I guess he wanted to give this fan to the woman next to him.
After all, the woman's eyes showed her love for Lan Lingshan. Unexpectedly, a cold laugh came from the Zhuanziho wing room and then said, Mr. Zhao, your Zhao family is one of the most prominent local families in Nanan City. Why is your offer so petty? As he spoke, the other party's voice suddenly became much louder. I bid 5,000.
5,000?
This immediately caused a lot of people to exclaim in surprise. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones have exceeded the limit of 2/3 of the people. Someone may have 50,000 ordinary spirit stones, but may not be able to produce 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Therefore, after the Xuanhao people raised the price to 5,000, the first floor was suddenly speechless. Mr. Zhao from the Huangziha store was so angry that he stood up from his seat. But due to the angle, the appearance of the person with the Xian character could not be seen. Clenching his fist, Master Zhao shouted, 6,000.
7,000. Xian followed up. 8,000.
Master Zhao gritted his teeth and followed again.
10,000.
Unexpectedly, the person with the Xian character directly added 2,000. Young Master Zhao pounded the railing with his fist. The woman who was sitting there hurriedly stood up and took his hand. We don't want this fan anymore. Let's save some spirit stones to buy what we want this time.
Young Master Zhao looked at her and said, Xinger, don't you like this fan?
Don't worry, I'll buy it. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can ask my family for it.
The woman shook her head and said firmly, no.
At this time, Xingya had already spoken, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones twice. Mr. Zhao didn't care about that and shouted, 12,000.
Mr. Zhao, so powerful. Hearing his bid, someone on the first floor shouted. Everyone also likes to see this kind of bidding scene where everyone is competing with each other. This is exciting.
This young Master Zhao is willing to spend a lot of money to win the smile of a beautiful woman. Pixing said, looking at young Master Zhao opposite him. As soon as the words fell, Zhuanziho called out the price again, 15,000.
Are you crazy? It's 15,000.
When hearing about this price, even the leader of a cultivation giant like Yi Yunqin couldn't help but complain. Young Master Zhao was about to bid, but the old man standing behind him took 2 steps forward. He anxiously advised, Sir, stop filming. If you continue, you won't be able to complete the mission assigned by the master. Mr. Zhao shrugged. Finally, he sat back in his seat helplessly. Seeing this, the woman and the old man beside him breathed a sigh of relief. When the Xian people saw that young Master Zhao was about to give up, they burst into laughter. Ha, young Master Zhao, he who knows the current situation is a hero.
Young Master Zhao punched the coffee table.
The teacups on the coffee table were shaken by him. Fortunately, the woman reached out in time to hold down the teacup lid and the cup together, thus preventing it from falling over.
Xingya glanced around and saw no one was bidding.
Then she raised her index finger and said, 15,000 top-grade spirit stones for one bid. After a pause of about 3 seconds, she raised 2 fingers and said, 15,000 top-grade spirit stones twice. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, she raised 3 fingers. Suddenly, a voice suddenly exploded, 30,000.
Chapter 89. 30,000 top-grade spirit stones? Are you crazy?
The starting price was only 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, but now it's increased 30 times.
Who is it? It seems to be someone from the ground level.
Suddenly, the D brand became the focus of the whole audience.
Even Master Zhao couldn't help but look over here. Xia Beichen smiled and bowed to him.
Master Zhao frowned and then returned the greeting.
Then he smiled in the direction of Zhuanziho and said, "Why is there no sound from Zhuanziho?"
The tone of voice makes it sound like, if I can't get it, then you can't get it either. At this time, Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding, Pixing, and Dai all looked at Xia Beichen in disbelief.
Yi Yunxin asked, "Beichen, are you crazy? How can this fan be worth 30,000 top-grade spirit stones?"
That is.
Lu Yuding agreed, if it still has the original scent of fairy Lan Ling, it's worth it. Xia Beichen glanced at Lu Yuding and said, "You know the original flavor."
After being incredulous for a moment, Pixing smiled and said, "It's okay. The last thing he lacks in his space domain is top-grade spirit stones." Xia Beichen smiled and said, "Those who know me are the ones who are covered with stars."
Pixing asked in confusion, "But what is your purpose in waving this fan?"
The hermit has his own clever plan.
Xia Beichen looked shrewd and kept the audience in suspense.
After waiting for a while and seeing no one from the Xian group bid, Xingya began to read out the number of times. When she said 30,000 top-grade spirit stones for the 3rd time, she banged the hammer in her hand, and there was warm applause. Xingya looked towards Xia Beichen and congratulated him with a smile. "Congratulations to the top customer for winning the Blue Ling fan."
Xia Beichen bowed to her. Next. The 4th lot. This item for auction is a 2nd-grade elixir.
What Xia Beichen lacks the least now is 2nd-grade elixirs.
So, don't shoot. The 5th item is a 3rd-grade elixir.
This time, there were more people bidding than those who bid for the 2nd-grade elixir. After all, it is 1 grade higher. As the grade of the elixir increases, its efficacy is the sum of the previous 2 grades.
Therefore, there are many people who want to get it.
In the end, it was bought by someone from the Xian brand for 3,000 top-grade spirit stones.
Speaking of which, could the Xian-branded person be the elder of the soul-devouring valley? Dai Yu speculated curiously. It remains to be verified. Xia Beichen said.
At this time, the 6th lot came on the stage.
Xingya introduced it. This is a manual called Fusion of Things.
It is said that after learning this method, you can turn any 2 objects into something new.
Someone couldn't wait any longer and said, "Sister Ya, tell me the starting price." Xingya smiled and raised 3 fingers, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, each bid must not be less than 200.
As soon as the starting price was announced, people who had not been interested in Lan Ling fan before started to bid.
It seems that many people like this volume of exercises. 3,200. TSK, you have the nerve to say 3,200? 3,400. What a joke. You're not just doing the pot calling the kettle black. 3,800. 5,000.
At this time, Mr. Zhao, who had been silent for a while, made another offer. It seems that his purpose this time is most likely to be for this volume of Rongwu. The top-ranked item, which had not received any bids in the first 5 lots, finally received a bid at this time.
6,000.
As soon as these words were spoken, some people on the first floor immediately withdrew their eager hands.
This is already the limit for some people. However, some wealthy people on the first floor still followed up. 6,005. 6,008. 7,000. The people on the first floor have already shouted 7,000. Young Master Zhao raised his index finger and said, 10,000. However, Xianzihao immediately followed up, 15,000. Tianzihao, 20,000. Interesting. Xia Beichen listened to their bidding, which was no less intense than Lan Lingshan's just now. Moreover, the auction time for this item is longer than the previous ones. Before I knew it, the price had reached 80,000. And this 80,000 is the price asked by the top-ranking person. Young Master Zhao followed up, 100,000. Unexpectedly, the Xian brand seemed to have a grudge against him and immediately followed up, 120,000. Young Master Zhao didn't expect that the other party would confront him again. Just as he was about to bid again, the top bidder took the lead and said, 150,000. At this moment, Master Zhao was like a deflated ball. It is not worth spending 150,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy this volume of skills. So, he chose to give up. The woman next to him held his hand and comforted him. It's okay. The opponents you met this time are all wealthy. Your uncle won't blame you when you return. This way. Xia Beichen asked, do you think the elders of the soul-devouring valley are in the Xian or Tian group? It's very likely, but it can't be ruled out. Yi Yunqin analyzed. No problem, I don't mind a double kill. Xia Beichen curled his lips, then raised his hand and shouted at Xingya, 200,000. Wow! The second uproar at this auction came from the same font size. Another ground level number? Who is this person named Dizzyho? I don't know him. He looks unfamiliar. His cultivation isn't high, but the people around him are quite strong. It looks like he's some rich kid. Many people speculated about Xia Beichen's identity. It can be said that the attention has reached its maximum. This immediately pushed the price to a new high, completely silencing the people on the first floor. Even Xian Zihao fell silent. Just when Xingya sang 200,000 top-grade spiritual stones for the second time, Tianziho unexpectedly followed suit. 250,000. 380,000. Xia Beichen raised his hand again. I wonder who you are. Why are you so generous? The Tianziho person asked. I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Xia Beichen replied. Then can you give me this volume of skills? I will reward you handsomely, the other party asked again. How to thank you? Xia Beichen asked back. We can satisfy any of your requirements. Several? One. Xia Beichen was almost knocked to the ground by the other party. Are you sending away beggars? The other party was unhappy, you just won't let me? Do you think you grew up drinking pure water or pure milk? Xia Beichen scolded without hesitation, are you too naive, or am I too complicated? Hurry up and bid, or shut up. You. The other party was angered by Xia Beichen. However, the Qiankuan auction house is not a pushover. A formation has been set up in the venue long ago. Once you take action here, you will be suppressed by the formation. Even those with high cultivation levels have to bear the consequences. As for those with low cultivation, they may lose their lives here. Therefore, although the other party was angry, he did not dare to act rashly. Finally, he bid 400,000. Xia Beichen sneered, what a waste of time. Only an additional 20,000. As he said this, he raised his hand. Chapter 090. The last item, bidding is fierce. 500,000. You. The Tianziho people were furious, but they could do nothing. In the end, Xia Beichen won the bid for Rongwu with 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to our customer for buying his dream item again. Xingya congratulated Xia Beichen again. Then, a few more items were put up for auction. In this auction, the later the items are, the higher their value. Therefore, the bidding was quite fierce. However, Xia Beichen would bid as long as the people with the Tian or Xian numbers bid a price to the point where no one else present could bid anymore. And so it goes on. Xia Beichen, who seemed like a diamond bachelor, actually bought the most items. The people from the Tian and Xian categories were so angry that they told Xia Beichen to be careful when he left. You can't take action at the Qiankuan auction house, but once you go out, no one will care about your life or death. However, after hearing their warning, Xia Beichen laughed unscrupulously. A cynical look. Young Master Zhao and some people on the first floor who were watching the scene exclaimed that it was very exciting. And this is exactly the effect Xia Beichen wants. It's to lure the snake out of its hole. This snake is naturally the elder of the soul-devouring valley. As for who among the Tian and Xian brothers is the elder of the soul-devouring valley, we will only know after we go out. After a fight. Today's finale, which is also the last lot, has finally appeared. I know that many people still have a lot of spirit stones in their hands. Now, this is the last lot to be auctioned.
Xingya's beautiful and inspiring voice echoed throughout the room, so, everyone, bid as much as you can.
Then, four staff members brought up an exquisite box.
Everyone stretched their necks and stared at the box. Xingya walked over to the box and opened the lid with her own hands.
What caught everyone's eye was a furnace. Alchemy furnace? Someone asked curiously. No, it doesn't look like it. It's a one-piece design. How do you put the materials in it?
The other man shook his head and said,
Is there extra space? Some people think of something like the space field.
After everyone had speculated for a while, Xingya said, Everyone, legend has it that this cauldron was forged by a wandering immortal 10,000 years ago.
It can be used to smelt spirits, refine elixirs, purify blood essence, etc. It is very helpful for cultivation. Of course, if you want to use it, you must be at the spiritual sea realm or above. Otherwise, it is very likely to backfire. Thus, instead of achieving the goal, we became its tribute.
After all, the dantian of a cultivator in the Linghai realm has already been developed into a danhai. The spiritual energy must be much more abundant than before to have the capital to drive this cauldron.
A cultivator in the spiritual origin realm said worriedly, Isn't that very dangerous? For someone with your level of cultivation, this is definitely dangerous.
A cultivator in the spiritual sea realm said this bluntly. Knowing that his cultivation level was not high, the worried Lingyuan realm cultivator shut his mouth in disappointment. Xingya smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. As for cultivation, perhaps it will improve with practice.
If it's not needed now, will it be needed in the future?
Although it is said that the path of cultivation becomes more difficult as one progresses, who would admit that they are not capable of it? Even if he was stuck in the Lingyuan realm for more than 10 or even 100 years, he would still feel that he had a chance to break through to the Linghai realm. As a person, you must always have some goals. Therefore, the cultivator in Lingyuan realm became interested as soon as he heard Xingya's words. Then, Xingya stopped talking nonsense. This cauldron, whose true name is 100 Refinements, has a starting price of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be no less than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones.
She added.
Those who don't have that many top-grade spirit stones can exchange them for ordinary spirit stones at our bank after the successful bid.
There's no handling fee.
Even so, this starting price has discouraged many people. At most, I just wanted to satisfy my desire and shout it out once or twice. However, there are still some wealthy people who are ready to try. The first person to bid was a man on the first floor, 11,000. Another woman shouted, 12,000.
15,000. Someone added 3,000 at once. 20,000.
An old man stroked his beard and made a bid calmly.
There's no movement from the Tian and Xian brands?
Xiaobeichen was waiting for bids for the 2 rooms. Yi Yunxin said, I don't think they will give up this 100 refining furnace. Lu Yuting nodded and continued, I agree with Sect Master Yi, because this 100 refining furnace is of great help to the soul-devouring valley's magic. Yi Yunxin added, this reminds me of the blood pool in the basement of the Go family's branch in Hongye town.
Wasn't that the work of the 10,000 Blades sect instigated by the soul-devouring valley? That's right. Xiaobeichen looked at the 100 refining furnace. This thing can be either good or evil.
If it falls into the hands of an honest person, it won't cause any harm. But if it falls into the hands of a sect like the soul-devouring valley, the consequences will be disastrous. So, I'm going to order this stove. Seeing Xiaobeichen's determined gaze, Yi Yunxin nodded.
I support you. Lu Yuting and Pixing Dayu also expressed their support.
While they were discussing, the price of the 100 refining furnace had already reached 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is 500,000 ordinary spirit stones. Some people can't even earn 100,000 ordinary spirit stones in a whole year, let alone 500,000.
And these 500,000 were actually given by Mr. Zhao.
He didn't bid just now and waited until now to bid. Could it be that the purpose of his trip was actually the stove? However, Xiaobeichen discovered that Mr. Zhao was rather cautious in his bid, and he only added 1,000 to the other person's price.
That's wise. If you can really get it at a lower price, then you don't have to spend that extra money.
However, just as he finished speaking, the person from Xian finally spoke.
600,000.
This price once again made many people on the first floor gasp.
Some people lament that we don't understand the world of rich people. However, this is not the end. 1 million. Finally, the person from the Tianziho also made a bid. Add so much? Someone asked in surprise. Could it be that he is a shill? If we let a shill get in, how can Qianquan auction house still maintain its credibility? 2. While everyone was discussing the matter, Master Zhao did not give in at all. 1,001,000. Mr. Zhao, are you milking? The man from Xian's shop mocked. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, make an offer. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Young Master Zhao retorted. Okay, 1,100,000. The people in the Xian brand were also tough and raised their standards a lot again. 100, 100, and 1,000. Mr. Zhao still added 1,000. However, after he added the bid, the person with the Xian number had no chance to bid before someone else did. 2 million. Everyone looked up. Chapter 91, Change Strategy, Don't Be a Sucker. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the highest price ever. 2 million top-grade spirit stones are already 20 million spirit stones. In this world, only a powerful family or sect can come up with so many spirit stones at once. Xia Beichen then curled his lips and shouted, 2,001,000. He actually learned Mr. Zhao's bidding method. 2,100,000. Xian Zihao couldn't help himself and followed suit. Young Master Zhao then shouted, 2,011,000. Three of you, are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? At this time, the person from the Tianziho said again in displeasure. Especially Xia Beichen, every time he bids the price of the Tian brand, there must be a follow-up bid of the D brand. Therefore, this resulted in Tianziho not buying any item in this auction. At least that's the case so far. As for the last item, the 100 refining furnace, it may not be his. Compared to the top-tier items, Mr. Zhao managed to win 2 items. As for the Xian brand, I also won one at the beginning. If they hadn't acted early, I'm afraid the Xian brand would have followed the same fate as the Tian brand. Because Xia Beichen wants to take advantage of both families. And now Xia Beichen has become the #1 enemy that has not been photographed. Although he couldn't take action in the Qianquan auction house, he had already crushed Xia Beichen into a pulp in his heart. It's an auction, naturally the one who pays the highest price wins. Mr. Zhao said with a smile. That's right. Xia Beichen added, if you can't afford to play, then go back. 2,100,000. The top-ranking people stopped talking nonsense and just called out the price. It seems that Xia Beichen's stimulation is effective. Then, Zuanziho shouted, 2.5 million. At this moment, the old man behind Mr. Zhao took 2 steps forward, walked to his side and whispered a few words. Young Master Zhao nodded slightly, then said with a smile, my Zhao family will not be the victim of this. Do as you please. The Xian family immediately mocked him. Before, when you were fighting over the Lonling fan, you thought the Zhao family was very wealthy. Facing the other party's ridicule, this time Mr. Zhao did not get angry, but said, compared to those who are stupid and have a lot of money, our Zhao family is naturally more stable. By the way, since you know I'm from the Zhao family, why don't you come out and tell me who I am and why I'm asking such a high price? The other party did not hide it and replied loudly, Liang sect, Wu go. After the names were announced, the people on the first floor were excited. I didn't expect it to be from Liang sect. Isn't this Wu Go the younger brother of sect leader Wu Ji? Yes, he is the deputy leader of Liang sect. Xia Beichen frowned slightly. In his memories of his previous life, there was surprisingly little information about this place called Liang sect. So, he asked, what kind of existence is this Liang sect? Lu Yuding, who is also from Zhangyang, said, it is a family sect in Zhangyang. Its ancestor is called Wu Liang. Most of the disciples of Liang sect are from the Wu family, and a small number are from outside the family. It's not just about cultivation and pursuit of the great Tao, but also about having my own businesses in many industries. Xia Beichen nodded slightly, then asked, compared to the Go family, who is more powerful? Of course it's the Wu family's Liang sect. Lu Yuding explained, although the Go family is in Beixian, their business scope is only in a few surrounding cities and has not extended to other places. And the Wu family's Liang sect has expanded its business from Zhangyang to southern Xinjiang. The Go family. I see. Xia Beichen nodded in understanding, no wonder he's even more generous than young Master Zhao. There.
When Master Zhao heard the other party's name, he was also stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be from Liang sect. It turns out to be Deputy Sect Leader Wu.
Nice to meet you.
Coming back to his senses, Master Zhao said with a smile. It seems that he is also afraid of the Liang sect.
Unexpectedly, Wugo did not buy it, but said, Mr. Zhao, just sit in the side room and drink tea, and watch us play.
The corner of Mr. Zhao's mouth twitched, but he still suppressed his displeasure.
No wonder today's auction is so exciting. So many great people are here. The people on the first floor started talking again.
Yeah, I haven't seen such an exciting scene in a long time.
It's so exciting.
Since they no longer have the financial resources to participate in the auction, it would be nice to just be a spectator.
It can also become a topic of conversation after dinner. Not a loss. Xingya smiled and said, I wonder if there are any other bids.
As soon as the words fell, the Tianziho people shouted, 3 million. 3 million top-grade spirit stones from the Tianzi brand.
Xingya sang loudly, is there anyone else? 4 million. Xian followed up.
This time, 1 million was added directly.
Ruthless person. Beichen, didn't you say you wanted to take a picture of the 100 refining furnace?
Pixing asked from the side, it's not worth it at such a high price now.
No rush. Xia Beichen smiled and said, at least we know that Zhuangziho is not from the soul-devouring valley.
Pixing continued, that's a good thing.
That day's number is highly suspicious.
Xia Beichen looked confident, so, wait a moment. Just like that, the price of 100 refining furnace increased from the initial 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to 8 million.
8 million top-grade spirit stones is already an astronomical figure for many people.
If I use these 8 million top-grade spirit stones to cultivate, it will be enough to improve my level by a lot. When the Tianzi account raised the price to 10 million, the Xian account did not follow suit. The Tianziho people burst into laughter, you are all a bunch of people who can't afford to play.
The voice was full of sarcasm. Xingya glanced around and asked, is there anyone who offers a higher price?
After a pause, he said, 10 million top-grade spirit stones at a time.
Deputy Sect Leader Wu has had enough fun, but I haven't.
Suddenly, a voice was heard.
Everyone heard it. Really? It's still a local brand. Is he going to take action?
He's already snagged quite a few top-tier lots. Just now, he applied once and then gave up. I just thought he was the king of big talk. It's really eye-opening.
Amidst the discussion among the crowd, Tianziho made another offer. 15 million. Xia Beichen laughed and said, it seems that the brother with the Tianziho is rich enough to rival a country.
The other party proudly replied, sorry, we don't have much else, but we have a lot of top-grade spirit stones.
Really?
Xia Beichen smiled playfully and bid again, 30 million. The Tianziho brand was not to be outdone, 50 million.
It seems that you really like this thing.
Xia Beichen's eyes rolled, and then an idea came to his mind. He continued, since you like it, I will reluctantly give it up.
The Tianziho person snorted and said, if I had known this earlier, why did I do it in the first place?
Lu Yuding said worriedly, if this Tianziho person is really an elder of the soul-devouring valley, then this 100 refining furnace is like falling into a tiger's mouth.
It's okay. I've changed my strategy. I won't sabotage soul-devouring valley's plans through bidding. I won't be the one who gets taken advantage of.
After Xia Beichen finished speaking, he made a grasping gesture. Looking at his expression and gestures, Lu Yuding, Yi Yunxin and Pai Xingdeyu all understood.
Chapter 092 I never expected it to be hidden so deeply.
Seeing that the D brand had given up the bidding, Xingya directly announced that the Balian furnace was won by a customer from the Tian brand.
For a moment, warm applause broke out in the auction hall.
Xingya explained how to complete the transaction after the bid was successful, and then after a few polite words, she announced that the auction was successfully concluded.
Amidst cheers, everyone dispersed.
When the event was over, Xia Beichen's decision to give up the bidding left many people puzzled. Some even thought he was just bluffing.
However, some people retorted, they just said 30 million, and you call that bluffing? Someone immediately chimed in, that's right. If the Tianzi people gave up like he did, wouldn't the Dizzy people have to pay for the 30 million?
30 million, that's 300 million ordinary spirit stones, enough for many people to live on for several generations. Just as Xia Beichen and others stood up and were about to leave the number 1 compartment, a man pushed the door open and walked in. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Xingya. She walked over with light steps. Everyone, please wait a moment.
Xia Beichen asked, Miss Qingya, do you have any advice? I don't deserve your advice. Qingya stopped in front of them. To protect the safety of our guests, Qingya asks you to wait until the Tianzi guests have been delivered before you proceed. Not really? Pixing said, don't you say you don't allow fighting here?
Qingya smiled and replied softly, you can't do that here, but if people knew you were from the Earth class, it would be hard to say what would happen after you get out.
Xia Beichen bowed to her and said, thank you for your kindness, Miss Qingya. However, we just want them to know our identities.
Why is that?
Qingya asked in confusion. Xia Beichen didn't intend to explain, but said, please ask Miss Qingya to take us to deliver it.
In that case, please follow me. Qingya had no choice but to take them out of the dizzy number 2 wing. After turning left and right several times, we finally arrived at a room.
Everyone, please wait a moment.
After asking Xia Beichen and others to wait at the door, Qingya turned around and walked in.
Boss, the guest from the D family is here. You're welcome. Yes. After a while, Qingya came out and smiled at Xia Beichen and the others. Sorry for the wait. Our host invites you. Thank you, Miss Qingya. Xia Beichen walked in with Yi Yunxin and others. Qingya walked at the end and closed the door. Xia Beichen discovered that the space in this room was quite large. Moreover, there are also many cultural relics on display. Why haven't I seen anyone from the Tianzio?
After looking around, Pixing asked curiously.
They've already left. Qingya replied. Gone? Pixing immediately understood. It seems that the girl led us around in circles just now on purpose, right? Sorry, I'm just following orders. Qingya replied.
At this time, a man who had been standing with his back to them turned around and bowed to Xia Beichen and the others, saying, welcome everyone to the Qiankuan auction house. Xia Beichen and others returned the greeting. Then Xia Beichen took out a pile of top-grade spirit stones. This situation caught the owner of the auction house and Qingya off guard. After a while, the boss said, Master Xia, what are you doing? Xia Beichen pointed at the spirit stone and said, of course, one hand pays, the other hand receives the goods. Unexpectedly, the host said, Master Xia, when did I ever ask for your spirit stones? This almost made Xia Beichen unable to cope. Senior, is there any reason to do business without spirit stones? Of course. The host laughed and said, Master Xia, have you forgotten the deal between us? Xia Beichen frowned slightly. Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding and Pixing Deyu behind them couldn't help but look at each other. Everyone's expression was full of confusion. Do you two know each other? Yi Yunxin asked. The host said, we can be considered half acquaintances. Someone you half know? Pixing was puzzled. Of course. The boss stroked the small goatee on his chin. At this moment, Xia Beichen suddenly realized. He smiled and shook his head, saying, I never expected that. Then, under the suspicion of Yi Yunxin and others, he bowed to the man in front of him and said, Manager 1, you hit it really well. Manager 1? Yi Yunxin and others exclaimed. He. The other party laughed and said, it is me, Wan Jinyu. Xia Beichen said, I never thought that this Qiankuan auction house was actually owned by shopkeeper Wan. Come on, take a seat. Wan Jinyu invited them to sit in front of the tea table. Qingya, watch the tea. Okay. Qingya poured tea for them one by one. Everyone toasted each other with tea instead of wine. Xia Beichen put down his teacup and asked. By the way, shopkeeper Wan, since the auction is over, I'm sure you've already met the Tianzio people just now, right? Shopkeeper Wan replied, yes, I have seen it. But the elder of Soul-Devouring Valley? Xia Beichen asked again. He's from Soul-Devouring Valley, but he's not an elder. Shopkeeper Wan put down his teacup and said, the one who came is their left protector. Left protector? Yes, it was the left protector who came. Otherwise, I would have captured him long ago. Xia Beichen was puzzled. Manager 1, you've captured their left protector, but you're still worried that you won't be able to lure out their elders? Shopkeeper 1 waved his hand and said, the guardians of Soul-Devouring Valley can be sacrificed at any time. Therefore, capturing their guardians will be useless. Xia Beichen nodded and said, this is quite consistent with the style of Soul-Devouring Valley. After thinking for a moment, he asked, by the way, I wonder what kind of conflict Manager 1 has with the Soul-Devouring Valley? Why did he ask me to capture their third elder and hand him over to you? Alas! Shopkeeper Wan sighed and said, 20 years ago, one night, my Jin family was brutally massacred. Nearly 100 people were killed, and I was the only one left. If I hadn't gone out to study and escaped the disaster, I'm afraid my Jin family would have been wiped out. After hearing his words, Xia Beichen and others looked at each other. I didn't expect that there was such hatred in it.
This Wan Jin Yu's surname is actually not Wan, but Jin.
I vowed to avenge my people until my death.
In order to connect with more people and find more clues, I changed my appearance and name and entered the prosperous city.
Thanks to the kindness of the previous owner of this time-honored shop, I started as an apprentice. After 10 years of growth, I took over the shop before he passed away. For the past 20 years, I have been diligently pursuing clues, and only recently did I finally learn that the leader of the massacre of my Jin family was Qishir, the third elder of the soul-devouring valley.
Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen asked, why did Qishir want to massacre the Jin family? Chapter 093 Chase. Shopkeeper 1 shook his head regretfully. What is the reason? We have to catch him to find out.
As he spoke, he stood up and bowed deeply to Xia Beichen.
Please lend me a hand. I will reward you handsomely after the success. In addition, I will not accept a single spirit stone from any item young Master Xia bids for today.
Xia Beichen was startled by his behavior and quickly stood up to support him.
Manager 1, what are you doing? You're embarrassing me. Yes, Shopkeeper 1, you don't have to be like this.
Yi Yunqin said on the side, he is not someone who is short of money.
Xia Beichen continued, isn't your letter of recommendation a deal with me?
So, I still have to pay for the spirit stones auctioned. As he spoke, he piled the spirit stones in the corner. I'll leave the spirit stones there. As for the auction items, to show our sincerity, let's go get the target first and come back later. After saying that, he took a step back and bowed. Manager 1 took out a bottle from his pocket and handed it to Xia Beichen. I secretly applied a special potion to the soul-devouring valley's left protector, so I only need to use the bug in this bottle to track his location.
Xia Beichen took the bottle.
It seemed that Manager 1 was also a shrewd man.
No wonder Qingya was running around in circles just now and didn't seem to be in a hurry at all.
It turned out that he had already made all the arrangements in advance.
Judging from the time, the left protector of soul-devouring valley has already gone far away. Maybe he has already met the right protector and the third elder. So Xia Beichen, the timing is pretty good. Master Xia, I'll let Qingya go with you.
Shopkeeper 1 looked at Qingya and said, one more person, one more helper. Xia Beichen glanced at Qingya and found that her realm was Lingyuan realm. If she goes with him, then apart from Xia Beichen, her cultivation level will be the lowest.
This, I'm afraid, isn't just about having more helpers. There are probably multiple burdens.
However, a vase as beautiful as hers cannot be called a burden, but rather a vase. Just when Xia Beichen was about to refuse her to go with him, she unexpectedly transformed herself like Yi Yunqin before. I immediately changed into a long skirt.
Pure black, suitable for night activities. This black long dress gives her a queen-like vibe. All that's missing is a small whip. This reminded Xia Beichen of Yu Miaoqing whom he had met before. What a coincidence! Both of their names contain the character clear.
After Qingya changed her clothes, Xia Beichen and others discovered that her cultivation level had reached the great perfection of the spiritual sea realm.
Therefore, Xia Beichen couldn't help but ask, Manager 1, may I ask if the people in your auction house are also suppressed by your special formation and have their cultivation level lowered by one stage? Shopkeeper 1 didn't hide anything and nodded, saying, treat everyone equally.
This answer made Xia Beichen suddenly understand.
Before, Qingya also hid her cultivation level. What spiritual realm cultivation? That is fake.
Her real cultivation level is the early stage of the spirit refining realm. Since he is in the early stage of the spirit refining realm, he is the same as Lu Yuding.
It's really a helper. Alas. Xia Beichen sighed quietly in his heart. I never thought that in the end, I would be the burden.
Please bear with me.
Qingya clasped her fists and bowed to Xia Beichen and the others. Welcome to join us.
Daiyu, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time.
Lu Yuding said, Miss Qingya, you will join us in capturing the third elder of the soul-devouring valley. Don't let young Master Xia steal all the credit. Qingya glanced at Xia Beichen suspiciously. Xia Beichen was speechless. Then he turned and walked out. Lu Yuding pulled Qingya and said, let's go.
Don't question his strength, or you'll lose your eyes. The 5-man team became a 6-man team. After leaving the Qianquan auction house, everyone's realm immediately returned to its original state.
After an afternoon of auction, it was already dark. Night has arrived. He took out the bottle given by Manager Wan, opened the cork, and a firefly actually flew out of it. After pausing in mid-air for a few seconds, it flew south. So, Xia Beichen and others followed. After a while, they were out of the city. It seems they have left Nanan City. Yi Yunxin said. Now that they have the 100 refining furnace, they naturally have to leave quickly, otherwise they are likely to be killed and robbed. Xia Beichen said. Yi Yunxin glanced at him, then smiled and said, Beichen, you gave up bidding for the 100 refining furnace. I guess you're thinking of killing people and stealing the goods after the auction is over, right? Alas. Xia Beichen sighed softly and said, nothing can be hidden from your sharp eyes. The group followed the fireflies and flew south for nearly 20 miles. Then they entered a mountain range. I didn't expect this firefly to fly so fast. Pixing looked at the fireflies in front of him and couldn't help but praise them. Xingya said proudly, these are the fireflies that our boss cultivated with a secret method. They are no less powerful than the tracking paper cranes. You also know the 1,000 paper cranes? Xia Beichen asked. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. Xingya replied. What a coincidence, we happen to have two. Xia Beichen said with a smile. Am I bragging? Xingya laughed. The mountains in front of him couldn't help but shake because of his laughter. Each has its own merits. Xia Beichen replied. At this moment, he suddenly said him in confusion. Yi Yunxin asked, what's wrong? The fireflies have stopped. Xia Beichen pointed forward. Everyone took a quick look and saw that it had indeed stopped. Could it be that we have found the target? But Xia Beichen used the Never Night Eye to take a look and found no sign of anyone. Except for the 6 of them, of course. I flew over quickly, checked it out, and finally found out why the fireflies stopped. Because a coat hung on a tree. If you don't look closely, you won't be able to find it. This dress. Xingya looked at the coat and then remembered, isn't this what the soul-devouring valley's left protector is wearing today? Did he find out that we were following him? Lu Yuding asked with a frown. Just when they were puzzled, Xia Beichen took out 1,000 paper cranes. After asking Xingya to describe the appearance of the soul-devouring valley's left protector, Xia Beichen infused it with spiritual energy and repeated it with his mind. Thousands of paper cranes flapped their wings amidst the flowing light. After a while, the light dissipated and the thousands of paper cranes flew away at a high speed towards the southwest. This speed is much faster than the firefly just now. In fact, the speed depends on the user's cultivation level and the amount of spiritual energy injected. If it were Yi Yunxin, its speed would be even faster. Follow me. Xia Beichen reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, he chased after the 1,000 paper cranes. After the 6 people left, a sinister laugh appeared on the tree where the clothes were hanging. Chapter 94, Murder and Robbery. With just these few tricks, you still want to track me? A black shadow flashed by, and then a person revealed his true form in the black fog. Just when he was feeling proud, another dark figure appeared. Left Guardian, how did you find out someone was following you? I didn't know it at first, but I was careful and did some tricks along the way so that if anyone followed me, they would know. I see. By the way, Right Protector, are you coming alone? Where is the third elder? It turned out that these 2 people were the left and right protectors of the soul-devouring valley. The third elder is waiting somewhere. He is afraid that something unexpected will happen, so he sent me to pick you up, said the right protector. The left protector nodded slightly, then said, then there's no time to lose. Let's go and join him. The right protector pointed at the clothes hanging on the tree and asked, do you still want this? It's just a piece of clothing, I don't care about it. As the left protector spoke, he released a small fireball at the clothes. The clothes caught fire. This guy didn't care that the clothes were still hanging on the tree and just burned them. It seemed that the fire on the clothes was about to spread to the branches. Suddenly, a cool breeze came. Swish! A stream of clear water suddenly splashed onto the clothes. Then with a puff, the fire was put out by water. The 2 guardians on both sides were startled and looked around. Who? It's your uncle. A low voice came from the darkness. The left and right guards looked in the direction where the sound came from.
A young man walked out of the darkness. Behind him were 4 women and 1 man.
It's you?
The left protector was surprised when he saw the person coming.
With your little tricks, you still want to hide the truth? Xiaobeichen looked at the left protector as if he were a clown. Spiritual Sea Realm Great Perfection, with this level of cultivation, can you actually be the guardian of Soul Devouring Valley?
His tone was full of sarcasm. Hearing this, the left protector burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and saying, "You little brat.
You're still in the spiritual movement realm, what qualifications do you have to criticize me?" In the end, Xiaobeichen didn't respond. Instead, Pixing shouted at the left protector, "I'm giving you face, right? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to a pulp."
Does he have the nerve?
Xiaobeichen sneered.
When the left protector heard this, he wanted to take action. At this time, the right protector hurriedly stood in front of him and signaled him not to be impulsive. He glanced at the 5 people behind Xiaobeichen. It was discovered that 4 of the women were in the spirit refining realm. There was also a woman, but I couldn't tell what level she was at. And the 5 people just now were all walking behind the young man. So, obviously, this young man is the leader.
Everyone, there shouldn't be any conflict between the 2 of us and you, right?
The right protector asked cautiously. Although this guy is in the early stage of the spirit refining realm, he looks more calm than the left protector.
The conflict is huge, said Xiaobeichen.
As soon as he finished speaking, the water that had just put out the fire did not dissipate.
Instead, it condensed into a sword.
The sword pointed directly at the left and right protectors. "Hand over the 100 refining furnace, and I will spare your lives."
"So that's why I came here."
"Wrong." Xiaobeichen corrected him, "I came here to save your lives, and I stole the 100 refining furnace while I was there."
"Pooh."
The left protector said, "So you want to kill people and rob them?"
Xiaobeichen gave him a thumbs up, "Congratulations, you got it right." The left protector frowned and said, "So, you were at the auction house just now?" Xiaobeichen did not hide it, "The dizzy no is exactly us. Boy, it's you."
When the left protector learned the truth, he was furious.
I wish I could bite Xiaobeichen.
You know, this afternoon Xiaobeichen snatched up many of his favorite items. Xiaobeichen also added fuel to the fire in the Balian furnace. Therefore, the price was raised from the initial 10,000 top-grade spirit stones to the final 30 million. If it weren't for this guy, there wouldn't be a need for so many. Guli demanded that the 100 refining furnace must be taken no matter what the cost, otherwise he would have given up long ago. After all, 30 million top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 300 million ordinary spirit stones.
In the words of others, it's enough to feed several generations.
I was just thinking of finding time to settle the score with you, but I didn't expect you to show up right here. The left protector looked at Xiaobeichen, who was in the spiritual realm, as if he were a little kid.
Unexpectedly, Pixing retorted, "Boy, did you eat garlic? You are so arrogant."
As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward.
"Your grandpa is here to play with you."
Before he finished speaking, he arrived in front of the left protector. The fist with a strong gust of wind hit the left protector's head. Very fast. And that fist came roaring like a tiger. Suddenly, the red light became brighter.
Boom! Pixing's fist hit the red light. Crack!
The sound of shattering was then heard. The red light dimmed, revealing a defensive shield. Behind the shield are the right and left protectors. This defensive shield was released by the right protector in a hurry. But at this time, cracks had already appeared on the shield surface. And when Pixing took away his fist,
clang! A sound.
The defensive shield shattered into pieces.
Finally, it turned into nothingness.
Then, the left protector and the right protector were knocked back several feet.
The power of Pixing's punch is evident. After stabilizing himself, the right guardian said to the left guardian, "We are no match for them. I will hold them back later. You hurry and reunite with the third elder." Before the left protector could say anything, a cold voice came over, "Want to run?"
At a glance, they saw a woman in a black long dress appearing on their right.
Then, another woman appeared on their left. Judging from the situation, they don't want to give them a chance to retreat. The woman in the black dress was naturally Qingya from Qiankuan auction house. The distance was a bit far just now, and it was night, so the left protector didn't realize it was her.
Seeing that it was her, the left protector said angrily, I didn't expect that your Qianquan auction house was also involved in murder and robbery.
Whether we do this or not depends on the people.
Xingya said in that sweet voice, unfortunately, you two are worth it.
The left guardian threatened, aren't you afraid that our soul-devouring valley will destroy your Qianquan auction house?
Let's first worry about the life and death of you and your companions. As soon as Xingya finished speaking, she flew over. A snow-white sword appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Lu Yuting on the left also took out her Qingyu sword and attacked together with Xingya.
Remember what I just said.
The right protector reminded the left protector. Then he summoned the white bone sword. This bone sword looks very much like the back of some monster.
The entire sword body is made up of bones.
One person in the spirit refining realm faces two people in the spirit refining realm. The first move unleashed a murderous aura that shook the world.
Chapter 95, Be a good person in the next life, or even a beast.
When the left protector saw the right protector fighting with the other party, he took the opportunity to slip away. And this time, no one chased after him. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, there are still 4 people on the other side. Apart from the young man, there were 3 other people with high cultivation levels, including the man who had just punched him. The left protector didn't think too much, he flew into the air and ran all the way.
No matter what the outcome of the right protector is.
As the guardian of soul-devouring valley, he has long been prepared to sacrifice his life and give everything.
The same thing would happen if he were to delay the other party today.
In this way, with no obstacles in front and no pursuers behind, the left protector flew dozens of miles smoothly.
Finally, we came to a hidden valley. The entrance to this valley is extremely narrow.
On both sides are towering mountains.
If you don't look carefully, you won't find it here.
When the right protector was delaying the other party for him and creating an opportunity to slip away, he quietly told him the address.
After entering the valley, we came to a small lake.
I didn't expect the scenery here to be so good. Although it was night, with the help of the moonlight, you could clearly see a pavilion in the middle of the lake. In the pavilion, there was an old man sitting and several subordinates standing. After seeing this old man, elders felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then walk across the wooden bridge and towards the pavilion.
When I walked into the pavilion, I saw the old man playing chess alone.
The piece in front of him is black, and the piece opposite him is white. Under the siege of the black pieces, there are only a few white pieces left.
It looks like Heisey is going to win. The old man put down the black chess piece in his hand and asked, Are you back, left protector?
Third elder, we have successfully taken the 100 refining furnace, but it cost us 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Therefore, there are not many spirit stones left in the ring. The left protector came to the table, took out a ring and placed it next to the chessboard. The third elder gestured to his subordinate standing to the side to take the ring away, then asked the left protector, Where's the thing? The left protector took something out of his space ring and put it on the ground. Is this the legendary 100 refining furnace? The third elder couldn't help but stand up and walked closer to take a closer look. After looking at it for a while, he nodded with satisfaction, Not bad, not bad. He shifted his gaze from the 100 refining furnace to the left protector and began to praise him. Left protector, you've accomplished a great deed today. The left protector responded excitedly, I'll go through fire and water for soul-devouring valley. After a while, he said, however, this time I was able to bring her back safely, thanks to the right protector. The third elder glanced at the lake and realized that the right protector was not there. He was the one who sent the right protector to support the left protector, so why didn't the person he sent come back? So the third elder asked. Third elder, you don't know. The left protector told the third elder the whole process in detail. The content also includes the Qianquan auction house. So, is there anyone else who is interested in this 100 refining furnace? The third elder frowned and paused for a moment before asking, What's that kid's name? The left protector shook his head and said, I've never heard of his name. Which sect or school is it from? The third elder continued to ask. The left protector shook his head. The third elder looked at the chessboard and said, Who are the masters behind him? Unable to figure it out, he said, Forget it. Since they didn't catch up, we'll wait for the right protector for half an hour. If he doesn't come back, we'll have to leave. Third elder, why don't you send a few people to provide support, suggested the left protector. The third elder shook his head, No need, it's inconvenient to act with so many people. However, what they didn't know was The right protector they were talking about had already been pierced through by Lu Yuding and Xingya's swords respectively. A trace of blood spurted out of his mouth. Before they died completely, the two beauties drew their swords. Then, he slashed at him a few more times without any mercy.
In my next life, I'll try to be a good person. Otherwise, I'll be a beast.
When his pupils were completely dilated, Lu Yuding slapped the right protector's face with her sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the right protector, who had only a trace of breath left, died.
After dealing with him, Xingya looked in the direction where Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin and Pixing Deyu had chased before. I don't know if they caught up.
Lu Yuding said, don't worry. Didn't Master Xia just rely on the 1,000 paper cranes to see through the left protector's trick? Not only did he fail to escape our pursuit, but even the right protector lost his life here.
Nodding, Xingya asked, should we wait here?
Wait. Lu Yuding replied. Then the two beauties found a big rock to sit on and started chatting.
Miss Lu, what do you do?
Me? I'm the leader of the Qinglan sect.
Ah?
What? Are you so surprised?
Aha. After a pause, Xingya asked again, what about Miss Yi?
She is even more powerful.
Lu Yuding said. What do you mean? Do you know Tianxian's sect?
No. As soon as Qingya's words came out, they stopped abruptly.
After a while, she said, Tianxian sect, Yi Yunxin?
Aha. Oh my god. She is actually the queen of Beixian, the leader of Tianxian sect, Yi Yunxin.
Xingya looked adoring. After a while, she asked, where are the other two?
They are also from quite a prominent background.
Could he be a big boss from some sect?
There aren't so many big guys.
Lu Yuding smiled and waved her hand, they are ancient mythical beasts.
No? Xingya was surprised, two ancient beasts, two sect masters, why would they be walking together with young Master Xia, who was only at the spiritual movement realm?
Lu Yuding replied, it's a long story.
However, judging from our previous contact, Master Xia does have his strengths. As Xingya spoke, she became infatuated with him.
Really? Actually, I think so too. Lu Yuding said with a smile. Miss Lu, can I ask you a question?
Just ask.
You treat Mr. Xia. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but feel an itch in his nose and sneezed. Oh my god. Who is talking about me at this time?
Xia Beichen was speechless. As his sneeze spread, he, Yi Yunxin, and Pai Xingdeyu were all exposed.
Who?
In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the third elder of the soul-devouring valley suddenly looked up, looked at a certain place, and asked coldly.
Do all of you people in soul-devouring valley like to ask this question?
Xia Beichen appeared and replied, everyone says he's your uncle.
Who are you?
The third elder looked at Xia Beichen by the lake.
How did he follow?
The left protector looked at Xia Beichen in confusion, then said to the third elder, he is the young man with the spiritual movement realm that I told you about.
Chapter 096 Broken Tendon.
When the third elder saw this, a playful smile appeared on his face.
However, this smile is more like a mockery.
Spiritual movement realm, still in the early stages. Hearing the third elder's words, the left protector whispered a reminder, third elder, there are people behind him. Just at this moment, Yi Yunxin and Pixing Deyu walked out from the darkness together. The third elder's smiling face suddenly froze.
Xia Beichen jumped up and landed on the wooden bridge in front of the pavilion. What happened to the Lingdong realm?
There are also people in the Lianshan realm who died in my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread out his hands, and the water in the small lake suddenly rose on both sides of him, forming two water columns. Ever since obtaining the 5 spirits of gold, wood, water, fire and earth in Lingjian Valley, Xia Beichen discovered that he had the ability to mobilize these 5 elements. The water column rushed towards the pavilion with a whoosh. I didn't expect that this young man in the early stage of Lingdong realm would start fighting as soon as he said so. Therefore, the third elder was also slightly stunned. But he quickly came to his senses and stretched out his right hand to block in front of him. Then a red light appeared and formed an arc, protecting him and the left protector inside. This reminded Xia Beichen of the shield released by the right protector just now. It seems that this is the signature defense of soul-devouring valley. At the same time, the 2 water jets mobilized by Xia Beichen rushed onto the arc-shaped red light shield like a high-pressure water gun. Because it was blocked by the shield, some water splashed outward. Unexpectedly,
The splashing water actually formed sharp pieces of ice. Under the clear moonlight, it actually glowed with a cold light.
A few swish, swish, swish sounds.
Camphor stabbed the subordinates in the pavilion without any hesitation.
The highest level of cultivation among these subordinates was only at the late spiritual pill realm, so they were caught off guard and a blood mist filled the air.
The sharpness of Borneal can be seen from this. Baichen's cultivation is only at the early stage of Lingdong realm after all.
If he were at the early stage of Lingdan realm, these minions would have been killed.
Yi Yunshin, who had not yet taken any action and was watching every move in the pavilion, said to Pixing and Daiwa.
There was a hint of admiration in Pixing's tone. Even so, Brother Baichen's strength cannot be underestimated.
Yes.
Daiyu continued, after all, it's more than one realm.
Xia Baichen turned around and glanced at the three people who were watching the show. I'll leave these two to you.
Are you kidding? If you brought your thighs, you should cross your legs and watch it yourself. Pixing grinned, jumped to Xia Baichen's side, and said with a smile, how dare we take credit if the boss doesn't give the order?
This is not a good employee. Xia Baichen complained.
Daiyu also jumped over and said with a smile, hee, aren't you going to watch the show with the boss lady?
Xia Baichen removed the water column, and some of the rising water returned to the small lake. The remaining part turned into arrows shining with golden light. These arrows flew towards the subordinates of the third elder like raindrops.
The subordinates, who had already been scratched by ice flakes, felt their scalps go numb when they were suddenly hit by arrows.
What's worse is,
a clear white light suddenly rushed from the side, and then it was like a huge hand pushing an arrow.
The arrows are actually faster.
Chirp, chirp, chirp. A sound of sinking into the flesh resounded around the small lake. A burst of screams also spread.
Crash.
After being hit by an arrow, someone was pushed into the small lake by the huge force. After falling into the water, a burst of blood red emerged. The third elder and the left protector stared at their subordinates with wide eyes. In a short period of time, they all died. They were surprised at Xia Baichen's methods, which were so varied. He was also shocked by Yi Yunshin's terrifying strength. That's right, the clear white light just now was cast by Yi Yunshin. Although her cultivation level was hidden, she still possessed the ability to defeat anyone in the spirit refining realm. Just as they widened their eyes, Yi Yunshin waved at the third elder's red light shield. The power of the stars rushed straight forward. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, the shield cracked. The third elder, who was the first to be hit, couldn't help but groan. Then, he and his left protector could not withstand the force and took several steps back. Especially the left protector, if there were no guardrail in the pavilion, he would have been in great trouble. At this time, the third elder steadied his steps, then looked up at Yi Yunshin, who was wearing a face scarf in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Tianxian sect. Yi Yunshin stretched out his hand again and released a ray of star power, and the 100 refining furnace was lifted up and then appeared in front of Xia Baichen. Xia Baichen put it into the endless realm without saying a word. And let Ji Xiaomi and the others put it in the pavilion of all things. It was shocking to see that the 100 refining furnace, which the soul-devouring valley had painstakingly paid 30 million top-grade spirit stones to win in the auction, was actually taken away by them. The third elder angrily shouted, "How dare you touch anything from soul-devouring valley? Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Yi Yunshin. Yi Yunshin was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and 4 beams of light shot up into the sky around the opponent. The third elder said anxiously, "Starlight binding?" Yi Yunshin said coldly, "You are sensible." The starlight binding light curtain cage also surrounded Go. The third elder controlled the chess pieces and flew towards the 4 rays of starlight. Unexpectedly, not only did it fail to break the starlight binding, it was also bounced back. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, the black and white chess pieces bounced back and hit the third elder. This caused him to quickly reach out to block it. As a result, he was hit on the hand, causing him to howl. When all the chess pieces fell to the ground, his hands and the places where the chess pieces had penetrated were already bruised and swollen. Yun Xin, remember the deal we made with others? Xia Baichen reminded. Don't worry, I remember it. As Yi Yunshin spoke, her Xingxuan sword appeared in her hand. With a wave of his hand, the Xingxuan sword flew out. Swish, swish, swish. The sword shines brightly. There were several sword wounds on the third elder's body. Blood also flowed from the wound. With a plop sound, his knees landed heavily on the ground. Xia Beichen looked closely and found that the third elder had sword wounds on both his hands and feet. It turned out that Yi Yunxin had cut the tendons in his hands and feet. Therefore, the third elder at this time was already a disabled person physically. Seeing the Xingxuan sword return to Yi Yunxin's hand, the third elder realized the true identity of the woman opposite him. I never thought you were still alive. Yi Yunxin narrowed the scope of the starlight binding a lot, and said, thanks to those incompetent teammates you hired, not only am I still alive, but I've also become even more powerful. Once he finished speaking, he no longer concealed his identity. She transformed herself into a new dress and even took off her veil. Chapter 97. Not only will they kill you, they will also seize your territory. Dawn Tian Realm? After seeing Yi Yunxin's cultivation level, the third elder felt like a deflated ball. The higher the realm, the more obvious the difference. Some people will never be able to reach the level from the great perfection of the spirit refining realm to the early stage of the cave heaven realm in their entire life. I won't kill you today, but considering that you colluded with the Grand Elder of Tianxin sect and other sects to frame me, I can escape the death penalty, but I can't escape the punishment of life. Yi Yunxin stepped forward with his sword in hand. I'm going to destroy your cultivation. The third elder paused suddenly. He looked at Yi Yunxin with horror. But a surge of pressure instantly made him unable to breathe. Is this the pressure from the cave heaven realm? Yi Yunxin did not use a sword, but instead carried the domineering power of the stars and slapped the third elder on the crown of his head. The next moment, a scream echoed through the valley. Many birds perched in the trees around were frightened and flew away in panic. Not long after, Yi Yunxin withdrew his hand. The starlight binding that was cast around the third elder was also removed. At this time, he could no longer bear the pain and fainted. You can't die. But it is impossible to do anything. He has completely become a useless person. After dealing with him, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin looked over and found that Pai Xing and Daiyu had killed the left protector without them noticing. Xia Beichen glanced at the body of the left protector lying beside the railing of the pavilion, then asked Pixing, you didn't plan to capture him alive? Pixing scratched the back of his head, smiled innocently, and said, I thought you handed him over to us to deal with, but you meant to kill him. Seeing that the left protector was already dead, Xia Beichen waved his hands. Never mind, although it's not the best method, it's not the worst either. He pointed at the third elder and said, at least this old fellow has been apprehended. We don't have to worry about him not revealing the whereabouts of Soul-Devouring Valley. Pixing said weakly, what if this guy is stubborn and refuses to confess? Then I'll deduct your salary. After Yi Yunxin put away the Xingxuan sword, he said, actually, there's no need to worry about not being able to find the Soul-Devouring Valley. We killed their third elder and left protector tonight. Speaking of this, she suddenly thought of the right protector. So he continued, presumably, the right protector has been killed by Sect Master Lu and Miss Qingya. So, even if we don't go to the Soul-Devouring Valley, they will come to us. Xia Beichen nodded slightly, you are right, but in order to let the Soul-Devouring Valley come to us as soon as possible, I think we need to spread some news. After saying this, he waved at the left protector lying on the ground. Zhun. A sword hum. The sword flashed, and the next moment, the left protector lying on the ground was suddenly separated from his head. After the sword returned to his hand, Xia Beichen said to Pixing, this guy's head is in your hands now. Find a place to hang it. Bang. Pixing snapped his fingers and said, I think this valley is good. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as we set up a gate at the entrance, hang this dog head on the gate, and spread the word, they won't be afraid of not coming. After hearing this, Xia Beichen pondered for a moment and then nodded, all right. Then let's do it your way. Then he called out a team of bees from the Endless Realm. Yi Xiaomi personally led the team to implement the plan of building a stronghold and setting up defensive fortifications around it. Let us see a cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest. Not only will we kill your people, but we will also seize your territory. Yi Xiaomi gladly accepted the order and immediately got busy with a team of bees. For safety reasons, Xia Beichen also asked Ran Pixing and Daiyu to stay and assist Yi Xiaomi and the others. Just like that, he took Yi Yunxin and the third elder of the Soul-Devouring Valley, who was seriously injured, had his cultivation destroyed, and had his tendons severed, and flew in the direction they came from. Lu Yuting and Xingya, who were chatting on a big rock, saw two clear lights flying in the sky. After a while, two clear lights flew closer. The two beauties looked and saw that it was Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin who came back. I glanced behind them and didn't see any stars or moon.
Xia Beichen landed on a large rock and said, "No need to look. I have another task for them." Nodding slightly, Lu Yuting looked at the old man he was holding. He is the third elder of Soul Devouring Valley. Xingya was delighted when she heard this. They actually captured him. Yi Yunxin said, "I have already destroyed his cultivation and cut the tendons of his hands and feet." Xingya nodded and said, "Excellent. This way we don't have to worry about him suddenly doing something." Xia Beichen glanced at the right protector lying on the ground not far away. Lu Yuting followed his gaze, looked over, and then said, "This guy has been slaughtered by us for quite a while." Xia Beichen said with confidence, "It's as expected." "So, what to do with him?" Lu Yuting asked, "Should we just destroy the body and get rid of all traces?" Xia Beichen replied, "Leave his dog head and destroy the rest." So he did the same. The head of the right protector was also cut off. As for the corpse, Xia Beichen burned it with fire. Called Xiaoke and Xiaosong out. Owner. After leaving the Endless Realm again, the two little guys were in a very good mood. "This master gives you a task." Xia Beichen pointed at the right protector's head. "Master, please give your orders," the two little guys said in unison. Xia Beichen ordered, "Take this dog head to meet up with Pixing and the others, and let him deal with it." The two little guys nodded. "I promise to complete the task." "Go!" Xia Beichen waved his hand and said, "Be careful on the road." Xiaoko asked, "By the way, master, after we meet up with them, do we need to come back to find you?" Xia Beichen replied, "Stay there and help Yi Xiaomi. We will meet up with you tomorrow at the latest." Okay. Xiaoke and Xiaosong each picked up the hair from the head with one hand and were about to set off with the head, etc. Yi Yunxin called them at this time. They stopped. Yi Yunxin took out 2 pills and gave them to them. This pill can temporarily improve your cultivation. If you encounter an enemy stronger than you, you can take it to defeat them. Xia Beichen took a look and found the pill to be very familiar. Then he said in a voice transmission, "Isn't this the Jinling pill?" Yi Yunxin replied, "That's right. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether they have a partner or not." Xia Beichen said with a smile, "That does make sense." After receiving the pills, the two little guys thanked them, said goodbye to Xia Beichen and others, and ran towards the valley. At this time, they have completed the foundation building and entered the spiritual martial arts realm. Even if you encounter ordinary wild beasts on the road, you can deal with them easily. But I'm afraid of meeting someone who is quite strong. Therefore, Yi Yunxin gave them the elixir for this reason. After they walked away, Xia Beichen took the 3 beauties and flew towards Nanan City. Chapter 98, Generous. When they returned to Nanan City, the streets were no longer as bustling as they were during the day. There are only scattered tourists or small stalls. During the time they were away from Nanan City, Xia Beichen and others became the topic of conversation for many people because of the auction house. Although no one knew his name, everyone was excited when talking about the young man from the local area. Qiankuan Auction House. Wang Jinyu was pacing back and forth in front of the desk. And from time to time he turned his head to look towards the door. After a while, he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he turned and walked towards the door, intending to wait outside. Unexpectedly, as soon as I reached the door, it was pushed open. When I looked up, I was shocked to find that Xia Beichen and others had returned. "Mr. Xia, how is it?" Wang Jinyu asked anxiously. Xia Beichen made way, and then Xingya brought someone over. Wang Jinyu looked at the man. After a while, he said excitedly, "This is..." For a moment, I was so excited that I didn't know how to finish my words. Seeing this, Xingya said directly, "The third elder of Soul Devouring Valley, Shishir." Wang Jinyu was already in tears at this time. I couldn't help but even kneel down. However, he did not kneel to Shishir, but to Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen hurriedly took 2 steps forward and helped him up. "Manager 1, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Mr. Xia caught him for me today, so he is my benefactor." Wang Jinyu said emotionally. "Hey." Xia Beichen quickly corrected him, "Manager 1, you're wrong. I didn't catch this guy." He looked at Xingya and Lu Yuting, they both killed the right protector with their own hands. Also, Pixing and Daiwa didn't come. I had other tasks to do, and they killed the left protector. Finally, Xia Beichen looked at Yi Yunxin. For someone like Shishir, it's natural for Yun Xin to help them deal with him. Yun Xin?
Hearing these two words, Wang Jinyu frowned slightly, then looked at Yi Yunxin.
Are you the leader of Tianxian sect, the Beixian Empress Yi Yunxin?
Seeing that Xiao Beichen had revealed his name, Yi Yunxin no longer concealed it, nodded and said, "That's right.
I've heard so much about you."
Shi Shi took 2 steps back and bowed to Yi Yunxin.
While outside the city, Qingya had already learned Yi Yunxin's identity from Lu Yuting. So she didn't seem as surprised as Wang Jinyu.
Wang Jinyu thought to himself and said to Yi Yunxin, "I wonder if your majesty will visit my humble home."
"Please."
Before he could finish his words, Yi Yunxin interrupted him, "Master Wan, there is no need to be so polite.
This is not Beixian, and you are not a citizen of Beixian.
Just treat me as a customer of your old brand and Shenkuan auction house." Wang Jinyu wiped the tears from his eyes and said, "I didn't expect that I would have such great fortune to have such great help from masters like you."
"Manager Wan, this is wrong."
Yi Yunxin corrected him, "Targeting the soul-devouring valley isn't just about helping you. It's also about my feud with the soul-devouring valley."
Wang Jinyu asked, "Could it be true that the rumors about His Majesty being framed by several major sects are true? And that the soul-devouring valley is also the instigator?" Yi Yunxin nodded and said, "Just as you know." Nodding, Wang Jinyu said to them, "Look how excited I am. Come in quickly, don't stand here."
After letting Xiao Beichen and others in, Wang Jinyu instructed Qingya to tell them to keep a close eye on Shi Shi and report to him immediately if he woke up. After Xiao Beichen and the others sat down, Wang Jinyu personally poured them wine. Then, he picked up the bowl in front of him and said, "Everyone, regarding the soul-devouring valley, our goals are the same. Please allow me to toast you all first." After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine in his hand. His words sounded familiar to Xiao Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting.
Lu Yuting had said this to Yi Yunxin when they came to Nan'an City.
Although the Qinglan sect did not directly collude with the soul-devouring valley like the Wanren sect and the Shenqing sect, Lu Yuting still suspected that her fifth uncle had something to do with the soul-devouring valley. Therefore, this time when I came to southern Xinjiang, in addition to wanting to understand Xiao Beichen, I also wanted to find evidence that my fifth uncle had something to do with the soul-devouring valley, so as to give an explanation to the Qinglan sect. Wang Jinyu finished the wine in his bowl, and Xiao Beichen and the other two also picked up the wine in front of them. He finished the drink after a few gulps.
Wang Jinyu poured wine into the empty bowl again.
Xiao Beichen took advantage of this opportunity and said to him, "Manager Wan, I'll leave Qi Shi to you. His life or death will be decided by you."
"Good."
Wang Jinyu nodded and said, "In addition to asking him to explain what happened to the Jin family, I also want him to learn more about the soul-devouring valley."
Xiao Beichen asked, "By the way, since we're talking about the Jin family, should we call you Shopkeeper Wan or Shopkeeper Jin?"
Wang Jinyu already had the answer in his heart. "So," he said, "when the truth about my Jin family comes to light, I will change my surname back to Jin. I have decided to call myself Jin Wan Yu. But you should still call me Wang Jinyu for now." After hearing this, Xiao Beichen raised his glass again and said, "Then let's congratulate Manager Jin in advance." Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting also gave toasts. Then, the four of them drank the wine in the bowl in one gulp. After putting down the bowl, Wang Jinyu filled the glass with wine again and put down the wine jar. Instead of continuing to drink the wine, he took out a ring and handed it to Xiao Beichen. "Mr. Xia, these are the items you bought at my auction house today, as well as some small gifts from me." After hearing this, Xiao Beichen used his spiritual sense to explore the ring. It was discovered to be a ring. In addition to the items he won in the auction today, there are actually some extra things in it. For example, herbs, prescriptions, and exercises. Good job. Quite generous. Herbs are scarce. Even the lowest grade prescription is of the 3rd grade. Although there is no 6th grade, there is a 5th grade. Moreover, it happens to be not recorded in the True Spirit Pill book. This will be a great opportunity to restock. I noticed that many of the things Mr. Xia bought today were materials for refining medicine, so I guess that you must be an alchemist. Wang Jinyu explained the reason why he sent the herbs and prescriptions, "So, I sent you some herbs and prescriptions." Xiao Beichen immediately stood up and bowed to him, "Thank you, Manager Wan." Wang Jinyu stood up and waved his hand, saying, "No thanks. No thanks for helping each other." As he spoke, he pointed to a pile of top-grade spirit stones in a corner of the room. "Mr. Xia, please take back these top-grade spirit stones." "Manager Wan, what I lack the most is top-grade spirit stones." Xiao Beichen refused to take back these top-grade spirit stones. "I can even give you some more." These words frightened Manager 1 so much that he couldn't help but tremble.
Chapter 99, The cottage is built in a good way.
Before he met Xiaobeichen, even if his old brand and the Qianquan auction house were combined, they could not produce more than 10 million top-grade spirit stones. However, hundreds of millions of ordinary spirit stones can be produced. After all, some people were able to bid for items, but they couldn't afford so many top-grade spirit stones, so they used ordinary spirit stones to pay. Xiaobeichen has already piled up so many top-grade spirit stones, and he actually said that he still has some. If the space in this room wasn't big enough, it would have been squeezed out by the top-grade spirit stones. So, Wang Jinyu waved his hand hurriedly and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Xia, you should stay here, otherwise you will look down on me as a friend."
Ha ha ha. Xiaobeichen laughed out loud. Since shopkeeper 1 doesn't care about money, then I'll just have to do it. However, he only symbolically took back a top-grade spirit stone. As for the remaining ones, just let them lie there.
Seeing this, Wang Jinyu was helpless against Xiaobeichen and had to give up. Then, he took out 2 purses and handed them to Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuting. "Here are some things for you too."
The 2 beauties looked at each other, and then Yi Yunqin said, "We have some too? Please accept it." Wang Jinyu said. Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuting each took one.
"I found that it contained a lot of pills and skills." Wang Jinyu said, "This technique may not be very useful to you too, but it can supplement your technique library and can also be used by others." After reading the names of the techniques, Lu Yuting said, "Manager 1, you're too kind. These techniques are very practical." In this way, the 4 of them drank, and before they knew it, it was dawn. Xiaobeichen and the other 2 stood up and said goodbye. "I returned the scarab beetle to Miss Qingya on the way back from last night.
We have other things to do, so I won't bother you anymore."
Okay. See you all later.
Manager 1, see you later.
After leaving the Qianquan auction house, the 3 people left Nan'an City and flew towards the valley in the southwest.
And they just left. Qingya then came to Wang Jinyu and said, "Boss, she sure is awake."
Wang Jinyu raised his eyebrows and immediately became energetic, sweeping away the sleepiness from staying up all night last night. It's time to settle accounts with him. Returning to the entrance of the valley again, Xiaobeichen, Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuting suddenly saw a village gate standing there. It says, "Destroy the evil village." Of course, there are not only 3 words of the village name, but also a line of small words. That is star-studded question. These 3 characters are written with such vigor and force, they really hit the mark. They were unexpectedly written by Brother Pixing. After all, he is the guardian of the treasury. That's a good name. Evil ways like the soul-devouring valley should be destroyed. 3 people were talking to each other. At this time, a little head lay on the lookout tower in front of the small attic on the village gate. "Hey, the master is back. This little head belongs to Xiaosong." Xiaobeichen ordered. "Xiaosong, quickly open the gate of the village." Xiaosong jumped onto the observation deck, then put his hands on his hips and said, "The acting village chief has ordered that anyone coming here must chant slogans." "Open sesame." Xiaobeichen answered casually. Xiaosong staggered and almost fell off the observation deck. "Master, how did you know it was this slogan? Don't you see who your master is?" Xiaobeichen straightened up. Xiaosong stood firm and whistled towards the inside of the door. Squeak! The door of the village was opened from the inside by 2 bees. "Welcome back triumphantly." Yi Xiaomi had already lined up with a group of bees, and when they saw Xiaobeichen and the others, they cheered. This sense of ritual is perfect. As soon as they entered the village and the door closed, bees started scattering flower petals. It's really a flowery road. Glancing at the hilltops on both sides, Xiaobeichen nodded with satisfaction and praised, "They turned this place into a stockade overnight." "Not bad." "Thank you for your recognition, master," the bees responded in unison. "By the way, where are Xiao Ko and Pai Xing Daiyu?" Xiaobeichen looked around and didn't see the 3 of them. "Go check the fortifications," Yi Xiaomi replied. After saying that, it clapped its hands. 4 bees flew out from one side. Xiaobeichen, Yi Yunqin, and Lu Yuting took a look and found that every 2 bees were carrying a cage woven with bamboo strips. The hole in the cage is not small enough to prevent you from seeing what's inside. And what is contained? It is the heads of the left and right guardians of the soul-devouring valley. Now that the master is back, let's hang this up, Yi Xiaomi explained. Xiaobeichen nodded with satisfaction. Making a bamboo cage is quite thoughtful. Yi Yunshin was cautious and asked the four bees to wait for a while. I saw her still making a hand gesture. The power of the stars acted on the two bamboo cages. When Xiaobeichen saw it, the power of the stars formed a small magic circle and enveloped the bamboo cage in it. Finally, there was a brief moment of clear white light. Soon, the clear white light dissipated, and the bamboo cage looked normal. Yi Yunshin withdrew his hand and explained, "Add a restriction. Someone on duty will come and steal these two dog heads when we are not paying attention." Xiaobeichen immediately gave her a thumbs up. Only then did Ji Xiaomi let the four bees hang the bamboo cage in front of the village gate. Lu Yuding said curiously, "Come on, take us to see how the village is doing." "Okay, please follow me." Yi Xiaomi nodded. But before it took Xiaobeichen and the others to see it, it specifically told Xiaosong and the other companions, "You must keep a close eye on the village gate." Xiaosong and the other bees replied in unison, "No problem, acting village master, don't worry." Yi Xiaomi cleared her throat politely and reminded, "If anything unexpected happens, such as dereliction of duty, you will be dealt with according to military law." "Understood." Xiaosong and the other bees responded in unison again. Yi Xiaomi's management ability is evident. Xiaobeichen said, "Once we destroy the soul-devouring valley, we'll hold a celebration banquet." "Yeah." The little animals all returned to their respective positions. The bees each held a spear-like weapon in their hands. One end of this thing is sharpened to a very sharp point. Even if it can't kill people, it can still cause some damage to the enemy. Follow Yi Xiaomi inside. After a while, we arrived at the edge of the small lake. The bodies in the water have been dealt with. At this moment, the small lake and the pavilion seemed as if nothing had happened. Then they looked along the top of the hill. It was discovered that a trap had been set on the outer side of the mountain top. When the soul-devouring valley attacks, it will prevent them from splitting up their forces and coming over the mountain to launch a surprise attack. Anyway, according to Yi Xiaomi and the others, the defense principle of this village is to make sure that those who enter the soul-devouring valley will never return. Finally, in another direction of the village, Xiaobeichen and others met up with Pixing Dayu. This is the innermost part of the entire village, but there is an opening. Therefore, this place is as important as the entrance to the village and needs to be developed with emphasis. Chapter 100. Someone is coming. You guys are back? Seeing Xiaobeichen and the other two coming back, Pixing came to greet them. What happened? Xiaobeichen asked. Just waiting for the people from Soul-Devouring Valley to arrive. Pixing replied. Xiaobeichen nodded slightly and said, I've already spread the word in Nanan City. It won't be long before Soul-Devouring Valley receives news of the deaths of their third elder and the left and right guardians. Give the third elder to. Pixing made a gesture of cutting his neck. He has been handed over to shopkeeper Wan to handle, but the rumor leaked to the public is that he has been killed. As Xiaobeichen spoke, he looked at the construction work in front of him. This place was originally a secluded place developed by the Soul-Devouring Valley. If they come to attack, they must be more familiar with the geographical environment than we are. Yi Yunshin asked, So, what are your plans? Xiaobeichen looked at her and said, We have limited staff, so please help me set up a few magic circles. Lu Yuding volunteered at this time. I also know a little bit about magic arrays, so I will set it up with Sect Master Yi. Xiaobeichen nodded and said, That would be great. Yi Yan thought for a moment and said, How about this, I'll set up the attack formation, and Sect Master Lu will set up the defense formation. Lu Yuding didn't hesitate and replied, Okay. Then Yi Yunshin looked back at Xiaobeichen, I need you to contribute some weapons. Xiaobeichen now has the most spirit stones, and the second most abundant thing must be the weapons looted from the Wanren sect. So, there is no shortage. Without saying a word, Xiaobeichen summoned a bunch of weapons from the Endless Realm. All the weapons were suspended in the air, allowing Yi Yunshin to manipulate them. The two beauties went to make arrangements. At this moment, a bee flew over in a hurry. Yi Xiaomi was the first to see it and asked, Aren't you guarding the gate of the village? Why are you here? The bee replied, Yes, someone is shouting outside the village gate. Pixing turned around and asked, Could it be that people from the Soul-Devouring Valley have arrived? Dayu asked, How many people are here? 4, replied the bee. 4? Pixing almost stumbled down. How much does the Soul-Devouring Valley look down on people? Only 4 people came? Xiaobeichen asked, What were they shouting? The bee replied truthfully, There is a man who is your friend. When he learned you were here, he came to help. My friend?
Xiao Beichen frowned. Could it be that Wan Jinyu sent someone here? At this point, he asked again, are all those here men? 2 men and 2 women. Xiao Beichen raised his eyebrows when he heard the bee's answer. Pixing murmured softly, 2 men and 2 women, is that possible?
Having muttered this, he looked at Xiao Beichen.
Then the 2 of them said in unison, it seems to be the 4 people from Song, Qi, Liang and Shen. Since my friends are here, I'll go and welcome them into the village.
Xiao Beichen said this and flew towards the entrance of the valley.
When I arrived at the attic on the village gate and looked down, I saw that it was indeed Song Ming, Qi Xian, Liang Cheng and Shen Yun.
After seeing him, the 4 of them waved to him.
Xiao Beichen ordered the bees inside the door to open it.
Then he went down from the city gate himself and came before the 4 men.
Xiao Beichen smiled and bowed to them. Greetings, nice to meet you so soon. Please come to the village.
The 4 returned the greeting, and then Song Ming said, we received a message from our uncle, saying that you have been to Spirit Sword Valley and are heading to southern Xinjiang to prepare to attack Soul Devouring Valley. So, the 4 of us immediately changed direction and headed towards southern Xinjiang.
What a coincidence!
As soon as I arrived in Nanan City, I heard that you, Brother Xia, had killed the Soul Devouring Valley's 3rd elder and the left and right guardians and had set up camp here. Having said that, Song Ming pointed to the 2 heads hanging outside the gate of the mountain stronghold.
Xiao Beichen laughed and said, so, you guys came to help, right?
Song Ming withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Brother Xia has great means.
We can't really be considered as helping you.
We are just doing our best to help you.
Brother Song is too modest.
Xiao Beichen said, I was just worried about not having enough manpower, and now you're here.
It's like timely rain.
As the 5 people talked, they walked into the valley of the mountain village. I didn't expect this place to be more beautiful than I imagined.
After entering, Qi Xian and Liang Qing couldn't help but sigh. This is all thanks to the Soul Devouring Valley's previous construction here.
Otherwise, where else could we find such a beautiful valley?
Xiao Beichen jokingly said, you can't just go to your uncle's Spirit Sword Valley and eat and live for free, right? Ha ha ha.
Song Ming and Shen Yun burst into laughter. Shen Yun then said, if Brother Xia is willing, it's not impossible. We heard that you demolished his shabby thatched house and built a new bamboo house.
Song Ming continued, yes, the new bamboo houses are so spacious, there are several of them.
It's impossible for all the people in Master Guang's lineage to live there.
Ha ha. Xiao Beichen smiled and said, it would be convenient for you to visit us on weekdays.
At this point, Song Ming and his 3 fellow apprentices apologized and said, earlier in the restaurant in Qinghe County, we concealed our true identities from Brother Xia and Miss Yi.
Brother Xia, please.
Xiao Beichen interrupted him before he finished speaking when he heard this.
Brother Song, there's no need to be like this.
We just met then and we're strangers, so it's only natural to hide something.
In fact, we're the same.
At that time, Song Ming said that they had no sect or school, and their master was a casual cultivator, so including their master, there were only 5 of them. It was only after arriving at Lingjian Valley that Xiao Beichen realized that Lingjian Valley and they were from the same sect. However, the valley master inherited the sword-making business of Lingjian Valley. And his junior sister inherited another business. As for what the business is, he didn't say.
You mean Sect Master Yi?
Song Ming said with a look of understanding, Brother Xia, you don't know that Sect Master Ye's identity has already been revealed to us by my uncle.
So, we are even. Qi Xian, standing by his side, I never thought we'd actually be drinking and chatting with the world-famous Empress Beixian that day. If I had known, I would have asked her to sign for me.
Liang Qing, who was beside Qi Xian, instantly turned into Yi Yunxin's little fangirl.
Xiao Beichen smiled and raised his chin, looking at the 2 people flying towards them not far away, and then said to Liang Qing, here, your chance has come.
Everyone looked in the direction he was looking and suddenly saw Yi Yunxin and another woman.
Soon, 2 people arrived in front of them. After greeting each other, Qi Xian and Liang Qing stepped forward and took Yi Yunxin's arm. Sister Yi, we meet again. I didn't expect that you would come. Yi Yunxin said softly. After a few pleasantries, Xiao Beichen introduced, this is the leader of Qinglan sect, Lu Yuting. Are you Sect Master Lu? Song, Qi, Liang and Chen looked at Lu Yuting curiously. It's already chapter 100 before I knew it. Another breakthrough. If you haven't reviewed it yet, please give it a good review.
If you still have recommendation tickets and gold coins, please remember to vote.
Thank you all. I bow. Chapter 101 The Truth. Guaranteed genuine. Lu Yuding replied. Xiaobeichen then introduced 4 people from Song, Qi, Liang and Chen.
After the introduction, Lu Yuding said in surprise, "So, you are the 4 nephews of the master of Spirit Sword Valley."
That's right. Song Ming smiled and said, I think my uncle should have mentioned us as well. Fate is a wonderful thing.
Liang Qing said, looking at Xiaobeichen, and asked, Mr. Xia, how do you feel about having 2 beautiful sect leaders by your side?
How can I feel? It's really enviable. Shi Xian said. Xiaobeichen quickly changed the subject. Since you are here, can you help me see if there is any place in this village that needs to be reinforced?
If the soul-devouring valley attacks, I'll have to rely on you guys. Song Ming bowed and said, Brother Xia, just give us your instructions and make the arrangements. Then they made some arrangements. After Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding finished setting up the magic arrays in various places, the group checked them again from beginning to end.
Before I knew it, it was almost noon.
Just when Xiaobeichen was about to invite everyone to the Endless Realm for a drink, 3 rays of light flew in from the sky. Soon, several rays of light stopped in front of the village gate. When Xiaobeichen looked over, he saw that it was Qingya who came with 2 people. Wow, there's another beautiful young lady here.
Liang Qing said in amazement when she saw Qingya.
Shi Xian, on the other hand, seemed calmer and asked, Don't be too crazy first, let's see if the other party is an enemy or a friend.
Song Ming thought for a moment, then said, I've seen her before. She seems to be from Qinkuan Auction House. Xiaobeichen continued, Brother Song is right. She is Miss Qingya from Qinkuan Auction House.
As he said this, he told the bees to open the door.
Xiaobeichen led everyone to the door to welcome Qingya and others. Miss Qingya, why are you here?
Qingya replied, Our boss specially sent us here to help. Please don't be disgusted, Master Xia.
Xiaobeichen smiled and said, Miss Qingya's arrival is just in time.
It has given our village a powerful boost. Who are these people?
Qingya asked curiously when she saw a few unfamiliar faces.
Then Xiaobeichen introduced them to each other. After both sides exchanged greetings, they returned to the village. There are so many people here, so why don't we go somewhere to get together?
Xiaobeichen suggested. Okay. As everyone cheered, Qingya smiled and said, To be honest, our boss didn't send me here empty-handed. He even brought some food and wine for everyone. Xiaobeichen gave a thumbs up. Manager Wan must be very smart.
He figured out that we haven't had lunch yet.
Song Ming suggested, the scenery here is nice.
I think we should stay in this valley.
That way, if there is any emergency, we can respond in time. Qingya nodded in agreement.
I heard there's a small lake inside with a pavilion on it.
Let's go there.
Since someone has brought wine and food, and the guests all want to stay here, there is no need to go to the Endless Realm. So, Xiaobeichen brought everyone to the pavilion on the lake. The stone table that the 3 elders of Soul-Devouring Valley used to play chess last night was smashed to pieces during their fight.
So, I changed to a bigger one. It can just fit 12 people.
Qingya took out several vegetable boxes from her storage ring. When the lid of the vegetable boxes opened, the aroma fills the air. When the dishes for more than a dozen people were placed on the table, Song Ming couldn't help but say, Isn't this the signature dish of the time-honored Hui Chui Lu? Young Master Song has excellent taste.
Qingya said, This is exactly their signature dish.
As she spoke, she and the other 2 poured wine for everyone. Qingya took the lead in picking up the wine and said, I'll take the lead first.
Let me toast to everyone. Everyone raised their glasses of wine.
After Qingya finished her toast, everyone toasted her back. Qingya said, If you need anything from Qinkuan Auction House in the future, please feel free to ask. We can't guarantee we'll do everything we can to help you, but we will do our best to help you. Hearing her words, Song Ming immediately took out a few items and entrusted them to her for auction. Qingya discovered that they were actually several demon pills.
And the grade is above average.
After having one of her colleagues accept it, Qingya said to Song Ming, Please rest assured, Mr. Song, we at Qinkuan Auction House will definitely get you a satisfactory price.
Thank you, Miss Qingya.
Then, the other 3 junior sisters and brothers also took out a few things.
These are what they gained during their travels.
The items are not very useful to them, so it is better to send them to an auction house for auction. Xiaobeichen took a look and found that although these things were precious, he still had a lot of them in his endless domain. Otherwise, he would immediately take out the top-grade spirit stones to buy their things. When we had dinner together, we found out that the 4 people, Song, Qi, Liang and Chen, had gone down the mountain to travel, and their master had only given each of them 1 top-grade spirit stone. In other words, all they had was only 40 ordinary spirit stones. How can this support their travels? We can eat and drink well in the first few days, but we will have to live in the wilderness from now on, right? So they thought of a way. That is to collect some valuable things and sell them when the time comes. Sometimes, they would set up a table and set up a stall in a busy town. But then again, their master's method is quite challenging. As the saying goes, do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing. Before we knew it, 3 rounds of drinks had passed. Xia Beichen asked, "By the way, Miss Qingya, how's the progress on your business with shopkeeper 1? The truth has been told." Qingya replied, "That year, it was Qishir who led his men to massacre nearly 100 members of the Jin family." "What's the reason?" Xia Beichen continued to ask. "The reason is that the former head of the Jin family, our Dong family's grandfather, accidentally saw him and others doing something dirty, and they had the evil intention of silencing him. Later, he discovered that the eldest grandson of the Jin family was not at home and had escaped the disaster. In order to prevent the disaster from happening again, he searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the eldest grandson of the Jin family. But after searching for several years without success, they feared revenge, so they joined the soul-devouring valley and used it as a support." After hearing this, Xia Beichen nodded, "I see." Song Ming and others were a little confused. After all, they didn't know the cause and effect. So Xia Beichen told them about the grudges and love between Wan Jinyu and Qishir, the 3rd elder of the soul-devouring valley. After hearing this, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Wan Jinyu and indignant at Qishir's cruelty. "So, that guy is not dead?" Song Ming said indignantly, "If he's not dead yet, then torture him slowly and let him taste the pain of life slipping away." Qingya said sympathetically, "Once he confesses something, our boss will certainly not let him go." After a pause, she looked at Yi Yunshin. Sect Master Yi, Qishir also explained why the soul-devouring valley was behind the scenes instigating several major sects to frame you. Yi Yunshin's body trembled slightly, and then asked, "Why?" Chapter 102 Honorary Sect Leader Guarding Arrangements. They searched for years without success, but half a year ago, they heard a rumor from somewhere that the Jin family's eldest grandson might have become a disciple of the Tianxian sect. So, they secretly started implementing a plan half a year ago, splitting up the major sects at all costs. "Then we need to remove you, Sect Master Yi, from your position as Sect Master so that the Tianxian sect can control the puppet." After hearing Qingya's words, Xia Beichen said, "This has gone beyond eradicating the roots, hasn't it?" Qingya nodded slightly. "That's right. They've tasted the sweetness of dividing the major sections. Therefore, the plan has evolved from simply eradicating the roots to controlling all the major sects, attempting to control the world and achieve greater ambitions." On one side, Song Ming said, "Could it be that the soul-devouring valley wants to be the common ruler of the world? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Xia Beichen replied. However, after hearing this, Yi Yunshin was speechless. Then she couldn't help but complain, "What kind of gossip is this? It's a million miles off." Yes. No one expected it. The eldest grandson of the Jin family, who had escaped the disaster by chance while traveling outside, finally fought for survival in order to take revenge one day. Not used to changing his name and surname, he even changed his appearance and lay dormant in Nan'an City in southern Xinjiang for nearly 20 years. He started as a small apprentice and became the leader of a faction in Nan'an City. As a result, after nearly 20 years, Soul-Devouring Valley actually made a mistake. It's fine if you just made a mistake, but you also want to be the ruler of the world? Oh. No way. Since the Soul-Devouring Valley is so ambitious, I have a perfect reason to destroy them. Yi Yunshin clenched his fists and spoke in an extremely domineering tone. The Empress's temperament burst out instantly. Everyone can understand her mood at this moment. As the saying goes, when you are at home, trouble may come to you. Xia Beichen analyzed, now that several sects have gone through this, some have been destroyed, and some have declined. It can be said that the Soul-Devouring Valley's ambition has been half achieved. Lu Yuting picked up the wine and stood up. The conflict between Qinglan sect and Tianxian sect was really inappropriate. Thank you both for showing mercy and preventing my Qinglan sect from following the same fate as the Wanren sect. I, Lu Yuting, am here today to assure you too that the Qinglan sect will never do anything so foolish. I will follow you two wholeheartedly and put an end to the injustices in this world. I am willing to use my Qingyu sword to kill all the monsters and demons. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were deeply moved by her emotional words. The two men then stood up and picked up their drinks. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Xingya, who was standing by, filled their glasses with wine in time. Yi Yunxin said to Lu Yuding, "When the world is united, it will prosper. When it is divided, it will be in chaos. I hope that our Tianqian sect and Qinglan sect will be friends for generations to come." Lu Yuding nodded slightly, then looked at Xia Beichen. "Now all major matters of the Qinglan sect are decided by young Master Xia. I believe that under his decision-making, the Qinglan sect will be able to work together with the Tianqian sect." So, having said that, she toasted Xia Beichen alone. In order to make it easier for Master Xia to act, Master Xia is invited to serve as the honorary leader of our Qinglan sect. Honorary sect leader? Even Pixing, who has lived for 5,000 years, couldn't help but say, "In all these years, I've never seen a sect appoint an honorary sect leader, but I've seen quite a few honorary elders." Daiyu said, "It seems that sect master Lu has good intentions. However, will this be regarded as heresy and betrayal by the world?" Pixing also asked, "I wonder if the Qinglan sect has a rule that prohibits disciples from other sects from joining?" Lu Yuding replied, "No. The founder of our Qinglan sect once said that when the sect is in danger in the future, we can find another capable person to serve as the sect leader and overcome the difficulties. Also, there is no restriction on whether the person is a casual cultivator or a disciple from another sect." Xia Beichen praised, "I think that thousands of years ago, your founder was an enlightened master." This reminded him of professional managers. If the company founder is unable to run the business well, he can let professional managers take over. The founder can just sit at home and count his money with his legs crossed. Of course, there is also a risk, that is, professional managers will also become big and powerful. It is not ruled out that he may imitate the behavior of ancient powerful officials in usurping the throne. Lu Yuding's hand was still holding the wine. Therefore, Yi Yunxin urged Xia Beichen, "Go back to sect master Lu." Xia Beichen agreed without hesitation, "Okay. I promise you." Lu Yuding smiled and then respectfully saluted Xia Beichen. "From now on, I will call you sect master Xia." Xia Beichen immediately responded to her and suggested with a smile, "From now on, just call me by my name." Yi Yunxin nodded and said, "Speaking of which, I also have something to say. Since we are a family working together from now on, then stop talking about sect master Yi on the left and sect master Lu on the right." Then she poured wine for Lu Yuding. "If possible, let's start now and become sisters." Lu Yuding looked at Yi Yunxin in surprise. "Really? Do you think I'm lying?" Yi Yunxin asked back. "As long as Sister Yunxin doesn't mind, I will be your sister Yuding." Lu Yuding pushed the wine forward. Yi Yunxin also pushed his wine forward, and the two bowls clinked together. Both of them drank it all in one gulp. "In that case, let's have a try together," Song Ming said with a smile. Then everyone else who hadn't stood up stood up. "Done." Just as everyone finished the wine in their bowls, a voice came over. "Master, someone is challenging us in front of the village." Everyone turned around and saw that it was Yi Xiaomi. This time, it wasn't a friend who came. Xia Beichen asked, "Who is challenging me?" Yi Xiaomi replied, "I don't know, they said they were sent by someone to come and destroy us." "Oh, you're so arrogant." Pixing said to everyone, "You guys keep drinking, I'll go meet them." "Sorry, the wine is finished." Xingya reminded with a smile, "So, I'll go meet him for a while too." Xia Beichen said calmly, "Everyone, please be patient. To prevent this from being a conspiracy, please divide the work and cooperate." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and quickly sketched out the entire valley's surface. Then he made arrangements. The main gate will be guarded by Yun Xin and me. The back door is guarded by Pixing Dayu. The left wing will be guarded by Miss Yuding, Miss Qingya, and their colleagues. The right wing will be guarded by Brother Song and his 4 fellow apprentices. Everyone agreed immediately. Since no one had any objections, everyone went their separate ways. Before everyone split up, Xingya took out a few jade talismans. Chapter 103, It's better to trust a dung beetle than you. Xingya introduced herself. "Before I left here, the boss gave me a few sound transmission jade talismans. I'll follow young Master Xia's instructions and distribute 2 to each location." "No problem." No one objected. Then Xingya distributed the sound transmission jade talismans. After getting the jade talisman, they flew towards the designated direction. Xia Beichen used Shui Ling to quickly wash the plates and bowls on the table, and then place them neatly on the table.
Hurry up and call your village chief out. We want to take his head.
A man shouted at the gate of the village.
How dare you overestimate your own abilities? Do you have the right to challenge our master?
Xiaosong stood on the observation deck, pointing at the other party and cursing, "Get out of here right now, or I'll shoot you to death." As soon as the words fell, the little hand raised. A group of bees, holding mini bows and arrows, aimed at several people hanging in the air several feet away from the village gate.
Unexpectedly, the person who was shouting just now started laughing while holding his stomach. I'm dying of laughter. Did your master get kicked in the head by a donkey?
I couldn't bear to hire a few people to guard the gate, but I found you little cuties instead.
Xiaosong gritted his teeth. Who are you calling a cutie?
As it spoke, it waved its little hand. The bee immediately shot out the arrow in his hand.
Whoosh whoosh. Countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard.
Even though the arrows flashed with cold light, the other men were not afraid at all. To them, this thing is just for tickling.
I'll do it.
Another slightly shorter and fatter man came in front of the few people, then swung the big hammer in his hand.
A barrier with the outline of a hammer burst out. The first mini arrow that flew over was confiscated.
Hey hey! Just as the short and fat man smiled triumphantly,
countless drops of water flew out from the pavilion at the gate of the mountain village. The subsequent arrows were instantly caught up by the water droplets. When the water drop met the arrow, the two immediately merged into one.
When the short and fat man was puzzled, he heard the sound of water freezing.
The next moment, the arrow turned into an ice arrow.
The barrier formed by the outline of his hammer was now useless.
The ice arrow simply ignores its existence.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Several ice arrows pierced into his body coldly and mercilessly.
Blood splattered.
But soon, his blood also solidified into ice.
When his companions behind him saw the scene, they opened their mouths in surprise. Before they could react, the short and fat man turned into a ball of ice.
Then he fell heavily down. When it fell to the ground, it felt like glass.
With a clang sound.
Broken. That's right. Even the people were broken into pieces. And that's not all.
After the ice broke, the biting cold air spread to the ground. The area in front of the gate, which was several dozen feet wide, was frozen into a piece of ice.
It's no exaggeration to say that anyone can skate on it. The rest of the people looked down in shock. However, at this moment,
a ray of star power suddenly struck.
Before they could react, they heard a scream of awe.
A blood mist floated in front of them.
Only then did they come to their senses.
The man who just clamored to take the head of the leader of the mountain stronghold was now beheaded. In the blink of an eye, two companions were lost. The group of people couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. The water droplets gathered together to form a sword. What separated the head and body of the person who shouted was another sword. At this moment, the sword containing the power of the stars flew back to the attic on the village gate. At the same time, the head and body fell to the ground. The result is predictable, they were all frozen. At this time, two people flew out of the attic.
A man and a woman. It was Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin.
Xia Beichen's sword switched back and forth between different forms beside him. He looked coldly at the remaining four people on the other side. Just a few of you, and you still have the nerve to challenge us?
The four people looked at Xia Beichen.
It was discovered that he was only in the initial stage of Lingdong realm.
But the sword in his hand should not be underestimated. However, the one who should not be underestimated is the stunning beauty beside him.
The cultivation level of the early stage of Linghai realm. The cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the spiritual sea realm was unexpectedly separated from his head and body.
Shouldn't this be a crushing victory that only a cultivator in the spirit refining realm can achieve? What kind of existence are this man and woman?
Only Xia Beichen knew that Yi Yunxin had hidden his cultivation level a little lower. Previously, he had hidden himself in the spirit refining realm. Now it's better to just jump down 2 levels. Therefore, to outsiders, she is just a cultivator in the spiritual sea realm. Her Majesty the Empress has mastered the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger.
A thinner man smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, we didn't challenge him.
He was the one who was just running wild." As he spoke, he pointed to his companion whose head and body were separated. Xia Beichen looked at them as if they were clowns. Dead people can't talk.
Sorry, we'll leave right away. The thin man said this and wanted to turn around. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he saw 4 rays of light shooting up into the sky around the 4 of them. This is? Some people looked at the 4 rays of light in surprise. The thin man was quite knowledgeable. He reminded in panic the starlight binding of the Tianxian sect. What? The other 3 people also showed panic at the same time. Am I going to die here today? They have heard of the reputation of starlight binding. This thing can kill the enemy without a complete body. Not even a trace left. If you want to survive, it's not impossible. Yi Yunqin put forward a condition, that is, tell me who is behind you coming here. The thin man said, we are just a few independent cultivators, without any sect or school, and no one is commanding us. Yi Yunqin asked, who just said that you were sent by someone to destroy us? He's talking nonsense. The thin man pointed again at his companion lying on the ground, who had turned into 2 ice cubes. But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaosong pointed at him and said, that's what you said, don't quibble. The thin man's body trembled suddenly. But soon his mind moved, and he looked at Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin and said, we are human beings, we should not believe what these little animals say. Xia Beichen retorted, do you want me to believe you? I might as well believe a dung beetle. Since you're lying, then. Yi Yun, who was standing aside, withdrew his hand before he could finish his words. The starlight binding suddenly separated into a separate one. The thin guy was so scared when he saw himself being tied up alone in a starlight binder that he peed his pants. Just when he was about to beg for mercy, the 4 rays of light quickly retracted. Swish! A living person instantly turned into blood mist. But it soon turned into nothingness. Seeing this, his 3 companions were so frightened that they knelt down in mid-air and said, please spare my life, please spare my life. Kneel on the ground. Yi Yunqin ordered. The 3 men shivered as they got down to the ground, not caring about the cold ice, and knelt down with a plop. Boss, please spare my life, boss, please spare my life. Who is behind this? At this time, Xia Beichen shouted, hurry up and speak. We say. Among the remaining people, the one kneeling in the middle trembled and said, yes. Chapter 104 The enemy is coming. Just when the other party was about to confess and uttered the first word, an accident happened. A red light shot down from the sky. The person kneeling in the middle suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin couldn't help but look at each other. When they looked at the man kneeling in the middle again, they found that he was already dead. Seeing this, Yi Yunqin flew out and slashed with a sword at the same time. The sword energy soars into the sky. Swish! The domineering sword energy instantly disappeared into the clouds. Then a scream was heard, and a figure fell. Sure enough, someone attacked us by surprise. Finally, the man fell beside the body of the man kneeling in the middle. Yi Yunqin didn't say anything and just made a gesture of closing his hands. The starlight bindings immediately closed, instantly destroying the corpse and the falling person. Xia Beichen was not idle either, but rushed out. Yun Xin removed the starlight binding. The 2 men cooperated with each other tacitly, and Xia Beichen lifted up the remaining 2 people kneeling on the ground. Yi Yunqin was responsible for escorting them back to prevent any further sneak attacks. It was obvious that the person who was hiding among the clouds just now was supervising these people who came to challenge him. Once there are signs that one of them has been subverted, they will be silenced. Although the starlight binding has extremely strong lethality against non-fellow disciples, it also has its flaws. That is, the upper and lower bags cannot be sealed. It's like a rectangular box with only 4 sides. This gives others an opportunity to take advantage. However, most people cannot move when they are bound by the starlight binding, unless his cultivation level is higher than that of the user of starlight binding. For example, the Xuanwu that I met in Wanrun sect before. Or if you have the ability, you can launch a sneak attack from a high altitude or by digging a tunnel. Soon, under Yi Yunqin's escort, Xia Beichen carried the remaining 2 people back to the mountain village. Then they were thrown into the attic and tied up. Did you see it? Xia Beichen looked at the 2 of them and said, if I'm not mistaken, that person just now was here to silence us, right? You worked so hard for them, and what happened? You ended up getting slaughtered by them. Dou-Yi is so wronged. Although the other party didn't know who Dou-Yi was, they still understood the truth from Xia Beichen's words. Now that your mission has failed, and you'll die if you go back, why don't you defect and tell me who's behind you? One of them asked, I'm telling you, can you guarantee my life?
As long as you tell me, you both have a guarantee. As he spoke, Xia Beichen made a gesture of cutting his neck, otherwise, you will die even more miserably than your companions. The two men couldn't help but shudder. After a moment of mental struggle, one of them said, no longer hiding anything, it was the second elder of the soul-devouring valley who contacted us. Xia Beichen curled his lips and said, it really is the soul-devouring valley. Then he asked, why did their second elder contact you to kick the steel plate? The other party replied, because we are from Nightmare Villa. Nightmare Manor? Xia Beichen frowned. There is such a force? At this time, Yi Yunqin walked in after checking outside and finding no other enemies. She said, Nightmare Villa is a killer organization in southern Xinjiang. A killer organization? Xia Beichen looked at the two people with sharp eyes. It seems that you have done a lot of unforgivable things in your daily life? Both of their hearts skipped a beat. Hero, spare us, you just said that if we tell you, you will guarantee our safety. Xia Beichen suddenly sneered, the death penalty can be pardoned, but the living crime cannot be escaped. As he spoke, he stood up and said, let's destroy their cultivation. Hearing his words, Yi Yunqin went up without saying anything and destroyed the cultivation of these two people. Two screams resounded simultaneously inside and outside the valley. Hearing this, the people guarding other locations couldn't help but look towards the main gate. Right wing. Song Ming muttered, who are these two unlucky bastards, screaming so miserably? Shi Xian said, it seems the threat to the main gate has been temporarily lifted. Chen Yun rubbed his hands eagerly and said, sometimes, we can get some challengers from this direction so we can have some fun. Liang Chang leaned against a tree calmly. This place is high up, easy to defend but difficult to attack. I guess it's unlikely that there are enemies here. The other side. Left wing. Sister Yuding, do you think the enemy will attack from this side? Xingya gazed into the distance. It's hard to say. Lu Yuding replied uncertainly. The two of them and 4 people from Song, Qi, Liang and Chen were stationed on the left and right wings of the valley respectively. The terrain is very high. Standing on the top of the mountain, you can see all the other mountains. At this time, the back door of the valley. Several red lights came with a swish. Finally, it hovered in the air outside the door. The other party's clothes are all of uniform style and color. Dark red from the robe. And combined with the red light that was emitted around it when it flew over just now. These people should be from the soul-devouring valley. So, Pixing immediately sent a message to everyone through the Jade Talisman. People from the soul-devouring valley appeared at the back door. Soon, he heard Xia Beichen's voice, how many are here? Glancing at the people outside, Pixing replied, exactly 10. Do you need support? Xia Beichen asked. Just 10 spiritual sea realms, not even enough for the two of us to fill our teeth. Pixing replied domineeringly. The 10 opponents didn't say a word. After a brief pause, they launched an attack on the back door. The people on the left and right wings looked towards the back door. I saw 2 golden lights intertwined with the red lights. Song Ming said, the main gate sent a killer organization to conduct a feint attack, while the back gate is their main attack from the soul-devouring valley? Brother, look. As soon as Song Ming's voice fell, Chen Yun pointed to the sky outside the right wing stronghold. The 3 fellow disciples looked in the direction he pointed at the same time. Suddenly, I saw 10 red lights flying from this side. It's time to live. Song Ming took out his sword and said confidently, since we are here to help, let's help with style. Chen Yun offered a jade fan, let the invading enemy have no way back. Song Ming glanced at Qi Xian and said, Junior Sister Qi, please inform Brother Xia. Qi Xian nodded and took out the sound transmission jade talisman. Master Xia, the enemy has been spotted on the right wing. How many people are here? Xia Beichen asked. Also 10. Their cultivation is also at the spiritual sea realm. Qi Xian replied. Xia Beichen immediately reminded them, the 4 of you are also in the spiritual sea realm. If you are at a disadvantage, don't force the fight. Instead, lure them into the range of the attacking formation. Good. Chapter 105 Pressure on the main gate. Beichen. Xia Beichen had just finished talking to Yu Yi when he received news from Zui. It's really Lu Yuding's voice. The enemy has also been spotted on the left wing. Also 10 people? Xia Beichen asked. No, there are 20 people. Lu Yuding replied. 20? Xia Beichen was stunned.
He didn't expect that there were so many people from Zhuai. The number of people on the left is equal to the number of people on the back door and the right wing. At this time, Yi Yunxin asked, "How are the cultivation levels of these 20 people?" Lu Yuding replied, "2 are in the soul refining realm. The rest are in the spirit sea realm and the spirit origin realm." Yi Yunxin said, "It seems that they are focusing their attack on the left wing. Xingya has already fought with them, I'll go help her." Lu Yuding said, and then rushed out. Xia Beichen ordered, "The same goes for your left wing. If they fall behind, lure them into the magic circle and wait for an opportunity to kill them." Clear. After all the trouble, Xia Beichen discovered that the main gate guarded by him and Yi Yunxin was the least threatening. But Xia Beichen felt that things were definitely not that simple. Walked out of the attic and looked in other directions. Different lights intertwined together. "Brother Beichen, the threat to the back door has been eliminated." After a while, Pixing's voice came through the jade talisman. "I'll let Daiyu support the right wing." Receive. After all, it is an ancient mythical beast. It not only crushes its opponent in age, but also in strength. If it weren't for the help of the system, Xia Beichen would not have been able to subdue Pixing and Daiyue. Currently, in terms of strength, the right wing is the weakest in the valley because there are no cultivators in the spirit refining realm. Daiyu's support can make up for this shortcoming very well. When Daiyu arrived at the right wing, he found that there were 10 enemies here, and 3 of them had been killed. However, Chen Yun was also injured. After taking out a pill and swallowing it, he began to regulate his breathing. It will be impossible to fight again in a short period of time. Glancing at Song Ming, Daiyu suggested, "To balance the forces of all parties, I suggest that you, young Master Song, go to the back door and fight the enemy together with my husband Pixing. Leave this place to me and your 2 junior sisters." Song Ming felt that this arrangement was more reasonable. Otherwise, if a cultivator in the spirit refining realm came to the right wing, it would be difficult to deal with him. So he first took Xin Yun to the valley, let him heal himself, and then went to the back door. The sound transmission talisman that Xingya took out was not just for one-on-one transmission, but as long as the sound was transmitted, people on the 4 sides of the valley could hear it. Therefore, when the defensive adjustments were made, Xia Beichen was the first to know about it. Previously, the reason he made such arrangements was to focus the defense on the front and back doors. In terms of personnel, tacit understanding is the main thing. After all, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin have been working together for several days, so their tacit understanding is naturally beyond words. Not to mention working day and night. Song, Shi, Liang and Chen were fellow disciples, so they had a tacit understanding. Take Lu Yuding and Xingya for example. They killed the right protector of soul-devouring valley together last night. The colleague brought by Xingya also has the cultivation level of Linghai realm. But after all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. If there are not many people at the same level, it is still possible to compete, but if there are too many people, it will become a bit difficult. After thinking about it, Xia Beichen moved his gaze to the left wing. Then he said to Yi Yunxin, "Yunxin, why don't you go support Yuding and Xingya?" Yi Yunxin said worriedly, "Then on your side." Xia Beichen replied confidently, "Don't worry, I am the chosen one." After hesitating for a while, Yi Yunxin finally followed the arrangement. After reminding Xia Beichen to be careful, she flew towards the left wing. Just like that, only Xia Beichen, Yishami, Xiaosong, and some bees were left at the front door. As for Shioka and other bees, they are distributed in other directions. "Master, will there be any more enemies attacking here?" Xiaosong looked out of the valley and asked about Xia Beichen. As soon as I asked the question, I said ha in confusion. "Master, look." Komatsu pointed straight ahead. Xia Beichen and Yi Xiaomi looked in the direction it pointed. Suddenly, I saw dense rays of light flying towards this side. Not only red, but also other colors. It is so colorful. It seems that the soul-devouring valley has joined forces with other forces to come. Hey, it seems there are not only people, but also other strange beasts. Yi Xiaomi screamed. At this time, the lights were much closer. Xia Beichen also saw that it was not just people coming. Some strange beasts with wings were flying over. Some without wings came running over. Soon, outside the main gate, a group of people and strange winged beasts were hovering in the air. The ground was also filled with strange beasts that could not fly. Oh my goodness, there must be hundreds of them, right? Xiaosong couldn't help swallowing, there are quite a few strange beasts. Adding them together, there must be thousands. That's right.
Now, the pressure is actually on the main gate guarded by Xiaobeichen. The ice on the ground melted instantly under the influence of some strange beasts that were emitting flames. Even some things on the ground, including the bodies of those who had died before, were burned to ashes. Looking towards the village, a one-eyed man wearing a black eye patch couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect it to be a young man in the spiritual movement realm. Who just now spread the false information that there is a spiritual sea realm cultivator here? Xiaobeichen took a look and saw that this person was in the late stage of the spirit refining realm. No wonder he is so arrogant. Among the remaining people, less than 10 were in the early or middle stages of the spirit refining realm. Half of the people are in Linghai realm or Lingyuan realm. The remaining ones are in the Lingdong realm and Lingdan realm. It seems that those in the Lingdong realm and Lingdan realm are cannon fodder. Beichen, are there any enemies over there? On the left wing, Yi Yunxin noticed something unusual here and sent a message. In order to make it easier for everyone to obtain information in a timely manner, she did not use the Tianxian Sect sound transmission technique with Xiaobeichen. Instead, he directly used the sound transmission Jade Talisman. A group of people and strange beasts have arrived. Xiaobeichen replied. There are more strange beasts? Pixing's voice came. Yi Yunxin then said, we have eliminated the enemies on the left wing. I will send Miss Qingya to the right wing, and Elder Daiwa of the right wing will go to the main gate to support Beichen. Good. Then, Qingya flew to the right wing. At this time, Daiwa joined forces with Qi Xian and Liang Qing to eliminate the enemies on the right wing. So, after Qingya arrived, Daiyu flew towards the main gate. Hey, here comes a beauty. When the one-eyed dragon saw the graceful Daiyu, his eyes lit up. After all, Daiyu, who has turned into a human form at this time, looks like a beautiful woman in her early 30s, mature and charming. This is the stage that many men yearn for. How dare a little brat act like a jerk in front of me? As soon as Daiyu finished speaking, he launched a spell at the opponent's formation. Flashing golden light. Swish, swish, swish. There were countless golden blades slashing towards them. Chapter 106, Repel Survive. The colors of the skills of Pixing and Daiwa are both rich gold. It is worthy of being the divine beast guarding the vault. And those golden blades, Xiaobeichen took a quick look and found that they were condensed energy blades. Swish, swish, swish. Some people with high cultivation levels can even form a defensive barrier to resist. Those with lower cultivation levels were injured directly. The most serious case was one whose neck was directly cut. There were also many people who had either broken hands or broken feet. The strange beasts were not in much better condition, with many of them missing limbs, legs, and broken wings. After one encounter, the number of enemies attacking head-on was reduced by nearly 1/5. Seeing this, the one-eyed dragon looked at Daiyu in disbelief. To think you had such a powerful piece-killing skill. Daiyu asked with a smile, how is it? Is my blade very sharp? The one-eyed dragon snorted softly and ordered, those with higher cultivation levels will hold the front, and those with lower cultivation levels will follow closely behind and attack. Yes. Roar. The people and strange beasts behind him responded in unison. They immediately changed their formation and officially launched an attack on the stronghold. Under Xiusong's command, the bees shot arrows in waves. With the help of the formation that Yi Yun had prepared in advance, the arrows were greatly enhanced in both speed and power. As the many arrows were shot out, they were attached to the power of the stars and their size immediately increased by n times. For a moment, arrows rained down. However, because the opponent had a higher level of cultivation and was in the front, this time, there was no large-scale killing effect like Daiyu had just done. Only a few of the fish that escaped the net were shot and turned into hedgehogs. Soon, the enemy arrived at the door. At this moment, several rays of clear white light suddenly shot into the sky. Xiaobeichen and Daiyu both looked up at the sky. 7 magic circles immediately appeared in the sky. The 7 magic arrays correspond exactly to the Big Dipper. Is this the formation created by the full-level Tianxian star technique? Daiyu couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Xiaobeichen was shocked by the scene before him. Although I had been an outer disciple of Tianxian sect for many years in my previous life, I had the impression that I had only just seen this scene. Maybe there was no opportunity before. Or it might be because Yi Yunxin's cultivation has not reached the cave heaven realm. The 7-star magic formation swish spread its light. Xiaobeichen and Daiyu saw that there were characters jumping in the magic circle.
Dai Yu didn't understand these characters. Xia Beichen didn't understand either. However, it was quite similar to the runes he had seen in games before. Xia Beichen just called it a rune for now. The runes flew towards the target with a whoosh-whoosh sound. Under the illumination of the seven-star formation, the people and strange beasts in the soul-devouring valley were instantly covered in blood. That situation is no better than starlight binding. At this moment, Xia Beichen felt that there was a huge wall-breaking machine in front of the village, crushing everything inside it into powder. These powders disappeared completely and turned into nothingness in the star power emitted by the runes. A living person, not even a trace of him is left. This power is no weaker than the golden blade released by Dai Yu just now. Even more lethal. I never thought Sect Master Yi's 7-star formation could be so terrifying. Looking at the helpless and hellish scene in front of the stronghold, Dai Yu couldn't help but marvel at it again. Xia Beichen asked with a smile, could it be that Sister Dai Yu showed mercy just now? It's not worth showing mercy to this bunch of trash. Dai Yu shook his head and explained, just now I was testing their strength and giving them a warning. As he spoke, he formed seals with his hands, and then a golden light became brighter. She pointed at the sky, and a sound that sounded a little uncomfortable to everyone spread out. The strange beasts in front of the village gate showed expressions of horror after hearing this sound. They didn't hold on for long before they started running around in panic. So, the troops attacking head-on from the soul-devouring valley not only suffered heavy casualties before even reaching the gate of the mountain stronghold, but their formation has now been broken up by the strange beasts. Looking at the chaotic enemy below, Xia Beichen said, we managed to hold off this wave of attacks. On their side, because of Dai Yu and Yi Yunxin's offensive formation, the 7-star formation, no one, whether it was Xia Beichen, the bees, or Xiao Song, was harmed. On the other hand, 3/4 of the enemies brought by the one-eyed dragon have been lost. The one-eyed dragon looked at Xia Beichen and Dai Yu at the village gate with grief and anger. Withdraw. Then, he gave an order, ordering the remaining people and strange beasts to evacuate the battlefield. This is a completely unequal offensive and defensive battle. If you don't retreat, you'll all die here. However, the power of the 7-star formation was still there, and during their retreat, many people and strange beasts were killed again. As a result, when they retreated outside the range of the 7-star formation, less than 1/5 of the people were left. Heavy losses. Beichen, let them go or not? Looking at the people from Soul-Devouring Valley fleeing in a panic, Dai Yu asked about Xia Beichen. What a coincidence! Just as Dai Yu asked him, the system also gave options. Drop. Detected that the host is facing a choice. The host has the following 2 options. 1. Don't chase them, just let them go. Reward, 1 level of advancement in cultivation. 2. Chase them to death and kill them if you catch them. Reward, a gift. I think what I lack most at the moment is cultivation. Therefore, Xia Beichen chose 1. He shook his head at Dai Yu and said, no need to chase them, wait for them to escape first. Having said that, he took out the tracking paper cranes that Qi Xian had given him. I want to see where they will escape to. Infused with spiritual energy, flowing light lingered around the thousands of paper cranes. After a while, it flapped its wings and flew up. Then, it entered stealth mode and chased in the direction where One-Eyed Dragon and others fled. Xia Beichen said, as long as they are within 50 miles, they will not be able to escape from my grasp. Then, I will wipe out all the attackers sent by the Soul-Devouring Valley. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light rose from his body. You actually broke through again? Looking at Xia Beichen, who had broken through from the early stage to the middle stage of the spiritual realm, Dai Yu said in surprise. He. Xia Beichen smiled and said, calm down, this kind of thing will become the norm in the future. It's because it's become the norm that I'm surprised. No, this isn't the norm, it's abnormal, okay? Dai Yu corrected him halfway through. I'll just take it as a compliment for now. Xia Beichen said shamelessly. At this time, the message came through the sound transmission note. Brother Beichen, how are you doing? Judging from the sound, it is covered with stars. The threat has been lifted. Xia Beichen replied. Good. Pixing breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to the left and right wings? Xia Beichen asked. The enemies on the left wing have been eliminated. Yi Yunxin replied. The enemies on the right wing have also been eliminated. Lu Yuting replied. Then, Lu Yuting said, I caught 2 alive. Oh? Xia Beichen ordered, take them to the pavilion. I want to interrogate them.
Chapter 107. When it comes to interrogation, Xiaobeichen is the one to be admired.
Good. Lu Yuting replied and took the two survivors to the pavilion on the small lake. As soon as I arrived, Xiaobeichen also arrived.
In order to prevent another sneak attack, the others did not follow.
Xiaobeichen walked into the pavilion and glanced at the two people.
They all have the cultivation level of Linghai realm. At this time, their mouths were tied with a piece of cloth. The purpose is to prevent them from committing suicide by taking poison when they are caught off guard.
Xiaobeichen took out a can of coarse salt from the endless realm.
He took out another bottle of vinegar and a bottle of soy sauce.
If you don't know, you might think he is having a barbecue.
Finally, he took out a bowl and a brush, poured salt, sauce and vinegar into the bowl, and then stirred them evenly. Watching his every move, the two began to panic.
They didn't think Xiaobeichen was going to cook anything for them. Woo woo woo.
They struggled, but their hands and feet were tied, so no matter how hard they struggled, it was useless.
Xiaobeichen brought the bowl in front of them and dipped the brush into the seasoning in the bowl. Lu Yuting thought to herself, should I feed them?
As a result, while she was still testing, the brush in Xiaobeichen's hand suddenly brushed against the wound of one of them.
Woo woo woo.
The person who was smeared with the dipping sauce immediately widened his eyes. His whole face was distorted. You can tell how sour it is. His companions shuddered immediately when they heard his voice and saw his expression. Even my heartbeat quickened.
Lu Yuting couldn't help but open her delicate little mouth.
She had never guessed what Xiaobeichen was going to do. He brushed the other person's wound with dipping sauce. Seeing this, Lu Yuting couldn't help but shudder and then touched her arm. It was as if the pain was contagious. As Xiaobeichen was about to heal another wound, he said, I have a few questions for you too.
Would you mind?
The person whose wound was brushed had beads of sweat on his face. After hearing what Xiaobeichen said, he immediately nodded frantically.
However, Xiaobeichen looked at another person. Do you want some sauce?
The other party immediately shook his head.
You don't want to, right? Xiaobeichen asked again. Woo woo woo.
The other party shook his head in confirmation.
Okay, I'll give you the chance. Xiaobeichen moved in front of him and squatted down.
But the brush in his hand still stayed in front of the other person. Seeing this, the other person hurriedly touched Xiaobeichen with his arm and kept making woo sounds. Obviously, he didn't want to be slapped with dipping sauce again. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable if he was killed.
Do you have any poison in your mouth to commit suicide? Xiaobeichen asked the first question.
As a result, one person shook his head and the other nodded. The person who was just smeared with the dipping sauce shook his head. Xiaobeichen stared at the man in front of him who had not yet been dipped in the sauce, and moved the brush in his hand towards his wound.
He just nodded. Woo woo woo.
Now it was his turn to be nervous.
Xiaobeichen smiled and said, Are you afraid of death? He nodded.
You're afraid of death, yet you still come to attack the stronghold. Xiaobeichen said this, motioning Lu Yuting to untie the cloth on his mouth. After untying it, he immediately spat out a dark red pill. Xiaobeichen took out the green flame needle and pricked the pill, only to find that the surface of the needle had turned black.
It really is a poison pill.
I rubbed it on the other person's face, scaring him into becoming nervous. Xiaobeichen used water to wash the green flame needle and then put it away.
Great.
Hero, I told you, I really do have poison for suicide.
I'm not lying to you.
The other party explained anxiously.
Then he's lying.
As Xiaobeichen spoke, he swiped the brush hard on another wound of another person.
Woo woo woo.
The other person struggled in pain. Forget it, he lied, let him die. As Xiaobeichen spoke, he gestured to Lu Yuting again to untie the cloth strips on the other person. When the cloth strips were untied, the other party screamed hysterically. You can see how outrageous the pain is. However, even though he was shouting so loudly, he didn't spit out the pill. Could it be that he really didn't have a poison pill hidden in his mouth for suicide? Xiaobeichen put the brush into the bowl and freed one hand to pinch the other person's cheek.
Whoa!
The other person started to sob while shedding tears.
However, this time Xiaobeichen understood what he was saying. I don't have any poison. Xiaobeichen's hand loosened his cheek. Really, there's no poison?
The other person stammered while enduring the severe pain. Poison, no.
Not enough, so it didn't reach me. Is that so?
Xia Beichen cast his eyes towards his companion. Then be fair, I'll give him a swipe. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly picked up the brush and brushed it on the wound of the person who had not been brushed with the sauce by Xia Beichen.
Aha! A wailing sound echoed throughout the valley.
Upon hearing this, the people and small animals guarding the four directions couldn't help but shudder.
Okay, he's been brushed too.
I don't know what will happen next time the brush is brushed on my body.
Xia Beichen put the brush into the bowl and stirred it. I'll leave the opportunity to you.
Sir, if you'll be so kind as to ask me, I'll answer whatever you ask.
The person who had just been swiped twice said this with extraordinary sincerity.
His companion, having tasted the sauce, replied, Sir, so am I.
I'll answer whatever you ask. Not bad, not bad.
Xia Beichen gave them a thumbs up and said, I hope you will be as active as me when answering questions later.
The two people nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice. Okay. Next, it's time for the quick answer question. Whoever gets the first one gets to answer it.
Xia Beichen explained the rules. Those who answer will be spared the pain of dipping.
And those who don't get the chance, hee.
As he spoke, Xia Beichen showed an evil smile on his face. The two people couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the tense atmosphere suddenly became more intense. Yuting, take this. You will be the law enforcer later.
Xia Beichen handed the bowl and brush to Lu Yuting.
Lu Yuting released the hand that was touching her arm, nodded, and took the bowl and brush. When it comes to interrogation, she has to admit defeat to Xia Beichen. The bowl and brush were transferred to other people, and the two people from Soul Devouring Valley could only hope that Lu Yuting, a woman, would be gentler when brushing.
Are you ready? Xia Beichen glanced at the two of them.
The other party nodded repeatedly.
All right. It's time to test your reaction speed. Whoever raises their hand first will get the chance to answer.
Then, Xia Beichen raised a finger and said, the first question is.
Chapter 108. It seems you are itching for trouble.
Where did you come from to the valley? As a result, when Xia Beichen just asked the word which, someone raised his hand first. Then, he looked at the person on his left with a smirk on his face. This guy was only brushed once. Looks like you're itching for trouble. How dare you break the rules? As Xia Beichen spoke, he gestured to Lu Yuting. Without saying anything, Lu Yuting just brushed the opponent's wound.
Ah!
The other party immediately shouted. Xia Beichen warned, remember, don't raise your hand before I finish my question. After saying that, he looked at the person on the right. I'll give you this chance. Of course, you can choose to answer or not. As for the consequences of not answering, I answer. The man on the right quickly replied, we set out from the Shadow Ghost Castle 100 miles away.
Shadow Ghost Treasure?
Xia Beichen frowned and then asked, what place is it? As soon as the words fell, the person who had just been smeared with dipping sauce by Lu Yuting immediately raised his hand. Quite self-conscious. Okay, you answer. Xia Beichen pointed at him and said, without signaling Lu Yuting to brush the person who had just answered the question. The other party replied, the Shadow Ghost Pot is our branch of the Soul Devouring Valley, and it is managed by the second elder.
Xia Beichen reminded, keep talking. We in Soul Devouring Valley have 3 elders and 2 guardians. I know that.
Xia Beichen interrupted him. He shuddered, then pleaded weakly, please listen to me, finish.
Okay.
Xia Beichen motioned for him to continue. He continued, the 3 elders are in charge of 3 branches respectively, and each branch has 2 leaders. The branch office that the Great Elder presides over is called the Netherworld Palace, and the branch office that the 3rd Elder presides over is called the Death Valley. The one responsible for attacking the main gate just now was the Death Valley branch.
Ha!
Xia Beichen chuckled and said, your names are all more ridiculous than the last. Now, the 3rd Elder's Death Valley is truly deadly. In the previous battle, Death Valley suffered heavy losses, with less than 200 people left to escape. Moreover, it was Xia Beichen who temporarily let them go. Otherwise, the Valley of Death would have become extinct now. Xia Beichen looked at the person on his right, I'll give you a chance to answer as well. Where are the 3 branch offices located?
Yeah.
Thank you, hero. The man on the right thanked Xia Beichen and said, the headquarters of Jueming Valley is at the junction of Beixian and Zhongyang. It is located in the center of Tianxiang continent and can be said to be the throat of the world. Xia Beichen said, then this Death Valley came quite quickly, reaching this place in just half a day. The other party said, because the disciples of Jueming Valley have the ability to control beasts.
Go on. Xia Beichen asked him to continue.
Without hesitation, the other party continued, the Netherworld Palace is located at the border of Zhongyang and southern Xinjiang, 500 miles away from Nan'an City, slightly east, near the East China Sea. As for the Shadow Ghost Pot, it is located near the Soul Devouring Valley headquarters, guarding the headquarters. After hearing what the other party said, Lu Yuding couldn't help but exclaimed, I didn't expect the Soul Devouring Valley to be so widespread. It seems that they have formed a trend of swallowing up the world.
Xia Beichen nodded slightly, agreeing with her.
This was similar to the news Qingya had previously heard from Qishir, the third elder of the Soul Devouring Valley. The Soul Devouring Valley is now so ambitious that it wants to be the ruler of the world.
If it weren't for Xia Beichen.
To be precise, it was this body's previous life that exposed the conspiracy between Hyacinthus and several major sects at a critical moment.
I'm afraid
Yi Yunxin is in great danger. The entire Tianxian sect, Wanren sect, Xianqing sect, Qinglan sect, and the Go family all became puppets of the Soul Devouring Valley. In other words, it became a stepping stone for it to reach the pinnacle of its ambition.
Death Valley is no longer a big deal now.
After Xia Beichen said this, he raised two fingers and said, get ready to answer the next question. The two people on the other side thought that he had given up the quick answer session and switched to a question and answer session. Unexpectedly, I still used this method again. So, when they heard Xia Beichen say to answer the next question, both of them felt their hearts were in knots. After finally breathing a sigh of relief, they became nervous again. His eyes were fixed on Xia Beichen.
I am afraid that I will be late in answering and suffer.
After a pause, Xia Beichen continued, how many people are left in the Shadow Ghost Pot and Netherworld Palace? With a swish, the person on the right raised his hand.
Xia Beichen signaled Lu Yuding to take action.
So, the next moment, the person on the left who raised his hand late was splashed with sauce again.
After the previous wailing, the voice now was obviously much softer.
After the other party accepted the punishment, Xia Beichen signaled the person on the right who had seized the opportunity to answer. Shadow Ghost Castle, 10 people came today, and the remaining more than 2,000 people did not come. The Netherworld Palace is relatively close to here, but they are also keeping their troops on hold. Like us, they have only sent a few symbolic personnel. Those are the 20 people who attacked your left wing point earlier.
Lu Yuding asked, there are 2 cultivators in the spirit refining realm on the left wing. What are their identities?
The other party replied, one of them is the leader of the Netherworld Palace, and the other one was sent by the headquarters. He is said to be a close confidant of the second elder.
So, how many people are there? Xia Beichen asked.
5,000 people, the other party replied without hesitation. There are 5,000 people in just one branch, which is even more than some sects with a lot of background. What's more, they are a group of cultivators with certain cultivation abilities. Not all cities in the world are populated by monks, most of them are ordinary people. Therefore, once a city is captured, 5,000 monks in a branch can be equivalent to a 1,000,000-strong army. This means that before this attack, the number of people in Soul Devouring Valley reached nearly 10,000.
Wrong.
It also has the headquarters to worry about.
Xia Beichen pressed the issue again, how many people are there in the headquarters?
The other party immediately replied, 10,000.
Lu Yuding couldn't help but look at Xia Beichen.
There are nearly 20,000 people in the entire Soul Devouring Valley. The total number of inner and outer disciples of Tianxian sect is not as large as this. Even the combined strength of Wanren sect, Xianqing sect and Qinglan sect is not as great as them. Xia Beichen realized that it was impossible to eradicate the Soul Devouring Valley by relying on just a few of his people. What's more, the Wanren sect has been destroyed, and the Xianqing sect and Qinglan sect have been weakened by him and Yi Yunxin. Therefore, we must unite with others.
Xia Beichen immediately had a plan in his mind.
However, the most important thing now was to find out the exact location of the Soul Devouring Valley. Taking out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the Endless Realm, Xia Beichen ordered.
I'll give you one last chance now.
Draw the exact locations of the Soul Devouring Valley headquarters and its various branches.
Otherwise, you will die. Chapter 109. Do you believe it?
Now that things have come to this, they have said what they need to say. So, there is no shortage of time to take action. They nodded and agreed to Xia Beichen. Then, Lu Yuding raised her hand and the ropes that bound their hands and feet broke. Since we can catch them, we don't have to worry about them escaping.
Besides, if you run away in this valley, you will be shot like a hedgehog in a matter of minutes. What's more, there are so many experts guarding around. One person is the main writer and the other assists. In this way, the two people worked together and spent a little more than 3/4 of an hour to draw a map. The locations of the soul-devouring valley headquarters and its branches were also drawn. Of course, there are also some obvious landmarks such as mountains, rivers, towns, etc., which are all drawn. Although it cannot be said to be completely accurate, this map is no worse than some treasure maps. However, Xiaobeichen still gave them a warning. If there's even a single mistake on this map, I'll grind you to dust. When they heard this, they couldn't help but shudder. Then, trembling, he said, "Sir, spare me. This map is absolutely accurate. If you don't believe me, we can lead the way, but only if you guarantee our safety." That's what you said. As he spoke, Xiaobeichen took out 2 pills that could suppress his cultivation from the endless realm. It can suppress a cultivator's cultivation to the spiritual martial realm. For cultivators, the spiritual martial realm is just a rookie and cannot cause any waves. It's like a helpless adult who is unable to even lift a finger. Xiaobeichen said to them, "Take this pill. If you sincerely lead the way, I will give you the antidote. Otherwise, you will die miserably with your intestines pierced and your stomachs ruptured." The 2 men hesitated for a moment, and after a moment, they took the 2 pills. Without hesitation, he swallowed it immediately. If you take it and make amends for your crime, there is still a glimmer of hope. But they were not convinced and did not think that the man and woman in front of them would let them go. Soon, they discovered that their cultivation had dropped from the spiritual sea realm to the spiritual martial realm. A complete rookie. Xiaobeichen nodded with satisfaction, "Very good." Finally, he took out the sound transmission jade talisman and said to Chen Yun, "Brother Chen, where are you now?" Song Ming handed a jade talisman on the right wing to Chen Yun. It is just to make it convenient for his junior brother who is a little injured to contact everyone. Chen Yun quickly answered him, "I'm practicing my breathing at the foot of a tree near the small lake." Then, he asked, "What's wrong, brother Xia?" Xiaobeichen asked back, "How is your injury?" "After taking the pills and regulating my breathing for a while, I'm already about 70% better. I have a task that I need to entrust to Brother Chen." "Okay, I'll be right there. Come to the pavilion on the lake." "Receive." Chen Yun ended his call with Xiaobeichen and immediately rushed over here. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yunxin asked Xiaobeichen about his situation. "Beichen, did you gain anything?" "It's a great harvest." Xiaobeichen said, "After you arrange your defenses, come to the pavilion to discuss things." "Good." Yi Yunxin and others responded one after another. At this time, Chen Yun came. "Brother Xia, I'm here." Xiaobeichen bowed to him and said, "Brother Chen, these 2 are the survivors of the soul-devouring valley. They want to redeem themselves from their crimes, so I'm entrusting you to look after them for now. They'll be needed for the next step." Chen Yun didn't hesitate and immediately nodded and said, "No problem, I promise to help you keep an eye on them." Xiaobeichen leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only he and Chen Yun could hear, "I have suppressed their cultivation to the spiritual martial realm with elixirs. You can take them into my endless realm and guard them later." "Endless realm?" Chen Yun frowned, "But the space field?" "Aha!" Xiaobeichen nodded slightly, "There is abundant spiritual energy in it, maybe it can help you." Chen Yun then smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Xia, for your trust." Xiaobeichen waved his hand and said, "You were injured because of us. If anyone needs to thank someone, it should be me." Chen Yun smiled and looked at the 2 people from Soul Devouring Valley. "Tell me your names." "My name is, Ping Dao. Little Longzhong." Chen Yun said, "From now on, I am your temporary big brother." This. Ping Dao and Longzhong glanced at Xiaobeichen. Although Xiaobeichen's cultivation level is not as high as Chen Yun's, in their eyes, Xiaobeichen is the undisputed big brother. Chen Yun patted the back of their heads, "Silly you guys, of course this is your big brother." "Yes, yes, yes." The 2 people nodded hurriedly in response, "Hello, big brother, hello, big brother." Xiaobeichen smiled, and then led Chen Yun and them into the endless realm. As soon as they entered, the 3 of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Brother, where is this?" Ping Dao asked, looking at the beautiful environment around him. Before Xiaobeichen could answer, Chen Yun rolled his eyes at Ping Dao and said, "Is this something you should be asking?" Ping Dao immediately shut his mouth. Long Zhong also looked left and right.
This place has abundant spiritual energy that they have never seen before. So, Shen Yun suddenly felt something. He immediately sat down to sit still, and soon, a ray of light descended. Wow, he immediately broke through from the great perfection of spirit gathering to the early stage of spirit movement. After not seeing Qi Xian for 2 days, she was in the early stage of Lingdong realm, but when I saw her today, she was already in the middle stage of Lingdong realm. As for their senior brother Song Ming, he showed signs of breaking through from the early stage of the spiritual pill realm to the middle stage.
Congratulations! Xia Beichen congratulated Shen Yun.
Shen Yun thanked him again. Xia Beichen discovered that the cultivation system of their lineage was different from that of the Lingjian Valley lineage. Lingjian Valley is a swordsmith system, while their lineage is the same as that of ordinary cultivators. Xia Beichen called a bee to keep Shen Yun company so that he could get to know the place better.
This will save you from getting lost when you want to go somewhere. After explaining everything, Xia Beichen left the endless realm. Lu Yuding and others were waiting in the pavilion.
The others had not arrived yet, so Xia Beichen gestured for Lu Yuding to sit down. The two of them sat down at the stone table, and Xia Beichen asked, "Did you just remember the pill I gave you 2 days ago?" When Lu Yuding came to surrender with 4 elders,
Xia Beichen took out 5 pills and asked them to take them.
He warned, "If you ever betray me, I will tear your intestines and stomach apart."
Even an immortal cannot save you.
At that time, Yi Yunxin also asked him what medicine he had given to Lu Yuding and others.
Lu Yuding nodded slightly. Xia Beichen smiled and said, "If I say it's just a healing pill, would you believe it?"
After hearing this, Lu Yuding paused and her expression froze.
Chapter 110 New Action Plan Fulfilling a Wish.
Looking at her expression, Xia Beichen smiled slightly and said, "Are you thinking in your mind that since you didn't take the poison, you can just leave?" Lu Yuding came back to her senses and looked at him. Gently shaking her head, she said, "No."
"Oh?"
This surprised Xia Beichen a little.
Lu Yuding explained seriously, "I, Lu Yuding, will not easily change my mind about what I have decided."
"So, you are still the honorary leader of Qinglan sect?" Xia Beichen was about to respond when he found that everyone was gathering here. So, the conversation with Lu Yuding ended. After everyone arrived here, Xia Beichen gestured for them to sit down.
"This is the map drawn by the 2 survivors just now."
Yi Yunxin and others turned their eyes to the map. After looking at it for a while, Yi Yunxin said excitedly, "Is this the distribution map of the soul-devouring valley headquarters and branches?"
"That's right." Xia Beichen nodded, then placed his hand on the map.
"With this map, we can implement our plan to wipe out the soul-devouring valley."
Song Ming looked at the map and smiled. "Brother Xia asked us to come here to discuss this plan, right?" "That's right."
Xia Beichen said, "Although the soul-devouring valley lost nearly 1,000 men in the previous battle, it still failed to shake their foundation, because they originally had nearly 20,000 men.
20,000 people? Qi Xian couldn't help but shout, "I'm afraid that many sects combined can't even match this number of people?"
Yes. Liang Qing agreed, "If we want to wipe them out, where can we gather troops?" Lu Yuding said, "There are still a few hundred formal disciples left in Qinglan sect.
Although it's not many, we will not retreat."
Qingya said, "We at Qiankuan auction house employ 1,000 secret guards."
The boss said, "No matter what young Master Xia does, we will support him unconditionally." "We are few in number, I'm afraid," Song Ming said embarrassedly.
After all, even if they went to Lingjian Valley, there were only 10 of them in total. Moreover, except for their master and uncle, the cultivation level of their brothers and sisters is not very high.
After all, age is there. Xia Beichen said, "The vast desert is made up of grains of sand. If we unite together, we can unleash infinite power."
Song Ming, Qi Xian, and Liang Qing immediately bowed and said, "We have no choice but to wipe out the soul-devouring valley. We will be at Brother Xia's disposal." Xia Beichen stood up and bowed to them solemnly, "Thank you." Yi Yunxin was an irreconcilable enemy of the soul-devouring valley, so she said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the charge." Pixing, who had been silent all this time, looked at the map and said, "I think, Miss Yunxin, it is very necessary to return to Tianxian sect to clean up the mess."
Dai Yu nodded and continued, "That's right. Tianxian sect is the #1 sect in the world, a force that cannot be underestimated."
At this time, Lu Yuding also said, "You two are right. If that's the case, then my Qinglan sect can lend a helping hand to sister, return to Tianxian sect, and clean up the mess for sister." Yi Yunxin was deeply moved when he heard their suggestions. Then she immediately made the decision, "All right.
Since you all support me so much, let's fight our way back to the Tianxian sect first. After I regain control of the Tianxian sect, I will lead my troops to attack the soul-devouring valley. Xia Beichen agreed. Alright, let's do this. First recapture the Tianxian sect, then lead our troops to attack the soul-devouring valley. Then, everyone stretched out their hands one by one and put them together. At this moment, everyone is united as one, encouraging each other towards a common goal. Xia Beichen reminded, for the smooth operation of the plan, please keep quiet about the attack on soul-devouring valley, so as not to alert the enemy. Everyone responded in unison, we must keep our mouths shut. Finally, Xia Beichen suggested arranging the valley here into a series of killing formations. And all personnel will evacuate tonight, leaving the soul-devouring valley empty. Everything is going smoothly. Shortly after nightfall, Xia Beichen ordered everyone to evacuate the Mixi village. All the little animals returned to the Endless Realm and stood by. However, before returning to the Endless Realm, the bees left a trick for the valley. That means a lot of dummies were made. At first glance, these mannequins are very lifelike. It is so realistic that the fake ones are indistinguishable from the real ones. I have to say, these bees are simply a group of Xia Beichen's engineers. After everything was done, everyone quietly left before the moon reached halfway in the sky. Since the little animals returned to the Endless Realm, Xia Beichen let Chen Yun return to the real space. Ping Dao and Linzhong asked Yi Xiaomi to guard them. The group returned to Nan'an City first. In Qiankuan auction house, Song Ming and his other three first got acquainted with Wan Jinyu. Then, Xia Beichen asked about Qishir's situation. Wan Jinyu replied truthfully, I have already cut off his head and offered it as a sacrifice to the deceased souls of my Jin family. Xia Beichen patted his shoulder and said, our great revenge has been achieved. If they knew about it in the afterlife, they would be relieved. Wan Jinyu took 2 steps back and bowed deeply to Xia Beichen and others. Xia Beichen stepped forward to support him and said, Manager Wan, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Wan Jinyu shook Xia Beichen's hand and said solemnly, Brother Xia, you don't have to be polite. Just tell me what you want. I will help you even if it means I have to go through fire and water. Xia Beichen leaned close and whispered in his ear. Wan Jinyu nodded as he listened. When Xia Beichen finished speaking, he took 2 steps back and said with a cupped hand, Don't worry, Brother Xia, I'll take care of this. Then, he pulled Qingya over and said to Xia Beichen and the others. Qingya is the daughter of a very good friend of mine. He entrusted her to me before he died. I watched her grow up with my own eyes and have long regarded her as my own. Please allow her to travel with you and gain more experience. Qingya pursed her lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself. Yi Yunqin took Qingya's hand, smiled softly, and said, Manager Wan, you're too kind. Qingya and we are good friends. If she joins us on this journey, it will be even more powerful for us. Why not? Master, thank you for your upbringing and education over the past decade. Please accept Qingya's greetings. Qingya said, kneeling down. Wan Jinyu immediately stopped her, silly child, if I have to thank you, I should thank your father. If it weren't for him, I would have turned into a pile of bones. I originally wanted to take you in as my daughter, but because I hadn't yet avenged my great vengeance, I was afraid of getting you into trouble, so we've been treating each other like superiors and subordinates. Hearing his words, Xia Beichen smiled and suggested, now that you've avenged your great hatred, why don't you fulfill this wish? Song Ming laughed and agreed, Brother Xia is absolutely right. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. I think we should do it today. Wan Jinyu suddenly burst into tears and looked at Qingya, Child, are you willing to accept me as your adoptive father? Qingya immediately knelt down, I do. Then she kowtowed 3 times to Wan Jinyu. Lu Yuding brought her a bowl of tea. Qingya thanked him, took the tea, and offered it to Wan Jinyu, please have some tea, godfather. Wan Jinyu wiped his eyes and happily took the tea. The ceremony was simple, but witnessed by everyone, it was full of affection. Wan Jinyu even ordered the kitchen to prepare a large table full of food and wine to entertain them. Chapter 111, Become Emperor and Establish a Country. After the dinner, the group continued to leave Nan'an City in the night, and then left southern Xinjiang. On the way, Xia Beichen's expression couldn't help but become a little solemn. Because he was recalling the reliable information Wan Jinyu had revealed to them during the dinner. So, for a moment, his speed was actually a little slower than others. Turn out to be. Relying on his connections gained from more than 10 years of business experience in southern Xinjiang, Wan Jinyu has recently learned some information. This information is about the soul-devouring valley. In fact, the soul-devouring valley is no longer simply relying on cultivators to conquer the world, but raised a lot of soldiers and horses. They held hostage many wealthy families like the Go family, using the financial resources of these families to safeguard their own ambitions. You know, war costs money. Recruiting soldiers and buying horses costs money, and food and supplies cost more. As for how many soldiers and horses are supported, according to Wang Jinyu, the conservative estimate is more than 100,000. Moreover, this does not include the nearly 20,000 monks. This is already an armed force that cannot be underestimated. So, after leaving the Qianquan auction house, Xia Beichen's expression became solemn. Yi Yunqing noticed that he didn't catch up, so she looked back at him, then slowed down and waited for him. When Xia Beichen caught up with her, she asked with concern, "Beichen, are you okay?" "Fine." Xia Beichen shook his head and came back to his senses. Yi Yunqing smiled softly and said, "Even if you don't say it, I know you're thinking about the soul-devouring valley, right? Nothing can be hidden from you." Xia Beichen smiled. Then, he continued, Beishuan's land and population account for nearly half of the world. Such resources can be said to be a powerful weapon. So, what do you want? Yi Yunqing asked. Xia Beichen paused, his expression becoming extremely serious as he said, "Proclaim yourself emperor." Proclaim oneself emperor? Yi Yunqing was stunned. Xia Beichen added, "You will be the emperor and establish a country." Yi Yunqing said, "I am the queen of Beixian?" To me, the 4 words Empress of Beixian are just a title. They don't mean much. Without a full-fledged imperial team to manage the sect, relying solely on the few people in the Tianqian sect, problems will arise sooner or later. Wrong. Xia Beichen changed his tone and said, "Something has gone wrong. For example, Hyacinthus. With his death, I'm afraid many of Beishuan's affairs will have to come to a halt." Yi Yunqing frowned slightly and said, "I don't quite understand." Xia Beichen said, "To put it simply, I will first let you be the master of the Beixian Empire, and then the master of the world." But, how easy is this? It's okay, I'll help you. How can I help? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Your popularity in Beixian is so high that it's easy to get the support of 10,000 people, not to mention 100. Xia Beichen spoke eloquently, "After we recapture the Tianqian sect, you will list the 10 major crimes of the soul-devouring valley and announce them to the world. To eradicate this cancer and stabilize the world, we are recruiting righteous men to form a punitive army. Once the world is stabilized, you will reward them according to their merits and promote them to higher positions." Yi Yunqing hesitated for a moment, then accepted his suggestion. "Okay. Let's do as you say." I glanced at the people in front and found that they were already quite far away. So Yi Yunqing reminded, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about it after we return to Beixian. Let's follow them." "Good." Xia Beichen nodded in response. The 2 men returned to the team. In addition to the 2 of them, the group included Song, Shi, Liang, and Chen, 2 people from Pixingdeyu, as well as Lu Yuting and Qingya. Originally, Wang Jinyu wanted to assign a few subordinates to Qingya, but she refused. If you want to gain experience, you have to act like you have gained experience. How can you bring a few subordinates with you? What's more, no one else brings subordinates with them. Not long after, the 10 people entered the territory of Zhongyang. Lu Yuting stopped and turned to look at everyone. At this point, Yuting will be separated from everyone for a while. "Sister Ting, please go quickly and come back soon," Qingya said while holding her hand. In the past 2 days, since they teamed up to kill the right protector of Soul-Devouring Valley, they have spent a lot of time together. They have become a pair of good sisters. Since Lu Yuting and Yi Yunqing became sisters, Qingya is naturally Yi Yunqing's sister. Lu Yuting said to Qingya, "Don't worry, I'm not going away forever. Besides, your sister Yunqing is here." According to the previous plan, after Lu Yuting returned to Zhongyang, she went back to Qinglan's sect to reorganize, and finally led her disciples to Beixian to support Yi Yunqing in retaking Tianqian sect. Of course, Xia Beichen also gave her a task. That is to secretly contact other upright factions and aristocratic families, and unite all forces that can be united to deal with the ambitions of the soul-devouring valley. "Sister, see you in Beixian." Lu Yuting looked at Yi Yunqing. "Well, Beixian is waiting for you." Yi Yunqing hugged her. After a while, the 2 of them let go, and finally Qingya joined in, and the 3 of them hugged for a while longer. "Be careful on the road," Yi Yunqing ordered.
Lu Yuting looked at Xia Beichen, take good care of them. Xia Beichen smiled and said, they have such high cultivation levels, they should be the ones taking good care of me. Song, Shi, Liang, Chen and he smiled at each other after hearing this.
Miss Lu, we'll see you in Beixian. See you in Beixian.
After saying goodbye, Lu Yuting flew towards the direction of Qinglan sect. After she disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone continued on their way.
Finally, after dawn, we arrived at the junction of Beixian and Zhongyang.
Suddenly, the star pointed to a place not far ahead. There are quite a few people ahead.
Xia Beichen and others looked in the direction of his finger.
They saw a lot of people in an open area, facing them, as if waiting for their arrival.
Could it be a highway robbery? Chen Yun asked curiously. No.
The voices of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin came at the same time.
Then Xia Beichen pointed to a flag held up among the people and said, do you see that flag? What a familiar flag. Shi Xian said. He.
At this time, Song Ming laughed, that's the Xianqing sect.
Xianqing sect? Chen Yun, Shi Xian and Liang Qing were surprised. What are they doing there?
Wait for us.
Xia Beichen replied.
Yi Yunxin said, after leaving Nanchengqing, I sent a message to the new leader of Xianqing sect, Yu Miaoqing.
I see. Finally, 9 people landed on the ground one after another. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin walked in front and headed towards Xianqing Zone and others. Sect Master Lu, young Master Xia, are you all well?
Before Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin could speak, Yu Miaoqing came up and greeted them with a smile. After the three of them exchanged a few pleasantries, they began to introduce the rest of the people. He had been working day and night before and had not yet transformed into a human form, so he was also a stranger to Yu Miaoqing. Therefore, Xia Beichen introduced the two of them in as well. After hearing this, Yu Miaoqing widened her eyes in disbelief.
Chapter 112 The current situation of Beixian and Tianxian. Okay, don't be surprised. Let me introduce these 5 friends to you.
Xia Beichen began to introduce Song Ming, Shi Xian, Liang Qing, Chen Yun, and Xingya one by one. After getting to know each other, Yu Miaoqing introduced to them the people she brought with her. These people will also be their capable helpers in assisting Yi Yunxin to return to Tianxian sect this time. Xia Beichen said, there was originally another person, but she left for something.
But I believe I will see her again soon. Yu Miaoqing smiled and said, could it be Master Lu of the Qinglan sect? You know everything? Xia Beichen looked at her and asked. I already know about the Qinglan sect. Yu Miaoqing nodded. Then, she looked at Yi Yunxin, Sister Yunxin, we are about to enter Beixuan's territory. Do you miss it? Even though you have only been away for a few days.
Yi Yunxin looked in the direction of Beixian, this time, I will take back everything I lost. Yu Miaoqing said seriously, I am willing to lend you a hand. Yi Yunxin bowed to her and said, thank you, Sister Miaoqing.
You've been traveling all night. Let's go to a nearby town and rest for a while.
I can tell my sister about what happened to Beixian these days. After hearing Yu Miaoqing's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. So, we went to a nearby town together. This small town is the place of refuge for our Xianqing sect. It was also a stopover for us when we carried out large-scale operations in the past. When they arrived at the town, Yu Miaoqing began to introduce it. Everyone looked up and saw an archway at the entrance. It says on it, fucking town.
It means the small town that is affiliated with the Xianqing sect.
This archway plays a significant role. They resisted many guys who wanted to come here to rob and plunder. After all, Xianqing sect was ranked at the top among the second-rate sects.
There is only one super sect in the Sky Continent.
That is the Tianxian sect. Apart from it, all others have to be ranked from the second tier.
Wanren sect and Xianqing sect are the best among the second-rate sects.
Xia Beichen said, how many towns like this are there?
There are nearly 30 areas between Beixian and Zhongyang. Wait until Yan Xian recaptures the Tianxian sect and relocates the people in the town to the heart of Beixian.
After all, Yu Miaoqing received a message from Yi Yunxin last night and learned a lot of information. So, without hesitation, she nodded and agreed, understood. Once the soul-devouring valley begins to swallow up the world, the troops stationed in Zhongyang and Beixian will attack Beixian and Zhongyang, forming a joint attack from the north and the south with the troops stationed in Zhongyang and Nanxiang. Then these small towns that act as bridgeheads connecting the two places will be the first to be affected. However, when Xiaobeichen suggested relocating the people and the town, he also had other ideas. That is, after Yi Yunxin recaptures the Tianxian sect and announces the 10 major crimes of the soul-devouring valley to the world, he will also recruit soldiers and talents. Then use these towns as basis to divide and disintegrate the soul-devouring valley's forces deployed in the Beixian and Zhongyang areas.
If you can't fight head-on, then use guerrilla warfare. If we can defeat them head-on, we'll use the annihilation attack.
Drag it like a piece of dogskin plaster, then split and disintegrate. In a courtyard in fucking town, Yu Miaoqing told Yi Yunxin what had happened in Beixian in the past few days. However, their conversation was not a private one with the door closed,
but everyone together.
It turned out that after Yi Yunxin was framed by several major sects and Feng Xinzi and escaped from Tianxian sect, the disciples of Tianxian sect who participated in the rebellion announced to the public that the sect leader had died of a sudden illness. What's worse is, they found a corpse from somewhere, and the corpse's appearance and figure were very similar to Yi Yunxin.
A mourning hall was also set up in Tianxian sect.
This was obviously done for the public in Beixian to see.
The purpose is to make everyone believe that Yi Yunxin has become a thing of the past, and Hyacinthus will be the new generation leader of Tianxian sect. Of course, some of Yi Yunxin's die-hard fans were naturally unhappy.
They would never accept the claim that the Empress died of a sudden illness, and as a result, they clashed with the rebellious faction of the Tianxian sect. For a time, it was bloody and violent.
All the disciples in Tianxian sect who witnessed the rebellious faction framing Yi Yunxin and were unwilling to surrender were eliminated. Either they were imprisoned or they were killed.
The killing among fellow disciples is getting more and more intense. After hearing this, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but punch the table. The table cracked in response. But after just a short while, the table fell apart. It can be seen that she is very angry.
Xiaobeichen put his hand on her shoulder, signaling her to calm down.
Yu Miaoqing glanced at Xiaobeichen, then continued, while Master Xia was looking for disciples for my Xianqing sect, I sent some clever disciples to the areas surrounding the Tianxian sect to gather intelligence. It seems that after she became the leader of Xianqing sect, she did a lot of other things besides taking care of the sect's affairs.
Xiaobeichen asked, how's the Xianqing sect's recruitment going these days? It went quite smoothly.
Yu Miaoqing replied, now, the number of newly recruited disciples has exceeded 1,000, and is still growing. Xiaobeichen nodded and said, then next, I suggest that we arrange for some people who are capable of taking on the important task, secretly recruit troops, and train them.
As for the money, of course I'll pay for it.
Hearing the word money, Yu Miaoqing quickly waved her hands and said, Mr. Xia, you have already given us a sum of top-grade spirit stones before, so you don't have to spend any money.
Your point isn't even enough for your teeth.
As Xiaobeichen spoke, he took out a purse from the endless realm.
This purse is not an ordinary purse.
It contains hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones.
Take it. Xiaobeichen stuffed the purse into Yu Miaoqing's hands.
This.
Yu Miaoqing hesitated. Take it. If it's not enough, ask me again. Xiaobeichen smiled.
Good. Finally, Yu Miaoqing no longer hesitated, accepted the purse, and said, now the Xianqing sect has been able to be reborn, thanks to the help of Master Xia. From now on, my Xianqing sect is Master Xia's Xianqing sect. Hearing his words, the others were stunned. However, Pixing soon said, Sect Master Yu, are you also going to let young Master Xia be the honorary sect master of Xianqing sect?
Honorary sect leader?
Yu Miaoqing muttered something, then said with shining eyes, Senior Pixing, you really woke me up. So, Mr. Xia, from now on, you will be our honorary sect leader. As she spoke, she stood up, took 2 steps back, and bowed to Xiaobeichen.
Xiaobeichen helped her up. Xiaobeichen did not refuse her request. Now is the time to use people.
The Xianqing sect's foundation is still there, and it is a force that cannot be underestimated. Who would refuse to use this power? Therefore, Xiaobeichen said, okay.
I promise you.
However, Yun Xin needs your Xianqing sect more now, so during this period of time, please follow her arrangements. Yu Miaoqing agreed without hesitation. Then, everyone began to formulate a plan to recapture Tianxian sect.
Now that Hyacinthus is dead and gone, I'm afraid the rebels are still unaware of it. Xiaobeichen intends to take advantage of this.
Chapter 113 Concept, 3-year credit system.
A powerful enemy is at hand. Everyone actively offered suggestions.
After 2 days of rest in fucking town, everything was ready.
Everyone set out in 2 teams.
Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin led the way together with Pixing Daiyue.
Xingya, Song Chiliang-chan and Yu Miaoqing set off with the Xianqing sect's troops a little later so that they could meet up with Lu Yuding. On the way, Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen started talking.
At that time, half of the elders in the sect were instigated by Feng Xinzi to rebel.
Correspondingly, I'm afraid that half of the people will stand on their side. Xia Beichen said without any worry, some of these elders' disciples will be forced to do things on their own. When the time comes, we will recruit them.
Nodding slightly, Yi Yunxin asked, Beichen, I rarely ask about your outer sect.
I wonder if anyone is involved in this matter. Xia Beichen didn't hesitate and replied, of course there is. After all, the road to cultivation is long and arduous.
Some people never break through their shackles in their entire lives, and thus remain in a lower realm. At this point, he said without blushing, not everyone can be like me. In just a few days, I have reached 2 realms.
You're quite boastful.
Yi Yunxin rolled his eyes at him.
He.
Xia Beichen smiled and said, so, if you're not a potential stock, naturally some people will think of taking shortcuts. If an outer sect disciple is accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder, it would be like a chicken turning into a phoenix overnight. After all, once you enter the inner sect, you will naturally have more cultivation resources than the outer sect. Yi Yunxin said, the shortcut you're talking about is becoming an inner disciple through unusual methods and actions that go against the rules, right?
Aha! Then, is there any way to solve the problem of the outer gate? Now Xia Beichen is like Yi Yunxin's military advisor. I do have a suggestion. Xia Beichen soon came up with an idea. Yi Yunxin raised his eyebrows, oh? Tell me about it.
Xia Beichen replied decisively, abolish the inner and outer gate system.
Cancel? Yi Yunxin frowned. Yes, cancel. Xia Beichen explained, in fact, outer disciples are more like interns, but these are interns who are trained without many resources. In the end, not many of them become regular employees. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and left the Tianxian sect.
And some people, no matter how hard they try, can't make further breakthroughs. They suffer from a lack of good resources, but they are reluctant to leave, so they stay in the outer sect for decades. There are also some people, as I just mentioned, who take shortcuts and contribute to unhealthy trends. Because his previous life was an outer sect disciple, Xia Beichen talked about the outer sect one by one.
Yi Yunxin listened to him humbly.
Therefore, I suggest that the inner and outer sect system be abolished.
After the new disciples are tested, those with high talent will be directly assigned to the elders for training.
Those with slightly lower talent, but who we feel are still very malleable, will be brought together for a 3 or 5 year training period. During this time, we will develop a specific curriculum for them to follow. Yi Yunxin nodded and said, that's a good method.
By the way, can you explain it in detail? He. No problem. Xia Beichen continued speaking.
For example, if we adopt a 3-year system, it will be divided into 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade.
Every disciple assigned to the intensive training period has corresponding credits to complete each year.
At the end of the 1st grade, there will be a major exam to test their progress in each subject.
Those who pass will be rewarded. Those who fail will have the corresponding credits deducted.
We hope they can catch up in the 2nd year. At the end of the 3rd year, those who have passed the credits will be awarded a graduation certificate and enter the elders' allocation pool.
They will be randomly matched with a master. Once a match is made, the elders cannot be picky and must teach the students according to their aptitude. Otherwise, there will be punishment. Hearing this, Yi Yunxin asked, what if we have to cultivate for 3 years and fail? Xia Beichen snapped his fingers and replied, easy. Those who fail will have 2 chances to repeat the exam. I'll give you a chance.
If you pass the final exam after repeating for a year, you'll be awarded a diploma and enter the matching pool to find a master.
What if I repeat a year and still fail?
Then I'll have to go back and study for another year. Yi Yunxin nodded slightly, this method is not bad.
Xia Beichen continued, of course, if he's retrained, it will be this person's last chance.
By then, those who pass the test will naturally receive their diplomas and be matched with a master. Those who are unqualified will have no chance and no need to stay in Tianxian sect.
Go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. At this point, Xia Beichen asked, how is it? Yi Yunxin nodded, I think it's feasible.
Then he looked at the stars and the moon.
You two are also honorary elders and mountain guardian elders. What do you think? Although the two of them didn't say anything, they were listening to what Xia Beichen said just now. So, after Yi Yunqin asked them, they replied, "We were just listening and nodding in praise." But Pixing asked, "How do you choose the teacher who teaches?" Dayu then asked, "Should we let the elders in the sect teach, or hire additional ones?" Xia Beichen said confidently, "That's easy.
By then, I'm afraid the Xianqing sect and Qinglan sect will have already joined forces with the Tianxian sect, achieving the unification of the three religions. We can either invite the elders from these two sects to give lectures, or we can have our own elders give lectures. For example, Brother Pixing, if you are good at magic, then come and teach me magic.
Sister Dayue is good at strategy, then teach me strategy. Lu Yuding is good at formation, then teach me formation."
Similarly, the elders of Tianxian sect can also go to these two sects to teach something. Pixing said, "I'm afraid I need to discuss this with the other two clan leaders." Yi Yunqin smiled and said, "You've already told me about the unification of the three religions.
Are you afraid that those two will cause trouble for you?"
Xia Beichen smiled, sharing resources and making progress together. At this time, Dayu said, "I don't think there is any problem with the Qinglan sect. After all, their founder was an open-minded person. From the fact that Brother Beichen has become the honorary leader of the Qinglan sect, it can be seen that sect leader Lu has also inherited that enlightened legacy."
Everything is just a concept. Xia Beichen said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll arrange for the elders of my own sect to teach and formulate a teaching plan."
After he finished speaking, Pixing said, "Compared to the previous inner and outer sects, the 3-year credit system is indeed much fairer and will not bury high potential talents like Brother Beichen." Dayu also said, "With 3 to 5 years of training, there will naturally be disciples who stand out.
This is a feasible plan."
Yi Yunqin nodded and said, "Then let's leave it at that for now."
Chapter 114 Funny, Pig Cage.
With a solution to the inner and outer gate problems, they sped up and flew towards the direction of Tianxian sect. Soon after, they arrived at the gate of a city. I was shocked to discover that paintings of people entering and leaving the city had to be inspected.
Without rushing in, Xia Beichen pulled someone over and asked, "Big brother, why do we need to check in and out of the city now?"
The man glanced behind him and said, "Alas, the 4 of you may not know this.
Our Beixian Empress suddenly passed away a few days ago.
To prevent any unusual circumstances in Beixian, the Tianxian sect has ordered the implementation of an entry and exit inspection system for all cities within Beixian."
Xia Beichen couldn't help but glance at Yi Yunqin beside him.
At this time, she had already put on a face veil when she was approaching the outskirts of the city.
So, now, except Xia Beichen and Pixing Dayu, no one can tell who she is.
The man looked at the 4 of them and said, "If you want to go into the city, go ahead. As the saying goes, if you don't do evil things during the day, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at night." As he spoke, he bowed to them and said, "I have something else to do. Goodbye." Xia Beichen took out a few top-grade spirit stones and said, "Thank you.
Be careful when traveling. We treated you to a drink with these stones."
The other party did not refuse. After taking the spirit stone, he thanked them and said goodbye to Xia Beichen and the others. Yi Yunqin stared at the city guard disciples who were standing guard at the city gate and checking the appearance of the people entering.
"I didn't expect them to fool the people like this." Xia Beichen said, "If I'm not mistaken, they should want to find out the two of us, right?"
"Well?"
Pixing asked, "Are we still going into the city?" "No need to go in, let's continue on our way."
Yi Yunqin replied.
"That's right."
Dayu agreed. "It's still early, so hurry up and get going. Walk." Xia Beichen waved his hand and said, "If you feel sleepy, tired, or hungry, go to the Endless Realm to rest." So they turned and left. After flying for a quarter of an hour, the star stopped.
"What's wrong?" Dayu asked curiously. "It seems like someone is following us,"
Pixing said sensitively.
Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin also stopped when they heard this.
Pixing said, "Because we divine beasts can sense fluctuations that humans cannot sense, so you may not have noticed it, but I did." At this time, Dayu closed his eyes and felt it carefully. Soon, she sensed the other party's presence. Even, the finger pointed to the southeast.
2 miles away. 2 miles is 1,000 meters. Xia Beichen couldn't sense it at this distance.
Even if Yi Yunqin had reached the cave heaven realm, he would not be able to sense a place that far away.
The distance is shrinking, Pixing reminded. Xia Beichen looked around and pointed to the foot of a mountain.
"There is a big rock there.
Let's go there and wait for them to come over." Without hesitation, everyone nodded in agreement.
Just reached the side of the big rock and stopped in a relatively secluded place. Soon after they arrived, two people came to where they were just now. They were wearing the uniforms of disciples of the Tianxian sect.
The two people looked left and right. Strange, why did it suddenly disappear?
A relatively tall man withdrew his gaze and said with a frown.
Another shorter man said, "Brother, could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else? That figure is very similar."
"Because I have seen him," said the senior brother firmly. "But he is just an outer sect disciple with such low cultivation level. Even if he and Yi Yunqin escape by chance, they can't cause any trouble." When the junior brother mentioned he, his face was full of disdain.
After hearing their conversation, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunqin understood.
"This is tracking him, Xia Beichen."
"It's actually them,"
Xia Beichen muttered softly.
"Do you know each other?" Yi Yunqin asked curiously.
Xia Beichen replied, "They were outer disciples before, but after not seeing each other for 2 days, they became inner disciples and their cultivation level has improved a little. The taller one is called Do Pai, we usually call him Do Pai.
The shorter one is called Zhu Long."
Yi Yunqin nodded and said softly, "It seems that they are the outer disciples who took the shortcut you mentioned before."
"Wait for me here, I'll go meet them." Xia Beichen said this and wanted to walk out.
But just as he was about to take a step, he stopped.
"Don't you want to meet me for a while?" Yi Yunqin looked at him and asked.
Xia Beichen said, "Go, but before you go, please help me hide my cultivation."
"Oh? Then what level do you want to hide to?" Yi Yunqin asked again. "Late spiritual martial realm, right?" When Xia Beichen mentioned this realm, Yi Yunqin couldn't help but smile.
"Good fellow, your realm is 1 stage lower than Zhu Long's, and 2 stages lower than Do Pai, who was already in the early stage of the spirit gathering realm."
Xia Beichen shrugged and said, "This is exactly the kind of show effect I want."
Yi Yunqin smiled and said, "Okay, if you get laughed at later, don't blame me for not reminding you."
Xia Beichen curled his lips and said, "They didn't laugh, but you laughed first."
"Don't worry, when it comes to ridicule, I'm second, no one is first." Yi Yunqin nodded slightly, and then helped Xia Beichen hide his realm to the late stage of Lingwu realm. When Xia Beichen came out of Tianxian sect, he had only reached the late stage of Lingwu realm. After being raped by Yi Yunqin, he advanced 1 level and reached the great perfection of the spiritual martial realm.
So, since we are old acquaintances meeting again, let us meet face to face in the same old way.
Although he had hidden his cultivation, his strength was still at the level before he hid it.
This is much more fun and interesting. After preparation,
Xia Beichen straightened his clothes, straightened his body, then walked to the other side of the stone and walked towards Do Pai and Zhu Long.
"Where?"
Zhu Long's eyes suddenly caught sight of Xia Beichen, and he stretched out his hand and pointed at him.
Do Pai looked in the direction he pointed.
It turned out to be Xia Beichen, who had not been seen for a few days.
"You too, are you looking for me?"
Xia Beichen walked towards them and stopped about 2 feet away, a look of surprise instantly appearing on his face.
"Hey, Doopy." "Oh no, Doobie. You're actually in the early stages of the spiritual gathering realm?"
Then he looked at Zhu Long with an envious expression.
"Brother Zhu Long, you also made a breakthrough."
Seeing Xia Beichen's surprised and envious look on their faces, they were overjoyed. This was what they used to look after the inner disciples. Now that they have become inner disciples, facing Xia Beichen, an outer disciple, they finally experience the sense of pride that others once enjoyed.
"Ahem."
Clearing his throat, Do Pai said in a condescending manner, "Xia Beichen, tell me the whereabouts of Yi Yunqin."
Chapter 115. I only used 50% of my strength. Xia Beichen folded his hands in front of him and said, "How can you two call the sect master by his name?"
"Oh, you're quite good at defending her."
Do Pai said sarcastically, "Are you secretly in love with her?" "Ha ha ha."
At this moment, Zhu Long burst into laughter, holding his belly.
"Him?
With his level of cultivation, even the aunties sweeping the floor in the sect and the widows in the village at the foot of the mountain would look down on him. Forget it, I guess this guy has delusions." Do Pai rubbed his hands and said, "I think we should arrest him first, tie him up and hand him back to the elders of the sect to force him to confess.
I want to see if he can reveal Yi Yunqin's whereabouts."
"Why?" Zhu Long stopped Do Pai, who was about to make a move, and said, "Brother, how can you use such a big knife to kill this little chicken?"
Do Pai stopped and asked, "Junior brother Zhu, what are you going to do?" "Leave it to me." Zhu Long patted his chest and said, "Go and have a rest over there."
"All right."
Doupai nodded and said, now that you have been admitted as an inner disciple, I believe it will not be a problem to capture this kid.
After saying that, he retreated under a tree. It was just getting dark and the sky was clear, so the show could be seen clearly.
Xiaobei-chan, you always gave in to me when we were in the outer sect. We shouldn't have killed each other, otherwise.
Zhu Long did not attack Xiaobei-chan immediately, but tried to persuade him. Just go back with us and tell everyone where Yi Yunshin is. In this way, you can redeem yourself and maybe become an inner sect disciple.
Xiaobei-chan looked at him and said, you still remember how much I gave in to you. After all, you were young.
Besides, having said this today, I still have a conscience.
Why not turn over a new leaf, expose the true face of the traitors together, and return to the battle path? Zhu Long shook his head, this is a hard-earned opportunity. How can I just refuse it? Besides, it doesn't matter who is the sect leader or the lord of Beixian. You and I are just ordinary people. What can we do? Xiaobei-chan also shook his head, you are stubborn. Well, since you have taken the short road, I have nothing more to say. Can you beat me?
Zhu Long took out a sword and said, this time, I'll let you make the first move. Because he has not yet reached the spiritual gathering realm, he cannot fly in the air. When we were tracking them just now, we relied on other flying magic weapons.
However, it was not the sword he was holding now.
This sword is neither very good nor very bad. But for a disciple who has just transferred from the outer sect to the inner sect, this is already a great honor.
The whole sword emits a faint light.
Zhu Long's face was illuminated by the light, turning it pale.
A breeze blew by. Xiaobei-chan said thank you and then attacked him.
As a result, whether it was Zhu Long who was facing him, or Doupai who stepped aside and watched here, they couldn't help but utter a sound of doubt.
Because Xiaobei-chan is very fast.
It was so fast that only a shadow could be seen before his body appeared in front of Zhu Long. Before Zhu Long could react, he heard a bang. Then he felt a pain in his chest. After this punch, Zhu Long was knocked back several steps. Finally, he pushed his right foot back and managed to stabilize his body.
You.
After Zhu Long stabilized himself, he looked at Xiaobei-chan in disbelief.
How did you get this speed? Xiaobei-chan did not answer his question, but asked, you still want me to do it?
Touching his chest where he had just been hit, Zhu Long said, the force was quite strong, but your punch was still a little weak. If it was Brother Do who delivered the same punch, I'm afraid I would have already fallen to the ground.
So you can still bear it, right? Xiaobei-chan smiled.
Then he raised his hand, spread his palm, held up 5 fingers, and added, to be honest, your brother Chen, only used 50% of my strength just now.
Ha!
Zhu Long said disdainfully, I complimented you, and you were so happy.
Swish!
He swung his sword, ready to strike.
Since I've already let you take advantage of me, now let me take advantage of you.
As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Xiaobei-chan. The sword body flashes with clear light.
It looks pretty cool.
If this sword is used by someone with a higher level of cultivation, both the visual effect and the power will be maximized.
Unfortunately, Zhu Long's cultivation is too low.
It's nothing more than a flower stand. Therefore, Xiaobei-chan was too lazy to use his sword. Just fight him with bare hands.
Zhu Long was about to arrive in front of Xiaobei-chan. The sword cut towards Xiaobei-chan's body. As a result, the sword cut into nothing. Xiaobei-chan, who was originally standing there, suddenly disappeared. Actually, it's not that I'm not seeing you.
Instead, it turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed.
The next moment. He.
Xiaobei-chan's playful laughter was heard. Zhu Long hurriedly turned his head to the right and was shocked to find that Xiaobei-chan had appeared to his right like a ghost. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he punched Zhu Long's wrist. The speed is also very fast. It was so fast that Zhu Long had no time to react.
Boom!
The bones made a dull sound, and before Zhu Long could feel the pain, he was attacked by the numbness in his heart. It turned out that Xiaobei-chan actually punched his tendons.
Zhu Long's hands trembled a few times.
Xiaobei-chan did not stop, but continued to punch him in the elbow.
This time, the numbness in the elbow could not be avoided. Add hemp to hemp.
So, Zhu Long's hand loosened reflexively, and the sword in his hand slipped out and fell to the ground.
Xiaobei-chan kicked the hilt of the sword.
The sword, under the force of the kick, suddenly flew forward. And this direction is exactly where Doupai is. When Do Pai saw the sword being kicked towards him, he quickly set up a barrier in front of him.
Finally, he blocked the sword. However, at this time,
from Zhu Long's side, a muffled sound was heard again.
Do Pai quickly looked up and saw Xia Beichen's foot kicking Zhu Long in the face.
All the bitterness was kicked out. Then, Zhu Long fell heavily to the ground and looked at Xia Beichen in disbelief.
Why are you so powerful all of a sudden? Xia Beichen said calmly, you are the one who has become so stupid. Nonsense, my cultivation level is one stage higher than yours.
Zhu Long said in disbelief, did Ji Yunxin give you some resources to improve your speed and skills?
Brother! Xia Beichen squatted down beside him and said, there are some things you shouldn't ask. Don't ask.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Beichen punched him on the back of the head without any hesitation. Zhu Long was knocked out by him in just a few moves.
Chapter 116, Obstinate. Do Pai's eyeballs were about to pop out.
He stood under the tree, and before he could even take a few breaths, his friend was knocked unconscious.
Is it true as Zhu Long said, that Xia Beichen got some benefits from Yi Yunxin?
However, at this time, Do Pai had already reached the Lingzhu realm. The so-called higher realm means a father-like existence, so he started to make calculations in his mind. Since Yi Yunxin gave him some benefits, I will defeat him and then take away the benefits he got and make them mine. Thinking of this, he walked towards Xia Beichen with a smirk on his face.
Xia Beichen, Zhu Long's cultivation level isn't much higher than yours after all. Don't be too happy too soon, because I'm still here.
Isn't he just at the early stage of the spirit gathering realm? Xia Beichen said disdainfully, to me, it all ends the same way, that is, you and Zhu Long will both fall. After saying this, he no longer hid his cultivation level and immediately revealed his true level.
Spiritual movement realm, middle stage?
After Do Pai saw Xia Beichen's cultivation level, his eyes almost fell to the ground.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He shook his head and looked at Xia Beichen. It's only been a few days since you started.
Even a genius can't do this. Xia Beichen chuckled and said, is it difficult to admit that others are excellent? Impossible. Do Pai roared and attacked Xia Beichen.
The fist burst out with a light blue light. At the same time, there is starlight lingering.
This is the signature technique of Tianxian sect, Tianxian star technique. Tianxian star technique can be said to be a versatile technique.
It can be used on a sword to exert extraordinary power. It can also be used on the fist to make it stronger and more powerful. Of course, there are others. How the main users have integrated it.
Xia Beichen did not dodge his fist.
Instead, he said calmly, then let's see which one is stronger, your fist or mine. He raised his fist as well. An even more powerful spiritual power burst out from the fist.
The light is even more dazzling. One punch and the stars move.
In comparison, Do Pai's fist is nothing. Facing the pressure of Xia Beichen's fist, Do Pai's expression showed a hint of frustration.
Even shocked. Boom.
Two fists collided with each other.
Boom.
After the two star forces collided, a lot of energy burst out.
But it was mainly Xia Beichen's star power that dominated.
Therefore, the energy formed a wave of wind that cut across. Swish! The tree where Do Pai was just now, which required two people to hug together, suddenly broke with a sound. Crash! The tree fell backwards and finally fell to the ground. This time, several birds perched in the treetops were scared away.
But Do Pai was not much better.
After Xia Beichen exchanged punches with him and broke the tree behind him, he could not withstand the force and flew backwards. The leaves had not yet come to a stop after falling to the ground when they were hit by his body again. In an instant, many branches and leaves were broken. Poor Do Pai, he thought he was stronger than Xia Beichen, but he didn't believe in Xia Beichen's true cultivation level.
Now look what happened.
After falling to the ground, he immediately let out a wow and spit out a pool of blood.
Don't you want to see the sect master? Then I will grant your wish now.
Xia Beichen came to Do Pai's side and stood looking at Do Pai, who was lying on the ground with his arms shaking. At this time, a burst of applause came from a big rock. Do Pai turned his head and found that it was Yi Yunxin. However, besides her, there was a man and a woman who followed her out from the side of the big rock.
You are not dead, Do Pai said after seeing Yi Yunxin. Aren't those guys who plotted rebellion clear about whether I'm dead or alive?
Yi Yunxin walked over and said, and you actually told the entire Beishan that I had died of a sudden illness.
And secretly sent people to search for my whereabouts.
Dou Pai was quite resolute. If you don't die, how can Elder Feng sit firmly on the throne of the sect leader, and how can he become the master of Beixian? Xia Beichen said, it seems that you are a die-hard fan of Feng Xinzi.
If I am not mistaken, you became an inner sect disciple with his consent, right? He.
Dou Pai did not answer him, but laughed a few times, then looked at him and said, Xia Beichen, even if you got some benefits from her, it doesn't matter. Now you and she are both homeless dogs. Sooner or later, you will end up in a miserable situation. Why don't you join Elder Feng's sect and kill her? I'll take you back and redeem you. Xia Beichen said, are you still calculating here? Do you think I can beat her? As he spoke, he held Yi Yunxin's hand and said, I'm sorry, Yi Yunxin is already mine. Even if I have to live on the streets, I am willing. Yi Yunxin continued, and I can clearly tell you here that Xia Beichen is the one I, Yi Yunxin, have set my eyes on. Dou Pai, who had just been mocking Xia Beichen with Xu Long, froze in expression upon hearing these words. He originally thought that he had joined Hyacinthus and persuaded most of the outer disciples to defect, thus becoming an inner disciple, which put him ahead of many others. As a result, Xia Beichen is even more powerful than him. It's only been a few days, but he's been promoted from the spiritual martial realm to the spiritual dynamic realm. It spans 3 realms. This is so much better than his, which is only 1 level higher. It turns out that I am the one being ridiculed. Not only was he punched, but he was also fed a handful of dog food. After a while, Yi Yunxin revealed his cold temperament. She asked, I'll give you a chance. Tell us everything that's happened in the sect recently. What if I say no? Dou Pai replied stubbornly. Stubborn. Yi Yunxin cast a spell in mid-air. Soon, a video appeared in front of them. This was not the first time Xia Beichen had seen this situation. So, now when I see this screen projection, I don't find it strange. After all, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, one can use the fusion of one's own spiritual power and memory to present again some of the things that have happened to him. However, time cannot pass too long. It won't be a problem within 10 days or half a month. If it exceeds this time, it will be difficult to project it. At this time, the clip playing was the one where Hyacinthus and others were killed. Especially when he saw Xia Beichen single-handedly fighting against 9 masters and even killing several cultivators with ease, Dou Pai's blood and energy suddenly surged in his chest. As a result, he vomited another pool of blood. Is Xia Beichen's cultivation really at the middle stage of the spiritual movement realm? When he saw Hyacinthus die and nothing was left, Dou Pai suddenly began to doubt his life. Hyacinthus, the number 1 elder of Tianxian's sect who was plotting rebellion, is dead. They hadn't seen Hyacinthus in the past few days and thought he was plotting something else with the elders of other sects. Unexpectedly, including those elders, no one returned alive. Chapter 117, Wangbei City. Ehihaha. Dou Pai then burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped and said, never mind. Just treat it as a flash in the pan. After Yi Yunxin removed the projection, he said to him, Dou Pai, considering that you and Beichen are both outer disciples, this sect master can spare your life. He. Dou Pai laughed at himself and said, spare my life? I'll die if I go back. Xia Beichen said, with us here, no one can take your life. However, Dou Pai shook his head and opened his collar. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin looked at it under the stars and were stunned. Dou Pai's exposed skin was covered with dark red lines. These lines look very creepy. Coming back to his senses, Xia Beichen said, if I'm not mistaken, this dark red pattern is probably from the soul-devouring valley, right? Dou Pai said, I don't know if it's in the soul-devouring valley, but any disciple who joins the Hyacinthian faction will have hairlines like this. Furthermore, every 3 days, they can receive an antidote based on their merits to alleviate their condition. Xia Beichen immediately took out some pills from the endless realm. Let's try and see if we can detoxify the poison. As he said this, he prepared to feed Dou Pai a few pills to try. But Dou Pai said, it's useless. Some of my fellow disciples have tried many elixirs, but their condition only got worse, and some even died instantly. So, stop doing these futile things. He looked at Zhu Long who was lying unconscious beside him. Junior brother Zhu joined Feng Xinzi at my instigation. He has done nothing wrong. Also, considering that you and he had a decent relationship before, give him the hope of survival. After explaining this, Xia Beichen and others suddenly saw Dou Pai's body stiffen. Dou Pai. Xia Beichen hurriedly checked and found that he was dead. Putting it down, Xia Beichen glanced at Zhu Long. At this time, Pixing also looked at Zhu Long, walked over and opened his collar. Pixing said, "This kid doesn't have those dark red lines on his body." Dayu asked doubtfully, "Could it be a fish that slipped through the net?" Yi Yunqin said, "Perhaps, the poison in the soul-devouring valley has a greater effect on those with higher cultivation levels." Xia Beichen nodded and said, "Hearing you say that, it reminds me of some of the people we fought against in the past few days who died suddenly in the final moments." Yi Yunqin said, "Yes, the most typical one is Hyacinth. Before, everything, including Hyacinthus, was enveloped in black fog. The person who was wrapped up was then pulled and twisted all over. In the end, there is nothing left. The moths transformed from the black fog will also attack others. However, this did not happen to Do Pai now. Therefore, I guess that it was because his cultivation level was not high. The cultivators with low cultivation levels do not have many things that can increase their survival rate. It is not that Xia Beichen carries a system. Therefore, it is easy to kill them with the poison in the soul-devouring valley. As for some monks with high cultivation, the lethal dose must be increased, otherwise it is very likely that under certain conditions, the poison will be broken and out of control." Xia Beichen looked at Zhu Long not far away and said, "This kid is lucky." Turning back, he looked at Do Pai and said, "To prevent any complications, burn him." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of fire appeared from his hand. Now, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth all belong to him, so he can control all kinds of elements at will. After Yi Yunqin and Dayu took a few steps back, Xia Beichen hid Do Pai with the flames. The branches and leaves under Do Pai were all on fire. The fire grew from small to large. Finally, a raging fire. After putting Zhu Long into the endless realm, Xia Beichen said, "Let's go." Good. The few of them no longer paid attention to the flames, nor did they have to worry about the fire burning the entire mountain. After all, this is the fire spirit fire, and without Xia Beichen's prior instructions, it will not ignite anything other than the target. In the end, Do Pai will return to dust. I don't know what happened to the disciples of Tianxian sect. As the leader of a sect, Yi Yunqin muttered to himself with some worry as he set out again on the journey back to Tianxian sect. Xia Beichen held her hand again and comforted her, "There is always a way out. I believe that the soul-devouring valley will not be so foolish as to wipe out the Tianxian sect in one go. Brother Beichen is right." At this time, Pixing also said, "After all, Tianxian sect is the largest sect in the sky. If the soul-devouring valley wants to control Beixian, it can't avoid the giant Tianxian sect. If they wiped out the Tianxian sect in one go, the situation would be out of their control. This is why they tried every possible means to control the Wanren sect, Xianqing sect, and Qinglan sect, and seize their resources for their own use, rather than destroying them." Xia Beichen nodded and said, "That's right. Besides, the Tianxian sect has deep roots in Beixian. If anything goes wrong, the people in Beixian will certainly not sit idly by. After all, the soul-devouring valley is not a good place." Dayu also said, "Yes, relax a little. Now that things have come to this, our only hope is to recapture the Tianxian sect as soon as possible and rescue those disciples who have been imprisoned or tortured for refusing to obey the rebels, as well as those who have gone astray." As Yi Yunqin listened to their comfort, the worry in her heart was reduced a lot. At this critical juncture, I must be more alert. As the saying goes, those who are righteous have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous have few supporters. Don't I still have so many people supporting me? Late at night, several people arrived at the outskirts of a city 50 miles away from Tianxian sect. This city is called Wangbei City. It faces the Tianxian sect from the north to the south, and is considered a satellite city to the south of the Tianxian sect. It supplies a lot of supplies to Tianxian sect. There is no alert on weekdays, but now, just like the city we saw in the afternoon, there are many disciples of Tianxian sect on guard and check people coming in and out. However, at this time, there are not many people coming in and out. In a secluded place, Xia Beichen looked at the south gate of Beiqing and said, "According to Miao Qing's deployment, many people from the Qinglan sect have sneaked into Wangbei City, so we still have to go in. Let's go in directly." Pixing said, "I don't know how to disguise myself. If I go in directly, I'm afraid I won't be handsome for more than 3 breaths." Xia Beichen said embarrassedly, "How about I go and cause some trouble, and you guys take the opportunity to go in?" Pixing suggested. Xia Beichen shook his head and rejected his suggestion. "First see if there is any magic circle." As he spoke, Xia Beichen took out his sword, then made a half circle and rushed towards Wangbei City from the southwest. "What is that?" Soon, the people stationed at the south gate discovered something with a tail flame flying from the southwest.
Chapter 118 Plucking 2 tufts of hair for me. Following some people's doubtful voices, many people looked up into the air. Soon, the thing with the tail flame came into view. It was a Asuka? What did this bird eat to fly so fast? Some people were puzzled. Hit it down. Someone shouted nervously. Why are you panicking? Isn't there a city defense formation? Another person reminded calmly.
After he reminded them, the nervous person breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Soon, the bird was several feet above the city. Suddenly, a circle of ripples spread out. After seeing the ripples, Xiaobeichen felt a familiar force, the power of the stars. There really is a magic circle. This also verified Xiaobeichen's guess. After all, it is a city close to Tianxian sect, and its defense capabilities are not low. However, Xiaobeichen did not give up after this attempt. I just saw him wave his hand lightly. The flying bird that collided with the defensive formation above Wangbei City immediately changed its form. From flying birds, they turned into countless arrows. Swish, swish, swish. There was a sound like raindrops hitting oilcloth. How did it change? Is this an enemy attack? Looks like it. Quickly notify Elder Shintu. Soon, from the tower on the south gate city wall, a flaming arrow covered with red smoke shot up into the sky. At the same time, some disciples from the east gate also began to come here to support. The time is now. Xiaobeichen pointed in the direction of the south gate. While they are in such a mess, let's sneak in. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the south sky. You guys cover Beichen. Yi Yunxin gave the order day and night. And you? Dai Yu asked curiously. I'll help Beichen add fuel to the fire. Yi Yunxin looked at the magic circle in the air above Wangbei City. Thinking of the magic arrays set up by the Mixi village, Pai Daiyu suddenly understood. After all, the magic formation of Wangbei City is the product of Tianxian sect. Perhaps she has a solution. He followed Xiaobeichen day and night. Yi Yunxin then cast a spell towards the magic circle. Boom boom boom. For a moment, loud noises were heard frequently. The originally late-night environment suddenly became much brighter. With the south gate as the center, the area within a radius of 10 miles was lit up. In an instant, the night became as bright as day. At this moment, everyone's eyes were illuminated by the strong light, and they couldn't help but either cover their eyes with their sleeves or close their eyes. Xiaobeichen and Pixingdayu below did not look up at the sky, so their eyes were not affected at all. Just like that, when everyone was briefly blinded, Xiaobeichen successfully slipped in through the south gate with his abnormal speed of movement. And he was about to follow in under the stars. As a result, the light dimmed a lot. A disciple guarding the city came to his senses, pointed at the two of them and asked, "Wait." The steps that have been working day and night suddenly stopped. "Get checked." The disciple shouted sternly. The other disciples nearby also reacted. Then he narrowed his eyes and walked forward to stop them both. Xiaobeichen, who had already entered the city, looked back at them and nodded. Instruct them to accept inspection and then come in openly. After all, they were not members of the Tianxian sect before. Unlike him, Xiaobeichen and Yi Yunxin, who had already been remembered by the rebellious faction of Tianxian sect. That's why we have to check people passing by. After working day and night, I saw that Xiaobeichen had successfully entered the city, and the purpose of protecting him with Yi Yunxin had been achieved. So, he accepted the examination of these disciples. Where did you come from? On the shores of the East China Sea. What are you doing here? Business. After asking a few questions, a disciple gestured for them to go to a ball of light nearby. When they walked in front of the ball of light, a blue light was projected and hit them. Nothing unusual, you can enter the city. The disciple just now said. Pixing bowed and said, "Thank you for your help." The disciple warned, "Don't cause trouble after you go in, otherwise we in Tianxian sect will never forgive you. Promise not to cause trouble." Working day and night to make a promise. The disciple waved his hand. He turned and walked towards the city under the stars. After entering the door, Pixing raised his eyebrows at Xiaobeichen, who was not far away, indicating that everything was going well. After walking for a distance, Xiaobeichen joined the two of them when he found that the disciples guarding the city had not noticed them. As soon as they met, Xiaobeichen raised his eyebrows at Pixing and said, "Brother Pixing, I need your help with something." Pixing laughed and said, "Hey, who are we to each other? You don't need to ask for help, just ask." Xiaobeichen raised 2 fingers and said, "Pull out 2 small tufts of hair from your face and give them to me." Pixing frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" "It works. But it hurts." "You're a 5,000-year-old beast with thick skin and flesh, and you're telling me it hurts?" Xiaobeichen said with disdain. "Ahem." Pixing held up 2 fingers. "How about 2? Xiaobeichen replied, "No. 2 is not as good as pulling out 2 hairs myself." "Then what are you going to do?" Pixing asked weakly. "Who just said, we're on the same page? Just ask for help, don't ask." Xiaobeichen imitated Pixing's previous tone and spoke. Okay, I'll pull out 2 puncture wounds for you." Pixing was stubborn and compromised. "On the face, not other parts of the body," Xiaobeichen said seriously. "Of course. I can't possibly pluck out my armpit hair and crotch hair for you." Pixing smiled awkwardly, and then in a place where no outsiders could see him, he turned back into his true form as a Pichot. Hiss. Hiss. With 2 consecutive sounds, he plucked 2 small tufts of hair. Probably the hair on his chin. "Here, for you." He handed it to Xiaobeichen, who took it and sent it into the endless realm, asking Yi Xiaomi to help him deal with it. After a while, when Pixing turned back into human form, the 2 small sticks of hair reappeared in their sight. At first glance, it has been processed. Moreover, it forms an H-shaped shape. Xiaobeichen took it and put it to his mouth. So that's the reason. Pixing finally understood Xiaobeichen's intention of asking him for 2 small pokes of facial hair. Because, disguise. Good? Xiaobeichen asked after he had fixed his beard. Not bad, not bad. You look like a mature man now. Pixing gave him a thumbs up. Dayu took a look at him and said, he does have a certain elegance, but... But what? Xiaobeichen asked. I always feel like something is missing in my hand. Dayu replied. Right. Pixing agreed, it's just a little bit off. Xiaobeichen chuckled and said, I know what you're talking about. This is easy to handle. With a thought, something floated out from the endless realm. Chapter 119, The Dark Room in the Tavern. It turned out to be a fan. Yo-ho! Pixing raised his eyebrows and smiled, yes, that's exactly what it tastes like. Then Xiaobeichen opened the fan in his hand with one hand with a click. Then he walked towards other places in the city in an orderly manner. Brother Beichen, what should we do about Sect Master Yi? Dayu glanced at the fluctuating magic circle in the air. She's much stronger than me, and it's more convenient for her to come in than for us. Xiaobeichen said with an expression that said, don't worry. Xiaobeichen was not worried about Yi Yunxin at all. Because, looking at the entire Beixian, there is probably no one who can defeat her. Unless, like before, he uses despicable means to frame her. So where are we going now? Asked Pixing. Xiaobeichen took out a badge. There is a word you engraved on it. This was the badge that Yu Miaoqing had given him before. With this badge, they can go to a tavern in Wangbei City. Following the landmark buildings given to him by Yu Miaoqing, Xiaobeichen soon arrived at the back door of a house on a relatively quiet street. Walking forward, Xiaobeichen knocked on the door gently. Boom boom, boom. 3 times first, then 2 times. After a while, there were knocks on the door from inside, first once, then twice. Then, Xiaobeichen knocked on the door again, knock, first twice, then twice. After he finished knocking, the door creaked open. Seeing this, Xiaobeichen and Pixing Dayu quickly entered the house. Then they saw an old man with white hair, hunched over and leaning on a cane. After they entered the house, the door was closed. Come with me. The old man turned and walked inside. Xiaobeichen and the other 2 followed. When they reached a wall, the old man reached out and gently turned an incense burner on the table in front of the wall. The wall in front of Xiaobeichen and the others suddenly made a sound like it was being unlocked. Then it slowly opened from left to right. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a dark room. All 3 of you, please. The old man made a gesture of invitation. Xiaobeichen bowed and said, thank you for your help. Then they crossed the entrance together and walked down a flight of stairs. Candles were lit at regular intervals.
Therefore, this dark room is brightly lit. Going down to the basement, Xia Beichen and Pai Xingdeyu saw that it was like an office, operating in an orderly manner. Everyone plays a different role. Xia Beichen looked at this scene and seemed to guess what this place was for. Intelligence agency. The old man led them around and around, and finally they reached their destination in a relatively secluded place. The old man came to a stone gate and stood on the stone slab in the middle of the gate. He tapped the stone slab in front of him with the crutch in his hand. There were 3 knocks in total. After knocking, the stone door slowly opened from right to left. All 3 of you, please. The old man stood at the door and made a gesture of invitation to Xia Beichen and the others again. Xia Beichen bowed and walked in under the stars. After entering the door, the old man did not follow in, but turned and left. After his feet moved away from the middle stone slab, the stone door slowly closed. Xia Beichen and the others had already seen a person sitting at a table. However, when he saw them coming, he stood up and greeted them. You 3 are the young Master Xia, Senior Pixing, and Senior Daiwa that sect master you mentioned, right? Xia Beichen and the other 2 introduced themselves to him one by one. The other person's name is Mo Lingyuan. It is unknown whether it is his real name or a stage name. The process still had to be followed, so Xia Beichen took out the waist badge engraved with the word you given by Yu Miaoqing. Mo Lingyuan took it, looked at it, and asked, by the way, I heard that sect master Yi is with the 3 of you. Where is she? Xia Beichen replied, at the south gate. Mo Lingyuan nodded, then I will inform Master Xia of the situation here. He took out a secret scroll. According to the latest intelligence we've gathered, Soul-Devouring Valley has already dispatched 50,000 vanguard troops this afternoon, starting from southern Xinjiang and heading north. It has already started? Xia Beichen and Pixing Dayu were stunned. Yes. Then Xia Beichen opened the secret scroll. It records some information about the Soul-Devouring Valley. They even sent people to besiege the city of Nan'an. However, at this time, Nan'an City had not yet suffered the baptism of war. However, the vanguard suffered heavy losses in the Mixi Valley area. It also indirectly lifted the siege of Nan'an City. Xia Beichen said, I think you should have other more important information to give us. After reading the secret scroll, he looked at Mo Lingyuan. Mr. Xia is right. After Xia Beichen's reminder, Mo Lingyuan took out another scroll. When Xia Beichen opened it, he saw a list. The names of the rebels were recorded above. Xia Beichen said, is this list true? Mo Lingyuan said seriously, it's absolutely true. It took several brothers' sacrifice to bring it out from the Tianxian sect. Xia Beichen put the scroll into the endless realm. Anything else? Xia Beichen raised his eyebrows. He. Mo Lingyuan smiled and said, nothing can be hidden from Master Xia. Then he took out another list. This is the list of people we have persuaded to surrender. They will cooperate with our relevant operations. Xia Beichen took a look and asked, is there no outer disciple on this list? Mo Lingyuan replied truthfully, the outer disciples are either on the list of those plotting rebellion or have disappeared. I see. Xia Beichen glanced at the surroundings and said, how long has your organization been established? It will only take 3 days. Mo Lingyuan proudly raised 3 fingers. It's not easy to build such a dark room in 3 days. Xia Beichen praised. No. Mo Lingyuan corrected him, this place has always existed. It used to be a secret room in our Mo family. However, now that I have become a disciple of the Xianqing sect, this place has been transformed into an intelligence agency according to sect master Yu's orders. During this special period, we are collecting information on the movements of the Tianxian sect and the Soul-Devouring Valley. We will fully cooperate with sect master Yi to recapture the Tianxian sect. After hearing what he said, Xia Beichen immediately asked, are you short of money? Mo Lingyuan rubbed the back of his head with a look of annoyance and said, to be honest, these past 3 days have cost a lot. No problem. Xia Beichen waved his hand, and a pile of top-grade spirit stones appeared on the side. Take these and use them. Mo Lingyuan opened his eyes wide and almost dropped his jaw in shock. Master Xia, you are truly my god. With this money, even ghosts can turn the mill. I am not afraid that the plan will not succeed. Chapter 120. The city defense formation is broken, the action begins. These spirit stones were my welcome gift to you. However, they weren't given away for free. Xia Beichen said with a smile. Clear. Mo Lingyuan nodded, then bowed and said, Master Xia, if you have anything to say, just let me know. I believe you are also aware of the role of Wangbei City in Tianxian sect? Xia Beichen asked. Mo Lingyuan nodded again, understood. We must nip the supply from Wangbei City to Tianxian sect in the bud. Xia Beichen flipped his palm and a ball of fire appeared on it. If it doesn't work, it's ruined. Mo Lingyuan took 2 steps forward and said, Master Xia, this act of destruction is the worst option. I now have a better option. Oh? Xia Beichen curled his lips and said, Tell me about it. Please sit down and have a drink first. Mo Lingyuan took out 4 jars of wine, one for himself and one for Xia Beichen. After all, there is a wine shop above, so there is no shortage of wine. After a few people drank for a while and took a sip of wine, Mo Lingyuan said, I want to buy up some supplies. If I can't buy them all, I'll use threats and bribes. Finally, I'll secretly transfer as much as I can. When the time comes, we will transform these supplies into our own and use them to destroy the soul-devouring Valley's army. But don't worry, the targets of coercion and inducement are not the producers, but the middlemen. Xia Beichen nodded, I believe you already have a detailed plan, then act according to your plan. No problem. Mo Lingyuan replied, I was worried that I wouldn't have enough funds to complete the task assigned by Sec Master Yu, but who would have thought that the god of wealth would come? He. Xia Beichen rolled his eyes at him unhappily, so, you just needed me to squeeze out the information I wanted bit by bit, like squeezing out water, right? Mo Lingyuan smiled and said, Our sect master Yu said that young Master Xia is not short of money. If you are really short of money, just look for him. Xia Beichen glanced at him speechlessly, if you didn't know, you would think I was walking into a tiger's den today. He. At this time, there were 3 knocks at the door. Mo Lingyuan went to the wall behind him and touched a mechanism. Then, the closed stone door opened again. The old man, hunched over and leaning on a cane, walked in. Young Master Mo, the latest news is that the magic circle in Wangbei City has been broken. Mo Lingyuan was stunned. Xia Beichen, Pai Xing, and Daiyu couldn't help but take a look. After a while, Mo Lingyuan asked, Who broke it? The old man shook his head, I don't know who it is yet. Pixing said, It's Sect Master Yi. Mo Lingyuan quickly stood up, God is really helping me. Then he looked at the old man and said, Give the order to occupy Wangbei City immediately. Yes. The old man replied and straightened up. The crutch in his hand suddenly turned into a red tasseled spear. Then, the clothes were pulled, revealing the young man's attire. Good job. I didn't expect that he was just pretending. The gray hair also turned black. The spiritual sea realm is fully completed. There are vague signs of breaking through to the spirit refining realm. Perhaps, the breakthrough will come in this battle. Soon, he left here. Mo Lingyuan pushed the wine jar in front of Xia Beichen and the other 2 and asked, Would you 3 like to join me in climbing up to enjoy the night view? Why not? Xia Beichen and the other 2 clinked their wine jars against his. Finally, everyone drank it all in one gulp. Happy. Walk. Mo Lingyuan put the wine jar on the ground and led them to one side of the room. Another mechanism. After opening it, a staircase leading upwards was revealed. The stairs are spiral and spread upwards. Arriving at the entrance, Xia Beichen looked up and vaguely saw the night sky. Clear night sky. 3 of you, please follow me. Mo Lingyuan led them up. After spinning several times, Xia Beichen and the others found that it was getting cooler and cooler. Unexpectedly, it really leads to a higher place. When they reached the highest point, they were shocked to find that it was a tall building. An evening breeze blew over. It's quite refreshing. As soon as they got up there, they saw loud arrows rising into the air at the same time from many places in the city. After a while, different magical lights were heard from different corners of the city. Without the protection of the magic circle, Wangbei City instantly lost its awe-inspiring side. What replaced it was killing. Or, it is the side that is at the mercy of others. Beichen, where are you? At this time, Yi Yunshin's voice came over. After Xia Beichen reported the location, he soon saw a clear light flying towards him. After a while, Xingguang came not far away. Yun Xin. Xia Beichen waved to the newcomers. Yi Yunshin noticed them and flew over. Wow, which fairy sister is this? Mo Lingyuan asked curiously. She is Sect Master Yi. Pixing on the side said. It turned out to be Sect Master Yi.
Upon hearing this, Mo Lingyuan bowed to Yi Yunshin and said, "Greetings, Sect Master Yi."
You are the Mo Lingyuan that Miaoqing mentioned, right? Yi Yunshin landed on the pavilion and said, "No need to be polite. It's me." There were a few loud bangs, but were they fired by your people?
Originally, we were waiting for Sect Master Yu to arrive, and then we would work together to find a way to break through Wangbei City's magic formation and capture this strategic location.
Mo Lingyuan said, "Who knew the magic circle would be broken right now? Then we can catch them off guard." Yi Yunshin nodded slightly, then asked, "How many of you are there?" There are 300 to 400 people in the city, and nearly 1,000 people outside the city. So much?
This was beyond the expectations of Xia Beichen and others.
Hee, half of them are cultivators raised by my Mo family. Mo Lingyuan replied. A big deal.
Xia Beichen took out a purse and said, "There are quite a few spirit stones in it. I'll reward them well when the time comes."
Thank you, boss.
Mo Lingyuan actually changed his way of addressing him from Mr. Xia to boss. From Xia Beichen's perspective, the Mo family has contributed so much, so he can't be stingy with such a small amount of money. After all, they are risking their lives to help. Mo Lingyuan said with some concern, "Sect Master Yi, Boss Xia, tonight's battle must be concluded quickly. Otherwise, if those traitors in the Tianxian sect get wind of the news, they will definitely send reinforcements."
Xia Beichen said, "Brother Pixing, Sister Daiwa, please support them."
Okay.
Pixing Dayu replied in unison, then flew in different directions.
Yi Yunshin said calmly, "I have already set up a magic circle around Wangbei City. From this moment on, no one outside the magic circle will be able to hear the sounds from Wangbei City, nor see the magic lights from the city.
The magic circle will be effective for 12 hours. In 12 hours, Sect Master Yu will have already brought his men here. By then, we only need to defend the city and prevent the enemy from counterattacking.